Chapter 81. Knowing that Jisoo was not Cho Suishing's man. There were only two of them, while Mengzhong had more than a dozen people. So they thought they were safer. It was too cold outside. Not a place to talk. So Jisoo and Qin Yinan were invited into a private house. Someone lit a brazier, and the ice cave-like house finally had some warmth. Jisoo and Qin Yinan sat side by side on the sofa on one side, and Mengzhong and his followers stood or sat on the opposite side. Jisoo asked Mengzhong about his experience after the end of the world. Mengzhong's house had not been reinforced, and the family of four survived, which surprised Jisoo a little. Such good luck has a very low probability of occurrence. Most of the time, the whole family died or one or two people barely survived, and the possibility of all members surviving was not high. From Mengzhong's story, Jisoo felt that it was too dramatic and lucky. On the night of the end of the world, they were all sleeping at home. In the middle of the night, they received a call from their hometown. The old man had a sudden cerebral infarction and was sent to the hospital. The whole family was alarmed and drove back to their hometown in a hurry. When the apocalypse really broke out, they were driving on the road. They watched the brand new vehicles become dilapidated and decayed in a very short time. Cars collided, overturned and damaged. There were no vehicles that could drive normally on the road. The Ming family was terrified and had to stop the car. The first person to get out of the car to check was Meng Biai's. He got out of the car and soon held his head and roared in pain. He crashed into an abandoned car. A man with black spots on his face climbed out of the car and rushed up to bite people. Mengzhong didn't have time to think about it. He rushed out of the car to save his son, but he also had a splitting headache. His determination to save his son made him endure the pain and dragged his son back. His wife and daughter in the car hurriedly got out of the car to help and stuffed the two into the car. More and more people with black spots chased after them, and a group of people attacked their car crazily. The situation inside and outside the car was also critical. Mengzhong and Meng Biai's, who had lost their minds, attacked each other. The two were very strong, and it was impossible for his wife and daughter to pull them apart. When the two wrestled, the daughter pulled out the seat belt and tied them together, so that they could not separate and hurt each other. Then Mengzhong's daughter and wife drove the car into a service area. No one dared to get out of the car. They all hid in the car until Mengzhong and Meng Biai's woke up. The family of four discussed how to survive. They had just left Xinjiang City not far away, and they were still a long way from their hometown. What was worse was that the gas station in the service area was not usable, and the oil inside could not come out. The spray gun was also very fragile and could be crushed with a little force, and the gasoline turned into a sticky solid. If they insisted on returning to their hometown, they might run out of oil halfway. At that time, they would be in a dilemma. They would either starve to death or be eaten by people with black spots. Mengzhong saw the survivors being eaten by people with black spots with his own eyes, and decided to return to Xinjiang City in grief. He didn't dare to think about his parents in his hometown. All he could do was to try his best to survive with his wife and children. They finally returned to Xinjiang City, but the gas tank was empty, so they could only stay in the west of the city. On the way to survive, they met other survivors, and a group of people acted together to kill the black monster. They found a gas station in the west of the city that could be used, and the only commercial vehicle was fully utilized. More and more people followed them to survive. When Mengzhong's material transformation ability became stronger and stronger, Mengzhong had the idea of building a base. The Red River base was built by Mengzhong family and a group of survivors. Unexpectedly, it was also because of the base that they were plotted and killed. Most of the people who followed Mengzhong family to build the base died, and only these are left now. And when escaping from the base, Mengzhong's daughter Meng Xingman blocked for her mother and was seriously injured. No one knew she was injured. Meng Xingman didn't support herself until she escaped to a safe place. She fell down. At that time, her blood was almost drained. In the end times, with a lack of medical care and medicine, it was impossible for her to survive. Meng Xingman had two last wishes. One was that her parents and brother live well, and the other was to burn her body. She didn't want to become food for monsters after she died. The Ming family sent their daughter away in great grief, and followed her last wish to burn her body. Since then, Mengzhong's wife's health has begun to deteriorate. Now, she is almost exhausted. Speaking of his dead daughter, Mengzhong's eyes were filled with tears, and the veins on his neck bulged. He was trying to endure the heart-piercing pain, Pain and regret tortured him all the time. He kept thinking, if there was no base, such a thing would not have happened. If the Red River base had not been established, would they not have encountered all this? Would their daughter not have died? And would their wife not have been so sick? Ming Bi's held his father's thin shoulders, and his eyes turned red. He only blamed himself for being too incompetent, failing to protect his sister, and failing to take good care of his parents, making them so miserable and embarrassed. Jisoo waited until their emotions eased before speaking. What happened to Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen? How did they get into the base? Mentioning these two people, Ming Zhong and his son, and their group of followers wanted to tear them to pieces. Someone said in hatred. They took the initiative to join the base. When they joined the base, Zhou Suisheng was just an ordinary person and was injured. Su Chen was a deformed person. The deformed ability can only make people dream. And there is no attack power. The leader took them in. But he didn't expect them to be so heartless and inhumane, and dare to frame the leader like this. This is also the main reason why Zhou Suisheng has strength and brains, but cannot establish a base by himself. His deformed ability was not there at the beginning, but was invaded later. When he had the deformed ability, the large base in Xinjiang City had already established a foothold, and there were many survivors. When would he develop to catch up with the large base in the shortest time and at the fastest speed? He chose to seize power. He used to be him. And now he has become Uncle Ming. Jisoo was very calm. How was it framed? During that period, people in the base would always disappear for no reason. They clearly did not leave the base, but they disappeared. As a deformed person, Su Chen had many interactions with us. He took the initiative to investigate this matter, and then found several bloody human bones. The result of the investigation was that there was a monster in the base. For a time, people were panicked and everyone was very scared. The saying that the monster was the leader spread quietly in the base until one night, when the monster really came out to eat people and was caught by the people in the base. The monster was someone close to the leader. When it fought back and escaped, it said that it and the leader were the same kind, and the Red River base was their canteen. The leader, Zhou Suisheng, and Su Chen arrived at the same time. Su Chen insisted that the leader was a bloodthirsty man and a monster. Then there was a melee. The frightened survivors and the deformed people who didn't know when they stood on the side all attacked us. The incident happened suddenly. We didn't have time to react at all. The fighting started. The scene was too chaotic. People were shouting everywhere that there were monsters and killing monsters. We had to flee the base. Escape was not the end. Zhou Suisheng's people kept chasing us. We traveled to many places. We couldn't stay in the west of the city anymore, so we hid in the north city. Maybe because of the cold winter, it slowed down their search for people. When they found, it was a matter of time. Those two beasts were clearly determined to kill us. It was chaotic and sudden at the time, and we were caught off guard. Now thinking back, it was obviously a frame-up. Maybe they teamed up with the monsters and put the blame on Chief Ming. But it was too late to understand afterwards. They had already left the base and were being hunted everywhere. The Red River base fell into Zhou Suisheng's hands. They could make up any rumors he wanted in the base. Who would explain for them? Jisoo listened quietly. Compared with the slow decentralization of him at the beginning, Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen's methods this time were more direct. They suddenly attacked and caught Ming Zhong off guard when they were driven out of the base. Who would investigate whether it was a real monster or a fake monster? Even the name of the base was changed, and the leader was changed. Even if someone reacted afterwards, everything was a foregone conclusion, as long as it did not harm their own interests. Who would investigate the truth? Jisoo listened quietly and said nothing. How is Auntie's health? The topic changed too quickly, and everyone was stunned for a moment. He asked so many questions, but they really just listened. Ming Bi said, "My mother is next door, and the situation is not good. In fact, she didn't even have the strength to walk. If Zhou Suisheng's people came to find her, she would definitely die, and there was no possibility of escape." Whenever he thought of this possibility, Ming Bi's would hate his own weakness and incompetence. Jisoo stood up. "Take me to see." Everyone was silent, and they were very disappointed, since he also has a base in hand and a truck like the one outside the door. The strength of the base should be not bad. If what? Judging from the reaction of Chief Ming, he doesn't seem to be that familiar with this person. Otherwise, He wouldn't have been unable to tell who he was at the beginning. He is just a friend's son. He has done his best to find him in the end of the world. How can he ask others to help them? That is the Tomorrow base. One of the 3 major bases in Xinjiang City. Any normal person would not rashly confront such a base. Not to mention that Zhou Suixing is very strong. If he really confronts him, he may lose his life. Even they dare not face Zhou Suixing directly. So how can they ask others who have nothing to do with this matter? Jisoo followed Meng Zhong and Meng Bi's to the next door, and saw the haggard woman on the sofa. Jisoo talked to her briefly for a few words. When the woman opened her mouth, she coughed violently again, and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Jisoo asked Meng Zhong, "Uncle Meng, what are your plans for the future?" Meng Zhong shook his head. "Bi's and I don't have offensive abilities, so it's almost impossible for us to take revenge on our own. If I can survive until the spring, I want to build a wall for people in exchange for hiring offensive deformed people to kill Zhou Suixing and Su Chen. But they are still being hunted down. Zhou Suixing and Su Chen are the leaders and deputy leaders of the large base. Who dares to kill them? Maybe he will be tied up and handed over to Zhou Suixing while he is helping others build the wall. If it really comes to that, Meng Zhong would rather die than take those 2 people to hell with him." Jisoo saw Meng Zhong's decadence and powerlessness. "Uncle Meng, if you are willing, you can come back to the base with me. Our base has medical facilities and may be able to treat Auntie." The eyes of Meng's father and son burst into a gleam, but it quickly dimmed in an instant. Meng Zhong sighed and said, "Thank you, but we can't implicate you. Zhou Suixing and his men will not let us go. They will not give up until we die," Jisoo said calmly. "Then deal with Zhou Suixing and Su Chen." Meng Zhong, Meng Bi's, all followers, shock. That's the leader and deputy leader of a large base. How can they be dealt with so easily? Jisoo seemed to remember something again. "Of course, after dealing with them. If you still want to stay in that base, you can." Everyone looked at Meng Zhong. Meng Zhong struggled a lot. He wanted to agree, but Jisoo had never let him down and seemed to have helped him save the commercial vehicle. He couldn't hurt him. Meng Zhong said, "Zhou Suixing's ability to deform is very strong. And Su Chen is not weak either." "Jisoo, I know." Meng Zhong, Meng Zhong hesitated. "We can't beat them." Jisoo glanced at the group of people. "We can't beat Zhou Suixing and Su Chen, but we should be able to deal with their subordinates." Someone hesitated and said yes. "But are you going to help us kill Zhou Suixing and Su Chen?" Looking at the flames in the brazier, Jisoo was in a trance for a moment. "It's not helping you. I also have accounts to settle with them." The followers were overjoyed, and all looked at the Meng family father and son expectantly. Meng Zhong said worriedly, "Are you sure? Zhou Suixing's ability to deform is very strong. Jisoo, no matter how strong it is, we have to deal with it. With the temperament of Zhou Suixing and Su Chen. Even if they don't know him now, when the news of his building a base wall in Xinjiang City spreads, they will be targeted by them sooner or later. It's hard to say whether it will be an ambush or a frame-up. People like them can do anything." Meng Zhong's eyes gradually became firm. He had made up his mind and said solemnly, "As long as you can kill Zhou Suixing and Su Chen and avenge my daughter and my dead brother, my life will be yours from now on. Since that's the case, there's no need to say more. We can go and take revenge now." The group immediately packed up and prepared to set off. Meng Zhong's wife Yupei was very weak and couldn't walk. Jisoo said, "There are several people from our base in the carriage, and one of them is a patient. You can carry the aunt up as well. This arrangement couldn't be better. Staying in the carriage is better than being outside in the cold wind." Meng Zhong and Meng Bi's personally carried Yupei to the carriage. Mo Linqiu and the others already knew that Jisoo was looking for someone. Seeing such a weak aunt being carried up, several people stood up and made room for the mattress for the aunt to lie down. The carriage couldn't hold so many people, so they needed to dock the carriage and go to the gas station to move all the things in the sealed convenience store onto the car. Those things had never been corroded, and it would be a pity to give them up. The light truck walked in front, and Meng Zhong and his group followed behind the car, looking for a carriage to dock. After walking a long way, they found a suitable carriage in the snow pile. Everyone worked together to shovel the snow, and Jisoo reinforced it and hung it behind the light truck carriage. Meng Zhong and his group climbed onto the docked carriage and went to the gas station to move all the things in the convenience store onto the car. After finishing all this, The light truck headed for the Tomorrow base. The light truck stopped in a hidden place, some distance away from the Tomorrow base. There were patients on the car, so it was best not to get close to the combat zone. Jisoo meant to let Wen Xiao and Yu Pei stay in the carriage, and Chi Ying and Chung Mo stay in the car to protect them. If they found something wrong, they would drive away immediately. Just protect the car and the people in the car, and don't worry about them. But Wen Xiao knew that Ji Yu was at the Tomorrow base, and she would follow him no matter what. She wanted to see Ji Yu die with her own eyes, and if possible, she wanted to kill him with her own hands. Jisoo had said everything he should say, and would not persuade her anymore. If she insisted on going, then it was up to her. It was her choice whether to live or die. The group got off the car and walked to the Tomorrow base. Wen Xiao couldn't walk by herself, so she had to be carried by Mo Lingxiu, which attracted the attention of Meng Zhong and his group. She had to go to the scene with such a body, which was not only irresponsible to herself, but also a burden to others. But his brother didn't say anything, and they, as outsiders, couldn't say much. They helped when they could, but if they couldn't take care of themselves, they couldn't do anything. A group of people came over, one step deep and one step shallow, and soon attracted the attention of the guards of the Tomorrow base. Before getting close, I heard the guard shouting, "Who is coming?" Someone shouted back with a loud voice, "Chief Meng is back. Let Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen come out to die." When the guards heard Chief Meng, their faces changed drastically, and someone immediately ran into the base to report. Jisoo stood at the end of the crowd with a black umbrella in his hand, glancing at the man next to him. When he came over, he brought Chi Ying's long sword with him, obviously going to kill people. Jisoo approached him and whispered, "Let's discuss something. Try not to use your transformation ability." "Okay." The man looked straight ahead and said, "I try." He had been holding back his anger for several days, and finally waited until the moment of action. He must chop those two with a knife, and make them pay with their lives. The man in turn told Jisoo, "When the fight starts, hide in the small fortress and don't come out. There are so many people on their side, and it is not easy for Jisoo to use the crystal. He must fight head-on. Jisoo is not an offensive type, so it is better to hide to avoid getting hurt." Jisoo, He came here not to hide in the small fortress to watch the battle. Zhou Suisheng received the notification and hurried to the gate of the base with a group of good players. They looked for Meng Zhong everywhere, but they didn't expect him to dare to come to the door on his own initiative. He was really looking for death. Wen Xiao stared at the group of people who came out quickly. Among the three people in the lead, she saw the person she dreamed of killing. "Ji Yu?" Wen Xiao shouted angrily. Ji Yu, who was standing next to Zhou Suisheng, was stunned when he heard the words. The voice was a little familiar, but it was too hoarse to hear. Wen Xiao got off Mo Lingxiu's back and was supported by Mo Lingxiu and Chewing on the left and right to walk out of the crowd. Zhou Suisheng has a good appearance and a good demeanor. People who don't know him will definitely have a good impression of calmness and grandeur when they see him for the first time. His appearance can add points. If he didn't have such appearance and demeanor, Su Chen wouldn't love him to the point of madness. As Ji Yu's friend, Zhou Suisheng certainly knew Wen Xiao. If it weren't for the end of the world, the two of them would probably have been married. But now they are standing on opposite sides. When meeting Ji Yu, Zhou Suisheng once asked Wen Xiao, and Ji Yu's answer was, "It's better that she is not dead. Otherwise who can resolve my resentment?" She killed Zhao Dagong's stupid son and escaped from the base. Zhao Dagong couldn't find Wen Xiao, so he could only vent his anger on them. Ji Yu almost died at Zhao Dagong's hands. He became a deformed person, and Zhao Dagong and Wen Xiao also contributed to his merit. If Gang had not been deformed and had limited strength, he would have dealt with Zhao Dagong first when he left the East City base. It's not too late now. After he dealt with Wen Xiao, he would go to the East City base and play with Zhao Dagong slowly. He will definitely cut him into pieces and feed them to the crazy corpse. Chapter 82. When Zhao's eyes were red, and she was so angry that she almost bled. "Ji Yu? Come here and die." Ji Yu sneered and turned his head to look at Zhou Suisheng. "You can handle this by yourself, right?" Zhou Suisheng looked at Wen Xiao and the other two, and his side returned to Meng Zhong and his group. "A bunch of stray dogs. Go and take care of your own things. You don't need to worry about this." Mo Lingxiu carried Wen Xiao on his back, quickly away from the crowd. and ran into the vast snow. Chewing followed the two of them. Ji ran after them, with a cold light in his eyes and boiling murderous intent. Jisoo looked at the four people away from the battlefield. Frowning, he felt the determination of Imo Linshu and the other two, and would rather die than leave Jiyu. This was originally a family affair between Wen Xiao and Imo Linshu. Chewing obviously didn't need to participate, but she never complained. She treated Wen Xiao as a relative. Wen Xiao's affairs were her own affairs. Even if she had to risk her life, she would not hesitate. Zhou Suisheng shouted, "Quick battle! Don't let the monster summon more of its kind." Following Zhou Suisheng, a group of deformed people and guards swarmed in. Jisoo asked the loud follower to shout again. "Those who don't want to die, get out of here immediately." As expected, no one retreated. They all wanted to kill Meng Zhong and his group. The enemy had 2 or 3 times more people than their own, and it would be very difficult for Meng Zhong and his group to deal with them all. So Jisoo decided to clean up a wave first. He rarely used crystals against humans, and throwing them was not as clean and neat as dealing with deformed monsters. Jisoo picked up an ordinary crystal bead and threw it forward. When the people from tomorrow's base came close, it was activated immediately, and the snow on the ground flew up. The people standing in the front row were knocked over by the sudden powerful energy. Looking at the group of people rushing over from tomorrow's base, 1/3 of them were already lying down. The few people closest to the energy impact were already motionless, and those who were farther away were only injured and could still crawl. The people behind were all frightened. They had no idea what was going on. So many people suddenly fell down. Qin Yinan couldn't wait any longer. Without saying a word, he rushed out with a knife. His goal was to kill Zhou Suisheng first, and then Su Chen. When Jisoo saw him rushing out, he hurriedly chased after him. "Leave Su Chen to me." The man in the black cloak ran in front, his voice cold. "Whoever is faster will be the one." Jisoo was annoyed. He was definitely not as fast as the man. He shouted behind him, "The others are up to you." Meng Zhong and Meng Bi's were pulled up, patted the snow on their bodies, and looked at the one lying down. Their eyes lit up. He raised his spear and shouted, "Follow me and kill." Zhou Suisheng, who was standing in the back, frowned, and he also felt the energy fluctuations that were stirring. He was far away, and the energy fluctuations spread to him, leaving only a burst of heavy snow wrapped in strong winds. People who were affected at close range could imagine what would happen. Looking at the two people rushing over, Zhou Suisheng had a bad premonition. He knew the people around Meng Zhong very well. There was no one so strong. They were probably foreign aid invited by Meng Zhong. "Stop them!" Zhou Suisheng ordered in a deep voice. The deformed man and the guards, who were frightened by the energy shock, reacted and hurried to stop the two people rushing over. Qin Yinan kept his pace and rushed forward. He was different from others. He was professionally trained in the use of weapons. His movements were neat and beautiful. The speed of his sword was hard to see with the naked eye. Before the sword flashed, he had already fallen. He successfully broke through the siege. The tip of the sword pointed obliquely at the ground, dragged a thin red line on the white snow, and approached Zhou Suisheng. Zhou Suisheng felt a sense of crisis. The man's sword-drawing method was different from others. Although he could not see the difference, he felt that it was very professional. This person must have been a martial artist before the end of the world. Zhou Suisheng clenched his hands behind his back. His muscles tensed, trying to persuade him to rebel. "You are not Meng Zhong man, right? He colluded with bloodthirsty people and massacred the survivors of the base. They are traitors to humanity. Are you going to point the tip of your knife at people like us for such people?" Zhou Suisheng glanced at Su Chen beside him, and Su Chen nodded slightly to show that he understood. Zhou Suisheng was still trying to persuade him. "You are quite strong. If you are willing to join the tomorrow base, you can be the deputy leader?" The man's pale eyes were full of coldness. No matter how hard Zhou Suisheng talked, he would not be shaken. He must be killed today. A cold light flashed, and the man had already made a move. Zhou Suisheng's hand hidden behind his back suddenly swung out, and a bunch of energy tentacles wrapped around the long knife, quickly climbing towards the handle, and attacked the man's hand wearing black leather gloves. At the same time, Su Chen, who was standing quietly, also moved and rushed straight to Qin Yinan. Jisoo chased after them and shouted, "Don't let Su Chen touch you." His dream-weaving ability not only pulls people into the woven dream without them knowing, but also allows them to fall into a deep sleep and enter the dreamland by touching them. Qin Yinan didn't need Jisu's reminder, and he couldn't let the two touch each other. He turned the long sword in his hand, trying to cut off the energy tentacles that were entangled with him. But the long sword cut into the air and couldn't touch the energy filaments. The knife's momentum did not decrease. Since the knife was used, there must be gains. The knife flashed, and Su Chen froze in place. Jisu thought that his enemy was killed by Qin Yinan. He saw Su Chen staggering back, blood-stained down flying, and the down jacket in front of him was cut diagonally, and blood was gushing out. How dare a man snatch Tingting's opponent away? If he was really chopped by a knife, the child would probably cry. Killing is not okay, but injuring should be no problem. Zhou Suisheng's energy tentacles are invisible to the eyes. If he is facing an ordinary person, he will be helpless against his deformed ability. However, Qin Yinan is not an ordinary person. He can't see the energy tentacles either, but he can feel them. The long knife couldn't touch the energy tentacles, but his claws could. These were the claws that had caught Jisu's spiritual energy threads. The black claws slashed across the long knife, caught the climbing energy filaments, and wrapped around the claws. Let's see how he can escape. Zhou Suisheng was shocked. Since he acquired this deformed ability, he often killed people invisibly. When people were drained, they didn't know what happened. He never thought that someone's ability could restrain him. Fear flashed in Zhou Suisheng's eyes. His face was distorted, and he shouted angrily, "Let's go together. Kill him!" The deformed people who were protecting Zhou Suisheng attacked together. At once, all kinds of deformed abilities came out. Basically deformed in form. Branches, claws and pliers kept attacking, and the man accepted them all and chopped them all. Zhou Suisheng was caught by the energy tentacles and could not escape. He was forced to move with the man, while the man was slashing at the deformed man. The energy tentacles in his other hand attacked the man's back. The long sword could not block it. If the man wanted to defend himself, he could only let go of his energy tentacles first. Qin Yinan did let go. Zhou Suisheng had no time to be happy. He felt a chill in his neck, and then a sharp pain. Blood gushed out. His head fell on the snow, and his body fell down. All the people in the fight, Su Chen, who was lying on the ground, saw Zhou Suisheng being beheaded, and he crawled forward like crazy. Ah Xing! Ah Xing! A black umbrella blocked his way. Just as the bloody hand was about to grab him, the black umbrella quickly withdrew and knocked the man to the ground. Jisu leaned on a black umbrella and admired his embarrassment. Su Chen, when you schemed against others again and again, have you ever thought about your own fate? Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to turn over, and screamed in hatred, "Who are you? When did I scheme against you?" Jisu saw him struggling to crawl towards Zhou Suisheng again, and did not stop him. Suddenly, he felt very boring. How could he not know that everything Su Chen did was for Zhou Suisheng? It seemed that there was only room for such a person in his life. For this person, he could do anything without any bottom line. Jisu watched him slowly crawl towards Zhou Suisheng, leaving a long trail of blood on the snow, and felt sad. Su Chen could give everything to Zhou Suisheng, but Zhou Suisheng might not. Su Chen's face was full of tears, and the tears flowed out and quickly froze into ice. He rushed to Zhou Suisheng's body and held his hand tightly. His body temperature was losing. "Ah Xing, can you hear me? Don't die. You will enter the full abnormal state. I will protect you. Don't be afraid. I will definitely take good care of you." Su Chen's body trembled, and he slowly lowered his head. The wound on his chest was stretched open by the invisible energy, and not a drop of blood flowed out. The severe pain came over him like a tidal wave. Su Chen felt his internal organs and flesh melting, and his body temperature was losing. The hand he held tightly in his hand was recovering its temperature quickly. Su Chen couldn't believe it. He looked at Zhou Suisheng's head, which was pulled by the invisible energy and dragged back to the broken neck, leaving only a thin knife wound. The subordinate on the other side of Zhou Suisheng was holding the broken hand and wailing. Soon, he couldn't make any sound. Like a dried fruit, it quickly shrank, and finally only a wrinkled and dry human skin was left in place, and the internal flesh and bones disappeared. Su Chen saw that his hand was shrinking. The fate of the deformed man opposite him was his fate. He couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He endured the severe pain and trembled. "Ah Xing! Ah Xing!" Zhou Suisheng seemed to wake up suddenly and retracted the energy tentacles. Su Chen fell diagonally, The flesh and blood in his body had melted too much. Even if Zhou Suisheng didn't drain it, he wouldn't survive. In order to recover as soon as possible, Zhou Suisheng attacked again and looked for the next prey. Another person was drained, leaving only a human skin and a pile of clothes on the spot. The men were horrified and fled in panic, looking at the two companions who were only human skin. The deformation speed and erosion speed soared instantly. Jisoo and Qin Yinan didn't need to do anything. The scene became chaotic. There were freshly baked crazy corpses and fully deformed people. They didn't distinguish between enemies and friends and began to attack indiscriminately. Suchin was not dead yet. He lay on his side in the snow, with cracks in the corners of his eyes, but no blood flowed out. He stared at the man who slowly sat up. His beloved boyfriend wanted to eat him. Resentment, madness and regret intertwined, and negative emotions pressed down like a mountain. Qin Yinan was moved by emotions. His hands turned into claws, and black scales appeared under his clothes. Qin Yinan didn't need to remind him. Jisoo knew what happened just by looking at his appearance. The black umbrella opened and hooked forward, pulling the man back and dragging him back quickly. Shouting, "Everyone scatter!" The survivors who could run had already run away when they saw the human skin. Those who stayed nearby were either crazy corpses or deformed people who were forced to enter the full state. Jisoo could not let Suchin enter the full state. He knew very well what kind of disaster a deformed person with the ability to weave dreams would bring to Xinjiang City. Because of this, he would not allow it and must kill him. The Super 7 crystal was thrown over and quickly activated. Countless crystal energy cones flew in all directions. Two people were hiding behind the black umbrella. Qin Yinan and Jisoo grabbed the umbrella handle together and were hit by the energy cones and slid back several meters before they barely stopped. There was no one standing at the scene except Jisoo and Qin Yinan. The battle on the other side had already stopped. After they saw Zhou Suisheng come back to life and his two men turned into human skins for no apparent reason. What else did they not understand? Why fight? Which side was the monster? When they saw the man holding the black umbrella, who killed everyone with one blow, they were all scared. Many people lay in the snow and dared not move. They only dared to quietly raise their heads and observe the open space in front of them, which seemed to have been cleared. The heavy snow and corpses were all lifted away, revealing the ground under the snow. Having had experience escaping from bloodthirsty people, Jisoo did not take it lightly. Is it solved? Qin Yinan frowned slightly and turned to walk towards the piled snow. Just after taking a few steps, a black shadow passed behind him. Qin Yinan turned around suddenly, and Jisoo was no longer there. He flew far away and fell heavily to the ground. The black umbrella left a long mark in the snow. Qin Yinan's transformed form appeared almost instantly. Before he could release his bat wings, a huge black shadow came quickly and tore Qin Yinan's cloak and down jacket apart, but failed to eat fresh flesh and blood. Its sharp teeth bit on the hard scales. Its new body has adapted. It's time to find these two people for revenge. It has chased them all the way here and carefully hid until now, just to kill them with one blow and never give them a chance to survive. Qin Yinan is sensitive to fear, but it is useless to the emotionless deformed monster. The black shadow is very fast. When it approaches again, Qin Yinan is already prepared. The sharp claws and the black shadow touch a few moves. The smelly mouth bites Qin Yinan's head, but he avoids it by tilting his head. The bright red tentacles flew to the side of Qin Yinan's neck, but failed to pierce the hard scales. It bit hard again, and the fine scales on the neck broke off a few pieces, and the black shadow's fangs also broke a few pieces. The bloodthirsty man was extremely crazy when he was taking revenge. He would rather hurt himself than hurt Qin Yinan. Unfortunately, the broken scales were quickly covered by new scales and rearmed. The golden vertical pupils turned into a thin line, and the black claws grabbed the head that was biting him and crushed it. The huge black shadow roared angrily, and the remaining 7 heads bit Qin Yinan's throat again. With a flap of bat wings, Qin Yinan had already slid backwards and distanced himself from the multi-headed monsters. But the monsters chased him, and did not give Qin Yinan a chance to fly. Qin Yinan fought with the monsters, and the snow flew everywhere. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. Meng Zhong and others on the other side saw the scene, and they were all terrified to the extreme, wishing they could hide in the snow immediately. The monster was so scary that in the brief moment when Qin Yinan controlled it, They saw that the monster had several heads. Each head has a pointed face and full of sharp teeth, bent legs, and sharp claws on both hands. It looks like a deformed mouse. And it is a fusion monster. Meng Zhong was also very scared. But he was also worried about Jisu's situation. He was attacked by the monster and flew away. There has been no movement until now. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Meng Zhong looked at the one and the monster still fighting. Gritted his teeth. Be eyes. Follow me. Not to mention the past. Just Jisu killed Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen for them and avenged his daughter. This kindness will never be repaid in a lifetime. At this time, they can't be afraid of death and retreat. The father and son of the Meng family crouched, circled a big circle, and ran towards Jisu. Their actions quickly attracted the attention of multiple monsters. Among the remaining 7 heads, 3 were distracted and focused on the 2 people running. The monster roared again, and its huge body trembled violently. The 7 monsters that originally shared a body suddenly split, and each head had a new body. The 2 secondary heads rushed towards Jisu and Meng Zhong at a very fast speed, and the remaining 5 monsters besieged Qin Yin together. A secondary head monster rushed towards the Meng family father and son, and Meng Bi's quickly used mental energy defense to block the attack of the secondary head monster. Both of them were blown away, and the mental energy defense was also shattered. The secondary monster leaped high and smashed down towards the 2 people on the ground. At the critical moment, Meng Bi's once again supported the mental energy defense. After blocking for a moment, it was shattered again. The moment the secondary monster fell, Meng Zhong's sharp spear had already pierced the secondary monster's body fiercely. Meng Bi's then stabbed out the spear in his hand, and the secondary monster waved its claws to grab them. Meng Bi's overdrew his mental energy defense to block the secondary monster that was rushing over. Qin Yin was entangled and watched a monster pounce on Jisu, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The world in the man's eyes suddenly changed. He was no longer the human who clung to the cliff tightly to prevent himself from sliding into the abyss. He took the initiative to jump down. The human form changed. Black scales covered the eyes, and the bones of the whole body creaked, stretched, and deformed. With a deafening roar, the behemoth angrily tore the jumping monsters apart, flapped its bat wings, flew close to the ground, bit the secondary monster that hit Jisu, and the warm blood fell from the sky and dripped on Jisu's face. The behemoth flew past, and the secondary monster that attacked the Meng family father and son was directly crushed by the invisible force. The Meng family father and son, who were struggling to support, fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, until the behemoth ended the battle and flew away with bat wings. The Meng family father and son stumbled and ran towards Jisu. Jisu was lying in the snow, with a pool of blood under him. His back was torn open. The Meng family father and son wanted to lift him up, leave here, and send him to the light truck. When moving, the wound was pulled, and Jisu woke up in pain. The severe pain made it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. He looked at the void in a daze, and for a moment, he could not remember what he had experienced. Jisu, can you hear me? You are injured. We are going to move you to the car. Just bear with it. Meng Zhong was talking to him, and he reached out to take the black umbrella, but Jisu held it tighter. Qin Yin. Where is Qin Yin? Jisu tried to move the black umbrella away and look for the man's figure. There was only blood and broken meat on the ground, but Qin Yin was nowhere to be seen. Jisu realized that something was wrong, took a deep breath, and shouted, Qin Yin. This shout seemed to have exhausted all of Jisu's strength. His lips were as pale as his face, and cold sweat condensed into frost on his face. Qin Yin. Jisu continued to shout. Meng Zhong couldn't help but say, He flew away. Jisu didn't believe it. He was still here. Qin Yin couldn't fly away alone, unless he turned into a complete form of the fallen beast. Just thinking this, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the air, swooping down from a high altitude and landing on the earthen wall of the Tomorrow base. The earth fell down, and the earthen wall was crumbling. The fallen beast seemed to have no idea how big its body was, and how heavy it was. It spread its bat wings and squatted on it, as if showing off its beautiful black scales. It proudly raised its head, and its golden eyes glanced at Jisu on the ground, and let out a domineering roar. Boom! The earthen wall collapsed. Dust flew, and the whole fallen beast fell into the ruins. Jisu, Jisoo used the ability to go back without hesitation. The full 5 minutes drained all the spiritual energy of the pure white world. But Jisoo missed one thing. When he saw Qin Yinan turn into a fallen beast, his conditioned reflex was to go back in time. But he forgot to ask about his coma time. 5 minutes later, Jisoo was still in a coma. Ming Zhong and his son were still being attacked. And Qin Yinan was still on the path of a fallen beast. When he was awakened again by the pain, Qin Yinan was still not there. And he flew away in the form of a fallen beast. Jisoo, Jisoo, shock. Not enough time. If he can't go back to before he was attacked, no matter how many times he goes back, he will still be in a coma during that time period. He can't wake up. And he can't change the established facts. He didn't know whether the fallen beast came back because of the fear here or heard his call. The latter didn't dare to think about it. But Jisoo couldn't bear the panic of losing Qin Yinan. He shouted again. Even if the wound was bleeding because of the force, he still didn't stop, and shouted Qin Yinan's name over and over again. The huge black shadow appeared again, swooped down, and landed on the earthen wall of the Tomorrow base. Jisoo looked at the big guy and fell into the ruins again with a proud attitude. This time Jisoo did not use the ability to go back. Qin Yinan's transformation into a fallen beast could not be reversed. The only thing he could guard against was not to let the fallen beast hurt people. Speaking of hurting people, Jisoo looked around. The Ming family father and son and those people lying in the snow were still alive. The fallen beast did not eat them. This gave Jisoo a glimmer of hope in his heart. Jisoo asked the Ming family father and son around him to stay away from this place. He reached out to the fallen beast that had climbed up and coaxed, Qin Yinan? Brother, come here. The fallen beast shook off the dust, looked over with golden vertical pupils, lowered its head, and showed its fangs, looking very fierce. Jisoo leaned on the black umbrella, staggered to get up from the ground, and walked step by step towards the fallen beast he once feared the most. As long as he thought that this fallen beast was Qin Yinan, he had nothing to fear. He subconsciously believed that Qin Yinan would not hurt him. The father and son of the Ming family were sweating coldly, and their hearts were in their throats. They didn't know what a fallen beast was. In their eyes, Qin Yinan had entered a full state of abnormality. The full state of abnormality was very aggressive. Almost a real monster. The deformed people at this stage could no longer be considered human beings. They were very dangerous. But Jisoo was approaching such a terrifying existence. The father and son of the Ming family didn't dare to look at it anymore, fearing that Jisoo would be bitten in two like the previous monster. The fallen beast's bat wings slightly spread, its head almost touching the ground, its golden vertical pupils staring at him warily, its 4 strong black claws stomping on the snow. Very irritable, snorting from time to time to intimidate the approaching humans. Its mouth full of fangs exposed more clearly, as if to let humans see clearly how sharp its teeth are. Jisoo threw down the black umbrella in his hand. His golden vertical pupils shrank a little, glancing at the things on the ground. Jisoo stretched out his arms and approached carefully. Don't be afraid. I will accompany you. I know you have tried very hard to control it. You have done well. Let's work together to get through this period. Okay. The fallen beast retreated manically and roared at Jisoo. Jisoo's eardrums hurt so much that he couldn't hear any sound for a while. He stood still for 2 seconds, and his body fell forward. The huge head that was dodging suddenly stretched forward to support the fallen human. The human hugged the big head, and the whole fallen beast froze in place. The tip of its nose was full of familiar and pleasant smells. As for what was familiar, it didn't know. It just smelled good, and it liked it very much. The big head arched in the human's arms, trying to grab all the human smell. It liked this smell. Under Jisoo's palm, there were cold and hard scales. Jisoo scratched the big head's jaw, and the big guy squinted comfortably, seeming to like the touch of humans. You are too big. Can you become smaller? Such a big guy is scary wherever he goes. If he can become smaller, the threat to people may be less. He didn't know what the fall beast's fall process was. He only knew that some full deformities could change size at will. And Jisoo's own full deformity could change size. The fallen beast seemed to not understand, and was still nudging the good-smelling human. But Jisoo couldn't hold on any longer. The wound on his back was too painful. When the man and the beast were building trust, a scream suddenly came from behind. The people who were lying in the snow all jumped up and ran away. Where they were lying, Several people had quietly turned into human skin. They were too familiar with these wrinkled and shriveled human skins. Isn't that Zhou Suisheng's ability? They originally thought that the leader was dead. But he was still alive, after being broken into pieces. The fallen beast, which finally calmed down, suddenly raised its big head. Its golden vertical pupils quickly shrank, and its nose was heavy, as if it was sniffing the delicious fear that tempted it in the air. Brother, calm down. Jisoo stood up with all his strength and wanted to comfort the fallen beast. But the fallen beast raised its head, and its attention was attracted to the other side. Jisoo couldn't touch the head and neck of the fallen beast, so he could only stumble over and hug one of its front paws, which frightened the big guy so much that he almost jumped up. He held up one paw and dared not move, as if it was a fragile item, and let the little human hold it. Jisoo saw that the fallen beast was distracted, so he turned around and saw the piled snow trembling. A person stood up from the snow. It was Zhou Suisheng, who was alive again. As long as there were living people for him to extract, he would not die, even if his body was destroyed. As long as his energy filaments were still there, he could always find a chance to revive again. The naked man bent down to pick up the clothes of the dead on the ground, put them on casually, and then turned to look in the direction of Jisoo. With just one glance, his pupils shrank to the smallest size, and he didn't dare to stay. No matter how great the hatred was, he had to let it go at this moment. It was important to escape. Don't let him escape. Jisoo was anxious, but he was seriously injured and couldn't chase him. The others were scared and no one dared to stop him, so he really let him escape farther and farther. Jisoo's arms were empty, and the fallen beast took away its claws while he was not paying attention. The wind blew up, raising snowflakes all over the sky. The fallen beast had disappeared on the spot, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with Zhou Suisheng, who was running away, and bit him in its mouth. Jisoo almost fainted and shouted hoarsely, Don't eat! Don't eat dirty things!" The fallen beast, which had successfully hunted, raised its head and looked back at the little human who was speaking. Jisoo was still shouting, "Don't eat! Spit it out!" The fallen beast paused, shook its head, and threw the bloody prey in its mouth onto the snow. It spread its bat wings and ran wildly on the ground with its agile limbs, like a runaway chicken, rushing towards Jisoo with its bat wings drooping. Jisoo, if he was hit, he would be dead on the spot. The fallen beast ran back quickly, and its body size gradually became smaller while running. When it rushed in front of Jisoo, it was only the size of a kitten, even shorter than a cub. Jisoo, shock. The little fallen beast rushed in front of Jisoo. Its limbs kept jumping, and it screamed in its mouth. Its body size became smaller, and even its voice became babyish. Jisoo didn't. I could understand what the little fallen beast was saying, but I only saw it flapping its little bat wings, causing its limbs to drift on the snow, leaving traces. Jisoo never knew that the terrifying fallen beast actually had such a cute side. He squatted down, opened his arms, and made a hugging gesture. The little guy drifted in front of him without hesitation, with his mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp little fangs. The mouth, teeth, and small scales of the little fallen beast were all stained with blood. When Jisoo thought about whose blood it was, his face was full of disgust. The little fallen beast still opened its mouth to Jisoo, and a childish roar came out of its throat. After hearing the sound, Jisoo realized that the little fallen beast should let him see its mouth. It was proving its innocence, and that it had not eaten dirty things. Thinking of this, Jisoo couldn't help laughing, and reached out to touch the little guy's cold head. "Good boy. You did a good job. We can't eat dirty things in the future. Understand?" The little fallen beast seemed to understand, closed its mouth with satisfaction, flapped its bat wings, and flew to Jisoo's shoulder. Its beautiful tail hooked on the back of Jisoo's neck, and the little guy stuck to the side of Jisoo's neck and lay still. The weight of a little fallen beast almost pressed Jisoo down. It was not that the little fallen beast was too heavy, but that Jisoo was almost at his limit. When the fallen beast shook off Zhou Suisheng, Ming's father and son ran over to check. Ming Bi's has defensive ability and can defend immediately when he senses energy fluctuations. They approached cautiously at first, but when they saw the bloody and shrunken corpse, they couldn't be sure whether Zhou Suisheng was really dead. Ming's father and son turned back and took people directly to the base. After a long time, They drove out the stolen commercial vehicle. They wanted to help Jisoo get in the car, but no one dared to approach. As long as someone approached Jisoo within 3 steps, the little fallen beast would immediately open its golden vertical pupils, and just one glance would scare people to death, and they would stay where they were, unable to move. Jisoo said weakly, "Be good. They are helping me." Ming Zhong and his son tentatively reached out their hands, and the little fallen beast squatted up, staring at them with golden vertical pupils. The two were stared at so hard that they broke out in cold sweats, and their hair stood up, until they supported Jisoo. The little fallen beast did not attack. The two men breathed a sigh of relief and helped Jisoo into the car. The business car started, passed by Zhou Suisheng's body, and took a look through the window. This time the death was different from the previous 2 times. Jisoo could not see any clues, so he could only ask the little guard on his shoulder, "Is he dead?" The little fallen beast screamed, and rubbed Jisoo's cheek with its little head, and it was unknown what it wanted to express. Jisoo had a vague feeling that Zhou Suisheng was really dead this time. The fallen beast said it himself. There was no possibility of survival. To be on the safe side, Jisoo made a closed coffin and buried it underground to completely cut off his worries. Chapter 83. The space in the commercial vehicle was limited, and with a domineering little monster, no one dared to sit in the back compartment. The Ming family father and son drove in front, and the surviving followers followed outside the car. There was no way. No one dared to compete with a full abnormal little monster for territory. The commercial vehicle drove very slowly. The snow on the ground was too thick, making it difficult to drive. It went all the way to the direction where the light truck was parked. Chung Imo and Chiang, who were waiting in the car, saw a car slowly approaching. Following the car were the followers of the Ming family father and son. They immediately jumped out of the cab and went over. "How is it? Is it going well?" Chung Imo asked anxiously. Ming Bi's lowered the window. "Jisoo is injured. Help." Chung Mo's heart was lifted when he heard that Jisoo was injured. As soon as the commercial vehicle stopped, he opened the door and looked out, and his eyes met with a pair of golden vertical pupils. Chung Imo, Chung Imo staggered and sat down in the snow. "Be careful. Mr. Qin has entered a full state of abnormality. He is very fierce. It is best not to get close." The follower pulled Chung Imo up and warned him, terrified. Chung Imo was in a daze, and looked into the car again, and saw a small monster that looked like a large figurine, hooking Jisoo's neck with its powerful little tail, full of possession. Just at that moment, Chung Imo saw a pair of golden vertical pupils as big as lanterns, which frightened his mind and made him blank. It was not such a small thing at all. When Chiang heard that Qin Yinan had entered a full state of abnormality, he also leaned over to look, and met the golden vertical pupils, and the fear was out of control. Chiang immediately closed his eyes, cut off the influence of the eye contact, turned his face away, and dared not look again. "How is Lao Qin? Can he still control it?" Chiang looked at the car body, but said to Jisoo, "Don't stimulate or anger him. He can still be controlled for the time being." Jisoo was helped out of the car by the Ming family father and son. At present, the little fallen beast only allowed these 2 people to approach Jisoo, and no one else. Jisoo was helped into the carriage and lay on a separate mattress. Chung Imo brought a medical kit from the cab and approached cautiously. The little fallen beast squatting on the mattress tilted its head to look at the medical kit, as if it knew it was something for treatment, and did not refuse Chung Mo's approach. There were 4 deep scratches on Jisoo's back, and his clothes were torn from inside to outside. It was inconvenient to take them off, so they could only be cut open directly, lifting the blood-soaked clothes, for hideous wounds were exposed, each of which exposed the spine. Jisoo's spine was almost cut off by the claws. When Chung Imo left the base, he went to find Yang Ji and bought a few pieces of therapeutic fungi from him. They were originally prepared for Mo Linqiu and others, but they didn't use them. Instead, his powerful and reliable brother Ji used them. Chung Imo took out 4 pieces of therapeutic fungi and carefully covered the 4 wounds. The therapeutic fungi quickly sucked blood, and the white fungal net soon turned bright red. The therapeutic fungi began to secrete therapeutic mucus, completely covering the wounds, and no more blood flowed out. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries are troublesome. Jisoo was knocked away by a forceful blow. Otherwise Jisoo would not have fainted directly. Internal injuries cannot be treated with fungi, and can only rely on the self-healing ability of deformed people that exceeds that of ordinary people. On another mattress, Meng Zhong's wife Yu Pei had learned that the enemy was dead, and they had avenged their daughter, and her long-dried tears flowed again. She cried and thanked Jisoo, especially knowing that Jisoo was seriously injured by a deformed monster when dealing with the two people. In order to kill the monster, Mr. Qin directly entered the full deformity. This favor their family dare not forget. Jisoo heard the appearance of the monster from Meng Zhong and his son, and his attention was focused on the telescope that flew out of the mouth. Judging from the shape and color of the telescope described, Jisoo was almost certain that it was the telescope that the bloodthirsty man escaped with. The source of the bloodthirsty man's power. Jisoo was in a coma at the time and did not see the battle. I don't know if the source of the bloodthirsty man's power was completely crushed. I wanted to ask Qin Yinan, but I had to give up when I saw the pair of doubtful golden vertical pupils. With the temperament of the fallen beast, if it dared to attack actively, it would not be over until it died. Since the fallen beast left the scene, it was obviously sure that the battle was over. Otherwise it would not leave. I think the bloodthirsty man was really killed. The brazier was lit in the carriage. Qi stood outside the car for a while. Seeing that Jisoo's wound was treated, he asked about the whereabouts of Imo Linshu and the other two, and why they didn't come back with them. Jisoo was about to say this. They left the battle circle with their enemies and went somewhere else. You take people to find them. Meng Biais took the initiative to speak. I saw where they went. I take you there. This time Chung Mo didn't run around with Qi. He stayed in the carriage to take care of Jisoo. Face to face with the little fallen beast, his eyes wandered, and he didn't dare to look into Qin Ji's eyes. Qi and Meng Biais took a few people to find Imo Linshu and the other two. The carriage door was closed again to keep warm. Qi and his group followed the traces on the ground and tracked to a square. The scene was in chaos, and there were a lot of bloodstains on the snow. It can be imagined how fierce the fighting was at that time. The group did not find Imo Linshu and the other two outside, but there were footprints all the way to the square building, accompanied by dripping bloodstains. Qi followed the footprints to the building. They all knew that the building was more dangerous than the outside. There were probably crazy corpses hiding inside to avoid the cold. If a living person ran into a pile of crazy corpses, the chance of survival was very slim. As soon as Qi arrived at the door, he heard movement inside. It could be Imo Linshu and his group, or it could be the crazy corpses hiding inside. The group walked in lightly, and saw the crazy corpses all over the ground. The sound of squeaking continued. Very regular. Qi looked up and saw a woman covered in blood, holding a dagger, stabbing into the wall again and again, pulling it out, and continuing to stab in, repeating again and again, judging from the marks on the wall. She didn't know how long she had been stabbing here. This woman was none other than Wen Xiao. Qi didn't know what happened here. Wen Xiao was just an ordinary person. She couldn't kill so many crazy corpses by herself. She must have had the help of Imo Linshu and Chu Ying. Qi looked around and didn't find the two people, so he had to shout. Imo Linshu. Chu Ying. Where are you? There was a buzzing sound coming from the stairwell. Qi walked through the gaps of crazy corpses on the ground and met a group of things head-on. Qi Ying's scalp suddenly numbed, and the whole person took a few steps back reflexively, almost tripped by the crazy corpses on the ground. Meng Biais and others also got goosebumps. What appeared in front of them was a group of densely packed small flying insects. Countless flying insects crowded together to form a human outline, which made people feel intensive. That's not all. After the flying insect man came out, another human-shaped transparent object came out of the stairwell. It had no facial features, but a head, body and limbs. This was a person, but the body became transparent. They were approaching, but Qi and his group were retreating. There was no doubt that all the crazy corpses in the building were killed by them. With the precedent of Qin Yin turning into a little monster, Qi immediately guessed the identities of the two groups. The humanoid wrapped by the small flying insects should be Imo Linshu, and the group of humanoid transparent objects should be Chu Ying, which is consistent with their deformed abilities. They are now in full deformity together. Old Imo? Is it you? If so, raise your hand. Qi wanted to confirm it. The arm wrapped by the small flying insects was raised to respond to Qi words. After getting the confirmation, Qi did not feel happy, but even more worried. According to the information he learned from Jisoo, the human consciousness of the fully deformed people is very weak. They are walking on a tightrope. If they can keep the weak human consciousness, they may return to the ranks of humans. If they are not careful, the human consciousness will disappear, and they will be real deformed monsters. What should the two people do in this state? Can they still take them back to the base? Will taking them back like this bring disaster to the base? Qiying wanted to test whether Imolinqi's emotions were stable. Why are there only you? Is Jiyu dead? As soon as the voice fell, the buzzing sound suddenly became louder, and countless flying insects flew over. If they were hit, several people would be turned into sieves. Mingbi's quickly opened the mental energy defense to block this wave of flying insects. The flying insects scattered, circled around the mental energy barrier, and swept towards the few people. There were too many of them, forming a torrent of flying insects, forcing several people to escape from the building. Soon, the small flying insects rolled up a person and threw him out. It was Wen Xiao who had been chiseling the wall. She was thrown out with her eyes blank, yelling like crazy, waving the dagger in her hand everywhere. And this state was very similar to the madness of being invaded. Qiying took advantage of the chaos, borrowed Meng Bi's spear, knocked the dagger in Wen Xiao's hand, and pounced on him to control the crazy person. The flying insects returned to the building and stopped coming out. Judging from Imolinqi's reaction, they probably failed. They didn't kill their enemies, but they became like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry. The two full freaks were very unstable and aggressive. Qiying and his team didn't know what to do. They could only send Wen Xiao back to the car and ask Jisoo what to do now. Qiying and his team quickly carried a struggling woman back, found a rope, tied her up, and stuffed her into the business car. Qiying climbed into the car and told Imolinqi and Chuing about their situation. Can they still return to the base in this situation? Do you think it's possible? Jisoo asked him back. There are so many people invaded, but only 20% or 30% can survive, and less than 10% can successfully get out of the full freak and enter the fourth stage of perfect freak. The full freaks are undoubtedly very dangerous, even if they retain a certain amount of human consciousness. Who can guarantee that this human consciousness will always exist? If human consciousness is wiped out, do you want the full freaks to slaughter the entire base? Qiying also knew that Imolinqiu and Chuing would most likely not be able to return to the base, but he couldn't bear to just leave them alone and let them fend for themselves. He and Chuing were not familiar with each other, and their relationship was not that deep. But Imolinqiu was his best friend after Qin Yinan went abroad, and he really couldn't turn a blind eye. What about Lao Qin? What should he do, since the full freaks of Imolinqiu and Chuing could not return to the base? What about Qin Yinan, who was also a full freak? How to solve it? The little fallen beast seemed to know what Qiying was talking about, and bared his teeth at him fiercely, full of threats. Jisoo hooked the little fallen beast's jaw soothingly, and the fierce little thing immediately squinted comfortably, and was very happy. Jisoo said, he won't go back to the base either. There are so many survivors in the Baiwan town base, exuding tempting fear all the time. Dare to bring the little fallen beast to the base. What's the difference between this and locking a hungry wolf in a flock of sheep, in front of a hungry predator, with delicious food in front of him? It would be strange if he didn't make a big fuss. Qiying didn't expect Jisoo to say this. He even didn't let Lao Qin go back to the base. Isn't it too cruel? Qiying, where is Lao Qin going? Will you give up on him again and let him go out to fend for himself? Jisoo lay on the mattress, playing with a small paw of the little fallen beast with one hand. The little guy squatted beside Jisoo and played with him honestly. Meng Zhong and his followers were almost suffocated by watching. They saw with their own eyes how terrifying Mr. Qin's full abnormality was. Only Jisoo dared to play with it so unscrupulously. Jisoo said, I will take Brother Qin out to live until he returns to normal, or I can ensure that he will not harm others. He promised Qin Yinan that he would build a castle, and the two of them would live in the castle, so that no one could affect him. Jisoo's deformed ability is here. He can build a house wherever he wants, and Lao Qin has Jisoo to take care of him, so he doesn't have to worry at all. But Imolinqiu and Chuing are different. Do they really have to let them wander outside and fend for themselves? Qiying thought for a long time before saying, can we build a closed house and lock them in? In this way, except for their self-destruction, the danger outside will not threaten them, and they can't rush out to hurt people, killing two birds with one stone. Just treat it as a prison in the full deformity period, and when the full deformity ends, they can be released after serving their sentences. Jisoo looked at him with complicated eyes. Do you know how long a deformed person's full deformity period is? Qiying didn't know. He was just trying to save the two people as much as possible. It took Jisoo several months to get out of the state of total abnormality. His abnormal ability was not aggressive, and he was relatively peaceful and silent when he entered the state of total abnormality. It was not too difficult to get out of the state of total abnormality, but it took several months. For those abnormal people who harbor hatred and are more aggressive, their hatred and obsession are amplified during the state of total abnormality and are dominated by their abnormal ability. Once they start eating and killing, it will be difficult to turn back. They will gradually lose themselves in their strong instincts and become a real abnormal monster. Mo Linqiu and Qiying are very dangerous. Judging from their reactions, Jiyu is likely not dead. This is their hatred and obsession. If they are not careful, they will go astray. It is almost impossible to pull them back. Perhaps what Qiying said is also a way to close and seal them until they get out of the state of total abnormality and return to human beings. If they really become abnormal monsters, they don't need to be released. Just keep them locked up. Jisoo said, I can build a closed house to lock them up. But how to get them in is a big problem. The key is that Jisoo is injured now, and it is not convenient for him to move. It is impossible for him to chase the two fully deformed people. It is obviously impossible to make the two fully deformed people follow them obediently. After repeated consideration, the group decided to stay where they are and make a decision after Jisoo recovers from his injuries. During the days when Jisoo was recovering from his injuries, Qiying would keep an eye on the building to make sure that Mo Linqiu and Qiying did not leave. After deciding to stay, Ming Zhong and his son took their followers to look for mattresses and quilts nearby. It has been so long since the end of the world, and it is difficult to find food outside. Fortunately, they moved the food and water from the convenience store into the car. At night, Jisoo still put up the outer wall, and took advantage of the situation to hang a few platforms on the inner wall as beds. If there is no room in the car, go to sleep on the hard platform. With quilts and braziers, it is not difficult. The three members of the Ming family also chose a platform. Yu Pei was taken to live on the platform by the Ming family father and son. After learning that her enemy was dead, Yu Pei's spirit was obviously much better. That night, the Ming family and their group ate instant noodles with normal taste. They devoured them one by one and almost swallowed their tongues. There was no other way. I hadn't eaten normal food for a long time. Simple instant noodles were the most delicious food on earth. Only Jisoo and the little beast were left in the light truck. No one dared to stay in the truck. If they accidentally crossed the line while sleeping, they might be bitten to death by the possessive little guy. 2 days later, Jisoo's external injuries were completely healed, and his internal injuries were not so painful. He followed Qiying to the building. Wen Xiao, who had become a deformed person, also went with him. She had changed from her weakness some time ago and became much healthier. Wen Xiao told him that Jiyu was not dead, but he was also a complete deformity now. Not much better than Mo Linqiu and Qiying. Jiyu's deformed ability was very corrosive. He could spray corrosive liquid from his mouth and palms, and even his flesh and blood were corrosive. Even if the three of them put their lives aside, they were still no match for him. Mo Linqiu and Qiying had already prepared to enter the full state to kill Jiyu. When they were obviously defeated and seriously injured and dying, they both entered the full state, and their combat effectiveness increased dramatically. Fighting with Jiyu again forced him to enter the full state. When the three full states were fighting frantically, Wen Xiao was invaded, and she didn't remember anything after that. Wen Xiao followed them and wanted to try to comfort her cousin and bestie, hoping that they could leave Qinjiang City with her and go to a safe place for isolation, preferably closer to Baiwan town, so that she could visit them often. This time, Wen Xiao called for people, and the effect was better than Qiying. As soon as she called her cousin, the flying insect man walked out quickly from the stairwell. Jisoo's heart moved slightly, and he put a closed rectangle in front of Wen Xiao. When the flying insect man walked into the closed space, the rectangle was just formed, completely blocking the flying insect man inside. Wen Xiao was surprised. This was different from what they had discussed in advance. Didn't they try to persuade them? Why did they just do it? Jisoo nodded. If the discussion fails, it will be difficult to catch them again. Just trap them and drag them away. Wen Xiao looked at the small rectangle that was as tall as a person. It was indeed easy to drag away, and it would also avoid any mistakes and unnecessary trouble. This time, Jisoo put a rectangle at the door of the stairwell, signaling Wen Xiao to call out. As soon as Qiying came out of the stairwell, She was trapped in the rectangle that was about to take shape. The two small rectangles suffered a tragic attack. The two fully deformed creatures sealed inside opened fire, and the small rectangles rolled all over the ground, clearly telling Jisoo and his party how dangerous and uncontrollable the fully deformed creatures were. Leave a few people to guard here, and Jisoo will go back to drive and weather the outer wall. Jisoo's clothes have been changed into new ones. Mingjong and Chunhyamo found them from outside, and they changed everything from inside to outside. The little fallen beast was disgusted. The smell of Jisoo on the new clothes was very light, and the little fallen beast was very dissatisfied. It nudged and sniffed at Jisoo. In order to comfort the little guy, Jisoo opened his down jacket and stuffed the little guy into his arms, letting it smell enough. Sure enough, the little fallen beast that was stuffed into the clothes became obedient, holding Jisoo's sweater steadily and motionless. The light truck drove over with the attached carriage, and Mingjong commercial vehicle followed behind with difficulty. It took a long time to start successfully. Once started, it could not be turned off, so as not to waste directly on the road. Several people lifted the rolling rectangle onto the attached carriage, and Jisoo led them to the underground shelter to pick up Granny Wang and others. If no one rescued them, those who hid in the underground shelter would die soon. Jisoo knocked on the anti-theft door of the underground shelter again and asked them if they were willing to follow the car to the base. Everyone did not hesitate. They had been waiting for so many days, waiting for this sentence. After Juju was sent back, Jisoo didn't come for several days. They thought their hope was dashed, but they really waited for it. Granny Wang was old and had a lot of belongings. A group of people helped to pack them for a long time before they put them all on the car. The old lady couldn't sit in the carriage, so she was placed on the co-pilot seat, which was more stable. Jisoo originally wanted them to transport the food hidden by Fan Bao and others back along the way, but there was not enough space on the car, so they could only put it in the underground warehouse temporarily and wait for an opportunity to pick it up. Jisoo asked Chi Ying and Chunhyamo to lead the team back to the base first, and handed the others to Bai Tingyan and Liang Ke for arrangement. Jisoo named a few people, including Mingjong family, Granny Wang, Xiao Mumu and Chio Junwen. They have good character and deformed ability, so they can stay. Of course, there is also an observation period after entering the planting base, and the base management committee knows what to do. The two fully deformed creatures that were sealed up could not come out of the closed rectangle, so they were not a big threat. They could be taken back to the base temporarily, and he would build a fully deformed storage place after he returned to store all the fully deformed creatures that could be sealed up. Jisoo was also inspired by Chi Ying to build this unified storage place. He had seen many families of deformed people in grief. They had survived the initial disaster and experienced all kinds of dangers, but finally died on this fully deformed creature. Without exception, fully deformed creatures would wander around and have no place to return to. This was their nature, and they were also forced to wander. A base could not allow fully deformed creatures to stay. What was the difference between this and leaving a deformed monster? Therefore, fully deformed creatures would leave. They might directly become deformed monsters outside, or they might be killed and devoured by other deformed creatures or degenerate creatures in the fight. Such sealed storage also had certain risks. Some fully deformed creatures that needed to eat were not suitable for sealing. Otherwise they would starve to death. For example, mentally deformed freaks generally do not need to eat. Sealing consumes the mental energy of freaks. If they cannot get out of the freak state for too long, they may also run out of mental energy. Freaks with morphological deformation are not suitable for sealing. They basically need to eat. If they are sealed, they will starve to death. There are risks. The sealed and closed freaks are definitely not free. But when their families miss them, at least they know where to go to see them and talk to them. Even if they can arouse a trace of human consciousness, they can increase the possibility of getting out of the freak state. Jisoo has to go to the East City base again to earn a wave of energy crystals, and then drive the RV back. This is the most important thing. Chapter 84. Jisoo didn't want to drive the RV to the East City base. He could either walk there or discuss with the little fallen beast and let it fly there. Of course, this required the little fallen beast to understand what he said first. Do you remember the East City base we went to last time? Can you take me there? Jisoo discussed with the little fallen beast. When Shin Yinan was still a human, he liked to hold him and fly around. Jisoo was not sure whether the little guy was willing to become a complete fallen beast. The little fallen beast poked its head out of Jisoo's arms and tilted its head to look at him, as if it didn't understand. Jisoo repeated patiently. I'm going to the East City base to discuss business, and earn a lot of energy crystals. I buy you meat in the future. Okay? Qin Yinan hasn't eaten since he became a fallen beast. Jisoo's instant noodles, biscuits and bread were fed to the little fallen beast. But it didn't even smell them. Jisoo wondered if it wanted to eat meat. So he opened the can of meat, and only smelled the smell. The little fallen beast looked disgusted and didn't even look at it. Jisoo was very worried. He was worried that it would starve to death if it didn't eat. And he was also worried that it would only eat human flesh soaked in fear. Jisoo couldn't accept it. And he couldn't let it eat humans. He had to find a substitute meal for the fallen beast as soon as possible. The little fallen beast's golden vertical pupils flashed with a thoughtful light. It climbed up from Jisoo's arms, flapped its little bat wings and flew up, growing bigger in the air. Jisoo was delighted, thinking that the fallen beast understood what he said and wanted to take him to the East City base. Then, he saw the fallen beast fly away without looking back. Jisoo, Jisoo, shock. Jisoo hurriedly chased after it. Qin Yinan, come back. The fallen beast didn't come back. And Jisoo was extremely anxious. He chased forward in the snow, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Soon the fallen beast completely flew away. Jisoo wanted to go back in time immediately. But he thought about it, and held back. He stared at the time. If the fallen beast didn't come back within 5 minutes, he would use the ability to go back and start all over again. From now on, he must use his ability to recall more carefully, and not let his mental energy run out, so as to avoid unpredictable situations. Most of his mental energy must be reserved for Qin Yinan. Every minute and every second of waiting was extremely difficult. He didn't know why the fallen beast left. He was afraid that it was too hungry, and went out to find food. When he thought of the fallen beast going out to eat people, Jisoo felt his eardrums bulging and his brain dizzy. Before Jisoo was scared to death by his own imagination. A black shadow appeared in the air in more than a minute. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The body suddenly shrank, and the little fallen beast fell into Jisoo's arms. A big guy fell from the sky and hit Jisoo with a bang. Jisoo widened his eyes and looked at the pig that fell in front of him. The pig was still wearing a patchwork fur coat, which was tightly put on the pig. There was also a bright red scarf around its neck, which was the highest level of warmth for a pig. The more Jisoo looked at the pig, the more familiar it looked. He called out tentatively, "Brother Jia?" The deformed pig grunted twice, trembling all over, and its 4 hooves kicked the ground desperately. It was so scared that its legs were weak, and it couldn't get up at all. "Help! Help! Don't eat me. Pork is not delicious. You shouldn't have pigs on your menu. Humans are delicious. You go eat humans. Ah! Help! Help! Don't eat me. Jisoo, Jisoo's face turned black, and he immediately covered the ears of the little fallen beast and kicked the deformed pig's butt. Shut up. Brother Jia, who was wailing in fear, suddenly fell silent, turned his head stiffly, and looked over. Seeing the familiar person, Brother Jia's eyes were instantly filled with tears. Help! Shut up! Jisoo scolded coldly. He quickly took the little fallen beast to the side to brainwash. My dear, don't listen to a pig's nonsense. Humans are not delicious. We can't eat people. Understand? The little fallen beast stretched its neck to look at the pig behind it, and whimpered in a baby voice. Jisoo leaned sideways to block the little fallen beast's sight. My dear, be obedient. We can't eat people. Absolutely not. Remember? The little fallen beast raised its little head and stared at Jisoo again and again. Its little head was stuck to Jisoo's face and rubbed back and forth. It flew up from Jisoo's arms with its little bat wings flapping. Jisoo was almost in a shadow, and hurriedly reached out to hold it to prevent it from flying away alone. The little fallen beast whimpered and struggled to get close to the deformed pig. Jisoo had no choice but to carry it over. The little fallen beast continued to struggle and wanted to get off. Jisoo put the little fallen beast on the deformed pig. Brother Jia was so scared that his soul was about to die. Just as he was about to cry for help, he was killed by Jisoo's eyes. The little fallen beast howled twice, reminding Jisoo to watch, opened its mouth wide, and bit the pig's butt, leaving 2 circles of fine teeth marks. Jiego howled, and the whole pig began to roll on the ground, almost frightened to death. The little fallen beast flew up quickly and fell into Jisoo's arms again. It touched Jisoo's mouth with a small paw and pointed at the pig on the ground. Jisoo, who was full of questions, suddenly had an idea. Do you want me to eat the pig? The little fallen beast held its paws, pointed to the distance, then pointed to the pig on the ground, and asked for praise with an expectant look. After understanding the little fallen beast's intention, Jisoo was immediately in tears and laughter. The little guy understood the East City base and understood eating meat. And then it went to catch the meat from the East City base and let Jisoo eat it. These 2 days, Jisoo kept repeating, telling the little fallen beast over and over again that it can't eat humans. Human meat is not delicious, and eating it will kill you. The little fallen beast remembered. So it went to the East City base to catch Brother Jia. Humans can't be eaten, but pigs can. Jisoo was so soft-hearted that he kissed the little fallen beast on the head again and again. Good boy. You are great. You can't eat humans, but pork, beef and mutton can be eaten. I will cut beef for you when I come back. The little guy rolled happily in Jisoo's arms, and his throat made a pleasant snoring sound. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. If the little fallen beast could use deformed poultry and livestock as a meal replacement, he would feel more at ease. After coaxing the little fallen beast, Jisoo walked towards the still trembling deformed pig. He saw several blood holes on the pig's back. They were scratched by the claws of the fallen beast. It grabbed the belt and closed together and brought them over. Brother Jia trembled and said, Pig, pig, pig. Pigs can't be eaten either. I have a master. Jisoo kicked the deformed pig that was about to burrow into the snow. Okay. Get up. Take me to see Liao Wu. Brother Jia wanted to get up, but he didn't dare to move. The big devil didn't let him get up, so he didn't dare. The little fallen beast tilted his head to look at Jisoo, wanting an explanation. Jisoo kissed it and coaxed it. This pig is not delicious. It's dirty and smelly. Let's take it to exchange for something else. Brother Jia, immediately rolled twice in the snow. In order to survive, it would rather be dirty and smelly. The little fallen beast roared, and the deformed pig seemed to have been pardoned. It immediately got up from the ground and stood straight on all 4 legs. Although it was still trembling, it stood firmly. Jisoo stuffed the little fallen beast into his arms, rode on the pig, grabbed the fur on the pig, and went to the East City base. At this time, the East City base had entered the first level alert state. Everyone was afraid to find a shelter to hide, and did not dare to expose themselves openly. They saw with their own eyes that a huge black shadow fell and took away the leader's deformed pig. Such a big pig was gone just like that, and it was gone in front of the leader. Liao Wu thought he was dreaming. In the past few days, he had dealt with a faction of the deputy leader Li Chongquang. A section of the wall was maliciously destroyed. He was leading people to repair the base wall. Brother Jia followed him, and the pig was gone in the blink of an eye. He only saw a huge black shadow grabbing the pig and flying away, not to mention fighting back. He didn't even see what took Brother Jia away. Liao Wu, who had reacted, immediately organized people and started the steam car, preparing to take people to find the pig and follow the direction of the black shadow. If the speed is fast, maybe he can save Brother Jia. So the steam car met Brother Jia on the way back. Seeing that Brother Jia was intact and Jisoo was sitting on his back, Liao Wu was shocked. Wasn't Brother Jia captured? How could he be with you? Liao Wu was completely confused. My brother was worried that I would walk too slowly to the East City base alone, so he borrowed Brother Jia to use. Jisoo certainly would not tell others about the confused behavior of the little fallen beast. Your brother? Liao Wu was confused, not seeing Mr. Qin next to Jisoo. Liao Wu was shocked, and cold sweat instantly soaked his inner clothes. If the black shadow was Jisoo's brother, Liao Wu subconsciously looked up at the sky, his heart pounding. The huge black shadow was too oppressive, and the strength was unimaginable. Jisoo was invited by Liao Wu to get on the steam car and return to the base together. Jisoo carried a backpack that he usually used on his back, and the backpack straps that were turned horizontally just stopped the little fallen beast from falling. The little fallen beast nestled in Jisoo's arms, wrapped in warmth and pleasant smells, and felt drowsy and comfortable. The weather was cold, and everyone was wearing thick clothes, so no one noticed what Jisoo had in his arms. Brother Jia knew, but he didn't dare to say it, and he ran after the steam car tremblingly. On the way back, Liao Wu mentioned buying a truck and building a base wall. Jisoo came here for this purpose, but he didn't plan to sell it only to the East City base. He also wanted to discuss this business with shelter number 17. Jisoo didn't have a car, and the little fallen beast was confused and didn't understand much. Jisoo didn't want to waste time going to shelter number 17 to talk again. So he simply asked Liao Wu to send someone to invite Xiao Shiqi to come over and discuss it together. Liao Wu, Yu Dongyan who came with him, They didn't expect that Jisoo would actually make such a request. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't be handled by them. There are many things that can be earned and talked about when selling goods to two parties. Judging from Jisoo's appearance, he doesn't seem to care about those little things. Jisoo really didn't want to deal with him slowly. Xiao Luo hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. He had to go back to feed his brother as soon as possible. Jisoo said, I have a fixed price for selling cars and building bases. If you can afford my price, the deal will be successful. It will be the same for Dongcheng and shelter number 17. Now Xinjiang City has only 2 major bases, and the population will only increase in the future. Do you need to make a decision quickly? I'm in a hurry. Liao Wu and Yu Dongyan frowned at the same time. They didn't know about the tomorrow base. After asking, Jisoo told them that Zhou Suixing and Su Chen were dead, and the business car was also driven away. The internal conflicts of tomorrow base were serious. It won't be long before it will disband on its own. While Jisoo was recovering in the vicinity, he saw many survivors fleeing. Liao Wu and Yu Dongyan were horrified. They had heard that these two people were very powerful, especially Zhou Suixing. Some time ago, there were rumors that he was the strongest deformed person in Xinjiang City. But he was gone. One by one, Liao Wu was very cautious about Jisoo. He asked Yu Dongyan to drive a steam car to shelter number 17 to explain the situation. If Xiao Shiqi was interested in the business, he could take it over and discuss it together. Trucks and base walls are necessities for a base. Xiao Shiqi wants them in his dreams. Of course, he would not blindly believe Yu Dongyan. He had been working hard in Xinjiang City for so long, and he had never heard of Jisoo, who had the ability to build a wall. Xiao Shiqi believed it. But it was nonsense to have so many trucks in his hands. Just in case, Xiao Shiqi still took people to go there in person, so as not to miss an opportunity in vain if Dongcheng Base had cars and houses. But their shelter number 17 had nothing. When Xiao Shiqi and his people arrived at Dongcheng Base, their eyes were straight. The gate and wall of Dongcheng Base were completely different. The low-rise copycat version suddenly became a high-end custom-made one, which was more upscale than a little bit. Look at the sturdy and beautiful gate, and then look at the tall and smooth wall. There are people standing on the wall, which is very convenient for duty and combat. Not to mention Xiao Shiqi. Even Yu Dongyan was shocked. He was not like this when he left the base. In a short time, there was a world of difference. His awe of Jisoo increased a little. Xiao Shiqi was extremely excited and walked into the East City base quickly with his people. He had a certain understanding of Liao Wu and would not do anything to close the door and harm him. Besides, there was no big hatred between shelter number 17 and East City base. Jisoo and Liao Wu had already negotiated a deal. So he built a base wall for him and promised to sell 2 trucks to East City base and send them over tomorrow. Liao Wu wanted to pay the full amount, but Jisoo did not accept the practice of paying half of the deposit and paying the balance after the car was delivered. He would not come tomorrow. So many energy crystals were in the hands of the person who delivered the car, and it was easy for people to miss them. If there was a mistake, people, cars, and energy crystals would be lost. Jisoo never minded speculating others with the greatest malice. If you are not sure, don't buy it. Jisoo doesn't have to sell the car to them. Liao Wu had no choice but to empty his family's savings to buy a car and build a base wall. But in his opinion, it was all worth it. Xiao Shiqi was quick-witted and liked to beat around the bush. Jisoo didn't give him the chance to waste time and told him the price directly. If he agreed to pay the energy crystals, he would build a base wall for him now. If he didn't agree, Jisoo would have to go back. The little fallen beast was still hungry. Xiao Shiqi couldn't say anything more. He didn't have the chance to say anything about inquiring about information, digging out identities, and luring. He could not believe Jisoo. But the consequence was that he would lose his car and house. Since the East City base had already become the first to eat crabs, shelter number 17 didn't want to be outdone. So it had to bite the bullet and pay a part of the energy crystals first, and then pay the rest after returning. Jisoo didn't argue with him, and asked Yu Dongyan to drive the steam car to take them to shelter number 17. Jisoo stayed in the car and did not go in. Xiao Shiqi paid the energy crystals, and he could put up the base wall outside. Some things were hard to say in front of Yu Dongyan. But Jisoo was unwilling to get off the car, and Xiao Shiqi had no choice but to wait for the next opportunity to talk to Jisoo privately. Xiao Shiqi went back to get the energy crystals, and Jisoo put up the wall and said that he would have someone send 2 trucks over tomorrow. Before leaving, Jisoo reminded, "My people are here to send you the car. I hope that shelter number 17 and Dongcheng base can be responsible for their safety. If something happens and they cannot return to Baiwan town base safely, I will only count it on you." Jisoo was talking to Xiao Shiqi and Yu Dongyan. Xiao Shiqi's face trembled. It's not that he has never done something robbing thieves. A medium-sized force robbed their supplies. And then Xiao Shiqi led people to rob the supplies of the medium-sized force. And more than once. Xiao Shiqi smiled wryly. "What are you saying? If your people provoke a powerful deformed monster, will it be our fault if they die?" Jisoo had seen this method many times. Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen had used it to eliminate the people around him one by one. Every time he investigated, there were all kinds of accidents, and they died at the hands of the deformed monster. Xiao Shiqi didn't know Jisoo's strength, but Yu Dongyan saw it with his own eyes. He must not provoke him. Jisoo looked at him coldly and touched his arms. "Good boy. Wake up." The sleepy little fallen beast poked its head out and looked at Xiao Shiqi with a pair of golden vertical pupils. Just the moment they looked at each other, Xiao Shiqi was shrouded in great fear. His face was pale, and cold sweat was pouring down. He couldn't retreat, and his body was stiff and out of control. Yu Dongyan was so scared that he fell in the car. He thought of the behemoth that took away Jiegu. The head shape was too similar. The purpose of deterrence was achieved. Jisoo covered the pupils of the little fallen beast and said gently, "Sleep for a while. I make you delicious food later." The little fallen beast shrank back into Jisoo's arms and continued to sleep with his legs spread out. Jisoo said calmly, "I told you to be responsible for the safety of the people delivering the car. Any mistakes are your responsibility. Even if they freeze to death on the road or choke to death while drinking water, I will settle accounts with you." Jisoo signaled Yu Dongyan that he could drive. Yu Dongyan was terrified and glanced at Jisoo's arms from time to time, not daring to breathe. Xiao Shiqi watched the steam car leave, veins on his forehead throbbing, and he did not go back to the shelter. He took off his upper body clothes, and brown feathers quickly covered his upper body. His arms turned into wings, and he spread his wings and flew to the East City base alone. He wanted to ask Liao Wu who this Jisoo was. What was hidden in his arms? And why was it so terrifying? Yu Dongyan sent Jisoo to the destination, and did not dare to stay any longer. He drove back immediately, and conveyed Jisoo's intention to the leader. After being out for so many days, he finally returned to the RV. He put down his heavy backpack, turned on the car heater, took off his down jacket, and took the little beast out. The little guy had woken up and yawned loudly. Jisoo put it on the sofa, took his clothes, and went to wash up first. He hadn't taken a good bath in the past few days. Jisoo felt that he was going to stink. Before making food, he had to wash himself first. Hearing the sound of water, the little beast flapped its little bat wings and flew to the bathroom, but hit the bathroom door. Jisoo heard a thud, and his hand that was making foam paused. "My dear, wait for me. I make you food after I take a bath." The little beast outside the door stood up, scratching the door with its 2 little paws, howling, wanting to go in. It also wanted to take a bath, and wanted to take a bath with Jisoo. "Jisoo, Qin Yinan, don't scratch the door." Jisoo knew very well how sharp the claws of the fallen beast were. No matter how much the RV was reinforced, it could not withstand the scratching of the fallen beast. The scratching sound paused, and then changed to patting. The little claws patted the bathroom door again and again, wanting to go in and take a shower. Jisoo thought that the little fallen beast was starving, so he hurriedly took a shower and came out with wet hair. He picked up the little fallen beast on the ground and put it on his shoulder. "I come right away. Don't worry." The little fallen beast looked at the steaming bathroom, and then looked at the wet Jisoo. Disappointment flashed in its big golden eyes. It leaned close to Jisoo's ear and licked his earlobe. Jisoo was itchy and quickly reached out to cover his ears. "Don't make trouble." The little fallen beast howled, and a little claw pointed to the bathroom. Jisoo looked at the black little fallen beast, and thought of it killing people and catching pigs. So he immediately turned around and went back to the bathroom. The little fallen beast had bright eyes, waiting to take a bath together. And then Jisoo put it in the pool alone, took a small brush and shower gel, and scrubbed all its scales. Seeing the discolored bath water, Jisoo's scalp exploded, and he washed it several times in a row until the water was clear. Not only did he wash his paws, but he also disinfected them carefully. After washing his body, he couldn't leave his mouth behind. He brushed his teeth and tongue several times in a row, and brushed every tooth gap carefully. Only then did Jisoo go out to cook with a comfortable body. The little fallen beast was already wilted, even though its scales were shiny and reflective, and its breath was fragrant. It was not happy. Jisoo just thought that the little fallen beast was hungry. So he took 2 pieces of fresh beef, washed them carefully, supped the water, fried 1 piece, and left 1 piece, and the fragrance soon wafted out. While Jisoo was busy, the little fallen beast was clinging to the table, and a pair of big golden eyes followed Jisoo's movements. And 2 pieces of beef were soon served on the table. Jisoo took a clean towel, wrapped it around the neck of the little fallen beast, and carried it to the dining table. The beef was fried to medium rare without any seasoning. Jisoo cut a small piece and fed it to the little fallen beast. The little fallen beast smelled it, walked away without interest, stopped in front of the plate of raw beef, and sniffed it again. It seemed to be hesitant, but also reluctantly opened its mouth, bit one side of the raw beef, bit a small gap, and swallowed it directly without chewing. Jisoo saw that the little fallen beast didn't like the beef very much. Maybe it was too hungry, so it had to eat a few bites reluctantly. Jisoo brought the little fallen beast over, cut the raw beef into the right size with a knife and fork, and put it on the plate. The little fallen beast ate 1 piece at a time, which was more convenient for eating. Jisoo added seasoning to the plate of cooked beef and ate it himself. Jisoo watched it finish a plate. "Are you full?" The little fallen beast squatted on the dining table, licked its mouth, and pushed the plate to Jisoo. Obviously not full. Jisoo also moved a large piece of fresh beef leg from the warehouse, where time flows slowly, washed it in the sink, wiped it dry, and moved it to the dining table, so that the little fallen beast could eat the self-service beef. Jisoo cut a piece, and the little fallen beast ate a piece until the big piece of fresh beef leg was finished. The little fallen beast left the table, indicating that he would not eat anymore. Jisoo looked at the still flat belly of the little fallen beast. It ate beef that was several times larger than the little fallen beast, but it didn't look full at all. If it was based on the normal size of the fallen beast, this beef would not be enough. Rather than eating enough, the little fallen beast seemed to be eating for fun. It was okay to eat or not to eat. Jisoo thought about it, took out a bag of milk powder, made a cup of warm milk, grabbed the little fallen beast and fed it. The little fallen beast smelled the sweet taste and immediately turned its head to avoid it. No matter how Jisoo coaxed it, the little fallen beast just refused to drink a mouthful, which made Jisoo so angry that he drank it all in one breath, leaving a circle of milk whiskers on his mouth. The little fallen beast stared at the circle of milk whiskers, and suddenly climbed onto Jisoo excitedly, licking his mouth and eating all the milk whiskers. Jisoo, I understand. The little fallen beast is not unable to drink milk, but it is picky and doesn't want to drink. It wants to drink when it changes to another place. After eating and drinking enough, you can set off back to the base. Chapter 85. Without Shin Yanin by his side, Jisoo had to do the driving work by himself, and the little fallen beast followed closely. When Jisoo drove, it squatted on Jisoo's shoulder, helping to keep an eye on the road, with an expression more serious than Jisoo. Fortunately, there were tracks of light trucks and commercial vehicles on the road. Even if Jisoo's driving skills were not good, he could return to the base safely by following the tracks. Before entering the base, Jisoo put on his down jacket, tied a scarf across his shoulders, wrapped the little fallen beast in the scarf, and put it in his arms. Shin Yanin in this state should not be seen by others, and the little fallen beast should not be allowed to leave his side. Jisoo drove the RV all the way back to the planting base. Xiying, Chung Imo and Wen Xiao, who had returned earlier, were already waiting at the gate of the inner base, and followed Jisoo's RV into the inner base. The management committee has arranged accommodation for the new members of the planting base, and all the living supplies have been taken over. They are cleaning up their new home and don't know that Jisoo is back. Wen Xiao and the others were waiting here mainly for the 2 sealed small rectangles in the carriage. The two full deformities were very irritable, and were still struggling in the small rectangles, smashing the carriage with bangs. Wen Xiao was a little nervous. Have you decided where to store the full deformities? It might be uncomfortable to put them horizontally in the car like this. They are always making a fuss. Wen Xiao was very afraid that Jisoo would build the full deformity storage far away from the base. It would be inconvenient for her to visit them every day, and the distance was too far, and no one would know if something happened. The location has been chosen. Bring people and tools, and go to clear the snow together. On the way back, Jisoo had already thought about where to arrange the full deformity storage. He planned to build a castle on the top of Jinglin Mountain in the south of Baiwan town. The top of the mountain was not close to the base, nor was it too far. If there was anything wrong with the base, the fallen beasts could rush back at any time with their flying ability. In order to facilitate going up the mountain, the base could also open a gate at the foot of the mountain. And the full deformity storage was built at the foot of the mountain. It is outside the base, but also close to the base. With Jisoo and the fallen beast to supervise, they can solve any problems as soon as possible. Wen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the storage place for all abnormalities was at the foot of the mountain. She could walk or ride there in the future. With such a short distance, she could visit them every day. Jisoo did not delay, and asked Chi Ying to drive the new material-modified car to the foot of the mountain together. It took some time to clean up the site. When they finished, the storage place built by Jisoo was also completed. There are 3 layers of protection from the main gate to the storage location, plus the rectangle for sealing all abnormalities. A total of 4 layers. If relatives want to visit all abnormalities, they need to go through 3 doors to see them. After the storage place for all abnormalities was built, Chi Ying drove back again and transported 2 small rectangles of all abnormalities over, and put them in 2 small rooms respectively. The names of the abnormal people were written on the house numbers of the rooms, to facilitate relatives and friends to visit. This visit was just standing outside the small sealed rectangle and talking and chatting with the abnormal people. The small rectangle is completely closed, and will not be opened before it returns to adulthood. If you don't want to be locked up like this, you can only expel it from the vicinity of the base. After the 2 small rectangles of full deformity were placed, Jisoo made a round transparent window on the small rectangle. In order to make it stronger, it can only be stacked in multiple layers. Although it is blurry, you can still vaguely see the situation inside. The small window is only big enough for people to get in. It can be locked from the outside. The key is given to the administrator for safekeeping. After they return to adulthood, the administrator will open the window from the outside to allow air to circulate so that the people inside will not suffocate to death. Even if Jisoo is not there, the people inside can climb out of the window and will not be locked in forever. Wen Xiao has also become a deformed person in a desperate situation of life and death. As long as they are deformed, they will enter a full deformity, sooner or later. Mo Linshu and Chu Ying are the 2 people Wen Xiao cares about most in this world. Seeing her cousin and best friend being locked up here alone, it really feels like being in prison. She feels very uncomfortable. Originally, the 3 of them had made up their minds to seek revenge even if they would rather die. Now, it has become like this. But she is the one who survived. She knew very well that if these 2 people could not survive, she would not be able to survive either. Now the most important thing was to help them survive the full freak state. Can I stay here? I want to accompany them. Wen Xiao asked Jisoo. She wanted to accompany them until the full freak state. Jisoo thought about it and did not refuse. During the full freak state, although human consciousness is weak, they still respond to the voices and language of important people. Accompanying may really increase the survival rate of the full freak state. Wen Xiao hesitated. That key, Jisoo refused. The key cannot be given to you. Each small rectangular key will be kept by the administrator. This administrator must have nothing to do with the full freak state in the storage place to avoid emotional problems. Jisoo also made it clear to Wen Xiao that any accidents during the care period would be her own responsibility. After all, it is a common knowledge that the full freak state is dangerous and difficult to control. Wen Xiao agreed, went back to get the mattress and quilt, and stood guard at the door of the 2 sealed rooms. With Wen Xiao's comfort and encouragement, the 2 noisy full deformities finally calmed down, and their reactions gave the deformed people hope. Sooner or later, they will enter here. If relatives or friends help them like this, they can climb out of the abyss of full deformity faster. Seeing such obvious results, Jisoo built a row of independent single rooms in the third layer of protection, opposite the small storage room, to facilitate the caregivers to live without lying on the empty corridor. Jisoo did everything he could think of for them, just hoping that Baiwan Town will have more perfect deformities in the future, which is a powerful force that cannot be underestimated. By then, they don't have to worry about the degree of deformity, and they will be timid in battle. The deformity ability belongs entirely to them, and they can also exert the strongest combat power in battle. The selection of administrators is very important, and there must be more than one person. Jisoo decided to select one person from each base, and he must be a person who is trustworthy enough to ensure safety. In this way, the news of the full deformity storage will be announced to the entire Baiwan Town base. If such news is handled well, Baiwan Town can absorb more deformed people. The deformed people who are already in the Baiwan Town base will feel more at ease and have a stronger sense of belonging, and they will have no worries when fighting. Even if they become full deformed, they will not necessarily become monsters. As long as they pass this stage, they will become stronger. Jisoo handed this matter to Liangju to do. Liangju was shocked to learn that Jisoo had set up a full deformity storage as soon as he came back. After all, he was also a deformed person and would become a full deformed person sooner or later. With such a way out, he had nothing to worry about. While Liangju was planning how to publicize this news, Jisoo took the little fallen beast back home. Before the castle was built and officially moved in, he had to continue living in the base. Otherwise he and the little fallen beast would have nowhere to go. Tomorrow we can go up the mountain to check the terrain and prepare to build the castle. Before going home, he went to Aunt Chio's house to meet Buzai and Qinyu. Qinyu was the name Jisoo gave to Xiao Yuyu, because he had to take care of Xiao Luobian. Jisoo was not convenient to take the two cubs home. Buzai's reaction did not seem to be daring to go home. This time, Buzai rarely pestered him. When he saw him, he hid far away and did not dare to approach him at all. Xiao Yuyu was completely unaware of the danger and hugged Jisoo's legs, wanting to hug him. As soon as the strange breath approached, the Xiao Luobian in Jisoo's arms moved and struggled to get out of his arms. Jisoo held it down, coaxed Xiao Yuyu a few words, and hurriedly left Aunt Chio's house. His reaction made Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang worried. Aunt Chio went to coax Xiao Yuyu, and Uncle Zhang chased her out. Jisoo did not hide it from him, and told Uncle Zhang about Qin Yinan's current situation. Xiao Luobian was very unstable, and could not be stimulated. Jisoo could only put Xiao Luobian first in everything. Knowing that Jisoo was fine, Uncle Zhang was relieved and asked Jisoo to take good care of Qin Yinan. Buzai and Yuyu would take good care of him. In the eyes of others, Qin Yinan had entered a state of complete abnormality. For the time being, no one would know the existence of the fallen beast, unless the fallen beast caused a disaster. The little fallen beast would be very well behaved when it was with Jisoo. It slept with Jisoo these 2 nights. Rather than saying that Jisoo was staring at it, it would be better to say that the little fallen beast was guarding Jisoo, just like a dragon guarding a treasure, never leaving. The trucks prepared for the East City base and shelter number 17 were ready. These 4 vehicles were driven out of the underground garage by Jisoo. The energy source was not modified and still used oil. In order to drive smoothly to Chijiang City, Jisoo even used fuel antifreeze. In addition to the 4 trucks sold, 1 more truck was needed to bring back the driver. So at least 5 people had to go. Shi Ying, Chung Mo and Meng Bi's, who were familiar with the road, wanted to go over to deliver the car. Meng Zhong also wanted to help, but was stopped by Jisoo. There were other things that Meng Zhong needed to do, so he didn't need to go with him to deliver the car. For the remaining 2 people, Jisoo asked Fan Lin and Chiu Junwen, who came from the underground shelter, to go together. 5 people and 5 cars. The 4 deformed people drove 4 trucks respectively. Fan Lin was tall and strong, but he was not a deformed person. He drove Jisoo's new material-modified car to go over and bring the 4 people back safely. The new material-modified car used energy crystals and was reinforced many times by Jisoo. It was very safe. Even if there was danger, a few people hiding in the car would not have a big problem. The 5 cars left the base and went to Chijiang City to deliver the car. Jisoo also took people to Jinglin Mountain. Jinglin Mountain is a single mountain with a large area. Below the mountainside, the slope is gentle. The higher you go, the steeper the mountain is. And the mountain is full of dense forests and weeds. Now it was covered with snow. If you choose to go up the mountain at this time, You can't even find the steps. It's very dangerous to go up the mountain. Jisoo and his group can only go up the mountain while clearing the snow on the steps. Jinglin Mountain was once developed and is considered a free scenic spot. People often come to climb the mountain. There are steps on the mountain, winding and leading to the top of the mountain. The group of people were all exhausted when they reached the top of the mountain. The top of the highest mountain was relatively flat, covered with thick snow, which needed to be cleared before the castle could be safely launched. The people who followed Jisoo up the mountain were all young and strong youths, not only from the planting base, but also from the south base and the central base. Although they couldn't understand why Jisoo wanted to build a house on the mountain, they were still willing to help. Jisoo and Qin Yinan were the backbone of the Baiwan town base. They were all willing to get familiar with Jisoo, because there were too many good things in the planting base. They didn't get the pure dragon fruit branches rewarded by the base at the beginning, but now those who got them have grown them alive. They have been jealous for a long time. Maybe if they do well this time, they will be noticed by Mr. G. What will they want to exchange for? More people work faster. After clearing the snow, Jisoo asked them to retreat to the middle of the mountain. He had already built the model of the castle, combining the opinions of him and Qin Yinan. It would be noisy if such a large castle was launched. The existing area on the top of the mountain is not enough for the castle, which Jisoo had already considered. He built an extra base for the castle, and the rugged top of the mountain would be automatically filled and turned into a platform large enough to build the castle, which was equivalent to building the castle on the top of the mountain. When such a large castle was launched, the entire Jinglin Mountain was shaking, and the white snow rolled down the mountain. The group of people waiting halfway up the mountain all ran to an open area to avoid being buried by the heavy snow that fell. When the shaking stopped, they looked up again, and in the steep mountain forest, they could faintly see a tall castle with a blue roof and gray walls. From their perspective, they could only see a gray curtain wall and a round tower, with the outer fort and the main fort of different heights behind them. Just by looking at it from a distance, they knew how exquisite and beautiful this castle was. They originally thought they were building a house, but they didn't expect it to be a castle. And it was such a big castle. Everyone looked at each other and ran to the stairs at the same time, eager to visit the castle up close. However, before they ran up the stairs, the vibration came again, scaring a group of people to run back to the open space. Jisoo was laying a tunnel on the top of the mountain. The surface of the mountain was covered with too many trees, weeds and thick snow, which was not easy to clean. It was not easy to build a mountain road. Jisoo simply opened a one-way tunnel in the mountain. If you want to drive up and down the mountain, you can only enter and exit from the tunnel. The end of the tunnel leads directly to the castle square. The tunnel can also be closed and locked, and vehicles without permission cannot go up the mountain. After finishing all these, Jisoo came down from the mountain. It would take some time to prepare the castle for habitation. The energy supply, water diversion from the mountain, decoration and all furniture all need time to prepare. The young people who came to help from the three bases were busy together. It took more than a month to install all the facilities in the castle and prepare all the furniture and appliances. All the energy needed in the castle was replaced with energy crystals. There were some technical problems that Fan Lin could not solve, so Jisoo and the Fallen Beast went to the Rome's base in Yihai City in person. Instead of driving there, the Fallen Beast took Jisoo to fly there. The speed was very fast. He almost froze to death along the way. He brought a technician back and studied the modification with Fan Lin. The man and the beast flew back and forth several times and brought back a lot of good things from the Rome's base. Some were new products of the Rome's base, and some were customized by Jisoo from the Rome's base, all of which were equipped for the castle. After the work was completed, Jisoo and the Fallen Beast sent the technician back well. Only Jisoo was allowed to climb on the back of the Fallen Beast. No one else could. Jisoo didn't want anyone to use Qin Yinan as a mount, so his boyfriend could just carry him on his back. The technician failed to climb on the back of the Fallen Beast because the beast grabbed him and grabbed him back with its claws, and he was almost scared to death. On the day when the man and the beast officially moved into the castle, the little Fallen Beast seemed to know that this was the home of it and Jisoo, and it excitedly played around in the castle, flying around every corner, leaving its scent. In the future, except for the little Fallen Beast, no deformed animal dared to approach the castle. To celebrate moving into the new home, the little Fallen Beast personally went out to hunt a deformed cow. After Jisoo cleaned it, He directly brought the raw beef to the table, cutting and feeding it. The little fallen beast ate half a cow, and ate it very deliciously. Jisoo didn't know whether the little fallen beast liked to eat fresh food or was in a good mood and had a better appetite. Jisoo started to eat after the little fallen beast had eaten. He cooked rice, stir-fried beef tripe and beef bone soup, which was enough for him alone. The castle was very large. In addition to the round towers in all directions, there were outer castles and castle main buildings in each direction. And there were castle side buildings of different sizes guarding the main building. The entire castle was a complex of buildings, in which the outer castle, inner castle, main castle and side castles were all connected and separated by tall arches. As long as you enter the castle, you will be completely isolated from the outside world. The emotional fluctuations in the castle cannot be transmitted. Similarly, the emotional fluctuations outside the castle cannot affect the fallen beast. All the roofs of the castle are built in a pointed cone shape, resolutely not giving the deformed monster the opportunity to climb the roof. There are too many rooms, and Jisoo and the fallen beast cannot live in it. The outer castles, main castles and side castles in other directions are all sealed, leaving only a main castle facing the base to live in. And even the side castles are not needed. A main castle has several floors, and there are so many rooms upstairs and downstairs that it is impossible to live in it. The space of a main castle is large enough to accommodate the normal size of the fallen beast, and it can also fly around in it. Jisoo only chose a room on the first floor as a bedroom. There was a fireplace built inside, and the flames were strong. Even the restaurant next door was warm. The little fallen beast squatted on the dining table, staring at Jisoo eating, and stretched out its little claws several times, wanting to feed Jisoo like Jisoo fed it. But its claws could not hold chopsticks. After thinking for a while, he fluttered his little bat wings, took a spoon from the cupboard, clamped it between his claws, carefully scooped a spoonful of soup, and raised it, with expectation in his golden vertical pupils. Jisoo was amused, lowered his head, and drank the half-spilled beef bone soup. Thank you. The little fallen beast's thinking became more and more flexible, and he was no longer as ignorant as when he first became a fallen beast. Their communication became smoother and smoother. Jisoo took the spoon and scooped a spoonful of beef bone soup to the little fallen beast's mouth. Try it. The beef bone soup tastes good. The little fallen beast stared at the spoon again and again, circled half a circle, stretched out his little head, licked the place where Jisoo drank, and then stared at Jisoo with his eyes, meaning very straightforward. Jisoo, He felt teased by a fallen beast. Jisoo had no choice but to scoop the soup again with the same spoon and drink it under the eager eyes of the little fallen beast. Jisoo scooped another spoonful and fed it to him. The little beast licked the place where Jisoo's lips touched. The man and the beast took turns to drink up the whole bowl of soup. Chapter 86. That night, Jisoo held the little fallen beast and slept on a comfortable and soft big bed. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and it was warm all night. Jisoo finally didn't have to take a light nap to prevent the little fallen beast from running out and causing trouble. He could sleep well. The main gate and the arched narrow windows of the main castle were all closed. The little fallen beast couldn't open them by himself and couldn't fly out alone. The castle was very safe, for others and for the little fallen beast. The weather was about to warm up. The pure flower that Jisoo had been thinking about had been found, and the castle he and Chin Yinan had built had also been built. The survivors of the Baiwan town base had clothes to wear, food to eat, and houses to live in, which was much better than the end of the world that Jisoo had experienced before. What Jisoo has to do now is to study the flower of purity, and how to purify the dark matter in the soil. Rumors are just rumors after all, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. Rumors once said that it was a flower, but what Jisoo saw was a cluster of several black flowers and unopened buds. The specific purification method was not mentioned in the rumors, but Jisoo saw with his own eyes how ferocious the flower of purity was. The RV modified with new materials was driven by Jisoo to the castle garage on the top of the mountain. Jisoo and the little fallen beast moved the rectangular box that sealed the flower of purity from the RV warehouse. When they got outside the car, Jisoo didn't need to do anything. The little fallen beast enlarged its body, grabbed the rectangular box, and could move it anywhere it wanted. Jisoo commanded the fallen beast to move the rectangular box into a closed room in the castle. This room had only one door and no windows. The light source came from the energy lamp researched by the Roan family base. Only one piece of energy crystal that had not grown could be used for a long time. This room was designed for storing important items. The flower of purity was important enough. So it was the first item in this room. In order to plant the pure flower, Jisoo even made a circular flower bed in advance, which was filled with soft soil. Above the flower bed, it was completely covered by a tall transparent cover. This was not an ordinary transparent cover, but was constructed by Jisoo's spiritual energy and reinforced with many layers to ensure that the pure flower's black fog attack could not destroy it. A man and a beast entered the room. Jisoo closed the door, locked it from the inside, opened a small door on the transparent cover, let the fallen beast fly in, and placed the rectangular box in the center of the flower bed according to Jisoo's instructions. A pit was dug there in advance. When the rectangular box was weathered, the roots and soil of the pure flower could just fill the pit. There was no need to move it anymore. And there was no way to move it. The pure flower was too ferocious. So everything had to be done with caution. After putting the rectangular box away, Jisoo waved to let the fallen beast shrink to its smallest size and hide in his arms. The fallen beast became smaller, but did not hide. Instead, it squatted on Jisoo's shoulder, and its little tail gently circled Jisoo's neck, ready to face the things in the rectangular box with Jisoo. Jisoo brought in the defensive black umbrella and the necessary tools to prevent the pure flower from being touched and starting indiscriminate attacks, so that he could be prepared. Jisoo waited quietly for a moment, waiting for the rectangular box to stop trembling and the attack inside to stop. And then he walked into the transparent cover with the black umbrella. And every step was very careful, trying not to disturb the pure flower. When he walked to the rectangular box, Jisoo blocked the black umbrella in front of him, tilted his head to look at the little fallen beast on his shoulder, and wanted to let it go first. It was too dangerous here. But Jisoo knew that the little fallen beast would not leave him at this time. Forget it. I can only try to cover it as much as possible. And if it doesn't work, I will go back. And I have to remove the rectangular box. Jisoo was ready, stretched out a hand from the edge of the umbrella, and gently tapped on the rectangular box. Jisoo's movements were light enough, and the rectangular box disappeared, and the pure flower sealed inside suddenly fell into the pit, causing a big vibration. The expected attack came as expected, and countless small black balls flew around like bullets. Jisoo took the little fallen beast to hide behind the umbrella, and was beaten back by a wave of attacks. Some small black balls even flew out of the door of the transparent cover, hit the wall of the room, and dissipated into a ball of black mist floating in the room. Jisoo exited the transparent cover in a panic, closed the door immediately, and locked it directly. At this time, the transparent cover was full of scattered black mist, and even the shadow of the pure flower could not be seen. The little fallen beast, who was staring at the transparent cover, suddenly looked away, and the black mist that flew out of the transparent cover condensed into a ball and was flying towards this side. The little fallen beast suddenly jumped up and pounced on the black mist. The weight on his shoulders suddenly disappeared. Jisoo looked over and saw the little fallen beast jumping into the black fog. He was shocked. Jin Yinan, come back. Jisoo was about to go over to help when he saw the black fog disappearing quickly until the last trace was sucked into the mouth of the little fallen beast. Jisoo, shock. Jisoo was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. How could the little fallen beast eat the black fog of the pure flower? Will it be okay? The little fallen beast flew back with its bat wings flapping, licked its mouth with satisfaction, and continued to stare at the black fog in the transparent cover. Jisoo was so shocked that he lost the ability to think, and could only stare blankly at the little fallen beast on his shoulder. The little fallen beast moved its little paws on Jisoo's shoulder, looking a little anxious, and then took the initiative to fly over, landing at the door of the transparent cover, standing up, with its two little paws on the transparent cover, looking back at Jisoo, and howling twice, asking Jisoo to open the door. It wanted to go in for dinner. Jisoo took a deep breath and glanced at the room. There was no trace of black fog anymore. It was not a dream. It was really eaten by the little fallen beast. When it was half fallen, the black fog could still affect Jin Yinan. But now it has become a real fallen beast. The situation is completely reversed. Although I don't know what's going on. The little fallen beast obviously wants to eat the black fog. Jisoo made some mental preparations. always ready to go back in time, opened the lock, and carefully opened a crack. The little fallen beast folded its bat wings and went straight in. Jisoo didn't even have time to stop it. The little fallen beast patted the transparent door, signaling Jisoo to close the door and not let the black fog escape. Jisoo could only close the door fearfully, staring nervously at the little fallen beast that ran into the transparent cover, and immediately turned back if there was anything wrong. The black fog in the transparent cover gradually thinned until the last trace of black fog completely disappeared. The little fallen beast still stood at the door, with his back to Jisoo, looking at the pure flower that showed its true appearance. Then Jisoo saw a scene that made his heart stop. The little fallen beast dug a claw of soul and threw it at the quiet pure flower. In an instant, the transparent cover became a black fog battlefield again, and countless small black balls condensed by black fog flew everywhere. The little fallen beast spread its bat wings and flew around in the transparent cover at an extremely fast speed, almost teleporting, to catch the flying small black balls. Jisoo felt dizzy and weak in the legs. He was so scared that he almost died. However, the little fallen beast was eating the buffet inside. After eating, he would dig up some mud and throw it over. He could also have a refill. After a few times, Jisoo was very calm. When the little fallen beast continued to throw it, the pure flower had no reaction. The whole bunch of flowers seemed to be drained, with branches and leaves drooping, and even the black petals drooped. Jisoo was worried that the pure flower would not live long. So he advised, "My dear, I want this flower to be useful again. You can't just kill it." The little fallen beast turned his head to look at him, with doubts in his big golden eyes. Jisoo explained to it, "This flower can purify the soil. When there is clean soil, we can grow clean food. Only with food can we survive. This flower is very important." I don't know if Xiaoduobian understood it. He turned his head and howled at the pure flower. The pure flower seemed to be irritated and shot a small black mist. Xiaoduobian jumped high and swallowed it in one gulp. After landing, he continued to howl. Seeing that the pure flower ignored him, Xiaoduobian also had a temper. He pounced on it and was about to slap it with a claw. Jisoo, With this claw, the flower was gone. Xiaoduobian seemed to remember that the flower was very important. He stopped his claws in time, turned around, and turned his back to the pure flower. He used all 4 claws to dig the soil and splashed it. The pure flower was soon buried in the leaves. He actually wanted to bury the pure flower alive. The roots, stems, and leaves of the pure flower shook violently, and the black mist hit Xiaoduobian again, and the burial stopped. The little fallen beast continued to howl, and suddenly something fell out of the black flower. From the shape, it looked like a flower core, shaped like an acorn, but larger than an acorn, and tender green all over. You could tell it was a good thing at first glance. The little fallen beast ran over, took the flower core, and sent it to the door, then ran back and continued to howl, obviously very dissatisfied with only one. The pure flower pretended to be dead, and the little fallen beast waved its claws to scare it, but it accidentally really grabbed a leaf. The little fallen beast's waving claws froze in the air, and it glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. Seeing Jisoo studying the flower core, it hurriedly dug the soil at the fastest speed and buried the fallen leaves to destroy the evidence. As long as it was not seen, it did not happen. So it took the opportunity to pull the leaves next to it and came over to cover it. The pure flower did not want to die just like that. So it dropped 2 more flower cores with 2 thumps. And then the roots softened and fell limply on the soil. The little fallen beast was so scared that its scales exploded. It howled, picked up 2 flower cores and ran away, putting the flower cores in Jisoo's palm, calling and gesturing, indicating that it was not its own fault. The flower lay down by itself, and it had nothing to do with it. Jisoo touched the head of the little fallen beast, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I saw it. It's not your fault. It lay down by itself." The little fallen beast nodded repeatedly. It was not its fault. Jisoo looked at the leaves and roots that were still green, and the flowers were also very tender. Not like they were going to die. Right. When the pure flower was still a black tide, it would devour some fresh flesh and blood. Maybe the black fog was squeezed dry and couldn't hold on. Jisoo did not approach rashly, in case the pure flower pretended to be dead and attacked. He carried the 3 flower cores and the little fallen beast out of the transparent cover. closed the cupboard door, went to the slaughter room in the outer fort, and pulled a large basket with a trailer. In the basket was the fur of the deformed cow slaughtered last night. Jisoo stuffed the cowhide into the transparent cover to see if the pure flower would eat it. How could it not eat it? As soon as Jisoo let go, the black fog enveloped him. Jisoo hurriedly retreated, closed the door and locked it. The cowhide had disappeared, and the black fog sank into the pure flower, transporting nutrients back. Jisoo knew what was going on, and pulled the trailer again, transported all the unwanted scraps and blood, and threw them into the flower bed. When the pure flower was still a black tide, it would not let go of even the rotten meat and blood on the car body and the ground. It was not picky at all, and was easy to feed. From now on, the pure flower will be their scrap processor. What they can't eat, the pure flower can eat. It's not picky. After a busy time, the limp pure flower finally stood up again. Jisoo locked the transparent cover door and the door of the closed room, then took the little fallen beast back to take a bath. It was so dirty that the color of its scales could not be seen. First washed the little fallen beast and put it on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Jisoo also took a bath and cleaned up the scraps of the deformed cow. He was full of blood and cow odor. If conditions permit, he didn't have to endure it. When the little fallen beast saw Jisoo carrying clothes into the bathroom, he knew that he was going to take a bath alone with the beast on his back again. He couldn't help flying over and prying at the door again, howling and wanting to get in. Jisoo was used to it. Every time he took a bath, the little fallen beast would do this. Once he just took off his shirt. The little fallen beast pried at the door and called. He opened the door, and the little fallen beast ran in happily, flew to the sink, and looked at him with a pair of big golden eyes. Jisoo was stared at by it, and felt hairy all over. Seeing that he was reluctant to take off his clothes and take a bath, the little beast flew over to help him take off his pants. The waist of his pants was directly cut, and his pants fell down by itself. The little beast licked him excitedly. Jisoo's forehead was throbbing with veins. He finally knew why the little beast was prying at the door. This was an impure beast. The little beast was thrown out of the bathroom by Jisoo without hesitation. After that, he was never allowed to go in again, no matter how coquettish and naughty it was. Jisoo took a comfortable hot bath and came out in pajamas. As expected, he found a little beast at the door who was desperate. Jisoo lifted the little beast up. If you want to see me take a bath, I will turn into a human. I won't show you this. The little beast looked at him with resentment, licked his pink cheeks steamed by the hot air, and hung his head on Jisoo's shoulder, letting him know how unhappy he was. Jisoo sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace and picked up a flower core to study. He always felt that it shouldn't be a flower core. This kind of thing should be particularly important to a flower. If it weren't for the shock of the little fallen beast, how could the pure flower be willing to hand over the flower core? He now has the little fallen beast to help. There couldn't be a fallen beast in Nongqing at the time. With the nature of the pure flower that can't be alarmed, it's impossible to take the flower core from it unknowingly. So how did Nongqing do it? Those bullet-like black mists are very dangerous. Even if they are filled with human lives, it may not be possible. Jisoo paused. If the mayor of Nongqing is a bloodthirsty person, it may not be impossible to use living people to negotiate with the pure flower. Of course, this is just a guess. The fallen creatures are uncontrollable, and may not have the consciousness to cooperate with bloodthirsty people. The facts can no longer be verified. He can only find the answer from these 3 flower cores. Chapter 87. Jisoo and the little fallen beast studied the flower core for a long time, but they couldn't figure it out. Jisoo pinched the acorn-like flower core, which was a little hard and full of color. Look at this flower core. Does it look like a seed? If it is a seed, can it grow other pure flowers? If it can really grow, it will be a good thing. Jisoo knows very well that pure flowers can purify the soil. If there are more pure flowers, won't there be more pure land? The little fallen beast is not a dreamer. It is a practical man. It grabbed a flower core, flapped its bat wings and flew out of the castle. It found a vacant land with exposed soil outside the curtain wall. Its 2 little claws quickly dug a hole, and then buried the flower core in it, covered it with soil, and it was done. Jisoo, who followed out, this bath was taken in vain, and there was mud on the claws and scales. It was icy and snowy outside, and the ground was frozen solid. The little fallen beast didn't want Jisoo to dig the soil, so it could do it for him. After planting the flower core, It flew back. The little fallen beast knew that its claws were dirty, so it did not land on Jisoo's shoulder. Instead, it used its little head to butt against Jisoo's back and pushed him back to the castle. It was too cold outside. Jisoo was a little worried. If the flower core was really a seed, would it freeze to death if it was planted outside? Jisoo looked at the 2 remaining flower cores in his hand, and his heart was slightly relieved. Even if one was destroyed, there were still 2. He could wait and see if the flower core would sprout. While waiting for the flower core to sprout, Jisoo still did not give up the research. He and the little fallen beast would go to see if the flower core had sprouted every day. Every day. They went there with hope and came back with disappointment. For several days, there was no movement in the flower core. When preparing lunch that day, Jisoo collected the blood from washing the beef in a bucket and left it for the pure flour as nutrients. He did this these days. Since the little fallen beast ate the black fog, it no longer needed to eat a lot of raw beef. Every time it was time to eat, it would accompany Jisoo to eat a few bites casually, and it was obviously not hungry. When Jisoo remembered to bring the blood water to the pure flour, he found that the water in the bucket was clean and clear, without any blood or oil. If he hadn't found a flower core at the bottom of the bucket, Jisoo would have suspected that he had brought the wrong bucket. There were only Jisoo and the little fallen beast in the castle. Since it wasn't Jisoo who did it, it could only be the little fallen beast. It threw the flower core into the blood water, which also made Jisoo discover the commonality between the flower core and the pure flour. Bloodthirsty. Jisoo suspected that the reason why the planted flower core did not sprout was because of insufficient nutrition. For this reason, the fallen beast went out hunting again. This time, the prey it caught was a deformed sheep with 2 heads, and its body size was twice that of a normal sheep. The deformed sheep was still alive, and the fallen beast deliberately caught a living creature to take blood, and used real blood to water the flower core to see if it would sprout. The blood of a deformed sheep was poured on the flower core, and the sheepskin and scraps were also piled next to the flower core, waiting for the flower core to eat. The next morning, the man and the beast ran out to see the results, and then they saw a small tree as tall as a man growing where the flower core was buried. The trunk and branches were pitch black, and there were black lines on the tender green leaves. Jisoo got closer and saw clearly that the black lines were ghost faces, and there was a ghost face on each leaf. On the slender branches, there was a bunch of bright red flower clusters. The shape of the flowers was very similar to Paulownia flowers, but larger than Paulownia flowers. On the tip of a petal, there was a drop of golden liquid hanging, and it was falling down. Paw! It fell to the ground with a sound, as if it hit Jisoo's head, making his thoughts clear. Pure flower. Pure flower. The flower on this flower tree should be the real pure flower. And the pure flower he caught back can be upgraded to the mother of pure flower. That golden liquid is the real thing that purifies the soil. Just look at the color of the soil around the flower tree, and you will know that it is one color lower than the soil elsewhere. This is the pure soil color that Jisoo is familiar with. Jisoo is very happy, hugging the little fallen beast and kissing it several times. The little fallen beast is dizzy and shakes like a drunk, and is held tightly in Jisoo's arms. We succeeded. Finally found the real pure flower. This has grown so big just by pouring the blood of a whole deformed sheep. If more blood is poured, will the flower tree produce more golden flower liquid? The area of purifying soil will also expand accordingly. The sheepskin and scraps that Jisoo put on the ground are still in place, with some roots crawling on them, but they have not decreased much. The blood that originally dyed the ground red has disappeared, leaving no trace, and it has been completely absorbed by the flower core. The other scraps of skin and bones were not easy to absorb, so Jisoo simply took off the roots from the scraps and buried them in the soil again. He shoveled up the frozen hard pile and dragged it to the flower mother for food. Otherwise, if he left such a pile here, he would not know when it would be absorbed. This result is something Jisoo never dared to think of. He originally thought that there was only one pure flower, so he searched carefully and didn't dare to leak any news, for fear of being remembered and becoming the target of public criticism. Even if he concealed it well, once the news of pure food in Baiwan town base spread, it would definitely attract covetousness. Jisoo would not give up the pure flower because of unknown dangers. If he wanted to keep the Baiwan town base, he had to improve his defense and strength to resist possible dangers. Now he doesn't have to worry so much. Except for him and Qin Yenin, no one knows the existence of the pure flower mother, And he won't monopolize all the purification flower seeds. The grain produced by one base is far from enough to supply all the surviving humans. As long as the conditions are right, he doesn't mind exchanging the purification flower seeds, which can also distract the attention of the large base outside. Jisoo guessed that what Nongqing got at the beginning might not be a bunch of pure flower mothers, but probably a purification flower tree. Compared with the flower mother, the flower tree was too docile. The little fallen beast slapped the branches and trembled. But the flower tree did not emit black mist, allowing it to be bullied. As long as the blood water is well watered, the flower tree can grow quickly, produce flower juice, and purify the soil diligently. However, the output of pure grain in Nongqing is not high, and the pure grain that is circulated is even less. This is enough to show that Nongqing does not have a flower mother. Otherwise a flower core can grow a flower tree. And how much land cannot be purified? If the city lord of Nongqing is really a bloodthirsty person, then the purification flower seeds are a shortcut to win over and control other forces. The bloodthirsty person will not give up such a great opportunity unless they only have a purification flower tree. The result of Nongqing monopoly on pure grain is that all parties covet it. Even Xinjiang City, which is so far away, wants to get a piece of the pie. Jisoo did not see the final result, and it would not be too good. 3 years after the end of the world, the management and technology of many large bases have matured, and their strength should not be underestimated. Several parties joined forces to deal with Nongqing, and Nongqing could not resist it all. Jisoo did not want the Baiwan town base to follow the old path of Nongqing. The pure flower mother was too important. Even if it was placed in a closed room in the inner castle, Jisoo was still worried. He and the little fallen beast transformed the castle underground, and the other frightened the pure flower mother. One person and one beast moved the flower pond, the transparent cover, and the pure flower mother to the underground of the castle, located in the belly of the mountain. It was necessary to pass through several layers of closed doors to see the pure flower mother. After arranging the pure flower mother, Jisoo was a little hesitant about the flower tree. The best way was to transplant it to the inner base, which was safer. However, there might not be such an abundant supply of blood in the base. People in the base could not eat meat every day. Jisoo wanted to water the flower tree with blood, but he had to go back to the base every time, which was very troublesome. If you want to use pure soil for farming in the next season, you must give more blood to make the flower tree grow quickly and collect more flower juice. The base obviously does not have this condition. After thinking about it, Jisoo decided to give up transplanting. He built a tall round-pointed fortress for the flower tree, and built a circle of flower beds along the flower tree to facilitate watering the blood water. Outside the flower bed, a circle of transparent troughs nearly 1 person high was built, with a funnel at a certain distance. The dripping flower sap would flow along the transparent trough to the funnel. When the funnel was full of flower sap, the plug could be pulled out from the bottom and flow into the container. The transparent troughs were from the innermost circle, circled outward, and became higher and higher until a huge funnel was formed. No matter how tall and big the flower tree could grow, the flower sap would only drip into the transparent trough, and not a drop would be wasted. From now on, you can let go of watering the blood water and try to collect the most flower sap. The fallen beast is most familiar with this job. Every time it goes out, it can come back within 5 minutes, and it still comes back with prey. Sometimes it goes out once a day, and sometimes it goes out several times a day. As long as it goes out and comes back, it will never be empty-handed. All the blood of the captured prey was used to irrigate the purification flower tree. In just a few days, the flower tree grew into a tree several meters high, and the top of the tree was about to touch the top of the fortress. When Jisoo was thinking about whether to raise the fortress, the flower tree suddenly stopped growing and began to develop horizontally. The trunk became thicker, and the crown area expanded outward. When the crown of the tree grew to the point of about to touch the fortress, it also stopped growing and began to bloom wildly. At a glance, all you could see were clusters of blood-red flowers, and golden flower juice kept dripping down like rain. Jisoo was so happy. There was too much meat in the castle, and 1 person and 1 beast could not eat it all. Jisoo sent a deformed cow to the base canteen and a deformed sheep to Aunt Chio's family. The remaining meat was stored by Jisoo in a warehouse where time flows slowly. When the cold winter is over, Jisoo will definitely travel far away. He will go out to find a way to restore the fallen beast to human form. He also wanted to go to Hyben City to get the crystals. Shi Baining gave him the keys and the map. With so many crystals, Jisoo couldn't give up. He also had to go find Medicine City. He had a deformed medicine machine in his hand. It would be a waste if he kept it in his hand. It would be better to take it out to exchange resources. At that time, his meat, food, fruits and vegetables, dragon fruit branches, and even seeds would be very good trading materials. He had been trapped in Xinjiang City due to lack of transportation. Now that he had the conditions, Jisoo would definitely go out to have a look. The fallen beast did not always catch deformed animals. It also brought back a few advanced crazy corpses. But they were all advanced crazy corpses with heads and bodies separated. Jisoo understood what the fallen beast meant. He took the energy crystal and set a feast to the pure flower mother by the way, so that the little fallen beast would have a feast to eat. Time passed quickly in the busyness. Jisoo had collected several buckets of flower juice. The temperature began to rise. The thick snow began to melt. And the cold winter was about to pass. This day, the fallen beast came back and threw down a deformed chicken. It turned into a little fallen beast and fell on Jisoo's shoulder. It expressed itself with a cry and a hum, and its little claws pointed to the north from time to time. Jisoo didn't understand the beast language of the little fallen beast, but he knew that something might have happened in the north. Otherwise the little fallen beast wouldn't be so anxious to tell him. Jisoo asked tentatively, "Is there something wrong in the north?" The little fallen beast thought about it and nodded hesitantly. It didn't know if it was an accident, but it was not good and smelled bad. Jisoo said, "Don't worry. Wait until I deal with this chicken, and then go with you to take a look. The degree of deformity of this deformed chicken is too high. It is two chickens that have been deformed and fused together, with half of the body fused together, 2 heads and 4 claws, and the chicken's eyes are blood red, emitting a fierce light. Jisoo usually doesn't eat the meat of poultry with a high degree of deformity. After taking the blood, he throws the corpse to the pure flower mother for consumption. This time is the same. The deformed chicken is not dead, but it is beaten half to death by the fallen beast. Even so, it still wants to attack Jisoo. The little fallen beast cuts its throat with one claw and steps on the chicken's head and presses it directly into the basin for collecting blood. The little fallen beast killed one head, and Jisoo killed the other one. He collected 2 large basins of chicken blood and brought them to the purification flower tree, and dragged the corpse of the deformed chicken to the pure flower mother. Jisoo had observed that the core of the black flower could regenerate, and the 3 cores that had fallen off on their own had now grown again. Not only that, the little fallen beast also looted the flowers that did not contribute cores, which made the pure flower mother droop for several days. Fortunately, there was enough blood and flesh supply, and it soon became energetic again. The other flower buds were about to bloom. After feeding, Jisoo had time to follow the fallen beast to take a look. He took his usual backpack and black umbrella, wrapped himself in a thick military coat, gloves, hat, scarf, mask, goggles, and prepared everything. He climbed onto the back of the fallen beast, crouched on the broad back, grabbed the bone spurs on the spine, and the huge bat wings vibrated. The fallen beast took Jisoo and flew over the Baiwan town base. The Baiwan town base was already used to this scene. It was the first time they saw such a huge full deformation flying over the base, which scared many people. After Bai Tingyan and Liang Ke consulted with Jisoo, they decided to announce to the base that Qin Yinan had entered the full deformation. This was also the reason why Jisoo built a castle and lived alone on the mountain. At first, the people in the base were still very scared, but later they found that Mr. Qin's full deformation would not hurt them. So they gradually stopped being afraid. Watching the big guy flying over the base several times a day, they were not afraid, but felt at ease. With such a powerful and controllable full deformation, what else could they be afraid of? When Jisoo was on its back, the fallen beast would fly slower and more steadily to prevent the person on its back from being blown off by the wind. The flying speed of the fallen beast was much faster than the speed of the car, and they saw Xinjiang City in a short while. At this time, the fallen beast lowered its flying altitude, allowing Jisoo to see the situation on the ground clearly. There was only a thin layer of snow on the ground, and all the crazy corpses that were frozen and covered by heavy snow crawled out. The closer to Xinjiang City, the more crazy corpses there were wandering around. But these crazy corpses were torn and rotted very badly. Unlike the common, ordinary crazy corpses, This was definitely not because of frostbite during the winter. In the 3 years that Jisoo experienced, the crazy corpses revived after the cold winter. Just like before. Except that more crazy corpses became advanced crazy corpses. And there was no collective rot at all. Among a group of rotten crazy corpses in tattered clothes, several rotten crazy corpses wearing thick cotton clothes were very conspicuous. They kept their skin intact, with no black spots. Only serious rot. Jisoo spoke, attracting the attention of the crazy corpses on the ground. The rotten crazy corpses wearing thick cotton clothes looked up, and Jisoo saw their true appearance. They were not crazy corpses at all, but several rotten corpses. The ones wearing cotton clothes were severely rotten corpses. Their eyes had completely rotted away, leaving only 2 black holes. But they responded to Jisoo's voice. This was too strange. Chapter 88. The fallen beast took Jisoo to Xinjiang City. Along the way, they saw many rotten crazy corpses. The whole Xinjiang City was dead silent. But under such dead silence, there was a dangerous restlessness. The more Jisoo looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Xinjiang City had never had such a thing before. Could it be that Xinjiang City avoided the threat of the fallen beast, but could not avoid other disasters? The fallen beast hovered over Xinjiang City and saw 4 trucks fleeing from the west of the city from a distance, followed by a large group of rotten crazy corpses. Some of the rotten crazy corpses were extremely sensitive and could jump over abandoned vehicles and collapse buildings. This sensitivity was still a step behind that of advanced crazy corpses. And they were obviously not advanced crazy corpses. Molotov cocktails were thrown out from the open door of the carriage, and they were burned to death one by one. Among the group of rotten crazy corpses, several extremely fast crazy corpses suddenly jumped out, fell on the carriage with a few bangs, and waved their fists to hit the roof of the carriage desperately. This is the real advanced crazy corpse. When Jisoo saw all 4 trucks were dispatched, he knew the situation was not good. This was a joint action of the East City base and shelter number 17. And they were chased so badly. The advanced crazy corpse madly hammered the roof of the car, leaving pits one after another. Fortunately, the truck was reinforced. Otherwise the car could not withstand such a strong beating. Jisoo touched the black scales of the fallen beast. Shock it. The fallen beast swooped down and landed on the top of the leading car. It crushed the head of an advanced crazy corpse with one claw, grabbed the energy crystal in its claws, and roared to the back. The advanced crazy corpse on the top of the car was shaken to the ground, and the group of rotten crazy corpses chasing the car fell to the ground. All of them died with their heads exploded. The truck following the front car saw the huge monster on the roof of the front car clearly, and was so scared that it trembled all over. The car body shook violently. It took all its willpower to avoid a fancy rollover. Everyone was extremely scared. They saw the god of death waving at them, and they would be buried here today. Just as everyone was waiting for death to come, the huge monster flew high into the sky again, but did not attack them. Everyone was overjoyed and rushed forward with more horsepower. Finally, they completely got rid of the entanglement of the rotten corpse and drove the car to the East City base and shelter number 17 smoothly. The fallen beast flew a circle in the air and saw a long queue at the entrance of the East City base and shelter number 17. They were the survivors who were wandering outside and rushed to the East City base because they could not survive. They survived the cold winter, but they could not survive this rotten frenzy. Jisoo saw the guards of the East City base pushing 2 people away from the team with a long fork, and shouted at them to retreat. The 2 skinny survivors screamed loudly and tried to resist, but were pinned to the ground by the fork, preventing them from getting up. The fallen beast landed on an unmanned wall. The guards on duty were all shocked when they saw the scene. They stood there and dared not approach. Their small bodies were not enough for such a big monster to bite one by one. Jisoo slid down from the back of the fallen beast. The fallen beast became smaller and flew towards Jisoo, holding the dirty and sticky energy crystal in its claws. Jisoo grabbed a handful of snow on the wall, wiped the energy crystal briefly, put it in his backpack, and pulled a towel from the straps to wipe the 2 small claws. The little fallen beast then slid into Jisoo's down jacket and stayed there. Jisoo was still wearing a heavy military coat, and his whole body was wrapped tightly, and his appearance was completely unrecognizable. When Jisoo walked to the wall just above the gate, Liao Wu, who had received the news, had already hurried over with several assistants. Such a huge monster. Anyone with eyes could see it. Such a familiar big guy. No need to think about it. It is Jisoo who has come. There were still cries outside the gate, and several people were forked out of the team. Seeing Liao Wu, Jisoo asked, "What's going on down there?" Liao Wu was panting and exhaling white air. Mr. G came at the right time. Something big happened in the west of the city. It was the Tomorrow base. All the people who stayed in the base turned into rotten corpses. These rotten corpses can also be contagious. As long as they are scratched or bitten, they will be infected with the rot disease. The fastest will turn into a rotten corpse on the same day, and the slowest will only take about 3 days. The transmission speed is very fast. Not only the survivors will be infected, but also the crazy corpses. When the crazy corpses hurt people, they will pass on the rot disease to people. Those survivors who were picked out are those with rotten wounds. They can't survive. Entering the base will harm others. No matter how pitiful they are, they can't be allowed in. Jisoo frowned. This was indeed a disaster he had never experienced before. Have you found the source? We cooperated with shelter number 17 and sent a car to the west of the city to check. We couldn't enter the Tomorrow base because we were hit by a large number of rotten corpses and rotten crazy corpses rushing out. We escaped back, but the source has not been found yet. Liao Wu was almost worried about his head bald. Fortunately, he bought a truck. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out if they encountered such a disaster. The cries outside had not stopped yet, and there was a commotion inside the base. A group of survivors surrounded the gate of the base, not letting the survivors outside in, even after they had been checked, and drove them out. After finally passing the check and having a chance to survive, the outside survivors were unwilling to go out again. We are not infected. We have checked. The survivors of the organization base stopped the leader of the outsiders, and they were very excited and shouted loudly, "What's the use of this rough check? Without reliable equipment, it is not safe even if you take off your clothes for inspection. Maybe a little scalp break is also an infection." The people who blocked them followed and echoed, "That's right. It's not like this hasn't happened before. We have built a base with great difficulty. Why should we let you scourges come in? Get out. We don't welcome you. You are not allowed to come to our base. You can live outside for so long. Why can't you build a base by yourself? Why do you have to come to our base? This is the decision of the base leader. You have no right to stop us from coming in." Both sides were very excited, and the quarrel turned into a shove. Liao Wu on the wall had a dark face and walked down the wall quickly. Jisoo heard a familiar voice in the quarreling crowd, but the voice was particularly hoarse, which made Jisoo a little unsure. He followed Liao Wu down the wall. Liao Wu shouted angrily, "What are you quarreling about?" The chaotic scene quieted down, and the leader of the opposition stood up. "Leader, you can't ignore our lives and take in these outsiders. They will kill all of us." Liao Wu said coldly, "When I took you in, why didn't you worry about becoming a crazy corpse and endangering others?" The leader said painfully, "We didn't harm others, but they harmed us. Who will compensate for my friend's life?" Liao Wu's voice was even colder. "The compensation has been given to you. Why are you still making a fuss? Not enough. How can that little material be enough to compensate for a life?" The leader collapsed and shouted. The leader was a tall and thin man with high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, and dark spots all over his face. He was an acquaintance. Jisoo didn't expect to see Ding Fan at the East City base. Was the friend he mentioned referring to Fang Yuzhao? Or his girlfriend Wanning? No matter who died, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Ding Fan was not doing well, Jisoo was relieved. Jisoo said to Liao Wu, "I go to the west of the city to take a look." Ding Fan was stunned and looked at the tightly wrapped man in disbelief. Jisoo? Liao Wu looked at Jisoo unexpectedly. "Do you know each other?" "Of course I know him. Jisoo and I are college classmates. My friend and I are both from other places. We came here just to find him." Ding Fan burst into tears again after saying this. "Jisoo, Fang Yuzhou is dead. He turned into a rotten corpse. He died because he was bitten by these outsiders. I must let the base give me an explanation and give justice to Lao Fang. They didn't come here to find him. They came here to travel mainly to find Chung Mo to play. Chung Mo often played games with him. Jisoo became friends with him because of Chung Mo. They agreed to travel here together, originally wanting to give Chung Mo a surprise. But they didn't contact each other in advance, and ended up encountering the end of the world and being trapped in Xinjiang City. After the end of the world, Jisoo never thought of looking for them. because they were naturally not worth saving. They were able to enter the base alive because Chung Yimou went out to collect supplies and accidentally found them. So he brought them back to the base. With Jisu's identity and Chung Mo's convenience, they lived well in the base. But unfortunately people were greedy. Chung Yimou and Ding Fan went out to look for supplies together. But Chung Yimou died, and only Ding Fan came back alive. He was very painful, regretful, and self-blaming for not being able to save Chung Yimou. Jisu also sent people to investigate, and the results were also unexpected. Until later, Jisu was in danger several times, looking for the person who leaked his whereabouts, and finally found Fang Yuzhu. He had been working for Su Chen and watching Jisu's every move. Every time Jisu went out, Su Chen would get the news in advance and set traps at the collection site. If it weren't for the crystal in his hand, Jisu didn't know how many times he had died. Jisu has realized that the deaths of people close to him were not accidents. But he did not find any evidence. He caught Fang Yuzhu, the traitor, and asked him many questions, including the one about Ding Fan killing Chung Yimou. Ding Fan was caught and cried that he was forced to do so. His girlfriend was controlled by Zhou Suishing and Su Chen were plotting to build a base to eliminate the people he could trust. If he did not do so, his girlfriend would die. He begged Jisu to let him go. Seeing that Jisu was unmoved, the two revealed their true nature. They hated Jisu and Chung Yimou. If it were not for these two people, they would not have come to Xinjiang City at all, and would have returned home long ago. Even in the end of the world, they wanted to stay with their families instead of being trapped in Xinjiang City, where they had no relatives or friends. They blamed Jisu and Chung Yimou for not being able to go home and the possible death of their parents and relatives. Jisu was amazed after hearing this. He felt it was ridiculous. How could a normal person's mind be twisted to this extent? No matter what their reasons were, it was an indisputable fact that they killed Chung Yimou, the people close to him, and Jisu himself. Jisu gave their heads to Jiyu and Su Chen, and officially broke off relations with them. The past grudge had been avenged at that time. Jisu would not kill him again, and of course would not help him again. Jisu turned away coldly. I don't know him. Ding Fan couldn't believe it. When he reacted, he had already rushed over to block Jisu's way. Jisu. It's me. It's me. Ding Fan. Waning. Fang Yuzhou. I came to Xinjiang City for a trip. We wanted to go out with you and Chung Yimou. We arrived in Xinjiang City on the night of the apocalypse. We were just thinking of giving you a surprise the next day. But suddenly the apocalypse came. We have been looking for you, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Contacting the cold eyes under the goggles. Ding Fan's joy when he saw Jisu froze on his face. You, what do you mean? Are you pretending not to know me? Jisu's outfit is not something that ordinary people can have. He is clean all over, and even the shoes on his feet are not stained with mud. How can someone who can live so delicately in the apocalypse be an ordinary person? The little fallen beast couldn't help it. It was particularly sensitive to Jisu's name. This person called several times in a row and kept barking. The little fallen beast jumped out of the warm embrace, quickly grew bigger, and with its powerful front paws, it held Jisu off the ground and flew into the air. There were screams everywhere, and the people blocking the door were so scared that they scattered and dodged. Many people collapsed on the ground. Ding Fan was one of them, looking at the huge monster hovering in the air in horror. The fallen beast was full of hostility towards him, and roared at him threateningly. The roar almost pierced his eardrums. Ding Fan rolled his eyes, and lay on the ground unconscious. The fallen beast flew onto the wall, put Jisu down, and let him get on its back. It was very dangerous to be carried and flying, and the claws were sharp. If you are not careful, you will hurt Jisu. And Jisu is not comfortable. Jisu climbed onto the back of the fallen beast and shouted to the pale Liaowu. I go to the west of the city to see the situation first. Liaowu waved his hand hurriedly. Go. Go. Such a big guy is too scary. Chapter 89. The fallen beast flew over with Jisu at a very fast speed, seeing the scene inside the Tomorrow base. Even though Jisu had seen many horrors of the end of the world, he still felt a chill on his back. The entire Tomorrow base was completely destroyed, and the base was full of rotting corpses. They did not leave, but all wandered around the center of the base. In the center of the base, there was a black and red meat ball nearly 3 meters high, like an egg, standing inside the base. The giant egg was covered with black veins, and under the veins was a red and white membrane. which was beating regularly, as if someone was breathing inside. The black veins penetrated deep into the ground from the giant egg, and even the nearby soil was black. Jisoo had never encountered such a deformed creature before. After doing it again, many things had changed, such as Chung Mo's deformed ability. Ji Yu and Zhou Suisheng's deformed abilities were also different from before. Only Su Chen still had the ability to weave dreams. Jisoo has a way to deal with the familiar deformed abilities, but he has to be extra careful with completely unfamiliar deformed abilities. He will fall into a trap if he is not careful, especially when facing unfamiliar deformed creatures. Jisoo has a guess about the giant egg below. He lets the fallen beast fly at a low altitude and shouts at the giant egg. Ji Yu? From Wen Zhao's statement, Ji Yu's deformed ability is corrosive, and he has also entered a full deformed state. Now that this corrosive deformed creature has appeared, it is difficult for Jisoo not to think of Ji Yu. The giant egg did not react, and it still breathed evenly. Jisoo touched the hard scales of the fallen beast, and once again, Wen Zhao, the giant egg that stood steadily suddenly trembled, and there seemed to be a human-shaped black shadow inside, slowly standing up, with arms raised, as if to tear the giant egg open and walk out. The fallen beast roared, and the black shadow inside the giant egg paused. After a moment, it sank again, and the giant egg returned to calm. It was confirmed that this giant egg was Ji Yu. It turned directly from a fully deformed state into a deformed object, but it still reacted to Wen Zhao's name, which showed how deep its hatred and resentment were. Looking at the Tomorrow base that looked like hell, I have to say that Ji Yu was really filial. He returned to the base even after entering a fully deformed state. Jisoo didn't know whether it was thinking about his aunt or obsessed with not being able to take power. In short, its return here became a disaster for the entire Tomorrow base. Zhou Suisheng had spent so much effort to gather and integrate the survivors in the west of the city, and now so many people have died tragically under the rotten eggs. The rotten eggs are highly contagious and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Jisoo can destroy the Tomorrow base with a crystal ball, but he is also worried that there will be rotten corpses escaping from a distance. One can spread to a group, so if he wants to take action, he must destroy it completely. Jisoo asked the fallen beast to return to the East City base. No matter how many times he saw it, the survivors were still extremely afraid of the fallen beast. Jisoo and Liao Wu talked about the situation at the center of the Tomorrow base, and discussed organizing manpower to deal with all the rotten crazy corpses and rotten corpses, not leaving any behind. Jisoo can deal with the rotten eggs and the rotten corpses in the base, but the outside of the Tomorrow base needs the East City base and shelter number 17 to block it together, and not let any rotten corpse escape. If you encounter rotten corpses and rotten crazy corpses, they must be cleared out. Otherwise, the destruction of Xinjiang City is only a matter of time. This is a greater disaster than the fallen beast. The fallen beast can leave on its own if it loses interest. Once the rotten eggs spread, it will not only affect Xinjiang City, but also surrounding cities. It is not impossible to spread to the whole world. Liao Wu's face was very ugly. If this is true, then Xinjiang City is probably finished. As early as a month ago, someone found a rotting corpse. At that time, we just thought it was frozen. Who could have thought it would turn out like this? With the speed of the spread of the rot disease, I'm afraid it can no longer be controlled. Jisoo knocked on the table. I said the worst plan. Now the source of the rot disease has been found. This is not an infectious disease, but a rot caused by a deformity. Usually, as long as the deformity that causes the evil source is annihilated, the abnormal phenomenon caused by the deformity will disappear. I made this arrangement only to prevent the situation that cannot disappear. Liao Wu, who was deeply in despair, finally saw a glimmer of hope and immediately decided. I will immediately organize people to prepare for battle. Jisoo came out of Liao Wu's office building and met Ding Fan and his girlfriend Wan Ying, who were waiting outside. Wan Ying is good-looking. There were many people chasing her in school at the beginning, and finally she was chased by Ding Fan. In order to pursue his girlfriend, Ding Fan spent a lot of money. Fortunately, his family was well off, and he had a lot of pocket money. Even so, it was not enough to spend, and he borrowed from Chung Mo several times. As soon as Wan Ying saw Jisoo, he rushed over and asked anxiously, Jisoo, is there any misunderstanding between you and Ding Fan? If he did anything wrong, I will apologize to you on his behalf. Can you take us away? They are all ordinary people. In such a large base, They are at the bottom and receive the worst treatment. If they want to have food, they have to work in exchange. In such a cold day, they still have to work. Otherwise they will starve. It is too painful to be cold and hungry. They really can't hold on. Jisoo looked at Ding Fan, who hesitated and dared not come forward, and said coldly, "You don't need to apologize. We are not familiar with each other. Don't show up in front of me in the future." Wanting wanted to grab Jisoo's clothes in a hurry, but was dodged. Wanting instantly became pitiful and whispered, "Or you can take me away alone. As long as I can stay by your side, I will do anything. Please." Ah! The little fallen beast in Jisoo's arms was furious and struggled to crawl out, but was held down by Jisoo. It seems that what Jiyu said was right at the beginning. It was not that he controlled Wanting to coerce Ding Fan, but that Wanting voluntarily followed him. Jiyu then used Wanting to control Ding Fan. They were all birds of a feather, and no one was innocent. Seeing Jisoo was about to leave, Ding Fan blocked his way again. "Chung Mo is with you, right? I want to see Chung Mo. We are good brothers. He will never leave me to die." Yes, the silly Chung Mo would not leave him to die. But what did Chung Mo get for his sincerity? It was betrayal, calculation, and life. The cold light in Jisoo's eyes was fascinating. "Get out. If you dare to appear in front of me again, you can't even stay in this base." The little fallen beast jumped out, and when it grew bigger, its big tail accidentally swept away the two people and took Jisoo into the air. Liao Wu and his confidants, who watched the whole process, said, In this case, should they throw them out of the base or throw them out of the base? Or wait a little longer? The people around Mr. G seem to have a good relationship with them. If someone is thrown out and dies, Mr. G's people will come to them to ask for people. Where can they find people? It's safer to leave the base first. The fallen beast landed on the wall of shelter number 17. This was the first time that the survivors of the shelter had seen such a huge and fully deformed beast. Xiao Shiqi learned from Liao Wu how powerful Jisoo was, and all his thoughts of winning over and testing him were gone. He agreed to cooperate with Jisoo and the East City base. Jisoo and the fallen beast went to the west of the city to prepare, and landed on a building closest to the Tomorrow base. Jisoo's regular backpack contained a spare crystal. There was only one crystal ball, which was not the largest, but the second largest among all the crystal balls Jisoo had. Under normal circumstances, this crystal ball could solve many problems. If it was just to solve the rotten eggs, it would definitely be enough. But if he wanted to eliminate all the rotten corpses in the Tomorrow base, Jisoo was a little unsure. The Tomorrow base was full of rotten corpses, and it was too difficult to approach the rotten eggs from the ground. If the crystal ball was dropped from the air, at a suitable activation distance, the fallen beast would likely be affected. If the crystal ball was too large, both he and the fallen beast would be in danger. Jisoo gave up the idea of going back to the base to get a bigger crystal ball. The one in the backpack was enough to kill the rotten eggs. As for the rotten corpses, ordinary crystal beads could solve it. The man and the beast waited on the building for a while. When the siege line between the East City base and shelter number 17 was set up, the fallen beast took Jisoo into the air. Jisoo lay on the back of the fallen beast and repeatedly reminded him, "When I say run, you must leave the air above the base as quickly as possible. Remember?" The fallen beast made a low gurgling sound in its throat, indicating that it understood. Jisoo had reminded him many times while waiting, fearing that the fallen beast didn't understand and would be blown away by the energy of the crystal ball if it didn't run when it should. Jisoo was more worried about the fallen beast than himself. Although the fallen beast's scales were strong enough for defense, he still couldn't help but worry. The fallen beast was hovering over the Tomorrow base. Seeing the people from the East City base and shelter number 17 standing on the roof of the car, they waved their brightly colored clothes vigorously, telling Jisoo and the fallen beast that they were ready. Jisoo held the crystal ball in one hand and the bone spurs on the spine of the fallen beast with the other hand. Crouching down, "Brother, let's go!" The fallen beast circled again and dived towards the rotten egg. Just when Jisoo was about to throw the crystal ball, a black column suddenly rose from the rotten egg and pierced the fallen beast in the air. The fallen beast flew sideways to avoid the sneak attack. Jisoo was thrown and hung on the back of the fallen beast, and the crystal ball in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The fallen beast sensed the danger of Jisoo and hurriedly stabilized his body. The originally smooth and beautiful long tail instantly pierced with countless thorns and whipped the black column fiercely. The black column collapsed, and the corrosive and smelly mucus splashed everywhere. Jisoo nervously turned back to look at the tail of the fallen beast, worried that if he touched the corrosive mucus directly, the scales of the fallen beast would be corroded. Low altitude. I throw the crystal ball. We can't wait any longer. The rotten egg seemed to sense the danger and began to fight back frantically. The black pillar collapsed, and the human figure inside the rotten egg was finally lifted up by countless thick black blood vessels and held in the air. That thing only had the outline of a human figure. It looked nothing like a human being, and black dirty mucus was flowing all over its body. When the fallen beast swooped down, the black human figure scattered countless black tentacles to wrap around the fallen beast. The powerful tail covered with sharp thorns had already whipped over, breaking up all the attacks of the black human figure again. Jisoo's crystal ball fell smoothly and fell straight into the gap of the rotten egg. Before the crystal ball fell into the ink-like mucus, Jisoo had already activated it. At the same time, he shouted, "Run!" The fallen beast, which had been warned many times, had formed a conditioned reflex and quickly swept away. Boom! Silent energy swept away, with the rotten egg as the center, and the tomorrow base was instantly cleared. The rotten eggs, rotten corpses, and all buildings disappeared completely. The fallen beast, which had already flown away at the fastest speed, was still hit forward by the aftermath of the crystal energy. The degree of damage had been reduced to the weakest. The people in the East City base and shelter number 17, who were preparing to surround and kill the rotten corpses, were already far enough away from the tomorrow base under Jisoo's advice. When Jisoo's attack really landed, they knew what real danger was. Everyone watched a dark circle of unknown things, like a tsunami, sweeping towards them. Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi's first reaction was to shout, "Lie down!" Everyone fell down, and the powder and debris pushed far away by the terrifying energy passed over their heads. For light trucks were pushed outward and slid dozens of meters away before they barely stopped. The body of the car could no longer be seen in its original color, covered with a thick layer of filth, and the stench was overwhelming. The survivors first looked at the car in the distance, and then looked back at the tomorrow base. Where is the tomorrow base? The original tomorrow base was now flat. All the buildings had disappeared, and a huge pit was left in the center. Everyone, shock. Everyone held their breath in fear, not to mention the rotten corpses that might have escaped. Now even the entire tomorrow base has been razed to the ground. What corpses are there to talk about? They don't know what happened. What kind of energy can be so tyrannical? The fallen beast flew over with Jisoo. The man and the beast were also covered in dust, although they were not injured. The dust that was raised was also covered in dust and stinking. The first thing Jisoo did when he slid down was to look at the tail of the fallen beast. He drew out the corrosive mucus twice. He was very worried that it would corrode the scales of the fallen beast. It turned out that Jisoo thought too much. The black mucus stuck on the tail did not cause any harm to the fallen beast. It was just dirty and smelly. Jisoo was in the mood to look at the tomorrow base, which had nothing left. He fell into deep thought. He underestimated the power of the crystal ball. In fact, it was also the first time for him to activate the energy in the crystal ball. It was simply a spiritual energy pump, and the consumption was huge. If the consumption of time reversal ranked first, then activating the crystal ball energy would definitely rank second. At first, he only heard that the crystal ball could destroy a building. Now it seems that it is more than a building. It is a whole building. Fortunately, they did not go back to exchange for a larger crystal ball. Otherwise, they probably would not be able to escape. Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi came over, forgetting the horror of the fallen beast, and stared at Jisoo with two pairs of eyes. They absolutely did not believe that this was the power that a deformed person could use. Liao Wu was straightforward and asked directly, "What did you throw down from the air at that time?" "Crystal ball. Crystal energy is very useful." Jisoo did not hide it from them. Although there are not many crystals in Xinjiang City, there are still many crystals in other cities. They have a car, and they can drive to find them if they really want. Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi did not expect that Jisoo would tell them so easily. Xiao Shiqi's eyes flickered. Liao Wu was stunned for a long time before he said, "So you were able to kill a group of advanced zombies with one blow? Also with the help of the power of crystals?" Jisoo gave a positive answer. The apocalypse has been going on for so long. It's time to let them know the use of crystals. The people in the Baiwan town base have long known the importance of crystals. When they go out to look for supplies, they will pay attention to looking for crystals. Xiao Shiqi asked, "What are the conditions for using crystal energy?" Jisoo looked at him, smiling. Xiao Shiqi said righteously, "Now there are only 3 big bases in the entire Xinjiang city. We can only help each other to prevent the monsters from gaining the upper hand. We will remember the help of Mr. Ji and Mr. Qin to our 2 bases. If we need it in the future, we will definitely not refuse." Liao Wu, where are his lines? Xiao Shiqi's phoenix eyes narrowed with a smile. "I think there shouldn't be many crystals left in Xinjiang city. Mr. Ji should also give us a chance to seize the opportunity in other places. Crystals are so important. And Jisoo is the first person to know the use of crystals. It would be abnormal if he didn't collect crystals." Jisoo said, "Only people with mental distortion can use crystals." This sentence made Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi change their faces, because neither of them was mentally distorted. Of course, not all mentally distorted people can use crystals. The mental energy threshold is not enough to activate the crystal. If you want to get close to this threshold, you must first go through the full distortion and become a perfect distortion, so that you can know whether your mental energy threshold is enough. If this is not enough, then there is no need to struggle, and it is impossible to reach the threshold for activating the crystal. Liao Wu, Xiao Shiqi, As expected, such a powerful force is not something that everyone can control, even if it is really a mental distortion. It is estimated that there will not be many people who can activate the crystal energy. Thinking of this, the two suddenly realized that if it was really as Jisoo said, wouldn't it mean that he was already a perfect freak? Jisoo turned around, climbed onto the back of the fallen beast, and prepared to leave. He could endure the stench and talk to them until now, which was already the limit. He was going to go back to take a shower now. "The rest is up to you. I have to go back first." "Wait a minute." This time Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi spoke at the same time. The two looked at each other and understood what the other wanted to ask. "Mr. Ji, can I ask how to survive the full freak?" Xiao Shiqi spoke first. "Keep your self-awareness as a human being. Don't be controlled by the full freak instinct. Don't eat people. Don't kill people. Otherwise it will be difficult to turn back, without giving them the opportunity to ask again." The fallen beast had already taken Jisoo into the air and flew towards the south, although the 2 major bases were just accompanying them. Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi gained a lot. The information Jisoo told them alone was more precious than anything else. They are not mentally deformed people, but they all have mentally deformed people under them, as long as they are well trained. It is not impossible to produce 1 or 2 people who can activate the crystal. The 2 of them looked at Jisoo and Mr. Qin, who entered the full deformity with a higher opinion, both in terms of their martial arts and their broad minds. If it were someone else, they would definitely not tell them so directly. They would have to give them enough benefits to give them an ambiguous answer. Jisoo would not tell them, and he had suppressed the news for several months. Even so, the news of the crystal came out more than a year earlier than before. Now that we know the purpose of the crystal, but cannot use it, it is not meaningful. We have to wait until the perfect deformity appears. Jisoo and the fallen beast went back and took a bath. It is not mentioned how many times. A few days later, Jisoo and the fallen beast went to Xinjiang city again and got good news. The rot disease has lost its contagiousness. People injured by the rotten corpses only have a wound, which does not rot further. They live for several days, and the wound is healed. It proved that Jisoo was right at that time. The evil source had indeed disappeared, and the abnormalities caused by the deformed substances would also disappear. Recently, Jisoo went to the base every day, carrying a small bottle of purifying flower liquid, and practiced with the plastic greenhouse in front of Anchio's house, wanting to know how much land a drop of flower liquid could purify. Jisoo observed and recorded while the little fallen beast was sleeping soundly in Jisoo's arms. In order to verify whether the purified soil was really clean, Jisoo and Anchio worked together, took clean vegetable seeds, and planted green vegetables in the plastic greenhouse. The 2 adults were working, and Buzai and Xiao Yuyu were making trouble beside them, getting covered in mud. But they were still quite happy. The small green vegetables sprouted in a few days. A piece of tender green. Jisoo, Anchio and Uncle Zhang. The 3 of them almost lay on the ground to observe, and did not find any black spots or black silk on the seedlings. In order to keep an eye on the seedlings, Jisoo lived in the base for several days, watching the seedlings grow bigger and bigger. But still no black silk or black spots were seen. Without instrument detection, Jisoo was not sure whether it was really 100% pure. Aunt Chio thought of a way. Eat it and the seedlings have grown to the height of the palm. And if they taste like the original green vegetables after eating them. Jisoo also thought this was a good idea, and helped Aunt Chio pick vegetables, picking the big ones. Aunt Chio was silent for a moment, and then said, Xiaosu, Dr. Zheng's mother and Dr. Tao may not be suitable to stay in the base. Jisoo paused while picking vegetables. What's going on? Aunt Chio sighed. Their erosion is too high. Yang Ming even has black spots around her eyes. These few days when she was working in the cafeteria, she was always distracted, and her eyes were straight when she looked at people. I saw that her pupils were smaller than others. Dr. Zheng's mother Yang Ming was severely eroded when she was rescued to the base. It was not easy for her to survive until now. It was expected that Yang Ming's erosion exceeded the standard. Tao Qingwu's erosion degree is lower than Yang Ming's. And in the past few months, the food and dishes he ate were all pure food, some of which were given to him by the base, and some of which were sent by Bai Tingyan. How could he be eroded so quickly? Speaking of this, Aunt Chio could only sigh. During the time you stayed in the mountain, Dr. Tao went to visit his mother and sent her some things. After he came back, the black spots on his face obviously increased a lot. Jisoo, did he go alone? Aunt Chio put all the prepared vegetables in the basin. He rented a car to go there by himself, and was later sent back by Bai Tingyan. Jisoo threw down the dishes in his hand and felt very upset. As long as Ling didn't die, Tao Qingwu would always miss her. After all, she was the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. No matter how bad it was, he couldn't just leave it alone. Jisoo wondered if it would be better to let Ling become a crazy corpse earlier. Others may not be able to control the degree of erosion of dark matter, but his little fallen beast can. With one look, he could become a crazy corpse. However, Jisoo didn't want to do this. Tao Qingwu had been an adult who had been working for several years. It was best for him to solve such a problem by himself. If he wanted to leave the planting base to accompany his mother, Jisoo would not stop him. Jisoo remembered that he hadn't seen Buzai and Xiao Yuyu for a while. He walked out of the plastic greenhouse and didn't see the two little kids. Buzai? Yuyu? Jisoo shouted. Wow. Dad. Outside the side door of the central base, there was a loud cry from Yuyu. Jisoo's face changed, and he ran to the side door. What's wrong with Yuyu? Why are you crying? Aunt Chio ran out of the plastic greenhouse. Seeing Jisoo running to the side door, she was so scared that she even dropped the vegetable bowl and ran to see the child. Chapter 90. The temperature warmed up, and the children who had been locked up at home for a winter could finally run out to play. Lil Yongwan took Yuyu and Buzai to play house at the entrance of the canteen, and Uncle Zhang was tidying up the vegetable garden and watching the children. Uncle Zhang stopped watching for a moment, and when he looked up again, he couldn't find the children. Only little Yongwan and Buzai were at the entrance, all looking into the canteen. And then, there was a loud cry from little Yuyu, which scared Uncle Zhang so much that he threw away his hoe and ran to the canteen. Buzai didn't know what he saw, and his hair stood up. He bent his waist and breathed into the room, his little paws waving in the air, and he retreated in fear, but soon rushed in again. Uncle Zhang ran to the entrance of the canteen and saw Buzai's little paw grabbing little Yuyu's shoulder, and the other little paw kept waving forward, breathing out continuously. Little Yuyu sat on the ground crying, his left hand still in Yang Meiying's hand, holding little Yuyu tightly. Uncle Zhang rushed in, pulled Yang Meiying's hand away, and picked up the two little kids. Yang Meiying fell to the ground from the small bench. Her dazed eyes came into focus, and she looked at her hands blankly. Don't be afraid, my dear. Grandpa is here. Uncle Zhang hurriedly patted and comforted her. But Xiao Yuyu was still crying. He had never cried like this before. Uncle Zhang was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought that Xiao Yuyu was scratched, so he hurried to check the child's left hand. When he saw it, he was scared to death. Xiao Yuyu's entire left hand turned black. Jisoo rushed in. What's going on? Dad. Seeing Jisoo coming, Xiao Yuyu stretched out his hand for his dad to hold him. But the hand he stretched out was black. Jisoo was shocked. Took Xiao Yuyu, checked his left hand, rolled up his sleeves, and the black color spread all the way to his elbow. Xiao Yu kept crying. And it was obvious that he was in great pain. The little fallen beast, who was sleeping soundly in Jisu's arms, was awakened. It poked its little head out of its collar, its eyes still hazy, and it was obvious that it had not woken up yet. When Xiao Yu saw the little fallen beast, he stopped crying and stretched out his painful little hand, asking the Big Daddy to soothe him. Xiao Yu hadn't seen the Big Daddy for a long time and wanted to find him. Jisu introduced the little fallen beast to him. This was another form of the Big Daddy. When the Big Daddy turned into a human, he could continue to play with Xiao Yu. Children have a strong ability to accept. As long as they see the little fallen beast, they call the Big Daddy, and they don't think there is anything wrong. The little fallen beast crawled out of Jisu's arms and squatted on Jisu's shoulders. Its little tail circled Jisu's neck, poked its little head out, and touched Xiao Yu's black little hand with its mouth. Xiao Yu's cry alarmed many people. Aunt Chiu arrived after Jisu, and the clinic in front of the cafeteria was also alarmed. Doctors and nurses all ran over. Dr. Zheng also rushed over and saw his mother Yang Meiying standing aside awkwardly, with her head down, looking like she had done something wrong, and holding a bag of dried sweet potatoes in her hand. Dr. Zheng felt uneasy. "Mom, what's going on?" Hearing her son's voice, Yang Meiying looked up and explained hastily. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to give him dried sweet potatoes. And I didn't know it would turn out like this." Yang Meiying's eyes turned red with anxiety. But Dr. Zheng was stunned. He looked at his mother's clean skin, and the black spots that almost covered her face were now only a few spots. His mother's spirit was visibly better. Her chaotic eyes became brighter, and her pupils returned to normal. Dr. Zheng stared at his mother in shock, his brain buzzing, and he couldn't speak for a while. He was exhausted because of his mother erosion problem. He knew that if he continued like this, his mother would definitely become a crazy corpse. But he knew the result. But he couldn't change it. He couldn't sleep all night, and he couldn't think of a way. There was no way. As a doctor, he could only watch his mother die day by day. He was swept by great pain and was ready to go to Jisu today, hoping to get a solution from Jisu. This was his last straw. He didn't want to go to Jisu unless it was absolutely necessary. He knew very well that what he feared most was not Jisu's refusal to help, but that Jisu would say that there was no way. This was the thing that made him most afraid and desperate. So he didn't go to Jisu for a long time, and he had been waiting until now, as if there was still hope if he didn't ask. However, the dark matter in the mother body suddenly decreased so much. Yang Ji also rushed over. He coaxed his daughter and told everyone what he saw. Buzai and Xiao Yu couldn't express the incident clearly. Uncle Zhang was working in the vegetable field at the time and didn't see what happened. When he entered the door, he saw Xiao Yu sitting on the ground crying, with Yang Meiying holding her left hand. Xiao Yangwan still didn't understand what happened. When her father asked, she told him what she saw. "We played house at the door. I was the bride. Yo-Yo was the groom. Buzai was the baby. And I was cooking for Yo-Yo and the baby. Grandma Yang was cutting radishes. And then she sat on a small stool and watched us play. Grandma Yang took out some sweet potato fries and called Yo-Yo over to eat some. Yo-Yo took one. And when she wanted to come back, Grandma Yang grabbed her hand. And then Yo-Yo started crying." Xiao Yangwan's explanation is the same as Yang Meiying's. And the sweet potato chips that fell on the ground can also prove it. There are only 3 little ones in the planting base, and the elders often feed them some snacks they make themselves. And both adults and children are used to it. Uncle Zhang's face was very ugly. "Then why did you hold on to Yu? You didn't let go even when the child was crying." Yang Meiying's eyes were red. Yu took only one and was about to run away. I wanted him to take more. So I grabbed his little hand. And then I was a little dazed, as if I heard the child crying, but I couldn't concentrate. "I'm sorry. It's me who made Yu like this. I'm sorry." Dr. Zheng came back to his senses from the shock, and then remembered to look at the child. "What's wrong with Yu?" Jisu pulled up little Yu's left arm to show Dr. Zheng. Dr. Zheng looked surprised, and suddenly turned back to look at the mother face and neck, and then looked back at little Yu's left hand and left arm. This is... Jisu swept through everyone present one by one, and his eyes paused on Tao Qingwu. The black spots on his face were indeed dangerous. Jisu said, "The matter is clear. It was an accident. Let's go first. Yu is not feeling well. I will take him back to comfort him." As Jisoo said, he took the child and left. Not long after returning home, Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang came over. Uncle Zhang looked guilty. Xiaosu, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of the child. Jisoo interrupted Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, don't say such things. You and Aunt Chio are the elders of my family. You have taken great pains to help me take care of Yo-Yo and Buzai, and manage the affairs of the base. I am grateful enough. Please don't say such things again. Aunt Chio wiped the corners of her eyes. Her voice was crying. What should we do with our baby's left hand and arm? Is it painful? The baby has never cried like that. Jisoo brought Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chio into the living room, where 3 little ones were sitting on the plush carpet, and the little fallen beast was seriously tapping Yo-Yo's left arm with its little paw, and then tapping the air, as if teaching little Yo-Yo what to do. Jisoo whispered. It was difficult to say this because there were so many people around. I was worried that it would be bad for Yu if it got out. You also saw that 90% of the black spots on Yang Meing's body disappeared, and all of them were transferred to the left hand and left arm of little Yu. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chio were extremely shocked. Originally, they only had a vague idea and couldn't figure out the trick. Now Jisoo's words woke them up. Aunt Chio was so anxious that tears came out. What should we do with the baby? With so much dark matter. It's no wonder that little Yu cried so loudly. It must be very painful. Aunt Chio was so distressed that she kept wiping her tears. It should be fine in a few days. When Qin Yinan dug him out of the monster, he was also covered with black spots, and they disappeared after a few days. After thinking about it, Jisoo explained the seriousness of the matter to them. After all, the child would be kept with them in the future. Letting them know the real situation would also help protect Yu better. This should be his deformed ability, which can absorb the dark matter from others. Now there are too many people outside who have become crazy corpses because of excessive dark matter. Yu is still young and has no ability to protect himself. This ability cannot be spread. Don't let Yu have physical contact with others in the future. If it really doesn't work, just sew him a long-sleeve glove, and don't let him have direct contact with others. Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang nodded repeatedly. They were relieved to know that the child would be fine. They kept Jisoo's words in mind, and left Jisoo's house. Aunt Chio immediately went home to sew long-sleeve gloves. Not long after Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang left, Dr. Zhang also came. He went to Zhang's house to exchange a bag of fruit. He wanted to speak several times, but didn't know how to say it. He should apologize for making Yu like this. He should apologize. He should also thank Yu for saving his mother's life. But Jisoo didn't want to make it clear, and Dr. Zhang couldn't say it directly. Jisoo left the fruit, which was considered to accept their apology. Jisoo sent Dr. Zhang out. Yo-Yo is still young. This kind of thing has a great impact on him. I hope Dr. Zhang can understand. Dr. Zhang nodded repeatedly. I know the severity. Mr. G, don't worry. Jisoo said, Yo-Yo needs to recuperate for a few days. Don't let your mother worry. Just live a normal life. Dr. Zhang's eyes were hot. Thank you. The mother survived, but the damage of the dark matter was given to a 4-year-old child. The gratitude and guilt in his heart were overwhelming, and he couldn't say anything. He could only remember this kindness in his heart. Jisoo closed the courtyard door and returned to the living room. The little fallen beast was still instructing little Yo-Yo. This time it was not an empty instruction, but a real teaching. And the real thing was the potted tomatoes that began to bear fruit. This was a green plant planted by Jisoo in a warm room. It has begun to bear fruit now. The potted tomatoes were surrounded by 3 little ones. The smallest little fallen beast, which was not even as tall as the potted plants, raised its little paws to point, and then blew on the potted plants. The small tomato, which originally had green branches and red fruits, turned half of its branches and fruits completely black under the blowing of the little fallen beast. Jisoo, Jisoo, ? Jisoo did not approach, but stood in the living room to see what the father and his 3 sons were going to do. Xiao Yu's eyes were sparkling, but Buzai seemed to be frightened, with his hair standing up and his back arched to hide far away. Under Jisoo's teaching, it was not easy for the 3 little ones to coexist peacefully. The little fallen beast no longer frightened Buzai and allowed Buzai to approach. But Buzai did not dare to do so. He always hid from the little fallen beast, and fear had been engraved in his genes. The little fallen beast slapped the potted plant and made it shake, indicating that it was Xiao Yu's turn. Xiao Yu squatted beside the potted plant, puffed up his white and tender little face, and blew at the potted plant. The little fallen beast stared with big golden eyes, looking very angry. Its little paws were about to smash the potted plants. And then it patted Xiao Yu's left arm, indicating that he should release it with his left arm. Not blowing. Not blowing. Jisoo watched the little fallen beast clapping his paws in anger, as if he saw an irritable parent who couldn't teach his naughty child well, and almost laughed out loud. Jisoo sat next to Xiao Yu, grabbed the hiding cloth cub, held it in his arms, and helped the irritable father translate. Big Daddy means that you should release the dark matter with your left hand, and release it towards the potted plants. The little fallen beast put down its irritable little paws, indicating that Jisoo's translation was correct. After seeing Jisoo holding the cloth cub, it immediately became unhappy and ran over, scaring the cloth cub to jump up high, using all 4 paws to escape. The little fallen beast jumped into Jisoo's arms, grabbed his clothes and purred, asking Jisoo to hold it, not the cloth cub. Jisoo, Jisoo's mouth twitched. I hope you can still remember what you did after you turned back into a human. Are you ashamed to compete for favor with a child? The little fallen beast didn't know shame. It hung on Jisoo's shoulder and rubbed his cheek with its cool little head. It was very intimate. Seeing that Xiao Yu didn't practice well and was staring at it, the irritable father bared his teeth and yelled at him, asking him to do his homework seriously. Little Yu was amused and giggled, with cute dimples on the corners of his mouth. He was not afraid of such a big father at all. Jisoo knew that the little fallen beast's method should be correct. Sometimes, even Jisoo didn't understand the little fallen beast's behavior, but it just knew how to do it. This might be the talent that the fallen beast was born with. Little Yu was still too young and didn't understand many things. He always followed the little fallen beast to learn to blow air, which made the little fallen beast jump and turn on the carpet in anger. And then he went to sleep in Jisoo's arms. No matter. It is difficult to manage a bear parent and a bear child. The little fallen beast quit, and the cub was scared away and never came back. Jisoo went out to look for it, but the little guy ran away and went to the mushroom castle. Jisoo could only practice with Xiao Yu by himself. In the evening, Aunt Chiu brought the fried green vegetables over. They were the green vegetables they planted with clean seeds from the purified land. They tasted very good and were no different from before the end of the world. Jisoo tentatively judged that these were pure green vegetables grown from pure soil. Jisoo handed the notes to Aunt Chiu and the bottle of flour liquid to her, asking her to purify the soil in her greenhouse first. The distance of each drop was recorded in the notes. Aunt Chiu knew how precious the flour liquid with purification ability was, so she carefully brought it home, carefully studied the distance, and sucked the flour liquid with a straw, dripping every drop at a calculated position, trying not to waste a single drop. Jisoo continued to accompany Xiao Yu to release dark matter until Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang purified the greenhouse soil at home and planted clean vegetables. And Xiao Yu finally achieved results. He found the trick to release dark matter, and the poor potted tomatoes turned completely black. The black on the little guy's arms disappeared, leaving only his hands. Without a target, Xiao Yu couldn't release it again. Jisoo had no choice but to pull a few green vegetables and let him release it on the green vegetables to turn them black. In this way, step-by-step teaching, the little guy finally completely emptied the dark matter he absorbed. The severely eroded potted tomatoes and a few small green vegetables were thrown into the furnace and burned to ashes, so that no third person could see them. It was a few days later when the people in the base saw Xiao Yu again. When Xiao Yu went out again, he wore a scarf and a mask, and gloves on both hands. Jisoo had told him not to take it off when he went out to play, not to let it come into contact with people's skin, and not to tell others about his ability. The little guy nodded ignorantly, remembering his father's advice. Xiao Yu's problem was solved, and the purification results of Aunt Chiu's greenhouse were also revealed. Jisoo called 3 people from the base management committee and held a secret meeting with them to let them know about the purification liquid. Jisoo did not mention the flour liquid, but only said it was purification liquid, and put flour, picked it and took it out. This news is important enough. They all know the importance of the matter. It must not be spread. Otherwise not only the planting base, but also the entire Baiwan town base will be coveted. Inform the management committee that they also need to purify the land after the wheat harvest and before planting the next crop, so that pure food that has not been eroded can be planted. The workload of purifying the land is not small, and it requires the people in the base to work together. Naturally, the purifying liquid cannot be exposed in the external statement. Just say that it is the nutrient solution found outside by Jisoo and Qin Yinan, which is good for crops. Even Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang don't know the real source of the purifying liquid. Jisoo has never mentioned it. Jisoo plans to entrust the flowers and trees outside the castle to someone to take care of them. When he is not at the base, he can go to water the flowers and trees with blood every once in a while. Jisoo chose Zhongji and Yangzi to take care of the flowers and trees. Both of them are capable and trusted by Jisoo. Zhongji and Yangji were shocked to know that there was a flower tree. Jisoo took them outside the castle to see the flower tree. The two stared at the tall flower tree with fascination. It was really beautiful. Drops of golden flower liquid fell down, like golden rain. With the purification ability of the flower liquid, it was even more difficult to look away. They knew the importance of this flower tree, and Jisoo knew it even more. So he reinforced 2 layers outside the original circular wall. Each layer was double-locked, and the keys were in the hands of Zhongji and Yangji respectively. Every time they came to water the blood, they had to go together, and the confidentiality must be done well, and no one could tell anyone. The snow melted, the weather turned warmer, and Jisoo began to prepare for the trip. This time the trip was far away, and the crystals would be transported back, so several trucks would be needed, and at least 4 more people would go. Chung Yimo and Chi Ying didn't hesitate at all when they heard it. They would definitely go with them, and they would choose 2 more people. Ming Biais took the initiative to ask to join, and Ming Zhong was arranged by Jisoo to manage the comprehensive area to share the workload of Bai Tingyan and Lyon, Quebec. In this way, the 3 places and 1 area of the Baiwan town base will be managed by a dedicated person. Ming Biais is a pure auxiliary deformed person. Although the deformed ability has no attack power, he has good skills and has been trained in the end times. If he has better weapons, his strength will be stronger. Jisoo counts him as 1. The last person also signed up by himself. That is, Xiao Junwen, who joined the base last. This person is gentle and literary, but he is a dangerous illusionist. His ability is very similar to that of a dream weaver, but the difference is wakefulness and dreams. Once the illusion of the illusionist comes out, reality and illusion overlap, and there may be murderous intentions everywhere. It is also a very special deformed ability. There are 5 people in the group, except for Chung Yimo. The other 4 are all mentally deformed, and they are all rare deformed people with special abilities. This time, Jisoo was not going to drive the modified RV out again. It was not cost-effective to have such a big car, but no way to load cargo. He prepared 3 medium trucks that burned oil, and went to Rong's base to modify the energy supply. By the way, he modified the carriages so that each car could have a place to eat, sleep and take a shower. When preparing travel supplies, Bai Tingyan came to him because of Tao Qingwu's erosion problem. For Tao Qingwu, Bai Tingyan was also worried about it. Jisoo and Qin Yinan often ran outside. Bai Tingyan wanted to ask him if there was any way to solve the erosion of dark matter. Of course there is a way. That is to find the legendary medicine city. I just heard it from others, and it is difficult to tell whether it is true or false. It is rumored that there are drugs that suppress black spots in the Chinese medicine city, and there may also be drugs that reduce black spots. You should also know that if there are such drugs, the price will not be cheap, and it is not something that can be exchanged for ordinary things. As long as there is hope, it's good. The most feared thing is that there is no hope at all. Bai Tingyan said, I brought you something. The new material you gave me is not enough. These are all I have for now. See if they are useful. The 2 of them lifted a wooden box from the truck. Bai Tingyan opened the lid of the box himself, and took out a unique weapon from it. When Jisoo saw the shape and material, he vaguely guessed something, and his eyes brightened instantly. Bai Tingyan walked towards a big rock with the weapon in his hand. This is a high-pressure air gun I developed based on my own ability. It does not require bullets. It can be compressed into air bullets by extracting air. Bai Tingyan pulled a compression tube once, raised the air gun, aimed at the stone 20 meters away, and with a bang, the stone was smashed to pieces. If it was the head of a crazy corpse or a monster, it would not be harder than the stone. Because it is an air bullet, there is a distance limit. The closer the distance, the stronger the lethality. The advantage is that there is no bullet limit. As long as there is air, there will be a constant supply of air bullets. Bai Tingyan said, "This is the first batch. When conditions permit, I will increase the shooting distance." Jisoo said, "I will contact the Rong family base in Yihai City. If you need any materials or parts, you can contact them, and they will make them for you. We can make more guns like this." Bai Tingyan nodded, indicating that he understood. Jisoo did not bring back many new materials, and Bai Tingyan made a limited number of air guns. He sent Jisoo a box, and the remaining ones were only enough for each base to distribute a few. Jisoo understood what Bai Tingyan meant. If he really found the medicine city, he would not buy medicine only for Tao Qingwu. There were so many people in the Baiwan town base, and everyone needed it. Jisoo did not want to say more, but he still could not help it. Given Tao Qingwu's situation, if he goes to see his mother again, he will become a crazy corpse before I come back. If Tao Qingwu can be clear, cut off contact with his mother, and not go to see her again, Jisoo will tell Xiao Yuyu and Uncle Zhang to help Tao Qingwu extract some dark matter when necessary, and then give Xiao Yuyu a green vegetable for him to release. This seems simple, but it is not easy for Xiao Yuyu to extract dark matter into his body. His little body has to endure the pain of dark matter erosion. If it was to save his life, Jisoo could ask Xiao Yuyu to help once. But if he helped, the other side would rush to deepen the degree of erosion. Why should he let Xiao Yuyu suffer this? Bai Tingyan sighed, "I have talked to him. He will never visit his mother again in the future. The things will be sent by others, and he will not appear again." He Ling's crying and scolding have become a nightmare for Tao Qingwu. He Ling wants to repeat the old trick and threatened to die again. The stimulated Tao Qingwu's erosion worsened on the spot. It was only when Bai Tingyan arrived in time that he calmed down the out-of-control Tao Qingwu. Tao Qingwu was also heartbroken by his mother. As long as he knew that He Ling was still alive, he would send someone to send things over at a fixed time, and he would not appear again. It's better this way. Otherwise no one can save him. After packing up, Jisoo handed over the base to the management committee and his own glass greenhouse to Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang to take care of. He was going to lead the team to go out to find the medicine city and find drugs that can suppress black spots. Chapter 91. 3 medium trucks drove all the way to Yihai City. After several months, they could no longer follow the previous route. Fortunately, when the fallen beast took Jisoo to the Rong's base, they had already found a safe route, so it was relatively safe along the way. On the way, they encountered several advanced crazy corpses, all of which were taken away by the fallen beast. Energy crystals did not delay the speed of the medium trucks at all. Jisoo brought 3 full carts of supplies on this trip. Most of the food and vegetables would be left to the Rong's base, and the rest would be taken to other places for exchange or sale. After going out, he must not come back empty-handed. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Rong's base is Qin Yenin, which is equivalent to his own industry. Since it is his own, Jisoo must not treat the Rong's base badly, and good things can still be shared. When Jisoo passed through Xinjiang City, he also took all the food that Fan Bao had hidden in the underground warehouse, reinforced a carriage, and transported all to the Rong's base. Although these grains have been severely corroded, who doesn't eat such grains nowadays? Comparing the grains with low and medium erosion, as long as they are not moldy or rotten, these are the best grains. Seeing Jisoo bring so many supplies, the survivors of Rong's base were very excited. Fan Sheng personally brought a group of senior executives to help unload the trucks, and they were very happy. All 3 medium trucks were put into the warehouse with slow time flow by Jisoo. The things in the warehouse did not need to be moved, and Jisoo's carriage did not move. The materials in the remaining 2 carriages and 1 attached carriage would be left to Rong's base. Someone brought out baskets of fresh vegetables from the carriage and cheered excitedly. They hadn't seen vegetables for the whole winter, and vegetables with such normal colors. Fan Sheng walked over and kicked each of the people who were staring at the vegetables and drooling. "Look at your lack of ability." After scolding others, he took a big, red tomato and took a big bite. The sweet and sour juice filled his mouth. He sighed and looked up to see pairs of eyes staring at him. "Stop staring. 1 each. Eat and continue working. Don't take more." A group of people were waiting for President Fan to say this. After getting permission, they swarmed over to grab tomatoes. It had been too long since they had tasted normal food, and they were so delicious that they wanted to swallow their tongues. After they finished grabbing, the senior executives around Fan Sheng also went to take 1 each. nodding as they ate. Someone couldn't help asking, "Mr. G, how did you grow these vegetables to taste normal? We also opened up a planting area at our base, and it took a lot of effort to grow them. But I don't know what they are. The green vegetables have black leaves and are very large. The taste is really hard to describe. Mr. G, do you have any secrets to teach us?" Jisoo said, "There is indeed a secret. I came here this time to teach the secret to Mr. Fan." The senior executives were all excited. "Mr. Fan, you must study hard. It depends on you to improve the food in the future." Jisoo took down a small box from the car, plus a tightly wrapped thing, which was heavy to carry. Jisoo didn't let others help, and carried it all the way to Fan Sheng's office. Jisoo didn't beat around the bush with him, and pushed a 2L mineral water barrel wrapped in black cloth over. "This is the secret." Fan Sheng pulled open the black cloth and saw a very ordinary mineral water barrel. But the liquid in the barrel looked very unusual. It was pure gold. "This is purification liquid." Jisoo gave the answer directly. Fan Sheng's hands trembled, and he looked at Jisoo with a shocked face. "Jisoo, it can only purify the dark matter in the soil, and cannot be used in other places. As long as the soil is clean and there are clean seeds, pure crops can be grown." The Rong's base mainly develops manufacturing. They can open up some land in the base and be self-sufficient, but they cannot develop agriculture on a large scale. This is also the main reason why Jisoo did not directly give the Rong's base flour course, but flour liquid. The purification flour tree grows in the Rong's base. It is difficult to be carefully cared for, and it may also cause disasters. Yuhai City has many forces, and the Rong's base is not independent of Yuhai City. A single deformed factory is enough to make people jealous. Don't use the purification flour tree to spy on the bottom line of other forces. Just use the flour liquid directly. Fan Sheng took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew the value of this bucket of purification liquid. He looked at the slightly bulging mass on Jisoo's chest. His boss was sleeping in Jisoo's arms. He knew the boss's strength best, and he would not be too surprised if he got something incredible. Although the bosses of the two bases were a family, there were so many people in the two bases who needed to eat, and business matters must be sorted out. Fan Yu adjusted his mentality and put on a business negotiation posture. "What does Mr. G want to exchange?" Jisoo opened the small box and pushed it to Fan Sheng. "The supplies outside, and this barrel of purification liquid. Come and exchange these." In the small box was a stack of drawings, all of which were drawn by Tingyun himself for the parts needed for the air gun. This was simple for the deformation factory, but difficult for Tingyun. Handmade products are definitely not as precise as machine-made ones. After the parts are made, there are still subsequent processes, which require Tingyun to personally lead people to assemble and adjust them. The air gun is very important, even if it is his own people. The confidentiality agreement that should be signed cannot be omitted. Jisoo's requirement is that after the parts are made, the Rong base will personally send a car to the Baiwan town base and hand them over to Tingyun. Jisoo also brought some pure seeds as a reward for modifying 3 medium trucks. Fan Sheng took this business. Not to mention that Jisoo gave a lot. Even if Jisoo didn't give anything, as long as the boss said, they had to take it. What's more, Jisoo is so generous, and all he gave are good things. There is no reason not to take it. Jisoo had already written down the usage of the purification liquid. When Fan Sheng saw that the purification liquid was calculated by drops, he felt that the base's cultivated area was a bit too small and needed to be expanded. Rong's base can survive without farming. At least the food grown should be self-sufficient. During the days waiting for the modification of the medium-sized truck, Jisoo also fenced off an area for planting for Rong's base. The area was originally planted with flowers and plants, and they just needed to clear them and plant other things. Jisoo also built a transparent greenhouse in the inner base, where the soil can be purified. Rong's base can install the necessary facilities inside by itself, but the difficulty lies in the construction. Now that Jisoo has taken action, they can also have fresh fruits and vegetables to eat in winter. Jisoo also left them a few bundles of dragon fruit branches. As long as they are planted, Rong's base will have its own dragon fruit to eat in the future. Jisoo used these things to exchange for Rong's base to make him a few new material-modified vehicles. After the 3 medium-sized trucks were modified and replenished with drinking water, they set off again and headed towards Hyben City. This is the only place where Jisoo knows the exact location. Finding the method or opportunity For the fallen beast to transform into a human in Yaocheng is unknown. Although the journey is long, Jisoo still decided to go directly to Haiban City. The road from Qingjiang City to Yuhai City is familiar, and Jisoo has a good idea of it. The road to Haiban City is completely unknown, and no one knows what kind of dangers will be encountered on the way. This is also what Jisoo and Chungyamo and the other four repeatedly emphasized before departure. They all know how dangerous this long journey will be. But even so, they still followed. They also want to know what the outside world is like now. Danger is danger. But once there is a gain, it will be a big gain. What they get outside belongs to them. Just based on this point, they will not lose out on this trip. Not everyone has the opportunity to go out with Jisoo and Qin Yinan. Jisoo's car window is always open to facilitate the fallen beast to enter and exit. Just like when he went to Yuhai City. The fallen beast led the way, and they just followed the fallen beast forward. And their safety was absolutely guaranteed. On the first day of the trip, the medium trucks did not stop along the way. All the dangers encountered on the way were solved by the fallen beasts. They harvested along the way and obtained hundreds of energy crystals in one day. After a winter, the number of advanced crazy corpses increased exponentially. If it were not for the fallen beasts to lead the way, they would have to confront the advanced crazy corpses head-on. Not to mention the delay and the danger. The place to rest at night was the location chosen by the fallen beasts. 3 medium trucks were parked side by side, and the stoves were moved out to make a fire and cook. They only had 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. They stopped once at noon to solve personal problems. They ate something in the car and continued on their way. They could not eat a full meal until they rested at night. The 3 medium trucks were covered in the protective wall. Xiao Junwen and Meng Biais could cook, and Cheng Yimo and Qi Ying helped wash and cut vegetables. Taking advantage of this time, Jisoo took the fallen beasts out to hunt. The hardest working one in the day was the fallen beast, since the pure flower mother was not brought out. The fallen beast's rations could only be replaced with fresh deformed animals. The temperature had risen to more than 10 degrees. Jisoo lay on the back of the fallen beast. He no longer had to wrap himself tightly, but he still had to wear goggles because the wind was too strong, and it was inconvenient to see far away. The fallen beast flew over a city. Looking down from the sky, the whole city was dead silent. Except for the crazy corpses and deformed creatures all over the city. There was no human base, which made Jisoo's heart sink. Along the way, there were only crazy corpses and deformed creatures, and no living people. Such a big city didn't even have a base. Could there be any survivors? The fallen beast dived, and a deformed cow below sensed the danger and ran for its life frantically. The fallen beast chased after it slowly, and when the deformed cow couldn't run anymore, it dived down and bit its neck, carrying it into the air, with blood pouring down. Now there is no need to collect blood. The fallen beast can bite the prey to death on the spot. The man and the beast did not return to the camp to prevent the smell of blood from being brought over. They found a high ground to land, and Jisoo slid down from the back of the fallen beast. The fallen beast did not become smaller, squatting on the side, waiting for Jisoo to feed it. In Jisoo's backpack, in addition to crystals and food, there was also an air gun, and a black umbrella was a must-have. Jisoo took out a dagger and cleaned the prey on the spot. During this period, Jisoo had figured out the fallen beast's preferences. When hunting, it likes to scare the prey first, making the prey extremely scared, and then bite it to death. The meat must also be eaten fresh. It will not like to eat if it has been stored for too long or in the refrigerator. Jisoo guessed that the newly dead prey may still have the fear emotion that the fallen beast likes in the flesh and blood. So the meat should be eaten while it is hot. If it is cold, the fear emotion will disappear and the meat will become unpalatable. Jisoo was already very skilled in handling prey. In order to retain more fear, Jisoo had to be quick, taking pieces of beef and feeding them to the waiting fallen beast while they were still hot. Jisoo cut while the fallen beast ate, until it had eaten a whole deformed cow, and the fallen beast was full. The fallen beast that Jisoo had carefully raised never ate dirty things, nor did it eat internal organs and bones. It only ate pure meat. So every time the fallen beast finished eating, only a skeleton would be left. Cow bones and sheep bones were very nutritious, and it would be a pity to throw them away. So Jisoo transported them to the base by car, put them in the canteen to make soup, and added food to the people in the base. Now outside, it was not convenient to take such a big cow skeleton away. Jisoo cut off the beef ribs on both sides. And the ribs were full of meat, so it would be a pity to throw them away. So he took the 2 hind leg bones with him, let the fallen beast hold him, and returned to the base. It was too late to make beef bone soup at night, but it was okay to roast beef ribs. Not long after the man and the beast left, a few skinny people rustled down from the high ground. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. They looked around vigilantly, and saw that the monster had really left. They all crawled to the high ground and pounced on the bloody cow skeleton and started biting it, swallowing the unchewed beef voraciously. They were wary of each other, each holding a part and biting it desperately. They had never eaten such fresh meat, and the scraps of meat left on the cow skeleton were enough for them to have a full meal. A few skinny half-grown children did not fight with the adults for the cow bones, but grabbed the cow's stomach and the huge cow tripe and ran down the high ground. This is all meat. Beef tripe and beef intestines are all good meat that they dare not dream of. There is no way they will let go of so much meat. The adults, who had robbed the skeleton, chased after them unwillingly. The half-grown children were all ferocious wolf cubs. 1 or 2 adults were completely unable to beat them, and could only watch the children run away unwillingly. Jisoo brought the fallen beast back to the camp. Dinner was just ready, and they could eat. Jisoo was covered in blood. He went back to the car to take a shower first. A corner of the car was converted into a bathroom. The water tank was installed next to the bedroom on the roof. After filling it with water, taking a shower was not a problem at all. Jisoo washed himself clean, and the little fallen beast was also caught and scrubbed carefully. Its teeth were brushed very carefully twice before it appeared on the dining table with a fragrant aroma. The 2 hind leg bones brought back by the fallen beast were put into the warehouse, and the 2 steaks were washed and marinated. After being grilled, they were also put into the warehouse where time flows slowly, and kept for tomorrow's road. They should still be hot when they are taken out. After a full dinner, they cleaned up the tables and chairs, and went back to the car to sleep. The cab was connected to the carriage, and you could climb to the roof from the carriage. There was a layer above the roof, with a comfortable bed and a small living room. No matter how tired you were during the day, you could sleep well at night. The other 2 cars could be driven by 2 people, but Jisoo had to drive alone all day, which was very hard. As soon as he lay on the soft bed, Jisoo fell asleep. The little fallen beast squatted beside the pillow and watched for a long time before licking Jisoo's face, pushing open the quilt, crawling into Jisoo's arms, curling up, and closing his eyes at ease. I don't know if it was because the fallen beast was in the car, or because the smell of the fallen beast was everywhere outside the camp. But in short, it was peaceful all night until dawn. Nothing happened, and not even a little noise was heard. It was not like this when Jisoo and his group went to Yuhai City. At that time, they were almost dragged away by the monster and didn't sleep well all night. After a night's rest, all the fatigue disappeared, and after a simple breakfast, the 3 cars continued on the road. With the fallen beast leading the way, they took fewer detours and moved forward all the way, finally arriving at Hyben City on the morning of the 3rd day. Jisoo did not drive into Hyben City rashly, but asked the fallen beast to choose a place and station there, and put out a protective wall. They could prepare lunch first. Jisoo and the fallen beast would go to Hyben City to check the situation and find the warehouse by the way. The fallen beast took Jisoo to the sky, and what they saw was still a dilapidated abandoned city. Jisoo studied the map carefully and memorized the location of the warehouse. The key given by Chi Baining would probably not be used. It has been almost a year since the end of the world, and no lock can withstand the erosion of dark matter. Hyben City is just a 3rd-tier city, famous for its abundant crystal production, and its prosperity is far less than Yunhai City. What surprised Jisoo was that such a city actually had no base, and no living people could be seen from the air. The fallen beast hovered over Hyben City. Jisoo carefully compared the location of the map and found the location of the warehouse. He patted the fallen beast and let it land. The fallen beast landed in front of a warehouse. This area was full of large warehouses in a row. Jisoo didn't know which one was the transit warehouse of Chi Baining's uncle. There were so many warehouses, and they couldn't all be the transit stations of the Chi family. Chi Baining only circled the location of the warehouse, but didn't mark which warehouse it was. Jisoo decided to check each room one by one and move all the crystals away. It didn't matter if it was the warehouse Chi Baining mentioned. If he didn't move the crystals as much as he could, then his journey of more than 1,000 kilometers would be in vain. Jisoo didn't go there himself. because he was too slow. He went through each room one by one until it was dark. With the fallen beast there, he didn't need to do anything. He could make a hole in the warehouse with one claw, and the things in the warehouse could be seen at a glance. The fallen beast flew up and dug holes on the top of the warehouse. Each warehouse was very large, so one claw was enough for each one. He dug through each room one by one. There were so many large warehouses, and most of them stored crystal ore. Only 2 warehouses had real crystals, which should be the real transit warehouses mentioned by Chief Baining. Those crystal ores were just a kind of stone, not real crystals, but they contained crystals. They had to be cut and polished to make crystals later, which was time-consuming and laborious. If there is no crystal, there is no choice but to choose crystal ore. Now there is crystal, and there is still a lot of it. Jisoo doesn't like crystal ore at all, because even if he likes it, there is no way to transport it back. There are already a lot of crystals in the 2 warehouses. 3 medium trucks can't transport all the crystals in one warehouse. If 3 trailer carriages are added, they can barely move all the crystals in a large warehouse. So there will be a warehouse of crystals left. Binhai City is too far away from Chijiang City. If they keep on traveling like they are now, it will take at least 7 or 8 days to go back and forth. And that's with the fallen beasts to solve the troubles. If there are no fallen beasts to lead the way and solve the troubles along the way, they can go back and forth safely for a month. It's not easy to come here. Jisoo doesn't know when the use of crystals in the outside world will spread. There is no doubt that by then, Haiban City will definitely become a must-fight place for deformed people. By then, not to mention that the crystals in Haiban City are not his. Even the crystals in the 2 existing warehouses will change hands. To be on the safe side, Jisoo could only use the same old trick to open up an underground space and hide the crystals from the 2 warehouses in the underground warehouses first, leaving them for transport when he left. He had other things to do, and would not go back for the time being. He would pass by here to move the crystals when he returned. Jisoo was busy at the big warehouse, and the fallen beast was helping to keep watch, to guard against possible dangers. It was not until the afternoon that the crystals from the 2 warehouses were buried underground, and the underground warehouses were carefully reinforced with several layers. Jisoo and the fallen beast left together. When flying away from the sky above Haiban City, the fallen beast suddenly turned its head and looked in one direction, with an extremely fierce look in its eyes. Jisoo looked over and saw nothing. What did you find? Jisoo suddenly felt cold all over, and a terrifying sense of crisis swept over his body. He seemed to be frozen in an instant, and his whole body was stiff. The fallen beast took into account that Jisoo was still on its back, so it did not go over, but just roared angrily in that direction. The terrifying coldness that enveloped Jisoo's body disappeared in an instant. In a short time, Jisoo had already broken out in a cold sweat. He patted the fallen beast with lingering fear. Leave quickly. There must be a reason for a city without living people. The reason for Haiban City has been found. There are extremely terrifying things here. Even the fallen beast has to be distracted to pay attention. It is enough to see the degree of danger. Jisoo suddenly felt that he was a little stupid for being busy until now, with such a terrifying thing entrenched in Haiban City, let alone the deformed people to move the crystals. Even Jisoo himself, whether he can successfully transport the crystals is unknown. It would be best if the fallen beast can deter the other party. If not, Jisoo does not want the fallen beast to fight with the other party, so as not to let the fallen beast kill fiercely and lose control. That is the result that Jisoo does not want to see the most. Even if he does not want a crystal, he cannot let the fallen beast lose control. Jisoo and the fallen beast returned to the station. Chung Yamo had been lying on the small window and watching for a long time. Seeing the man and the beast coming back, he ran out immediately. Why did you take so long? I thought you were in danger. The little beast became smaller and stood on Jisoo's shoulder. We found the warehouse. There are a lot of crystals. 3 cars can't transport them all in one trip. I temporarily sealed the crystals in the warehouse, in the underground warehouse, and moved them when I left. Chung Yamo and Chiang had seen him seal the gas station, so they naturally understood what sealing was. Lunch was already prepared, and the 4 of them had been waiting for Jisoo to come back for lunch, and they didn't have lunch until now. The crystals in the warehouse were sealed up, which solved one problem. After that, they had to find a base and inquire about the location of the medicine city. Before leaving, they must take some crystals away, regardless of whether Jisoo wanted them or not. Chung Yamo and the other 4 who followed him couldn't leave empty-handed. They had to get something at least. After the group finished eating, they cleaned up and set off. Jisoo remembered the location of the terrifying thing, so he didn't dare to go too deep. He only found a few crystal shops on the periphery. The crystals in the shops were scattered all over the floor, and Jisoo and his group easily picked up a few bags. The fallen beast guarding the door suddenly roared into the distance. Jisoo thought, "Don't pick it up. Let's go!" The 5 people dragged the crystal into the car and quickly got in the car and left. "Brother, let's go!" Jisoo called the fallen beast that was still outside, worried that it would rush out to fight regardless of the consequences. So he quickly called it into the car and closed the window to prevent it from going out again. The 3 cars rushed out of Hyben City, but not far away. They were surrounded by several unfamiliar cars. Chapter 92. The 3 medium trucks were surrounded by a sudden convoy, and the convoy honked to signal the 3 medium trucks to stop. When Jisoo saw the strange convoy surrounding him, he immediately said, "My dear, come to my arms. Stay still, and don't make any noise." After all, the fallen beast is not a normal full-fledged freak, and no one can bring a full-fledged freak around like this. It's okay for people who are familiar with him to know, but when facing a complete stranger, Jisoo must be on guard. The little fallen beast slipped into Jisoo's clothes. Jisoo wore a loose coat and a waist bag full of crystals that he never took off. Now that his clothes were thinner, Jisoo hung a chest bag on his chest with the zipper open, so the little fallen beast could just nestle in it and would not fall out of his clothes after falling asleep. Jisoo's medium truck honked to signal the other 2 medium trucks to stop and see what they wanted to do. Jisoo had given each of them an air gun. Jisoo put it in his bag, while Chungyamo and the other 4 carried it on their backs, wearing coats to cover it. If someone dared to attack them, they would be in big trouble. The cars outside were obviously modified, but only the drive and energy were modified. The shell was still the same as the off-road vehicles before the end of the world, and it looked old and broken, far inferior to the new material-modified cars produced by the Rong family base. Several people got off the off-road vehicle. They were carrying swords and bows and arrows, and some were holding spears and unknown weapons, which should be things taken from the deformed monsters. The weapons were varied, and they looked very difficult to deal with. Several people came towards Jisoo's mid-sized truck and knocked on the window vigorously. "Get out of the car." Jisoo lowered the window to a gap of 2 fingers wide. "What's wrong with you?" The man outside the car shouted in a hoarse voice. "Did you just enter Hyben City?" Jisoo was surprised. The first question was not about their identity and origin, but whether they entered Hyben City. Could it be that this was more important than the stranger who came in a modified car? Jisoo, yes. What's wrong? The man's expression was distorted for a moment. "What did you do when you went in?" "Get out of the car. We need to search the car." Jisoo, Jisoo suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. After so long in the end of the world, there were still people who dared to be so arrogant and search the car? Are they crazy or am I crazy? The facts told Jisoo that there was nothing wrong with his ears, because the people outside couldn't wait any longer. Someone directly stabbed the car with a spear. There was a thump, and it didn't penetrate at once, so they continued to stab. Someone took out a big knife and planned to chop in. Jisoo's eyes turned cold. He knocked on the car door with one hand, pushed it open with force, and the man outside the door was hit so hard that his nose bled and he staggered back. Jisoo jumped down from the cab, and the people outside quickly showed their weapons and were about to rush over. Jisoo took out an air gun, raised it, aimed, and pointed the black muzzle directly at one person's forehead. "If you dare to move again, I make your head explode." Chung Mo had already been angry about the car smashing, and when he saw that his brother Ji had moved his weapon, he immediately jumped down with an air gun. The other 3 followed, each with an air gun in his hand, all aimed at the people outside the car. The people who stopped the car rudely were all silent. The man whose nose was bleeding from the collision said fiercely, "Who are you trying to scare with a fake gun? It's the end of the world, and the gun has become scrap metal. You fucking..." Bang! Jisoo fired a shot into the air. "Scrap metal? Why don't you use your head to see if my gun is scrap metal?" "Man, Someone finally got off the off-road vehicle that was right in front of the medium truck. There were 5 people in the car, but only 4 were left when they got off. One person was missing in the blink of an eye. It's an invisible deformity ability. Jisoo narrowed his eyes, and carefully felt the energy fluctuations. Generally, when invisible deformities use their abilities, anyone who is also a mental deformity and whose mental energy is not low can capture the energy fluctuations. So Jisoo leaned back to avoid the energy fluctuations that were heading towards his neck. He didn't shoot, but swung the air gun over. He was used to using a baseball bat, so he could use any stick to swing. With a bang, a transparent person was thrown onto the carriage, and the invisible person gradually revealed his figure. It was a woman. She was invisible, but she didn't really disappear. As long as the location was captured, she could still be killed. Jisoo aimed his gun at her without saying a word. "Don't shoot." A well-proportioned man with a straight back finally spoke. Jisoo knew that he was the boss of these people and had enough strength to back him up when he saw his calm demeanor. The man had regular features and a decent face. Jisoo noticed his walking posture. Every step was made with his heels first, which was very regular. Jisoo was observing him, and the man was also observing Jisoo. Jisoo was born with a tender face and looked young, like a high school student. He was surrounded by so many people, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was extremely calm, and his shots were clean and neat. If he hadn't used the gun barrel just now, the woman would have been lying down. The man stood a few steps away from Jisoo. "Hello. I'm Do Shinrong from Hope City. You are not from Hyben City, right? Where are you from?" Jisoo felt that. This is the normal process. We are indeed not from Hyben City. We came from far away. You are so overbearing. Do all cars from other places have to be searched? The man who covered his nose spoke again. You entered Hyben City, and the car must be searched. Who knows if you stole any crystals? Jisoo, if they were to search for crystals, it would be hard to say. Even if they didn't enter Hyben City, Jisoo would have crystals on his body and in his car. Jisoo stretched his arm, and the crystal bracelet wrapped around his wrist slid down. Everyone at the scene, too arrogant. He actually dared to wear crystals on his wrist. He is really not afraid of death. He wears so many on his hands. There must be more in the car. We must search the car. Chung Mo was no longer listening, and shouted, "What's wrong with you? All the crystals in the world belong to your family, right? Man, we can't touch the crystals in Hyben City. Chung Mo, which eye did you see the crystals from your Hyben City? Man, we can't wear crystals that are not from Hyben City. We ban crystals in Hyben City. All crystals must be sent to Hyben City. You'd better hand them over obediently. Don't force us to do it. Chung Mo, I spit on all of you. Shameless. Man, The man was so angry that he was fuming. Captain, there must be crystals in their car. We must search the car. Jisoo looked at Do Shinrong. Do Shinrong, the crystals in Hyben City cannot be touched. The crystals there are limited. If you take them, you will be killed. If you really take them, please return them immediately. Jisoo was surprised. What kind of death? Do Shinrong, there is a very scary monster in Hyben City. Anyone who touches the crystal will be hunted down. In serious cases, it will affect the base. There were many bases in Hyben City at the beginning, but they were all destroyed and many people died. We accepted the warning and chose to build a city far away from Hyben City. We sent people to patrol near Hyben City every day to prevent anyone from touching the crystals. The monster will not come out to kill people. It is indeed true. Since the establishment of Hope City, it has never been attacked and has been stable until now. Jisoo felt strange. He had never heard of such a thing. You mean, the monsters in Hyben City are guarding the crystals and not letting people touch them? Anyone who touches them will die? Do Shinrong nodded. That's true. Jisoo, if that's the case, why did he come all the way here? Jisoo didn't believe it. We can't take our own crystals away? The crystals in the two warehouses were exchanged for Chi Baining's base building. Since they were exchanged, they belonged to him. If the monster dared to snatch the crystals from him, Jisoo would definitely fight it to the death. This time he came out with a few crystal balls on purpose. If he couldn't do it, he would just throw the crystal balls. Do Shinrong, don't reason with the monster. All the crystals in Hyben City belong to the monster, including private crystals. If you don't hand them over, the monster will look for the crystals. The monster is very strong. Even if you have a gun, you can't defeat it. Jisoo sneered. Sorry. My things are mine. No one can force me to hand them over, let alone such an outrageous reason. If you have the ability, let the monster come to me. I will stay here today. There are not many high-quality crystal production areas in the country. If the monster occupies the crystals in Hyben City, no one can touch them. This is equivalent to directly weakening the combat effectiveness of mankind. The power of crystal energy is obvious to all. How can such a powerful combat power be controlled by a monster? No matter what, we must find a way to kill the monster. Jisoo is not that great, nor is he a selfless person. He is also for the crystal. If you dare to swallow his crystal, he will definitely fight with the monster. Chung Yamo carried an air gun and said arrogantly, "That monster really dares to come. I will shoot it with one shot." Everyone, Chung Mo's arrogance comes from his brother Ji and brother Chin. As long as they are there, he is not afraid. They came all the way here just for the crystal. Now, let alone moving the crystal. Even the crystal they brought with them can't be kept. How can they bear this? The woman who was hit by Jisoo's gun leaned against the carriage with her arms folded, and has been listening until now. The woman has big wavy hair and her appearance can only be considered upper middle class. But her skin is very white, and her temperament is very good. Her temperament alone is enough to support her charm. The woman said leisurely. Two little brats. Not big in size, but big in tone. Jisoo, ? Chung Yamo. Chung Yamo looked at others, and saw that everyone was looking at him, and immediately jumped up and down. Who is the little brat? I'm an adult. I'm 20. Everyone, There were sounds of suppressed laughter and leaking breath. And then, there was unbridled laughter. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. And you want to kill monsters with one shot. What can you kill? Ha ha ha. Chung Yamo was so angry that his face turned red. And he almost killed a few monsters on the spot to let them see. The woman walked towards Do Shinrong. Since they would rather take the crystal than their lives, we shouldn't stop them. And see how they die. Do Shinrong did not persuade them anymore and drove away. But he did not really leave. Instead, he stopped and stared at them from a distance. It was as if he was afraid that if they escaped, the monsters in Hyben City would blame them on Hope City. Jisoo was indeed not ready to leave. He wanted to see if the monster would really chase him. It was getting dark. 3 medium trucks were parked side by side. Jisoo put out a protective wall and threw Super 7 crystal beads outside a circle of ventilation windows. If the monster really dared to come, he would attack first and then make plans. Do Shinrong and his friends still did not leave. As if they really wanted to watch Jisoo and his group being eaten by monsters before they could feel at ease. With them watching, Jisoo could not take the fallen beast out hunting. For dinner, he could only let it eat fresh beef stored in the warehouse. With the blessing of the slow flow of time, it was not too bad. The fallen beast ate a large piece, which was smaller than the normal meal. Most of it is water. Jisoo was angry that he had wronged the fallen beasts. So he asked people to bring out the grill and eat grilled ribs and steaks in the evening to make them hungry with the aroma. The people in Hope City were really dying of greed, and they kept sniffing the aroma of barbecue and seasonings in the wind. It had been a long time since they had smelled such a strong aroma, as if they had returned to the end of the world. The smell was really too fragrant. Do Shinrong stood outside the car, holding a cigarette that had no tobacco smell at all, squinting his eyes at the black shadow not far away, wondering what he was thinking. The subordinates came over eagerly. Captain, is it fragrant? Do Shinrong didn't say anything, still staring at the black shadow not far away, and the fireworks flickered in the darkness. The subordinate said, "We are starving and freezing here," staring at others, while they are eating and drinking well, and are not afraid at all. What's the point? It's better to go back to the city and rest, and let them die. If you are hungry, go back to the car and eat biscuits. Don't talk nonsense. The men were dragged into the car, eating biscuits while smelling the aroma of meat. The woman got out of the car and stood beside Do Shinrong. She borrowed a light and lit a cigarette, which she held between her lips. The two stood in silence, looking at the shadow not far away, until the 2 cigarettes were finished and the smell of barbecue in the air faded. The woman spoke. "What are you doubting? I just want to see." What he wanted to see, Do Shinrong didn't say. He stood outside the car for a long time, so long that his body was blown through. And then he returned to the car, his eyes always staring at the shadow not far away, as if waiting for the monster to appear. Jisoo and others had already eaten and drunk enough, washed up, and went to bed. There are protective walls, medium-sized trucks, and full abnormality. Under Qin Yinan. They were not worried about being killed in their sleep. And they all slept boldly. They slept well all night. But Dou Shenrong and his group stayed awake until dawn. It was a quiet night. And nothing happened. Not to mention the monsters in Haiban City. Not even an advanced crazy corpse appeared. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. Someone went out to release water, and found that the black shadow not far away was not a truck at all, but a square simple house. Captain! Those guys built a bungalow and hid in it. They were starving and freezing here, and stayed awake until dawn. They probably hid in the bungalow and slept soundly. The more they thought about it, the more hateful they felt. Dou Shenrong got off the car and squinted. It was too dark last night, so he didn't see when the bungalow appeared. Get in the car. Dou Shenrong returned to the car, and several cars roared towards the bungalow. Everyone got out of the car and walked around the bungalow. Feeling angry, someone immediately shouted, "Get up! Don't sleep!" After shouting for a long time, the sound of opening the window came from the bungalow, and a sleepy voice shouted, "Get out! Don't make noise!" The people outside were so angry that they laughed. They had been guarding the whole night foolishly, and they slept so comfortably. Dou Shenrong walked around the bungalow and saw the Super 7 crystal beads thrown outside the ventilation window. He didn't understand what this operation was. Could it be that? Are they throwing it out to attract monsters because they are afraid that they won't come? But the monsters didn't appear, even with the crystals outside to attract them. Dou Shenrong didn't touch the Super 7 crystal beads, but Jisoo, who was woken up, came out to pick them up one by one, completely ignoring the people who were dodging, and put them into his waist bag after picking them up. Jisoo had messy hair and sleepy eyes. "Did you see the monster? Where is the monster?" Everyone, They suspected that the monster was asleep. Otherwise, why didn't the monster come to chase and kill such a blatant crystal thief? Jisoo sighed. "Okay. Stop staring. Go back. Even if the monster wants to kill, it will kill us. Not you." Jisoo went back to close the door, climbed into the car, and continued to sleep. Dou Shenrong asked the convoy to go back first, leaving only one car and a few deformed team members, and the others went back to the city first. Jisoo was stationed here for 3 days, and Dou Shenrong was guarding here for 3 days. It was difficult for Jisoo to take the fallen beast out to hunt without alarming Dou Shenrong and his party. The little fallen beast had not eaten a full meal for 3 days. Judging from the tension and fear of Dou Shenrong and his people, what they said was probably not a lie. It's just that Jisoo and his people did move the crystal of Haiban City, and they were in the car, but they didn't see the monster appear until now. I don't know if it was frightened by the breath of the fallen beast, or if there was something wrong. Jisoo decided not to wait any longer. The monster didn't appear for so long, and it seemed that it would not appear. He couldn't continue to starve the little fallen beast. Jisoo weathered the protective wall and got in the car to leave. Before leaving, he wanted to ask Dou Shenrong something. Jisoo drove the medium truck over and lowered the window. "Captain Dou, we decided not to wait any longer and are ready to leave here." As soon as they heard that they were leaving, without waiting for Dou Shenrong to speak, the other shouted, "You can't leave. You took the crystal from Haiban City. If you leave, the monster will blame us Hope City for losing the crystal." Jisoo frowned. "I can't leave until the monster shows up." Right? Dou Shenrong's people were also very crazy. In the past, if they moved the crystal during the day, the monster would find it at night. This time, they have been waiting until now, and there is no trace of the monster. Could it be that the monster has left Haiban City? This suspicion was quickly dispelled. The monster likes crystals so much. Where else can there be more crystals than Haiban City within thousands of kilometers? The monster can't leave. But it is also a troublesome thing if the monster doesn't show up all the time. Someone came up with a plan. "If you really want to leave, send the crystals back, and don't leave with any of them." Jisoo's eyes turned cold. "What if I don't agree?" "Then you can't leave." Both sides were silent for a while, and the atmosphere became tense. If Jisoo wanted to leave, not to mention that they only had 2 cars now, even if there were several cars at the beginning, Jisoo would not be afraid. He came here just to ask Dou Shenrong something. Dou Shenrong spoke up to break the deadlock. "Can I ask? What do you have to do with the crystals?" Dou Shenrong's question touched some nerves of Jisoo, and he suddenly felt that things were a little unusual. Jisoo asked Dou Shenrong, "I also want to ask. who spread the news that the crystals cannot be touched. Do Shenrong was hesitating, and a horn sounded not far away, and several cars drove towards this side quickly. The people who got off the car were the ones who were driven back by Do Shenrong. Captain, the city lord heard that there are guests from outside and wants to invite them to the city as guests. Chapter 93. Inviting Jisoo and his party to come back to the city as guests is outrageous. Do Shenrong has been watching outside for so long, just to guard against the monsters in Hyben City that may appear at any time. Do Shenrong knows very well that Jisoo and his party have definitely touched the crystals in Hyben City. If he invites them back to the city, isn't the city lord afraid of directly leading the monsters to Hope City? Do Shenrong frowned. Are you sure this is what the city lord wants? The subordinate glanced at the car. It was the order personally conveyed by Deputy City Lord and he also came with him. A thin boy got off the car, with a similar look, and ran towards the woman as soon as he got off the car, looking very happy. Sister, are you and your brother-in-law okay? Why haven't you come back after being out for so long? The woman held her brother who ran over. Why did you follow me out? The boy hugged his sister affectionately. I was worried about you and your brother-in-law, so I followed him to see if they were the guests from out of town. This car is really nice. Jisoo met the boy's eyes, and the little fallen beast who had been sleeping quietly stretched his claws, obviously a little restless. Jisoo turned around and bent down, pretending to get something, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The little fallen beast unzipped Jisoo's zipper, poked his head out, showing a fierce expression. All his little fangs were exposed, and his little claws pointed accurately outside the car. Jisoo's heart skipped a beat, and he had a guess. He whispered, "If you meet someone like this again, give me a hint in secret." After Jisoo finished speaking, he stuffed the little fallen beast back into his arms, zipped up, took out a bottle of water from under the car seat, sat up again, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, and looked at the boy outside the car again. Jisoo watched the boy laughing and chatting with the woman. The relationship between the two was very close. The more Jisoo watched, the heavier his heart became. Before, Do Shenrong's men had been circling the car and had a head-on conflict with Jisoo. The little fallen beast had always been very obedient and motionless. That was in the judgment of the little fallen beast. They were not a threat to Jisoo. Jisoo had been educating it not to eat people and not to actively attack humans. If humans wanted to hurt it, it could fight back. And the little fallen beast had always done a good job. This time it suddenly became agitated and took the initiative to become fierce. It was obviously not within the range of humans defined by Jisoo, and the boy outside might also pose a threat to Jisoo. So the little fallen beast became agitated. Jisoo couldn't think of any other possibility except a bloodthirsty person who could disguise himself as a human being so perfectly. Jisoo just heard Do Shenrong's men call this young man the Deputy City Lord. The Deputy City Lord is a bloodthirsty person. So can the City Lord still be a human? How many bloodthirsty people are there in the entire Hope City? Jisoo felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. As humans, Do Shenrong and his wife and Ilingxi, as well as his subordinates, are very loyal to Hope City and strictly follow the orders of Hope City. They patrol every day and guard the seaside city. Jisoo took a breath and felt cold in his heart. Since the City Lord invited me, I must go and see it. I haven't seen a human city along the way. The young man strongly recommended it, acting innocent and harmless. Our Hope City is great, big and safe, with many people in it. Not much different from the city before the end of the world. Shall you? They took the crystal of Seaside City and are likely to be hunted by monsters in the city. They can't be allowed to enter the city. And Ilingx's idea was the same as Do Shenrong's. Inviting them into the city was simply outrageous. And Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. Can you send the crystals back? Jisoo was also embarrassed. No. And Xiaoyu, And Xiaoyu showed a puzzled and innocent expression. After the end of the world, everyone wants to fill their stomachs. And these crystals can't be eaten. And they are so heavy. What do you want these crystals for? Jisoo lied with his eyes open. I like crystals. I have dreamed of building a crystal house since I was a child. I want to cover my house with crystals and build a real crystal house. And Ilingxi, Do Shenrong, all his men, And Xiaoyu seemed not to hear Jisoo's nonsense, and said seriously, but there are monsters in Hyben City. If you touch its crystal, it will be eaten. Aren't you afraid? Jisoo said proudly, No. I have a gun. If the monster dares to appear, I will kill it. Everyone outside the car, What a great spirit. What a courage. It's just that the monster is not strong enough. Seeing this kid bragging, the monster didn't appear. Who can say that the monster was not really scared by the gun? And Xiaoyu pondered. But the city lord wants to see you, to understand the situation outside. Otherwise, you can park the car outside the city and take our car into the city. A subordinate reminded. He also wears a crystal bracelet on his wrist. And Xiaoyu, can you put the crystal bracelet in the car first? For the safety of Hope City, crystals cannot be brought in. Jisoo thought for a while. Forget it. I can't leave my car in crystal. So I'm not going. I leave now. Jisoo started the car and was stopped again. The people in Hope City didn't let them go. After being stopped several times, Jisoo was already annoyed. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out with a medium truck. The people in front of the car rolled and crawled to avoid it. Those who couldn't avoid it hurriedly lay upright and barely escaped from under the car. The two off-road vehicles in front were directly knocked away. Now it's not about whether Jisoo wants to go to Hope City or not. But the mayor of Hope City and Nai Xiaoyu want them to go. And they are still whining here, saying this is not allowed, and that is not allowed. Jisoo is annoyed and doesn't bother with them. If he really wants to go to Hope City, he can go anytime. It's a pipe dream to want him to give up the medium truck and crystal. Do Shinrong's people hurriedly got in the car to chase. They thought the three medium trucks would escape directly. But the medium trucks went around and headed towards Hyben City. The people of Hope City became more and more confused and frightened as they chased. They knew that there were terrible monsters in Hyben City. But they dared to go in. What on earth did they want to do? When they chased to the edge of Hyben City, the off-road team had to stop. When Jisoo saw that they were not chasing anymore, he also stopped. The two sides were only 100 meters apart. One in Hyben City and the other outside Hyben City, facing each other across an invisible safety line. Chung Mo lowered the window and challenged them. Come and chase again. Cowards. All the people of Hope City got out of the car and glared at them. But no one dared to enter Hyben City. It seemed that they were really afraid of the monsters in the city. Jisoo looked at Do Shinrong, who was standing in the front. From the first sight of him, Jisoo guessed his occupation before the end of the world. He had the same integrity and perseverance as Zhong Ji. Jisoo decided to give him a chance, lowered the window, and shouted, Captain Do, do you dare to come in? Do Shinrong looked at the decayed and dilapidated city, and thought of his daughter who died tragically, and his fingers couldn't stop trembling. He took a step forward, and his arm was immediately grabbed by someone. Brother-in-law, you can't go in. Do Shinrong looked at Nai Xiaoyu, who looked anxious. It's okay. I won't touch the crystal. I go over and take a look. You take good care of my sister. Do Shinrong looked at Nai Lingxi, who had a faint expression and didn't stop him. If something happened, they would die together. Captain Do, don't go in. Captain, you can't go in. Do Shinrong walked in resolutely despite being stopped. He wanted to know why the monster didn't appear. These people clearly took the crystal and threw it outside the camp. It was so blatant. But the monster still didn't appear. Why? Do Shinrong walked in step by step. When he encountered crystals scattered on the ground, he would avoid them and not let himself touch the crystals. Jisoo had already come down from the cab and leaned on the medium truck to drink water, watching Do Shinrong come alone, without those people who got in the way to disturb him. Do Shinrong stood in a safe position. I'm here, Jisoo said. Captain Do hasn't told me yet that the crystal cannot be touched. Who spread the news? Do Shinrong stared at Jisoo for a few seconds before saying, no one spread it. It was the monster that created a nightmare and dragged all the survivors in Hyben City into the dream. The monster appeared and personally delivered the news that whoever touches the crystal will die. Jisoo was a little surprised. He originally thought that it was an order issued by the top leaders of Hope City, but he didn't expect that the news was delivered through nightmares. Jisoo pondered. Are you sure that it was a nightmare created by the monster? Do Shinrong couldn't be sure. Who else has such a powerful ability except that monster? At the same time, tens of thousands of survivors dreamed of the same thing together. Human deformed people can't do it at all. Human deformed people really can't do it. But bloodthirsty people can do it. Jisoo asked again, do you know about bloodthirsty people? Do Shinrong frowned. What? I haven't heard of it. The bad premonition is even worse. The existence of bloodthirsty people is equivalent to human deformed people. These are the two directions after being invaded. If you keep your self-consciousness, you will be a deformed person. And if you lose your consciousness, you will be a bloodthirsty person. The number of the two should be about the same. Where there are deformed people, there must be bloodthirsty people. But bloodthirsty people are good at hiding. They will not be as active in front of people as deformed people. They are very good at doing things behind the scenes. There are bloodthirsty people everywhere. Xinjiang City has them. And Haiban City must have them. Since Do Shenrong has never heard of bloodthirsty people, the information must have been deliberately erased by bloodthirsty people. Jisoo suddenly realized that the mayor of Hope City wanted to meet him. Not to learn about the outside news, but to prevent the outside news from being transmitted. If you want to completely isolate the outside news, there is no better way than to silence them. Then Do Shenrong and others who have been in contact with them for so long, even if they return to Hope City, they will probably not be trusted anymore. And they may be silenced together. And I Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside, had an increasingly gloomy look in his eyes. He watched the two men talking for a long time and realized that Do Shenrong could no longer stay. Regardless of whether these outsiders mention the news of the bloodthirsty man, they are uncertain factors and must be killed in advance. And I Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, "Brother-in-law." The city lord said that the guests must be invited back to the city. Go back now, and let them leave at night. The monsters in the city are always at night. Jisoo quickly said a few words to Do Shenrong, raised his eyebrows and said, "Here, we can go to Hope City now. Don't stop us. I just want to see what Hope City is like." Do Shenrong's heart was full of shock, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't stop him. He also wanted to verify whether Jisoo's words were true or false. After several twists and turns, Jisoo and his friends can finally go to see Hope City. Jisoo knew very well that this was a hangman banquet. After entering, he might not be able to come out safely, so he must bring his gun and backpack with him, and bring a lot of crystals to show them the real use of crystals. 2 off-road vehicles were destroyed, but Hope City was very generous and did not ask for compensation. 3 medium trucks drove all the way to Hope City under the protection of the off-road vehicles. Hope City is located in a small county town dozens of kilometers away. The entire county town was surrounded by a wall and built into the current Hope City. There were people coming and going at the gate of the city, which was very lively and indeed looked like a place where people lived and worked in peace and contentment, with the deputy city lord and I Xiaoyu leading the way. The 3 medium trucks followed the off-road vehicles without any inspection and drove straight into the base, attracting countless eyes along the way. It was obvious that they were foreign vehicles. Hope City did not have such medium trucks, and they had not seen foreigners for a long time. The speed of the cars in the city was slow, and Jisoo lowered all the windows on both sides and asked the little fallen beast to explore carefully to see how many bloodthirsty people there were in this Hope City. The bloodthirsty people had no emotional fluctuations, but had the unique breath of deformed monsters. The little fallen beast did not need to use his eyes to see, as long as the distance was not too far. The little fallen beast would give a reminder. From the city gate to the city lord's mansion, Jisoo's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. Along the way, the little fallen beast slapped him 47 times in total, each representing a bloodthirsty man. This was only the bloodthirsty man who appeared near the middle card and whose breath was captured by the little fallen beast. The bloodthirsty man who was too far away was not counted. Hope City can already be regarded as the nest of bloodthirsty man. Hope. Hope. This is not the hope of mankind, but the hope of bloodthirsty man. Jisoo had no doubt that the city lord of Hope City must also be a bloodthirsty man. Otherwise Hope City would not develop into what it is now. Jisoo did not believe that the existence of bloodthirsty man would not leave any traces. There must be high-level people helping to clean up the mess, so that the problem did not break out. Everyone got off the car, and I Xiaoyu asked his sister and brother-in-law to go back and have a good rest first, and it would take the guests to see the city lord. Jisoo got off the car. Do Shenrong glanced at him, and turned away with his wife and men. Jisoo called Chung Yamo and Meng Bi's. Chi Ying and Chiu Junwen stayed in their respective cars. The medium truck was a small fortress. It was not impossible for the bloodthirsty people to attack from the outside, but it would take time. If they really started fighting, the medium truck would also be a killer. There were strong and weak deformed people, and there were also strong and weak bloodthirsty people. The strong ones stood at a high position, and the weak ones could only be younger brothers. The air gun could solve those younger brothers. as long as they blew up the source of power. And I Xiaoyu glanced at the truck. The other two should get off as well. The city is safe. Jisoo, no. They stay to look after the car. Our car is more expensive. In case it is lost. And I Xiaoyu, Are you still afraid of losing your car after arriving in Hope City? Who are you calling a thief? And I Xiaoyu smiled. Then let's go in first. And I Xiaoyu walked in front. Jisoo followed slowly behind. And casually glanced at the guard at the door. His chest was about to be smashed by his little claws. And the number of slaps just matched the number of guards at the door. All bloodthirsty people. Jisoo has lived twice. But this is the first time he has seen so many bloodthirsty people. Looking at the bustling Hope City. There are indeed many bloodthirsty people. But there are more survivors. If a fight really breaks out in the city, there will definitely be more dead humans than bloodthirsty people. Jisoo took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with Ai Xiaoyu. You are so young and can become the deputy city lord. I guess your ability to deform must be very strong. Right? And Ai Xiaoyu smiled. My ability is average. But I have made great contributions. This Hope City is equivalent to being built by me. When Jisoo passed the city gate, he paid attention to the city wall. Although it was painted white, some places still revealed the gray concrete color. This must be a kind of ability. There are no mixers and concrete after the end of the world. Jisoo praised casually. It's amazing. This bloodthirsty ability is really useful. If you lose Hope City, you can go to other places to rebuild the city and still recruit many survivors. It won't be long before it will be a new Hope City. And Ai Xiaoyu knocked on the door of an office. Please come in. All 3 of you. A gentle middle-aged man sat behind the desk. And 2 people stood behind him. A man and a woman. The man was tall and thin, wrapped in a black windbreaker, wearing a black hat and a black mask, and holding a black umbrella in his hand. The woman next to him was dressed sexy, heavily made up, and had a hot body. When she saw Jisoo and the other 2 walking in, she whistled. Wow. They are all young handsome guys. I like them very much. Chung Imo only looked at the woman, and his face flushed. Even the steady Ming B eyes felt a little uncomfortable. He looked away immediately after a glance and dared not look at them anymore. Only Jisoo did not react at all. In his eyes, these people were not even human beings. As soon as Jisoo and the other 2 walked into the office, they felt the ground under their feet trembling slightly. This trembling was too familiar. Jisoo immediately looked at the door and saw Ai Xiaoyu with a weird smile on his face and closed the door. The door immediately disappeared and turned into a gray concrete wall. Looking at the 3 people behind the desk, there was no one there. And what he saw was also a concrete wall. They were sealed in a concrete space. The space was still shrinking rapidly, as if it was going to crush them into gravy. A simple rectangle was quickly formed, and the shrinking space hit the rectangle made by Jisoo and finally stopped. In a short time, all 3 of them broke out in cold sweats. They took precautions, but they didn't expect such a trick. Chung Imo sat on the ground, cursing angrily. Dare to play dirty with me. I tear you apart when I get out. Chung Imo was afraid, but he didn't think he would die here, because with his brother Ji and brother Qin, he would definitely not die. But how to get out was a big problem. And Ai Xiaoyu pressed both hands on the wall, and the rapidly creeping wall suddenly stopped. No matter how hard it tried, it would not move forward at all, as if it was blocked by another space. City Lord Lu Qingyuan came out from another room. How is it? Dead? There is no need to deliberately make expressions in front of the same kind. And Ai Xiaoyu shook his head. The space is blocked. They are not dead yet. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the gray wall. According to the news brought back by Dou Shenrong's men, there is a deformed person with construction ability among the outsiders. And it may be him who has supported the space. And Ai Xiaoyu said respectfully, yes. City Lord. Lu Qingyuan, since they can't be killed, trap them inside. They won't last long without enough oxygen. The 2 people outside will be dealt with as soon as possible, as well as Dou Shenrong and Ai Lingxi. I will let Tan Yuqing and Yiling deal with these 2 people, and their men will be handed over to you. The 3 bloodthirsty people responded in unison and left quickly. Dou Shenrong and Ai Lingxi returned home, washed up simply, and cooked a bowl of noodles each. Dou Shenrong had hardly closed his eyes these days, and Ai Lingxi had slept several times in the car. Both of them were exhausted and needed to make up for their sleep after eating. The meal was finished quietly, and the 2 did not say a word. This state of getting along has continued since the death of their daughter. And Lingxi hated him and blamed him. She hated him for saving so many people. But he couldn't even protect his own daughter. They quarreled, made trouble, and tried to commit suicide. Do Shenrong let her quarrel and make trouble, saving her again and again, not allowing her to die, until the relationship between husband and wife was worn out to this point. They were strangers but too familiar. Too familiar, but very strange. The noodles were finished. But the two had not left the table. And Lingxi took out a cigarette and held it between her lips. What did the child say to you? Do Shenrong was silent. He said something. And Lingxi, what? Do Shenrong looked at the current house, said nothing, and stood up to leave. Take a rest. And Lingxi also stood up. Are you on guard against me? No. Then why are you hiding? Seeing that Lingxi was about to quarrel with him again, Do Shenrong reached out, took the woman's belt into his arms, and hugged her tightly. He whispered in the woman's ear. He told me something outside. I need to verify it. I can't tell you for now. Go back to your room and rest. But don't really fall asleep. After saying that, he let go and turned back to his room. They had been sleeping in separate rooms for a long time. And Lingxi stood in the restaurant for a while, then returned to her room and fell asleep. The house was quiet. I don't know how long it took. With a click, cold liquid dripped on Do Shenrong's face. The cold quickly turned into burning pain, and even the degree of deformity was loosening. Do Shenrong suddenly opened his eyes and saw black raindrops falling from the ceiling. Do Shenrong lifted the quilt to block the falling black rain. His spiritual energy immediately turned into an ice cone and flew out of the door. The door was broken. Do Shenrong grabbed his coat and rushed out. Went to the next room to call in Lingxi, but saw that she was still sleeping. Do Shenrong rushed in and called for help. Lingxi, wake up! And Lingxi lay motionless on the bed. Do Shenrong immediately checked her breath and found that she was still breathing. She was not dead, but she could not be woken up. The security door was violently broken open, and a man and a woman walked in. The man was wrapped in a black windbreaker and holding a black umbrella in his hand. The woman was scantily clad and had a seductive smile on her face. Yiling smiled and said, Captain Do reacted very quickly. It seems that those outsiders did tell you a lot of things. No need to verify anything. Jisu's words are facts, and they are already in front of him. Jisu told him about the existence of bloodthirsty people, and also told him that bloodthirsty people are good at disguising themselves as humans and mixing in human bases. There is no abnormality from the appearance alone, unless they actively expose themselves. No matter how much they look like humans, they are not humans. They have human wisdom, but they feed on humans. Jisu told him very confidently that there are bloodthirsty people in Hope City, and there are also bloodthirsty people around him. And bloodthirsty people have been hiding their existence. In order to conceal this news, Hope City will not allow outsiders to live. And people like Do Shenrong who have contacted outsiders may also be killed. Tan Yuqing and Yi Ling are the confidants of the city lord Lu Chengyuan. Before they arrived, the killing moves had already arrived. Obviously, the purpose of coming here is to kill the couple. Do Shenrong knew that his wife must have been hit, and it must be one of them who did it. Are you really bloodthirsty? Although he believed Jisu's words, Do Shenrong still wanted to confirm it himself. Yiling smiled softly, and her thin white fingers moved away, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Yes, I have been coveting you for a long time, and today you are my prey. Every point Jisu said was verified. Do Shenrong stared at the fangs. His heart was cold. He didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't have time to think about why these monsters built the city. Oh, the city! Do Shenrong asked again. I hope there are still many bloodthirsty people in the city? What about the city lord and Xiaoyu? Are they also bloodthirsty? And those who disappeared without reason before? They were not eroded and turned into crazy corpses and dealt with. But they were eaten by you. Right? It's not that there is no trace to find. It's because there are too many inconsistencies. So he hesitates, and has doubts. But he can't find the direction of his doubts. He even suspected that they were fighting for power. But he never thought that there were monsters hiding in the crowd. You don't need to know too much about food. The black rain came suddenly, and Tan Yuqing had already opened the black umbrella to cover himself, and Yi Ling beside him. Do Shenrong's ice cone flew towards the two monsters under the umbrella again. Chapter 94. Assassinations are quietly happening everywhere in Hope City. The man whose nose was hit by Jisoo's car door sent the 2 wrecked SUVs for repair. He came home a little late and saw his newlywed wife sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He immediately smiled like a fool. "Chin Chin. I'm back." The man walked over quickly and gave his wife a warm hug. And then he froze. He let go and stepped back, looking at the dagger piercing his heart, his face full of shock and disbelief. The wife moved her neck, making a clicking sound, grinning, her facial expression out of control, revealing a weird and twisted smile. "Finally, I don't have to pretend to be a human wife anymore. I've wanted to eat you for a long time." Wife opened her mouth full of sharp teeth and bit the man's neck fiercely. Bien-jun said Captain Do and sister and I home first. And then he went back. He saw an acquaintance at the door of his house. It was his high school classmate Fong Tong. When they were in school, their relationship was not very good. After the apocalypse, because they were all survivors and knew each other, their relationship became much better. Fong Tong also introduced his sister Fong Yen to him. Fong Yen is a petite and cute girl, and Bien-jun likes her very much. The two are currently dating. Fong Tong, as a matchmaker and brother-in-law, naturally has Bien-jun's trust. "I haven't seen you these 2 days. Where have you been?" Fong Yen also asked me if you have changed your mind and fallen in love with someone else. "I tell you, there are not many good girls like Yen Yen. You must cherish her." Bien-jun stepped over him to open the door and laughed helplessly. "I'm so busy that I don't have time to fall in love with someone else. Doesn't Yen Yen have the key to my house? Why are you waiting at the door? Is Yen Yen not at home?" Bien-jun opened the door and walked in first. Suddenly, he felt the wind behind him. He turned around and saw a dagger piercing his face. Bien-jun tilted his head, and the dagger rubbed his cheek, and blood instantly flowed all over his face. "Fong Tong, are you crazy?" Bien-jun covered his bleeding face, and saw the dagger stab again. He was about to dodge, but suddenly there was a heavy weight behind him, and a person jumped on his back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, and successfully avoided the knife. The person on his back bit his neck, but because of the fall and shaking, he failed to bite off the carotid artery, but bit near the shoulder. Bien-jun was in great pain, grabbed the person on his back by the hair, pulled it down, and threw it to the ground. Seeing who the person on the ground was, Bien-jun was completely confused. His cute and lovely girlfriend was crawling up from the ground with blood in her mouth. Her mouth was still moving, chewing the meat bitten off from his shoulder. Her mouth full of terrible sharp teeth. Bleeding. That was his blood and his flesh. Bien-jun was not a fool. He realized that these two might not be human, but he didn't know what they were. The most important thing now was to save his life and find the captain. When Fong Tong and Fong Yen rushed over again, Bien-jun roared. His arms turned into 2 huge axes, and he chopped Fong Tong's head with an axe, cutting off half of his skull. But Fong Tong not only didn't die, but also bounced over, stabbing his eyes with a dagger. Bien-jun was almost scared to death by these 2 ghosts, and retreated hurriedly, using his arm axe to block the dagger that was stabbing at him. Fong Yen also rushed over, and Bien-jun chopped it on the waist with an axe. The 2 monsters seemed to have no sense of pain, fighting desperately, and Bien-jun chopped the glass and jumped out of the window. The 3rd floor is not high, but not low either. Bien-jun landed in a deformed form. His body strength was higher than that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, he was not injured. He ran all the way towards the captain's house with blood all over his body. The 2 monsters were chasing him closely. The survivors outside saw this scene, and all hid in fear. Bien-jun ran and shouted, "They are monsters! Come and help!" Several people rushed out of the crowd, not to help Bien-jun stop the monster behind him, but to help the monster stop Bien-jun. "Get out of the way! Don't stop me! They are the monsters!" Bien-jun shouted. At this time, Fong Yen had wiped the blood off his mouth. Fong Tong also put away the knife, wrapped a piece of clothing on his head to cover the terrible wound, and blood flowed all over his body. Fong Yen cried and explained loudly to the survivors who were watching. "He is my boyfriend. He is about to enter a state of total abnormality. He is now in a state of rampage. He even chopped me and my brother. It is very dangerous. Everyone, help catch him. Bien-jun, don't hurt anyone else." Bien-jun chopped at the people who blocked his way with his arm axe. He believed that these people must be accomplices of Fang Tong and Fang Yin. They were also monsters. When the arm axe chopped over, one person hit the arm axe directly, and his head flew up. There were screams and cries in the crowd. They should be relatives of the deceased. Bian Jun looked at the body lying on the ground, motionless, as if he was really dead. But Fang Tong was missing half of his head. But he was still alive and kicking. And he could still chase him. Will monsters die if their heads are chopped off? With the next knife, Bian Jun chopped all the monsters blocking the road at their necks. Monsters, die! Die! Such assassinations and pursuits are still ongoing. Wife, friends or teammates may stab you in the back. And it is hard to guard against. Unable to deal with the trapped Jisoo and the other two, Ai Xiaoyu followed the city lord's order and sent people to deal with Dou Shenrong's men, while he personally dealt with the two outsiders left in the car. Ai Xiaoyu adjusted his expression, walked to Qi Ying's car window, raised his hand and knocked on the car door, showed Qi Ying a bright smile, and gestured for Qi Ying to lower the car window. Qi Ying sat still, took out the small loudspeaker, and spoke against the glass window. What's the matter? Are you kidding? Can this car window be opened casually? Ai Xiaoyu's smile froze on his face, patted the car door, pointed at the city lord's mansion, and shouted loudly, "They asked you to go in." Qi Ying glanced at the city lord's mansion, put down the small loudspeaker, leaned back in the chair, and did not move. Jisoo asked them to stay in the car, and it was impossible for him to call them in so quickly. Even if he really had something to ask them to go over, he would ask Chung Imo or Ming Bi's to pass the message. Not a stranger. Qi Ying had experienced Jisoo's defensiveness. Seeing that he didn't move, Ai Xiaoyu patted the car door again. But this time Qi Ying didn't even look at it. Ai Xiaoyu bit the fangs that popped out, wishing to tear this human to pieces immediately. If one didn't work, he could only turn to another and use the same method to call Xiao Junwen. Xiao Junwen had just followed Jisoo for a while, and he was not very clear about his habits. It was not allowed to open the car window without permission. Jisoo had emphasized that no one could violate it. So no matter how loud Ai Xiaoyu shouted outside, Xiao Junwen would not open the window. As for whether to get off the car, Xiao Junwen was a little hesitant. He didn't know if Jisoo really let them in. But Qi Ying, who was found first, didn't move for a long time. So he decided to wait and see. As long as Qi Ying got off the car, he would get off too. If Qi Ying didn't move, he wouldn't move either. Ai Xiaoyu's plan to trick the two people out of the car and then crush them to death with concrete failed. The two people, who were either deaf or growing on the car, did not lower the windows or move, which successfully angered Ai Xiaoyu. So it would rather spend more dark matter energy to crush the two humans to death. At most, it would eat a few more deformed people to make up for it, and the consumed energy would be recovered soon. Ai Xiaoyu's cognition is still at the stage of crispy shell, because the off-road vehicles of Hope City are like this. It takes a lot of energy to make the car shell hard. So Hope City specializes in the interior of off-road vehicles. It is fine as long as it can be driven. If the shell is broken, it can be replaced at any time. Jisoo's car, which has been reinforced many times, will tell Ai Xiaoyu what is unimaginable hardness. Ai Xiaoyu's bloodthirsty ability is different from Jisoo's deformed ability. As long as Jisoo uses spiritual energy to construct a consciousness model and puts it into reality, it can become a physical object out of thin air. But Ai Xiaoyu can't do that. Its ability mainly lies in the decomposition and reorganization of buildings. If it wants to build new buildings, it must have the materials of old buildings for it to decompose and reorganize. In order to crush the two people in the car, Ai Xiaoyu decomposed the nearest building. The building suddenly disappeared, and the furniture and people inside that were not decomposed fell one after another. The bloodthirsty people would not care about the life or death of the food. Ai Xiaoyu just wanted to kill the people in the car at this moment. Qi Ying was still in the car wondering what the deputy city lord was doing, when he saw 4 concrete walls suddenly rise outside the car, trapping his medium truck in it. His eyes went black, and even the top was sealed. Qi Ying panicked and hurriedly started the medium truck. He had seen Jisoo seal gas stations, monsters, and all abnormalities many times. This was the first time he was sealed in it. How could he not be afraid? No one else had broken through the thing sealed by Jisoo. Such a rough sealing wall was obviously not Jisoo's work. But Qi Ying was not sure whether this concrete wall had the same strength as Jisoo's sealing. Qiying was so scared that he had to rush out before he was completely sealed. He stepped on the accelerator and drove forward desperately. Qiying thought it was slipping on the spot. But Ai Xiaoyu, who was struggling to support it, had trembling arms and a distorted expression. He originally wanted to crush the middle truck, but found that the middle truck was too hard and could not be crushed for a while. Just as he increased his strength, the trapped middle truck rushed forward like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins. Ai Xiaoyu had to use all his strength to madly thicken the concrete wall to prevent the middle truck from breaking free. From the outside, the middle truck was no longer in the same place, dragging the wall forward for several meters. Ai Xiaoyu, who was trying his best to block the middle truck, suddenly felt the strength loosen, and the middle truck stopped. Soon Ai Xiaoyu realized that the middle truck did not stop, but retreated a few meters. Qiying did not expect that this ceiling actually left him space to reverse. So he decisively reversed, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed forward. Bang! The darkness disappeared. The concrete wall was smashed, and the middle truck hit the rear of Jisu's car in front. Qiying, it's over. Will Jisu get angry when he comes back and sees that his car has been hit? Qiying stepped on the accelerator and reversed. With another bang, he hit the concrete wall behind him hard. The wall broke, revealing another medium truck trapped inside. Xiao Junwen was also scared. He didn't know what happened. The medium truck was suddenly sealed in the concrete wall. Before he could think of a solution, the concrete wall broke again. Qiying looked at Ai Xiaoyu, who fell down exhausted, and realized that this guy was playing tricks. Looking at the guards of the city lord's mansion, they jumped high and rushed towards this side. That speed and jumping height were not something that a human deformed person could achieve. Without deformed performance, it was not an advanced crazy corpse. It could only be one thing: a bloodthirsty person. Fuck! Qiying cursed, turned the steering wheel, and rushed towards Ai Xiaoyu. Bang! A bloodthirsty person hit the windshield hard. The glass was very good and hard, without even a crack. The strength of an ordinary bloodthirsty person was not as destructive as that of an advanced crazy corpse. Ai Xiaoyu was snatched away from under the wheel by the guards, and Qiying failed to crush it to death. Thinking that Jisu and the other two who had been in there for a while might have encountered an accident, Qiying stopped chasing the bloodthirsty person and instead turned the direction and hit the wall of the city lord's mansion. Fuck the city lord's mansion. Dare to plot against them. Just flatten it. With a bang, a big hole was knocked into the wall of the city lord's mansion. Qiying reversed and picked a position to continue hitting. A group of bloodthirsty people rushed forward desperately, trying to stop the crazy Zhongke. Some of them were crushed but still alive, crawling all over the ground, still trying to stop Zhongke. Xiao Junwen had recovered from his shock and realized that Jisu and the other two might be in danger. Otherwise Qiying would not be so crazy. He quickly activated Zhongke and joined the great cause of flattening the city lord's mansion. Jisu, who was trapped in the concrete wall, had just used ordinary crystals to blast a gap in the concrete wall. Before the three of them could get out, there was a bang, and the gap was buried again. There were constant bangs outside, and no one knew what had happened. The three of them were a little silent for a while. Zhang Yimou raised his hand carefully. Why don't we wait a while before going out? It seems a little dangerous outside. It's not the bloodthirsty people who are dangerous, but the buildings that keep collapsing and falling. Getting hit on the head is no joke. The three of them sat in the space created by Jisu and waited for a while. The vibration outside continued. The little fallen beast was a little irritable. Jisu was also impatient and took out an ordinary crystal the size of an egg from his waist bag and threw it out. Zhang Yimou and Ming Bi's quickly stood straight against the wall to prevent being accidentally injured by the crystal energy. Jisu chose a position and stood against the wall. He activated the crystal. The silent energy completely cleared everything outside. Smoke and dust rose up, choking the three people to cover their mouths and noses and unable to open their eyes. The noise and vibration outside finally stopped. There was a bright and smooth road outside the space, and there was nothing blocking the way. Jisu weathered the wall he built and walked out with the two of them. At a glance, he saw the two medium-sized trucks that were causing trouble, parked not far away with a dusty face. There was a circle of confused onlookers standing outside, and there was also a circle of people with distorted expressions standing nearby. Well, they were bloodthirsty people. Just look at their expressions and facial features flying around. Chung Mo tugged at Jisoo's clothes and whispered, "Brother, we seem to be in big trouble." Jisoo turned around and saw the ruined city lord's mansion. Jisoo was silent for 2 seconds and threw the car keys to Chung Mo. "Go drive my car. Both of you get in the car. Don't get out." Chung Mo grabbed the keys and ran. Ming Bi's followed. And as they moved, the bloodthirsty people with red eyes also rushed over. Jisoo and the other two all raised their guns. And the air guns kept popping, blowing away the bloodthirsty people who rushed over. The bloodthirsty people saw that Chung Mo and Ming Bi's wanted to get in the car, and more than a dozen of them blocked them together. This deadly medium truck was too hard, and they couldn't take these 3 cars at all. So of course, they couldn't let them get in the car. Jisoo had a full deformity in his arms, so Chiing and Xiao Jun didn't have to worry too much. They started the medium truck and hit the bloodthirsty people who were blocking the road to clear the way for Chung Mo and Ming Bi's. After the 2 medium trucks ran over, all the roadblocks were gone. "Thanks, brother," Chung Mo shouted, and successfully touched the car door, climbed up quickly, grabbed Ming Bi's, pulled him up, and quickly closed the door, locking all the bloodthirsty people who rushed up again outside. "Fuck! Have we fallen into a monster's nest?" Chung Mo covered his pounding heart, locked the car door, fastened his seatbelt, and prepared to support his brother Ji. Jisoo had been surrounded by bloodthirsty people, and a group of bloodthirsty people rushed towards him. Jisoo threw out crystals, calmly opened the black umbrella, activated the crystals one by one. Blood and flesh splattered, and all the bloodthirsty people who rushed up were incomplete, even if they were not dead, and could only crawl on the ground. 3 medium trucks circled around Jisoo, crushing the incomplete bloodthirsty people one by one, some of whom only had one hand left, but could still run around on the ground, and only had one leg left, but could still jump on the ground. The bloodthirsty man who saved his upper body opened his mouth and shouted for help to the survivors. "Come on! Hurry up and help! They are not human. They are all monsters in human skin. They want to kill all of us. These outsiders are not human. Kill them! We, the City of Hope, must unite at this moment. Kill them! Kill these monsters!" Bang! Jisoo shot a bloodthirsty man, who was still screaming with only his head left. Luckily, he did not release the fallen beast. Otherwise these bloodthirsty people who are best at reversing right and wrong would have led the entire City of Hope to fight monsters collectively. Jisoo made a loudspeaker gesture, and Chiing lowered the window and threw a small loudspeaker to Jisoo. Jisoo reached out to catch it, turned the volume to the maximum, waved away the medium truck that was in the way, and asked them to drive the car away. It was very blocking his sight to circle around him. The 3 cars had to drive to the side and park obediently. Jisoo could feel the restlessness of the little fallen beast. Just look at the fear on the faces of the survivors, and you can tell how much fear they have released. These emotions are undoubtedly challenging the endurance of the little fallen beast. Jisoo intends to make a quick decision. He holds up a small loudspeaker and speaks. "Bloodthirsty monsters, you have 1 minute to gather at the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, I will make you work hard to build the city, raise humans, and guard the crystal. The plan is completely shattered." Jisoo gestured to the 2 medium trucks and asked them to convey his words. He used the loudspeakers on the medium trucks so that the bloodthirsty people in the entire Hope City could hear it. Chiing and Xiao Jun drove away, repeating Jisoo's words over and over again with the loudspeakers outside the car. Jisoo was worried about being attacked by surprise, so he put down a small cylindrical fortress, which could also slightly isolate the fear outside and make the little fallen beast feel better. Jisoo stood in the small cylindrical fortress, holding a small loudspeaker and shouting, "Survivors of Hope City, it doesn't matter whether we are human or not. What matters is your own life. Be careful of the people around you. Bloodthirsty monsters are around each of you. They may disguise themselves as your relatives, friends, or children. If you are human, please find a safe place immediately and hide alone. Don't give the bloodthirsty monsters a chance to attack you. Almost 90% of the survivors are ordinary people, and the deformed people are only a minority. They basically have no self-protection ability, regardless of whether these outsiders are monsters or not. Finding a place to hide is indeed the safest way." The survivors who reacted immediately hid everywhere. The people who stayed at home immediately locked the doors and windows and dared not go out. No matter who is the monster, they just have to protect themselves. They are just ordinary people. They can't beat the monsters. And they can't save Hope City. They can only try to save themselves. The bloodthirsty and deformed people in Hope City all rushed to the city lord's mansion. Jisoo's cylindrical fortress had been attacked several times. Jisoo used crystals to repel each attack. The ground outside was covered with broken limbs, blood and flesh. Jisoo did not forget to remind with a small loudspeaker. I only kill bloodthirsty monsters. Deformed people, don't go forward. When you are instigated by something that you don't know whether it is a human or a monster, you will rush forward. I don't want to hurt humans. If you rush to die, don't blame me. The deformed people who rushed over first did want to rush forward blindly, but they hesitated when they heard this. The energy fluctuations that exploded were too shocking. If they rushed forward, they might also become one of the pile of corpses. Someone shouted outside. If you don't want to kill people, then stop. Jisoo used a small loudspeaker to reply. I'm not killing people. They are bloodthirsty monsters disguised as humans. Then Jisoo used a small loudspeaker to explain what a bloodthirsty person is. Before he finished speaking, someone shouted, don't listen to his nonsense. There are no bloodthirsty people in Hyben City at all. Jisoo held up a small loudspeaker. The bloodthirsty person who is speaking. You are exposed. I said that there are bloodthirsty people wherever there are deformed people. There are bloodthirsty people all over the country, and even all over the world. But there are no bloodthirsty people in Hyben City. Have you left your mother planet? Bloodthirsty person, Jisoo continued to shout. Be careful of being attacked by the deformed people next to you. Bloodthirsty people feed on humans, and like to eat deformed people the most. The pure dark matter in your body can replenish energy for bloodthirsty people, and improve their strength. Bloodthirsty people like to eat you the most. Deformed person, silently stay away from the thing that is talking. Whether it is a human or a ghost. Whether it is true or false. It is better to be careful. Bloodthirsty people, The bloodthirsty people are about to go berserk. That human is like hiding in a tortoise shell. No matter how they attack, it's useless. Instead, they will be killed by him. Not only did they hide, but they also used a loudspeaker to shout out the secrets they tried so hard to hide. The city lord has not shown up yet, but only through common brain. The order to kill them was passed to them. If they could not kill all these outsiders, their mission in Hyben City would fail. How could they be willing to fail after all the planning? The horn of the medium truck was heard, and 2 medium trucks circled and came back, followed by several off-road vehicles. The people who got off the car were Do Shinrong and his several deformed men. They were all injured and in a mess. If the bloodthirsty monsters sent to kill them had not suddenly evacuated, they would probably have died. Chiing threw a small loudspeaker to Captain Do so that his voice could be heard by more people. Survivors of Hope City. I am Do Shinrong. I can guarantee that bloodthirsty people really exist. Be careful of sneak attacks. Jisoo warned. The bloodthirsty people nearby have already rushed over. They will not allow Do Shinrong to tell this. Bang! 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 Chiing had been on guard against them. He fired 3 shots from the window, but only hit 2 of them, which were not fatal. The remaining few were nailed to the ground by Do Shinrong's ice spikes, and were still struggling desperately. Jisoo, the bloodthirsty people will not let you finish your words. Be careful. The survivors of Hope City do not trust outsiders, and absolutely believe in Do Shinrong. Many of them have been saved by Do Shinrong. If Do Shinrong had not led them to escape, many of them would not be alive now. The deformed people looked at Do Shinrong and his group covered in blood and believed it 8 points. They walked towards Do Shinrong and wanted to protect him, but were stopped by Jisoo. Keep your distance. There may be no bloodthirsty people among you. The deformed people who were about to approach were all frozen in place, not knowing who to believe for a while. Do Shinrong waved his hand, asking them not to approach for the time being, and continued, because I had contact with these deformed people from outside. The city lord was worried that I would learn about the bloodthirsty people from them. So he sent people to kill me and my wife as soon as I got home. The 2 people sent were Tan Yuqing and Yiling, who were by the city lord's side. I was lucky enough to survive, but my wife was ambushed and could not wake up. Most of my team members also died, and only a few of them survived by chance. And they were all seriously injured. If the movement here had not attracted the bloodthirsty people chasing us, we might have become food for the bloodthirsty monsters. He is lying. Don't believe him. A bloodthirsty person suddenly shouted. These outsiders stole the crystals from Seaside City. They want to lure monsters to Hope City. They want to destroy our city. The monsters are coming. Why don't you kill them quickly? Jisoo, ? Isn't this a big change of subject? Who would believe it at this time? The little fallen beast in Jisoo's arms suddenly became agitated, pulling off his clothes and climbing up, trying to get out, but was hugged tightly by Jisoo. A strong sense of crisis climbed up his spine, making his scalp numb. Could it be that the monsters are really coming? Accompanied by the screams of the survivors, a huge black shadow crashed into the city wall and rushed in. Chapter 95. Everyone's expression changed drastically, screaming and dodging. No one cared who was a human and who was a bloodthirsty monster at this moment. The most important thing now was to survive from the monster's mouth. Even the deformed people were no exception. They fled and dodged with ordinary people, without any intention of fighting. There were also deformed people who stayed, but only a few were willing to stay. At the extremely chaotic moment, the bloodthirsty people still did not give up. They could not hurt Jisoo and his men, so they took the opportunity to sneak attack Do Shinrong and others. Jisoo was annoyed by these bloodthirsty people. Without his reminder, Do Shinrong seemed to have been on guard, and the ice cone condensed by spiritual energy shot out again. The deformed people who followed Do Shinrong had already hated them so much that their eyes turned red. Even if they were to die in the monster's mouth, they had to drag a few more bloodthirsty people to die before they died. For a while, no one cared about the monsters. They all fought with the bloodthirsty people. They couldn't tell who was a bloodthirsty person, so they could only treat whoever attacked them as a bloodthirsty person and fight to the death. Jisoo circled in the cylindrical fortress, changed several ventilation windows, and finally found the direction and saw what rushed into Hope City. All I can say is that it was really a monster, black and blurry, with a huge body, limbs, and ran very fast. The monster rushed into the city, destroying all the buildings that blocked the way. When it encountered the fleeing survivors, it grabbed the black claw-like thing down, lifted it up, and threw it into the black hole-like mouth. The monster rushed all the way to the direction of the city lord's mansion, as if it was really coming for Jisoo and his group. Do Shinrong repelled the bloodthirsty man and went to meet the giant monster. Even if he died, he had to hit the monster to avenge his daughter. He couldn't die without doing anything for his daughter. The spiritual energy was released quickly, and a giant ice cone was condensed in the air. Even if he exhausted all the spiritual energy and could not kill the monster, he would hurt the monster. In the off-road vehicle, Lingxi, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up. She seemed to hear her daughter calling her. Lingxi opened her eyes and saw the giant monster rushing out of the car window. Lingxi's drowsy brain immediately became clear. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she grabbed the big knife beside her and rushed down. Give me back my daughter's life. Do Shinrong's spiritual energy had been consumed to the limit. When the giant monster rushed into the range, the giant ice cone flew out and shot directly at the monster's head. Jisoo and a group of deformed people watched the giant ice cone hit the monster's head. But the monster was fine, and the giant ice cone shattered and scattered, without causing any damage. Do Shinrong had already expected that he could not kill this monster. Even if he used all his strength and sacrificed his life, he still could not kill this monster. He closed his eyes tightly, opened them again, chased his wife who rushed out, hugged her and dragged her back. Lingxi struggled frantically. Let me go! I'm going to kill it! You let me go! Do Shinrong, you bastard! You can't save my daughter or kill the monster. What kind of man are you? Jisoo couldn't hold the little fallen beast in his arms anymore. He scratched it violently, and Jisoo's coat was torn. This was the result of the little fallen beast's restraint. Otherwise Jisoo would definitely be injured. Jisoo quickly weathered the cylindrical small fortress and let it go. The little fallen beast flew into the air, and its size quickly grew. The bloodthirsty people who were still fighting and entangled almost instinctively retreated, and all bounced away from the coverage of the fallen beast. The deformed people who lost their target looked up and were immediately stunned on the spot. Then they looked at the giant monster rushing towards them, and then looked at the giant monster in the air. Everyone's brains were empty at this moment, unable to think, unable to move, and they were all in a state of waiting to die. It's a pity that I couldn't kill a few more bloodthirsty monsters, and I was going to die in the mouths of these two behemoths. The fallen beast didn't even look at the bloodthirsty man and the deformed man. The golden vertical pupils stared at the giant monster rushing over and let out a roar. The giant monster rushing forward braked suddenly, knocked down a building, and stopped steadily. The black mist wrapped around its body stopped jumping, and fixed in various shapes. Then everyone saw that the giant monster that was still sweeping all the way just a moment ago rushed back without looking back, escaping without any nostalgia. And its huge back was full of embarrassment. The fallen beast chased after it with a whoosh, and it was the last to arrive. And it pounced on the fleeing giant monster. Two equally huge monsters fought together, causing the building to collapse and the soil and gravel to splash. In such a battle, let alone participating in it, even getting close to it might cause accidental injury and death. The monster with a blurred face and no original form at all should be a fallen creature. Humans and deformed people have no way to deal with such a monster. Unless they have the help of crystals, they may be able to kill it. Most of the time, when encountering a degenerate beast, humans would actively avoid it and could not confront it head-on. So they could only try to minimize casualties. Jisoo thought that for the crystal of Hyben City, he might have to fight this degenerate to death. He just wanted to give it a crystal ball to solve the problem like he did with the corrosion deformation, and did not want the degenerate beast to fight. Jisoo was very afraid that the fallen beast would become ferocious and lose control, which was the result he least wanted to see. If it was a crushing situation, Jisoo could leave it alone, and there would be no threat to the fallen beast. Once they were evenly matched and needed to fight to the death, it would be dangerous. Jisoo ran to a medium truck, opened the door, and got in the car. Chase it. Chi-Ying did not dare to delay, and immediately started the medium truck and chased the two monsters fighting each other. In Lingxi stopped crying and saw Jisoo's medium truck chasing after them. She and Do Shinron quickly got on the off-road vehicle and chased the two monsters. The two were nervous and excited. They wanted to see the giant monster killed. When human power was beyond their reach, they could only hope for another monster. As long as they could kill this monster, anything would do. When the others saw Captain Do following him, they also got in the car and chased after him. The medium truck could not get too close. The rubble wall pieces splashed over and hit the medium truck, not to mention the off-road vehicles with crispy shells behind. The vehicles chasing after them had to stop. Jisoo took out a fist-sized crystal ball from his backpack, used the car door to block the flying gravel, and waved and shouted to the fallen beast. "Brother, Qin Yinan, come back and pick me up." The fallen beast, who was fighting, glanced at Zhong Ka distractedly. The fallen being under its claws seized the opportunity and threw out a black shuttle-shaped object as long as an arm, which looked like a stone and a black crystal, and hit Zhong Ka directly. Chi-Ying Hun in the car was so scared that he almost jumped out of the car to escape. He had no doubt that such a huge monster could definitely blow up Zhong Ka with one blow. The fallen beast roared, chased the shuttle-shaped object, bit it to pieces, and the black crystals splashed everywhere. The flying black mist condensed into twisted ghost faces in the air, with their mouths wide open, as if they were roaring wildly, and the black mist was soon sucked into the mouth of the fallen beast. Everyone in the car heard the piercing screams, which were the shouts and roars of countless people in fear. The impact blurred everyone's vision and caused their heads to split. Then, the sound suddenly turned off the car, as if nothing had happened before. Jisoo jumped out of the car and ran towards the fallen beast. The fallen beast turned its head to look at the escaped fallen creature, wanting to chase it, and then turned its head to look at Jisoo, who was running over. It bared its teeth in anger, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Jisoo, and landed reluctantly. After taking Jisoo, it chased the fallen creature again. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the fallen beast was willing to take him, it would not fight with the fallen creature again. It would be cautious and worried about hurting him, so it would restrain its violent and bloodthirsty nature. Jisoo touched the cold and hard scales of the fallen beast. Every black scale on the big guy's body revealed his dissatisfaction. Facing Jisoo's comfort, he did not appreciate it at all, and even snorted, obviously very angry. "Be good. I kill it with the crystal ball. Don't fight it. It's too dangerous." Jisoo coaxed it. I don't know which word stimulated the fallen beast, and it roared to the sky in anger. The fleeing fallen creature was faster, and in a short time, it had rushed far away from Hope City and fled all the way to Seaside City. The speed of the fallen creature was far less than that of the fallen beast, and it was soon caught up. Jisoo threw the crystal ball that he had prepared long ago, and the fallen creature waved its big claws while running, trying to hit the crystal ball back. "Run!" Jisoo reminded loudly. And the fallen creature suddenly accelerated and moved away from the scene. The moment the fallen creature's big claws touched the crystal ball, the crystal energy was stimulated, and the terrible impact force quickly swept. And Jisoo, who was lying on the back of the fallen beast, slipped and failed to hold the bone spurs, and was blown away by the crystal energy and fell from the air. The fallen beast turned around and roared, and the surging energy impact dissipated into a gap. The fallen beast swooped down, grabbed the falling Jisoo, and glided backwards with him. The fallen beast loosened its claws neatly, threw Jisoo to the ground, and slid several meters before stopping. The fallen beast landed not far from Jisoo, slapped the ground with its big claws angrily, showing all its fangs, and roared at Jisoo, making Jisoo's ears almost deaf. Jisoo patted his almost worn buttocks and showed an awkward smile. This is nothing. Roar! The fallen beast roared. Jisoo shamelessly rushed over and wanted to hug the big guy. But the fallen beast took off directly and refused to let him hug it. It rushed to the tattered fallen object that was still fleeing, and tore it to pieces and crushed it. When the giant monster was completely motionless, the fallen beast was still very angry. It bit the fallen object and bit off several black crystals, which were crushed. The black fog floated out again, twisted into a ghost face, and the terrified screams of countless humans at the time of death appeared again, which were swallowed by the fallen beast. It continued to bite other spindle-shaped crystals, venting its anger on the fallen object. The medium truck and the off-road vehicle were chasing behind, and were almost blown away by the energy burst from the crystal ball. So they had to stop. Everyone in the car saw the conflict between the man and the beast. And then the flying monster rushed to the giant monster that was still trying to escape, tore it to pieces, and ate it on the spot. Jisoo chased after him in a messy state, standing beside the giant monster corpse that was as big as a hill, barking non-stop. The flying monster that was eating seemed to be annoyed by the nagging and bared its teeth at him from time to time. This scene made everyone in the car sweat coldly. This was a ruthless person who dared to approach such a terrifying monster. The flying monster was obviously very angry, but Jisoo still did not give up, even if he was swept away by the thick and long tail and put to the farthest place. He could still run over again. Everyone, they dared not breathe, for fear that the flying monster would bite them. Chung Imo and Chi-Ying were also pale, even though they knew that the big guy was Qin Yenin. They still couldn't help being afraid. This was Qin Yenin, who had entered the full abnormal state and had no reason at all. Jisoo might be dead with one claw. Jisoo really felt that the fallen beast was very angry, so he could only use the beast entanglement method. No matter how many times he was swept away by the big tail, he could run back quickly. The fallen beast focused on eating and ignored him. Jisoo hugged one of the fallen beast's big paws. Okay, don't be angry. I didn't expect this fallen beast to be so unsportsmanlike and actually throw things at me. Right? The fallen beast ate and ignored people. Jisoo continued to coax. I promise. I will never take risks again next time. Don't be angry. Okay. The fallen beast ate more than a dozen black spindle-shaped crystals, each of which was as long as an adult's arm, and contained many human fears when they died. I don't know if it was full or annoyed by Jisoo's pestering. The fallen beast shrank in size and flew to Jisoo's backpack, unzipped the zipper with its little paws, got into the backpack, and zipped it up by itself, not giving Jisoo a chance to hold it. Jisoo, it's over. The little fallen beast is really angry. Jisoo sighed. And then he had the mind to observe this giant fallen beast. When the monster was alive, it was surrounded by black mist, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a black mess. Now the black mist is gone, revealing its true face. But it is still hard to tell what it is. It is covered with black spindle-shaped crystals, like a hedgehog. Jisoo saw the fallen beast bite off several of them with ease, so he also reached out and grabbed one, trying to pull it off from the corpse of the fallen creature. The bone-chilling coldness instantly spread from the palm of his hand to his whole body. Black mist appeared on the spindle-shaped crystal again, entwining Jisoo's hand, invading his flesh, and directly hitting his sea of consciousness. Jisoo's head was in great pain. Whether it was the first invasion that had entered the perfect deformity or the second invasion that was in the deformity stage, it was affected. Jisoo wanted to withdraw his hand, but he couldn't break free. His hand was completely entangled by the black mist, and his face was pale with pain and cold sweat. The little fallen beast that had just locked itself in the backpack opened the zipper again with a howl, crawled out from inside, slapped Jisoo's hand away with a claw, and watched him fall to the ground exhausted. The little fallen beast was frightened and wailed around Jisoo, and from time to time, he would touch Jisoo's cheek with his little head. Seeing that he was still warm, he could only rub and wail to wake him up. Jisoo lay on the ground for a long time before hugging the anxious little fallen beast with a weak smile. "Are you scared by me? I feel so bad. I need my brother to kiss me to get better." The little fallen beast subconsciously wanted to fly away. It was still angry, hearing Jisoo say that he felt bad. He reluctantly came over and kissed him on the lips a few times. After thinking about it, he kissed Jisoo's entire cheek again. As long as he kissed enough, Jisoo would get better quickly. Jisoo heard the sound of a car approaching, and then the sound of hurried footsteps. "Brother Ji, how are you? Are you okay?" Jung-Yimo rushed over and saw Jisoo lying on the ground, and everyone was shocked. Looking over with golden vertical pupils, everyone stood still. The shrunken flying monster bared its small fangs at them. How could they dare to approach? They could only watch from afar. Jisoo recovered from the headache, got up from the ground, sat blankly for a while, looking at the black spindle-shaped crystals all over the monster, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. The good news was that his retracing time had become longer. The retracing time that had not changed for so long had just increased by 15 minutes. In other words, he could now retrace 20 minutes. The worry was that the distortion ability of the second invasion seemed difficult to further distort, which was completely different from the distortion speed of the first invasion. He originally thought that he had not encountered the opportunity for distortion, but now it seemed that it might not be the case. He stayed in the initial stage of the second invasion for so long, and was affected by the energy of the degenerate object, which led to further distortion. In addition to the changes in the second invasion, even the consciousness world that had entered the perfect distortion state had expanded a little. The spiritual energy became more vigorous, and the consumed spiritual energy had been fully replenished. Jisoo was totally confused and had no idea what was going on. He didn't know whether all the fallen creatures could affect his secondary invasion and consciousness world, or if this was the only ability he had. After all, he had never had the chance to touch the fallen creatures. Of course, not only him, but other people may not have the chance to touch the fallen creatures. This thing is really strong. Even a crystal ball cannot destroy it. Jisoo wanted to try again to see if he could be further deformed. Just as he was about to reach out, he was slapped away by the little fallen beast with a claw. The little guy bared his teeth at him again, and was on the verge of exploding. Jisoo had to hug and coax. "I need to verify something. Touch it again. You can interrupt me at any time. Okay?" The little fallen beast bared its teeth, indicating that it was not good, and it refused. Jisoo sneaked towards the spindle-shaped crystal stone that fell on the ground. It was cold to the touch, but no black mist appeared, and he did not feel any discomfort. The little fallen beast slapped Jisoo's forehead with a claw. He was very annoyed with the disobedient human when he found that the spindle-shaped crystal stone did not appear black mist. The man and the beast stared at each other, and Jisoo covered his forehead that was beaten in vain. This is really a close brother. If the claws are not controlled well, he can scratch him. Jisoo grabbed the spindle-shaped crystal on the ground and began to lie to the beast. "Look, there is no problem. I am not uncomfortable at all." But his eyes drifted to the spindle-shaped crystal on the body of the fallen creature. The little fallen beast bit the spindle-shaped crystal with a roar, and crushed it, before the black mist that floated out condensed into shape. It sucked it into its mouth and swallowed it all, and then stared at Jisoo. Jisoo, okay. He got it. These spindle-shaped crystals are the food for the little fallen beast. Jisoo's eyes turned, and he discussed with the little fallen beast. "Since these are your food, we must move them to the car and take them away. I always have to make sure these things are safe before I can ask for help." "Right?" The little fallen beast tilted its head to look at him, then scratched Jisoo's sleeve with its little claws, and pulled his sleeve to cover his hand, meaning that when Jisoo touched it, he had to use something to separate it, and not touch it directly with his hands. Jisoo looked at his sleeves, took out a glove from his bag and put it on, then touched the spindle-shaped crystal on the body of the fallen creature. The black fog did not appear, and it was really isolated. The little fallen beast patted Jisoo's hand in a warning. pointed at the spindle-shaped crystal on the body of the fallen creature, and warned Jisoo not to touch it. Then angrily got into the backpack and locked himself in it. The people who were still standing still dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Chung Imo suppressed his voice and shouted, as if this would not alarm his brother Chin. Brother Ji, can we go over? Jisoo got up from the ground. Come and help. Pick up all these spindle-shaped crystals on the ground and put them away. These are Brother Chin's rations, and it loves to eat them. Okay. I be right there. Chung Imo and Chi-ing ran the fastest. Since these were things that Brother Chin and Lao Chin liked to eat, they had to take them all away anyway. Do Shinrong and others who came with them also helped pick them up, because they were swept by the crystal energy. Some spindle-shaped crystals were broken, and the fear inside them dissipated, leaving only transparent crystals scattered on the ground. Jisoo asked them to pick up only the intact black spindle-shaped crystals. The bodies of the fallen creatures were very dangerous. Jisoo did not let anyone touch them, and he tried not to touch them. He sealed up the bodies of the fallen creatures that were torn into pieces by the fallen beasts, and sealed up many boxes of different sizes. A group of people moved the boxes one by one onto the medium truck, and also moved the stacked black spindle-shaped crystals into the carriage. Except for the part destroyed by the crystal ball energy, the rest filled 3 medium truck compartments, and even some spindle-shaped crystals were placed on the upper level of the carriage. The cab of Jisoo's medium truck was even more full of spindle-shaped crystals, which were left for the little fallen beasts to eat and play with when they were free. When the group returned to Hope City, it was completely dark. If the bloodthirsty people in the city were a little smart, they would probably have escaped by now. And it was impossible for Jisoo to take the fallen beasts back to deal with him. This was indeed the case. When Jisoo and his party returned to the city, there were already deformed people and survivors waiting at the damaged wall. Do Shinrong asked the subordinates who stayed behind, "Where are the bloodthirsty people in the city?" The subordinates said, "They escaped after you chased out of Hope City." The city lord appeared accompanied by 2 confidants and the deputy city lord, and used the citywide radio to make a speech, inciting the people and putting the blame for attracting monsters on the captain and several outsiders. As a result, halfway through the speech, the city lord suddenly changed his face, threw down the microphone and left without saying anything, and left with a group of people, so fast that he has not returned yet. Chapter 96. Jisoo sneered. You knew the monster was destroyed, so you had to flee, right? Jisoo wanted to wipe out the bloodthirsty people, but unfortunately the fallen creatures suddenly came out to disrupt the situation, giving them a chance to escape. The news of the monster's destruction was like a thunderbolt, which stunned everyone on the spot. Is it really possible to destroy such a terrifying monster? Everyone looked at Do Shinrong blankly, the captain they were most familiar with and most reliable, wanting to know if this was true. Was the monster that had persecuted Haiban City for so long really destroyed? Do Shinrong nodded. The monster was indeed destroyed. We saw it with our own eyes. We even helped collect the monster's corpse. It was dead, and it was impossible for it to come back to life. Some people cried on the spot. They had lived in fear of the monster's death for too long. Many people's relatives and friends died in the monster's attack. No one could defeat such a terrifying monster. They could only watch the monster destroy the base they had built with great difficulty, and kill their relatives and companions again and again. But they had no way to deal with it. The pain and despair really tortured them crazy. Captain, where is the other flying monster? Some of them saw the flying monster, but most of them didn't. When they saw the monster coming, they all hid, and didn't see the scene of the flying monster fighting with the giant monster. Do Shinrong glanced at Jisoo, apologized for his men's offense, and explained for the deformed people and ordinary people present. That's not a monster. That's Mr. G's brother, who is in a state of complete deformity. This time, thanks to Mr. G and Mr. Chin, we were able to successfully destroy the giant monster. When they heard about the complete deformity, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the complete deformity is also very dangerous and uncontrollable, the original body of the complete deformity is human after all. Compared with real monsters, they are obviously more accepting of the complete deformity. Each of them will eventually enter the complete deformity. If they can't face the complete deformity, it is equivalent to not being able to face themselves. The mayor and deputy mayor of Hope City are both bloodthirsty people. Now they have escaped from Hope City with a group of high-ranking bloodthirsty people. The city has just been destroyed by the fallen creatures and is in chaos. It is time for a powerful and prestigious person to take charge. Do Shenrong is such a person. He is the backbone of many people. The reason why Lu Qingyuan and Nai Xiaoyu can serve as mayor and deputy mayor is mainly because of their contributions to Hope City. In order to accumulate reputation, Lu Qingyuan took the initiative to share a lot of information, which made the survivors of Haiban City think that he is very erudite. Even the usage of the energy crystal in the head of the advanced crazy corpse came from Lu Qingyuan. There is also the energy supply of modified cars, the stage division of deformed people, the advanced division of crazy corpses, etc. All from the information provided by Lu Qingyuan. With the full support of Nai Xiaoyu, who built Hope City, the position of mayor naturally fell into Lu Qingyuan's hands, and Nai Xiaoyu also sat on the position of deputy mayor. Now that they are gone, Do Shenrong can only temporarily organize the deformed people to deal with the affairs of Hope City. Jisoo would not interfere in the internal affairs of Hope City. It would not be too late to talk to Do Shenrong about the bloodthirsty man and the crystal after he was done with his work. The 3 medium trucks did not stay overnight in Hope City, but built a protective wall at the gap of the damaged wall, intending to stay overnight there. Do Shenrong took his men away first to clean up the chaos in the city. Today was a thrilling and exciting day. Everyone was very tired and didn't even have the energy to prepare dinner carefully. The 5 of them cooked a big pot of instant noodles, put a lot of vegetables and beef, and had a simple meal. What they thought was simple was a rare delicacy for the survivors of Hope City. They stretched their noses to sniff and were about to cry. They hadn't smelled such a fragrant smell for a long time. Jisoo found that things were serious. The little fallen beast was really angry, and didn't even let him touch brushing teeth and taking a bath. The little guy did it himself. He flew up and turned on the shower. He rinsed himself under the water. He grabbed the bath ball with his little paws and rubbed it on his belly. He then wrapped the bath ball with his tail and rubbed it from his head to his back. He didn't forget to wash his little bat wings. The little fallen beast, who took a bath seriously, made Jisoo's heart melt. After taking a bath, the little guy didn't forget to brush his teeth. He grabbed the toothbrush with his little paws and stood on the sink. He brushed his teeth while looking in the mirror, trying to brush every tooth clean. Finally, he washed himself fragrantly. Jisoo wanted to hold him to sleep, but the little fallen beast flapped his little bat wings and flew away, not letting him hold him. The little fallen beast slept in his soft little nest. This was the first time that the nest had welcomed its owner since it was made. In the past, the little fallen beast slept with Jisoo. Tonight, it decided to sleep in a separate bed from Jisoo. Before Jisoo realized his mistake, the little fallen beast would not reconcile with him. Jisoo was alone in the empty bed, sitting by the bed and watching the little fallen beast curled up in the nest to sleep. After being watched for a long time, the little fallen beast lifted his quilt and crawled in, not wanting to be watched anymore. Jisoo laughed, but he couldn't sleep while lying on the bed. He stared at the ceiling of the bedroom in a daze. Qin Yenin, when can you return to being an adult? It's been 4 months. How long will it take? Jisoo closed his eyes. I miss you so much. When Qin Yenin was around, Jisoo didn't have to worry about anything. Qin Yenin would do everything for him. As long as he was around, Jisoo wouldn't touch the car. Qin Yenin was worried about his driving skills, worried that he would drive himself into a ditch, and felt sorry for him getting tired, so he didn't want to let him drive. But now, he drove the car from Xinjiang City to Haiban City alone. The little fallen beast watched him work hard and tired, but he never turned back into a human. When his breathing became smooth, the little fallen beast crawled out of the quilt, flapped his little bat wings and flew to Jisoo's pillow, stared at the sleeping person for a long time, and kissed him on the lips. After turning off the energy light, the small bedroom fell into darkness. The little beast curled up and slept in Jisoo's arms. Jisoo slept until dawn and was surprised to find that the little beast was sleeping in his arms. He gently touched the little guy's head, gave him a sleepy look, turned over, and continued to sleep with his belly facing up. It was not until noon that Do Shenrong finished cleaning up the chaotic Hope City and brought his trusted men to see Jisoo. Jisoo did not see an Ilingxi beside Do Shenrong. He knew what an Ilingxi was feeling now, as long as he had a brain. It was not difficult to think that the bloodthirsty man must have used some method to communicate with the monster in Haiban City. The bloodthirsty man used the monster to intimidate the survivors, and those who did not obey would be eaten by the monster. The monster destroyed one base after another, and so many people died. Even Do Shenrong and Inai Ling's children died in the monster's attack. And Inai Ling's younger brother Inai Xiaoyu was also a bloodthirsty man. The younger brother who became a bloodthirsty man teamed up with other bloodthirsty men to persecute humans and kill his own niece. Not only did Inai Ling lose her younger brother, but she also got such a result. It must be difficult for her to accept it for a while. The other few people were all familiar faces. Their attitude towards Jisoo changed 360 degrees. They looked at him from time to time, but they didn't dare to look at him or interrupt him casually. They always looked at Jisoo secretly, as if they were looking for something, until they saw Jisoo's slightly bulging chest, where there was obviously something. As for what it was, there was no need to think at all. It must be the strong and terrible full deformation. Ah! Do Shenrong spent a night and a morning to spread the news of the existence of bloodthirsty men and the monsters in Haiban City throughout Hope City. The bloodthirsty men used the monsters in Haiban City to destroy so many bases and kill so many survivors. Now the monsters in Haiban City have been eliminated by Mr. G and Mr. Qin from outside. In the future, they can live a stable life and no longer have to worry about when the monsters will attack again. From now on, what they should be most wary of is the bloodthirsty monsters in human skin. Do Shenrong came here mainly to thank Jisoo. Now that the monsters in Haiban City are gone, if you still want crystals, you can go and get them yourself. No one will stop you. But, seeing that you value crystals so much, do these crystals have any other uses? Jisoo, what did you find? Do Shenrong said, my wife was attacked yesterday and couldn't be woken up. Last night, she told me that she had a nightmare. In the dream, she saw the giant monster. The monster was chasing her, and the crime was that she betrayed Hope City. She fought desperately, but the monster in the nightmare was weaker than the real one, and she failed to succeed for a while. She kept running and hiding in the nightmare, looking for an opportunity to fight back. And then she was so. It was like she woke up from a nightmare when she heard her daughter calling her. Do Shenrong looked at Jisoo. I suspect that the survivors collectively saw giant monsters in nightmares. And even the monster said that they could not touch the crystals, which were all the conspiracy of the bloodthirsty people. The ability of collective nightmares did not come from monsters, but from bloodthirsty people. They built Hope City and raised humans just by the way. The real purpose is probably crystals. Am I right? Jisoo nodded. You guessed right. Haiban City is one of the few places in the country that produces high-quality crystals. These crystals are useless to bloodthirsty people, but they are very useful to human deformities. The deformities who came with Do Shenrong all had bright eyes, and stared at Jisoo with burning eyes. Jisoo said, you should have felt the powerful energy impact yesterday. Right? The people who chased out in off-road vehicles yesterday not only felt it, but were almost blown away by the terrifying energy fluctuations. If there were no 3 medium trucks in front of them, their small broken cars would have disintegrated long ago. The one who was most impressed was Do Shenrong. His car was following the mid-sized truck, and he could feel the terrifying energy the most directly. Do Shenrong could not suppress his excitement. Is that the energy of the crystal? Yes, since the bloodthirsty man has set his sights on the crystal. Jisoo needs to let the survivors know the importance of the crystal. In today's world, everything can be corroded by dark matter. Only crystal will not. Crystal is not just a simple decoration. It contains powerful energy. As long as it can be stimulated, crystal is the greatest reliance of mankind. To stimulate the energy of the crystal, you need to be mentally deformed. As long as the threshold of mental energy is sufficient, you can use the crystal. The source of the bloodthirsty man's power is pure dark matter. The moment human consciousness is lost, it is destined that there will be no more mental energy. The bloodthirsty man cannot use the crystal, but he knows the power of the crystal. So he wants to control the crystal in Haiban City and prevent humans from getting involved. As long as the crystal is controlled, it is equivalent to suppressing the strongest combat power of the deformed human beings. And the survivors of Haiban City still believe in the conspiracy of the bloodthirsty man. No one dares to touch the crystal, nor does he let others touch it. The survivors of the entire Haiban City are carefully guarding the crystal, driving to patrol every day, and no one is allowed to touch it. The deformed people in Hope City all looked livid when they thought about how they were played around by a group of bloodthirsty monsters and how they chased a few outsiders and asked them to return the crystals. They wanted to hide in the cracks in the ground and never come out to see people again. Jisoo still felt that the excitement was not enough, so he rolled up his sleeves and revealed the crystal bracelets on his wrists. Now you know why I carry crystals with me. Right? Sometimes a crystal bead can solve a problem that the deformed ability cannot solve. Deformed people, Jisoo waved his hands, and the crystal beads rustled. Words cannot make you feel the power of crystals. Go drive. I will take you to Hyben City, and you will know after fighting in person. The deformed people in Hope City were excited, and all looked at Do Shinrong. Do Shinrong's heart was surging. He also wanted to observe the power of crystals up close. Get in the car. Jisoo weathered the protective wall, drove a medium truck, and drove a team of off-road vehicles towards Hyben City. This time, they did not stop at the border of Hyben City. They followed 3 medium trucks roaring in, without the suppression of the fallen creatures and fallen beasts. The convoy was soon surrounded by crazy zombies and advanced crazy zombies. The people of Hope City knew the combat power of advanced crazy zombies very well. They were very nervous when they saw the advanced crazy zombies coming to kill them. Jisoo threw out an ordinary crystal bead calmly, activated it in the air, and the advanced crazy zombies that landed were blown away. Jisoo explained with an external loudspeaker. This is an ordinary crystal bead. It has limited damage to advanced crazy zombies, but it is very useful for ordinary crazy zombies. Jisoo threw another one into the group of crazy zombies, and a group of them fell down instantly. The crazy zombies closest to the crystal turned into meat paste directly, and the crazy zombies on the periphery were also incomplete. The power of the crystal can be seen. The people of Hope City cheered excitedly. It was the first time they knew that killing crazy zombies could be so easy. Jisoo, I will use the Super 7 crystal beads to kill the advanced crazy corpses. Don't follow me. Just watch from a distance. The lethality of the Super 7 crystal is too great. It is not recommended to use it when you can't protect yourself. Your fragile car can be solved by 1 Super 7 crystal bead. Jisoo drove the medium truck forward alone, seized the opportunity, and killed 2 advanced crazy corpses at once with 1 Super 7 crystal bead. The golden crystal energy flew in the air, like countless dense golden steel needles, shooting the 2 advanced crazy corpses that rushed over into a pool of meat flakes and falling down. The deformed people who were excited and screaming just now were all scared and silent at this moment, especially those golden energy shot at the medium truck. The sound made people's scalps numb. If the defense of the medium truck was not high enough, the people in the car would have become seized at this moment. The Super 7 crystal is really domineering. Once used, it will not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as it is within the attack range, it will kill everything. Jisoo got off the car, picked up the energy crystal, and returned with a group of people. I believe they have fully realized the importance of crystals. On the way back, someone grabbed a handful of crystals in a roadside shop and prepared to take them back to practice. The result was that no matter how hard they tried, they could not stimulate the energy of the crystals. Jisoo said that only mentally deformed people can stimulate the energy of crystals. The deformed people who practiced were mentally deformed, but they still couldn't use it. They all looked at Jisoo blankly. Could these crystals recognize people? Why did Jisoo use it so easily and casually? But they were so disobedient in their hands? Jisoo, the mental energy threshold is not enough to stimulate the crystal energy. The excited deformed people. Do Shinrong slowly exhaled. Sure enough, this is the point. If anyone with mental deformity can use crystals, it is impossible that Jisoo is the only one who can use crystals among Jisoo's group of 5. Do Shinrong, how high a threshold is required? Jisoo, at least it has to be perfectly deformed. All the deformed people, shock. It's hard to say whether they can survive the full deformity. If they want to use the crystal, they have to be perfectly deformed at the beginning. Disperse. Disperse. This is not something they can use, no matter how powerful it is. It's useless if it can't be activated. Do Shinrong walked towards the crystal bead on the ground. Let me try. Jisoo was surprised. Looking at his tall back, he felt a little relieved. Hyben City is very important. Jisoo taught them to use crystals because he was worried that the bloodthirsty people would make a comeback. He can't stay here all the time. Hyben City still needs the locals of Hyben City to guard it. If the crystal can't be used, it will be difficult for the deformed people to defeat the bloodthirsty people. It doesn't need to be many. As long as there is one person who can use the crystal, it is hope for Hyben City. Jisoo taught Do Shinrong how to release spiritual energy, how to infuse crystal beads, and then activate them in one go. It's easier said than done. Jisoo also practiced repeatedly at the beginning. His spiritual energy is enough, but he often can't catch up with the crystal beads thrown out. resulting in ineffective activation. As long as the threshold of mental energy is high enough, you can become more proficient in stimulating the crystal through subsequent practice. Do Shenrong tried several times, but failed to stimulate it successfully. He took 2 steps forward and tried again. He could get the feedback of crystal energy. He just needed to stimulate it in one go. This degree is difficult to grasp. Do Shenrong wanted to get closer, but was stopped by Jisoo. If you get closer, the crystal energy will hurt you. Do Shenrong had to step back half a step. The trusted subordinate stared at the crystal bead for a long time, but did not see any change. Captain, if it doesn't work, let's upgrade it first. Damn it! The subordinate, who spoke, was unprepared and was hit in the face by the suddenly raised mud. Everyone was startled. And when they reacted, they all cheered. It's done! Our captain succeeded. Captain, when did you become a perfect freak? Captain is awesome. Do Shenrong's expression also relaxed, and he looked back at Jisoo. Jisoo nodded at him. I didn't expect that Hyben City would have a perfect freak so soon. Practice more, and the crystal will be your strongest weapon in the future. Do Shenrong smiled bitterly. Under the high pressure of the giant monster, he had no choice but to enter the full freak state. He didn't stay in the full freak state for too long. With his persistence and belief in revenge for his daughter, he was the first to get out of the full freak state. The freaks who entered the full freak state with him at the beginning are still unknown where they are now. Whether they are fighting against their instincts or have become freak monsters, no one knows. They have never appeared since they left. Leaving behind the excited subordinates, Jisoo and Do Shenrong talked about some things in private. There is no doubt that Do Shenrong will be the master of Hyben City in the future. Jisoo's crystal cannot be transported for the time being, and Do Shenrong needs to help take care of it. Do Shenrong agreed immediately, and made a request to Jisoo. He wanted Jisoo to help build the Hyben City base. Hope City was built by bloodthirsty people, and no one knows where it was tampered with. The best way is to move directly to the suburbs of Hyben City and build a base nearby. Not only is it safe, but it can also better guard the countless crystals in Hyben City. Jisoo will not provide free services to others. The help he gives to Hyben City will be converted into crystals. Do Shenrong agreed. Jisoo followed Do Shenrong for 2 days and chose an excellent location. It can be used for farming and has ready-made buildings. It can be lived in after cleaning up. It is also on the edge of Hyben City, which is convenient for guarding and patrolling. Jisoo has a ready-made base model, which is put out quickly. It only takes some mental energy to make a base appear. Do Shenrong was amazed. This is stronger than Inai Xiaoyu's decomposition and reconstruction ability. This is creating things out of thin air. This is the first time he has seen such an ability since the end of the world. Do Shenrong's expression suddenly became solemn. He didn't know what he thought of. He knew how important the construction ability was in the end of the world. Inai Xiaoyu escaped, and he didn't know how many troubles he would cause in the future. After the base was built, the survivors were transferred here. Do Shenrong handed these tasks to his deformed people. He took Jisoo to the city of Hyben and moved the crystals promised to Jisoo to the designated warehouse. The crystals that should be given to Jisoo should be moved to his own warehouse first before he can feel at ease, even if they cannot be transported for a while. As long as they are sealed in the warehouse, Jisoo can feel at ease. In order to obtain more crystals, Jisoo also sold pure dragon fruit branches and pure seeds to the Hyben base, and also sold a bucket of purification liquid to the Hyben base. With pure land and pure seeds, pure crops can be grown. At that time, there will be more pure seeds, and the surviving humans can eat medium or pure food. As for the flower core, Jisoo will observe it again, if he thinks it is appropriate. He doesn't mind selling a flower core to the Hyben base. The future development of this base will not be bad, and its strength will not be weak. It should be able to protect a purification flower tree. Do Shenrong's face suddenly changed when he learned that the golden liquid was a purifying liquid that could purify the land. This was the first time that Jisoo had seen him lose his composure since he met him. Is there anything wrong? Do Shenrong forced himself to calm down. What are your plans for the future? Are you going back? Jisoo stared at him for a moment. Not for now. I want to go to Yaocheng, but I don't know where it is. Have you heard of Yaocheng? Although there are cars in Hyben City, no one has ever left. Hyben City alone is so dangerous. It will be even more dangerous outside. Going out means death. So no one has ever left. And there are no outsiders. Jisoo and his party are the first group of outsiders to Hyben City. I haven't heard of it. Are you going to Yaocheng to buy medicine? If you can use this name, then you should be good at making medicine. I heard that Yaocheng has developed a drug to control black spots. Ordinary people in my base need this drug very much. Buying medicine is important. And it is equally important to inquire about the news of the fallen beast. Dou Shenrong looked at Jisoo with hesitation in his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jisoo, you can speak directly if you have something to say. Dou Shenrong's eyes became firm. You should know how important your construction ability is. Right? And the purification liquid and pure seeds in your hand are even more important. If we have pure land, we can grow a lot of clean food. And ordinary people will not become crazy corpses because of the corroded food. Jisoo interrupted him. I'm not as great as you think. And I can't save everyone. What do you want to say? Dou Shenrong took a breath. Have you ever thought about looking for the location of the National Safety Zone? Chapter 97. Dou Shenrong took a breath. Have you ever thought about looking for the location of the National Safety Zone? Jisoo, shock. Of course he thought about it. Not only did he think about it, he also waited for 3 years. Waiting for official rescue. Waiting for a direction. A hope. But there was no official rescue. Until he died. So this time, he did not expect official rescue from the beginning. Did not expect help from others. He relied on himself to survive. Dou Shenrong said, the drugs and everything you need should be available in the National Security Zone. No place is safer or more technologically advanced than there. There must be a great need for the purification fluid and seeds in your hands. Jisoo broke free from all kinds of emotions. And finally only the complicated one remained. Do you think such a safe zone really exists? Dou Shenrong said firmly, it definitely exists. Jisoo's mood became more complicated. Where is it? Dou Shenrong paused. At this point, there should be no confidentiality agreement. Jisoo's eyes moved. Could it be that the authorities are really prepared? Dou Shenrong said, I have a younger brother named Dou Shenhan. He is a guard beside a general. On the night of the end of the world, I woke up from my sleep and received a message from my brother. It only had 3 words, go to Jingling. There was not even a punctuation mark, which showed how critical the situation was at that time. I didn't know what happened. There was a sudden explosion outside. The sound was very loud, and many vehicles were honking. I was worried that my daughter was scared. So I went to see the child. My daughter slept very soundly. There were constant explosions outside. Except for the alarm of the vehicles being startled. There was no other sound. I saw the flames rising to the sky outside the window, and wanted to call the fire department. But unfortunately, there was no signal at that time. Later, I started to have a headache, and all my perception of the outside world disappeared. When I woke up again, I found myself locked in the utility room. I didn't open the door. I saw the door and hit it. The door was easily broken. But there were still tables and chairs outside. Lingxi hugged her daughter tightly and huddled in the corner, looking at me with horror. I don't know what happened. They didn't cry until they were sure that I wouldn't hurt them. They were scared. Later I found out that I was not unconscious when I lost consciousness. But I was crazy. I smashed the house. Lingxi led me to the utility room and locked me in it. Seeing the doomsday scene outside, I understood the meaning of the 3 words Shahan gave me. He asked me to go to Jingling, when there was no safe hiding place anywhere. I really wanted to take my family to Jingling, even if the journey was long. It was hope for life. Unfortunately, there was no transportation. We couldn't go anywhere, so we could only flee with the survivors and survive. Later, we had Hope City and off-road vehicles. But we still couldn't leave Haiden City. Those cars were too fragile. An advanced crazy corpse could smash an off-road vehicle. How could I expect such a car to drive to Jingling? Dou Shenrong looked at Jisoo. I can see that your car is very sturdy. If you can come to Haiden City, you should be able to go further if you want. Jingling is indeed too far away. It is already at the easternmost part of the country. If Jisoo wants to go from Haiden City to Jingling, he will have to cross almost half of the country. No one can be sure what kind of dangers he will encounter on a journey of thousands of kilometers. What Jisoo dared not take the risk the most is that if they went there thousands of miles, and found that there was no national safety zone, then it would be a big trouble. It is unknown whether he can come back alive. Jisoo said, I believe you are telling the truth. And you don't have to lie to me. But how can you be sure that the safe zone is really in Jingling? This kind of doomsday is not something that human power can predict in advance. Right? Dou Shenrong really couldn't be sure of this. If there were any unpredictable dangers in the original Jingling, the safe zone would definitely move. Do Shenhan couldn't notify him, and Do Shenrong couldn't know where it would move to. Do Shenrong looked at the Haiban base that had just been built. He couldn't let others take risks. If he could buy a medium truck from Jisoo and train a deformed person who could also use crystals to stay in Haiban City, he could personally lead the purification. Chapter 98. Do Shenrong looked at his wife with tears on her face and guessed whose head was in the other sealed box. He patted his wife on the back and comforted her silently. He knew that Enai Lingxi was a very rational person. She cried because she saw Enai Xiaoyu being killed. They all knew that Enai Xiaoyu was no longer the innocent and sunny brother. But watching the monster being killed with his brother's body, the stimulation was heart-wrenching. It was really hard for relatives to accept such a scene. Enai Lingxi did not stop it because she knew it was a monster. Even though she was in great pain and couldn't stop crying, she still said nothing and watched Jisoo seal the head. Do Shenrong looked at the sealed box thrown on the ground. Lu Chengyuan, since you have already escaped, why did you come back? Did your giant city have new instructions? Lu Chengyuan's voice came from the sealed box slowly. Do Shenrong, I knew that keeping you would cause trouble sooner or later. You are too lucky. It is really difficult to get rid of you without leaving any traces. I didn't expect that the plan would be exposed so quickly. In this case, we should clean it up. As long as there is a habitable city, new surviving humans will move in sooner or later. They will be more obedient than you. It's a pity that after all the calculations, we still miss the controllability of a fallen beast. It shouldn't be. The fallen beast cannot be controlled. What went wrong? Jisoo kicked the sealed box to stop it from mentioning the fallen beast. Qin Yinan is not an ordinary fallen beast. Its body is a human. He is not a monster. Do Shenrong's eyes changed again and again, looking at the small flying beast squatting on Jisoo's shoulder. He had already noticed that this little flying beast was not a simple full freak. Besides not having seen such a powerful full freak, he had also not seen such a friendly and obedient full freak. Do Shenrong did not know what kind of existence the fallen beast was. He saw that the fallen beast could crush the bloodthirsty man. Even the bloodthirsty man mentioned it and put it at the end of the most dangerous place, and even used the brutal and bloodthirsty method, which showed how powerful and uncontrollable the fallen beast was. But it was such a fallen beast that the bloodthirsty man could not get rid of no matter what he tried. He was very close to Jisoo. The man and the beast were inseparable every day and were very close. In addition to the special nature of the fallen beast, Jisoo was also different from other freaks. Do Shenrong still couldn't figure out how Jisoo knew that Hope City was in danger in advance. If they came back a few minutes later, the survivors who had not evacuated would probably be buried in Hope City. The fence that Jisoo put down was also very timely, which successfully blocked the Mad Corpse group outside. Do Shenrong was thinking a lot, but his face showed no sign of it. Lu Chengyuan, do you think that if the human giant city faces the bloodthirsty giant city, humans will lose? Lu Chengyuan, this is beyond doubt. The human giant city is not as strong as you think. Do Shenrong looked at Jisoo, who happened to look over as well, and their eyes met. Jisoo understood that Do Shenrong was trying to get a question. He wanted to know whether the human giant city really existed. If Lu Chengyuan really had the ability to receive information from other bloodthirsty people, there would definitely be news about the human giant city. He guessed right. Humans do have a giant city, and this giant city cannot be built by ordinary survivors. Only the official has the ability to gather all the powerful deformed people to build a super giant city to shelter human survivors. Otherwise, how can they fight against the bloodthirsty giant city? They have seen the giant city of bloodthirsty people with their own eyes. It is huge and spectacular. Do Shenrong has been looking at Jisoo. He hopes that Jisoo can go to the human giant city. Bring these two bloodthirsty heads. Bring purification fluid and pure seeds, which will definitely be of great use to the human giant city. Jisoo let out a long breath. Then let's go to the human giant city to take a look. Do Shenrong breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Chengyuan was silent. Jisoo mentioned the two sealed boxes. Such useful heads cannot be wasted. I will take you to the human giant city to see if you can sell them for a good price. Lu Chengyuan spoke again. You can't reach the human giant city. Jisoo, that's because you don't know how good my car is. It can reach any distance. Lu Chengyuan, you can't imagine the danger along the way. Jisoo, don't be afraid. I have my brother. Lu Chengyuan, Jisoo, it seems that you are very afraid of my brother. Can my brother destroy the bloodthirsty giant city by himself? Lu Chengyuan, bloodthirsty people are not on the hunting list of the fallen beasts. And there is no possibility of destroying the city. Jisoo sighed. This is true. Bloodthirsty people have no emotional fluctuations. Fallen beasts are not interested in them at all. They are directly crushed when hunting. And they are too lazy to even open their mouths. The flesh and blood must be very unpalatable. Not long after walking out, Jisoo threw the 2 sealed boxes on the ground. Too heavy. Captain Do, please find me a car. All the deformed people who followed along were as quiet as chickens. Seeing Jisoo's thin body carrying 2 human heads, walking and chatting, no one dared to help. And they all followed silently until Jisoo dropped the sealed box. One deformed person hurried to drive the car. Jisoo looked at the broken car body and had to be careful when getting in and out of the car. If he was not careful, he could pull the door handle off. It was really unbearable to watch. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the hood. The spiritual energy rushed through, reinforcing the off-road vehicle, and then reinforced the following vehicles one by one. It's okay to build it as much as you want. Jisoo slapped the car. But you have to pay for it. The deformed people were terrified, fearing that Jisoo would not stop and smash the hood. Do Shinrong saw something and stretched out his hand to press on the hood. It was very solid. Unlike before, when it would click, he punched it again, and it was not broken. He continued to increase the force, and punched it down again, leaving no dent on the hood. Everyone was excited. They knew too well the power of Captain Do's punch. It was safe to drive this car that could withstand Captain Do's full-strength attack. Do Shinrong returned the air gun to Jisoo and helped him carry the 2 sealed boxes on the ground to the car. If you want to leave Hope City, you must first deal with the group of crazy corpses outside the wall. Jisoo and Do Shinrong stood on the wall together. Jisoo asked Do Shinrong to learn from him, throwing crystals and activating them at the same time. Killing crazy corpses is easier than killing chickens. With such training, Do Shinrong became more and more proficient in activating crystals. From throwing 10 crystals to activating 2 or 3. It has become 7 or 8 now. The success rate has increased too much. The group of crazy corpses outside the wall has been eliminated by Do Shinrong. Do Shinrong did not give the survivors time to pack up their belongings slowly. They were only allowed to take a few days' rations and move to the seaside base immediately. Other things would be transported by vehicles later. They could not delay and had to leave immediately. The survivors were already scared out of their wits. They did not dare to stay in Hope City at this time. They all took their rations and followed the long team to move to the new base. After they left, Jisoo weathered the wall. There was no need for a wall here. Do Shinrong personally escorted the team. Jisoo did not waste time with them on the road and returned to the seaside base first. The transfer team walked until the evening before finally entering the seaside base. Jisoo was holding a meeting with the other 4 people. He decided to find the giant city built by the government. Not to mention the dangers on the way. The threat of bloodthirsty people alone would not be small. Jisoo brought out 3 medium trucks, mainly for transporting crystals. The 3 vehicles did not need to follow him to take risks. They could stay at the seaside base and wait for him to come back. He would definitely pass by the seaside city and go back together at that time. Chung Mo took the lead in expressing his opinion. I will definitely not stay. Since I have followed them out, I must go to see the human giant city. This damn end of the world is too despairing. Seeing the human giant city will also give me more hope to survive. Qiying ate the dragon fruit. I will not stay either. If something happens to you, I will not be able to see Lao Qin after he recovers. Ming Biais and Xiao Junwen were left. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. All the way here, they were basically useless. Jisoo and Mr. Qin could solve everything. Sometimes they even had to save them in turn. They might just be a drag. Ming Biai said, let's follow the arrangements. If you need us, we will go. If not, we will wait for you at the seaside base. Xiao Junwen nodded. Jisoo did mean to let them stay at the seaside base. Do Shinrong would definitely not let them get into trouble. But seeing their silence, Jisoo hesitated for a moment. He asked, do you want to go? Ming Biai smiled helplessly. Yes, but if we go, we might hold you back. Chung Mo snatched the half-eaten dragon fruit from Qiying and stuffed it all into his mouth, saying vaguely, if you want to talk about holding back, everyone will hold back except Brother Ji and Brother Qin. You should think the other way around. When we find the giant human city, there will be too many good things. What if our car is not big enough to carry them? Meng Bi's, Xiao Juman, Jisoo made the final decision. Since you want to go, let's go together. Before leaving, Jisoo put the corpse of the giant degenerate into the warehouse in Hyben City, freeing up space in the car compartment and only putting a box of degenerate corpses in the car. As for the black spindle-shaped crystals that were knocked down, they were all taken with him. These were food for the small degenerate beasts and would be consumed on the road. Before leaving, Jisoo counted all the items sold to the Hyben base and added 3 more air guns. Jisoo didn't have many of these guns, and 3 was the limit for Hyben base. Do Shinrong became the new leader of Hyben base as expected. If it weren't for Jisoo and Qin Yinan, the survivors of Hyben City would have died many times. To express their gratitude, Jisoo and Qin Yinan became the nominal deputy leaders of Hyben base, the kind who only took dividends but didn't work. The dividends of Hyben base were of course all crystals. Jisoo did not refuse, and also agreed on behalf of Qin Yinan. Double salary, double happiness. After discussing with Do Shinrong, Jisoo finally decided to go in the direction of Jingling. Even if there was an accident and the original human giant city was no longer in Jingling, it would only be in that area. Jisoo could ask the survivors he met while walking, and there would always be someone who knew where the giant city was. On the day of departure, Do Shinrong personally gave Jisoo 2 bags of crystals, 1 bag of ordinary crystal beads, and 1 bag of Super 7 crystal beads. They were all processed natural crystals and could be used directly. In addition, Do Shinrong also gave Jisoo an envelope and asked Jisoo to help pass it to Do Shinhan. If Do Shinhan was gone or could not be found, he would take the other letter in the envelope and go to find an old leader, who was his old leader before he retired. If he could not find any, Jisoo could only be careful. In such an apocalypse, it was really difficult to predict what would happen. The 3 medium trucks continued on the road and headed towards Jingling. Just like when they came, the little fallen beast flew out of the window from time to time to explore the way. Even with the deterrence of the fallen beast, there were still crazy monsters attacking the vehicle. But fortunately, they were not monsters that could not be dealt with. The road was also very rugged. They had to turn back after passing several dead ends. If they had not brought a map, they would probably have been lost in the ruins of the apocalypse. For several days in a row, there were constant troubles of all sizes, and it was not as smooth as when they went to Hyben City. It seemed that there was a hidden force preventing them from going to the human giant city. One night, several people gathered at the table to eat hot pot, and Chung Imo asked a question. Do you feel that there are more and more strange monsters? They obviously did not open the window, but were chased and attacked by monsters. Could it be that the monsters no longer hunted by fear, but instead ate metal? That's not right. Their medium-sized trucks have been reinforced and modified, and are no longer pure metal. Chiang nodded. It's indeed more difficult than going to Hyben City. Could it be that the density of monsters has increased? Mingbi eyes looked at Jisoo. Is it because of those 2 bloodthirsty human heads? If there is any difference from going to Hyben City, apart from the corpses of the degenerates and the spindle-shaped crystals, there are only those 2 bloodthirsty human heads. Lu Chengyuan can attract degenerates to attack Hope City, and can also control the deformed creatures. It seems not impossible to provoke various monsters to attack the convoy along the way. Chung Imo hissed and inhaled because of the heat. If it is really those 2 heads who are causing trouble, then wouldn't we be hunted down wherever we go if we carry a locator in the car? Jisoo fed a piece of fresh beef to the little degenerate beast wrapped in a towel, and ate a piece of cooked spicy beef himself. If Lu Chengyuan is sealed up, and can still use his ability to provoke monsters on the way to attack us, it should not be this scale. It will be even more crazy. Just like destroying Hope City. I think Lu Chengyuan does not have this ability. It is very likely that the bloodthirsty giant city has noticed something, and does not want us to go to the human giant city. Fuck. Chung Imo slammed the table. We must do what the bloodthirsty people don't want. Chiao Juma nodded. I heard that the scene of the giant city you described is very strange. If Lu Chengyuan can receive news from the bloodthirsty giant city, then it is here. While the accident happened, the bloodthirsty giant city was exposed due to the dissipation of energy. It is impossible that the other side did not receive feedback. The bloodthirsty people could not let us reach the giant city smoothly, because Mr. Qin was in the car. The bloodthirsty people who were secretly doing tricks did not dare to show up openly. Chung Imo continued to slap the table. Flies can't kill people, but they can annoy people to death. Is there any way to find the hidden bloodthirsty people and get rid of them? Jisoo shook his head. This is a bit difficult. Various monsters are everywhere. It is not easy to find the bloodthirsty people hidden in the monster group. This is not looking for people. The little fallen beast can find them by chasing the fear emotion. After dinner, Jisoo and the little fallen beast washed up and carried Lu Chengyuan's sealed box to the bedroom on the roof. It's time to talk. Jisoo threw the sealed box on the ground, held the little fallen beast, and sat cross-legged on the carpet, knocking on the sealed box. Since the bloodthirsty people are so afraid of the fallen beasts, why don't we talk about the fallen beasts? Lu Chengyuan, no need to talk. I don't know. Jisoo changed the subject. The trouble on the road was caused by the bloodthirsty people. Right? Lu Chengyuan did not respond. The little fallen beast roared in dissatisfaction and slapped the sealed box with one claw, rolling several times on the carpet. The little fallen beast pounced on it, like a cat teasing a mouse, and slapped the sealed box all over the ground. Lu Chengyuan couldn't bear it anymore. I said, you can't get to the human giant city. Jisoo touched his chin. It seems that the bloodthirsty people are really playing tricks. Lu Chengyuan, Jisoo turned the subject back again. Do you know how to turn the fallen beast into a human? Lu Chengyuan. The little fallen beast knocked the sealed box away with one claw, and it hit the wall of the car with a thud, and then rolled all over the ground with a thud. Lu Chengyuan's intermittent voice came. Are you crazy or am I crazy? How can a fallen beast become a human? Just like a human wants to become a fallen beast. Is it possible? Jisoo, maybe. My little fallen beast is a human. Lu Chengyuan, ? Jisoo stretched out his hand. Good boy. Come here. The little fallen beast flew back to Jisoo's arms, and obediently stuck to Jisoo's neck and didn't move. Jisoo sneered. You thought you were so knowledgeable, but you're just a professional liar. Lu Chengyuan seemed to be stimulated and yelled. You are just dreaming. Degenerate beasts and degenerate objects are both transformed from the origin of dark matter. They are natural aliens, and are completely on a different level from erosion and invasion, and have nothing to do with humans. Jisoo said slowly. Nothing is impossible. The facts are in front of you. Don't you believe it? Have you seen other degenerate beasts so affectionate? Lu Chengyuan, Jisoo hit the point, and Lu Chengyuan couldn't help but believe it. Lu Chengyuan's voice was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that when he was a human, he had ingested the origin of dark matter? The origin energy completely changed a person into a fallen beast? If that's the case, how did he survive? How did humans get the origin of dark matter? No, it shouldn't be like this. Even if that's the case, it's no longer a human. It was completely changed into an alien species by the origin energy. The human genes were wiped out long ago. It will never become a human again, and it will not have human consciousness. It is a real fallen beast. The beast just devoured a human when it was transformed. It is a fallen beast. It should be driven by instinct, feed on fear in humans, and should not be close to humans. It should not. It is dangerous. Too dangerous. A fallen beast that is not driven by instinct and close to humans is too dangerous. It must be reported. It must be reported. Lu Chengyuan was like a madman, mumbling in his mouth. The sound was already dull because of the sealing box. Jisoo tried hard to prick up his ears, but couldn't hear what it was mumbling. He only heard its initial sound. Jisoo doubted the truth of what Lu Chengyuan said. If it was really a fallen beast that had absorbed the origin of dark matter, Qin Yinan had signs of degeneration before the end of the world, and he mistakenly thought it was erosion at the beginning. If what Lu Chengyuan said was true, that is to say, before the full-scale invasion began, the origin of dark matter appeared on the mother planet? And was it absorbed by Qin Yinan? Is this possible? Jisoo grabbed the little fallen beast in front of him. When you were a human, did you eat anything strange? The little fallen beast tilted its head and looked at him with blank eyes. Jisoo, even if he really ate something strange, Qin Yinan himself probably didn't know it. He didn't even know what he was, and once thought he was a deformed person. Lu Chengyuan, who was mumbling, suddenly went crazy in the sealed box, dancing with his head, and smashing the sealed box on the floor with a bang. Let me out. I tell you how the fallen beast turns into a human. Jisoo was tempted for a second. Do you think I'm stupid? Didn't you just shout that the fallen beast has nothing to do with humans? Lu Chengyuan, Since you said it was a human, then it is related. Jisoo, then you tell me first. And I let you out after it turns into a human. Lu Chengyuan, It's useless to block it. We must surround and kill it with all our strength. And we can't let a fallen beast that is close to humans live. Even if we can't kill the fallen beast, killing the humans it is close to can also make the fallen beast return to nature. We must not let the fallen beast stand on the side of humans. This human must die. Lu Chengyuan's voice became calm and steady. Let me out first, and I will tell you a way. As long as it can leave the sealing box for a few seconds, it can pass the information of the fallen beast to the bloodthirsty giant city. This news is very important and must be passed on. At any cost, this human must be killed. Jisoo thought about it. Okay. A minute later, Lu Chengyuan was released from the sealing box. On his pale face, a twisted and surprised expression just appeared. And the next moment it froze. It did come out of the storage box, but it was useless. Jisoo put another bigger storage box outside, which could seal Jisoo and the head together. Jisoo looked at the frozen expression on the head and understood. Let you out? Tell me. Lu Chengyuan's face was grim. Small box for a big box. You call this letting me out? Jisoo raised his eyelids. What? Giving you such a big space. It's not enough for you to jump around? Or, if you want to pass the message to the bloodthirsty giant city, you must be outside my sealed box? Lu Chengyuan, Jisoo found from various signs that the sealed box had an impact on Lu Chengyuan's ability. The most direct manifestation was that after Lu Chengyuan's head was sealed, the bloodthirsty people who received its command suddenly became headless flies, which was obviously the result of the command not being delivered. Jisoo would not let it leave the sealed box. Not even for a second. Who knows if it will pass the information out in a second? This is about Qin Yinan and the fallen beast. So no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Jisoo asked again. Do you know how to turn the fallen beast into a human? Lu Chengyuan stared at the little fallen beast in Jisoo's arms. The beast dared not act rashly. How could it know how to turn the fallen beast into a human? If it knew, it would want to turn the fallen beast into a bloodthirsty person. Jisoo leaned against the wall. Casually. Are there many bloodthirsty people like you? You are like a signal receiving station, receiving messages from the main station and passing them to other bloodthirsty people one by one. Am I right? The bloody head was full of resentment. Do you want to catch another bloodthirsty person like me? Jisoo continued to ask himself, what is the name of a bloodthirsty person like you? Lu Chengyuan's expression became more and more ferocious. Do you think I will tell you? Jisoo sighed. Forget it. If you don't tell me, I will ask and I shall you the same. Lu Chengyuan, it won't tell you. Jisoo moved back to the corner, which was farthest from the human head. If you die, it will tell you. The human head suddenly widened his eyes, and the sharp claws of the fallen beast had already slapped down, completely crushing it. You know so many secrets. I definitely can't keep you. Without you, I will just catch another bloodthirsty person with the same ability. Jisoo looked at the blood splattered on his body, and then looked at the little claws raised by the little fallen beast. This bath was in vain. Chapter 99. With one less restless head, the convoy was on the road normally. There were no large-scale attacks, but there were still deformed monsters rushing out to attack the convoy from time to time. Lu Chengyuan died silently, under the double coercion of Jisoo and the fallen beast. And I shall you revealed Lu Chengyuan's ability, which was similar to what Jisoo guessed. The bloodthirsty people called this ability Common Brain, which can receive messages from the bloodthirsty giant city, and can also feedback, and can also quietly pass instructions to all bloodthirsty people within the ability range. Bloodthirsty people with this ability are often the leaders of a party. Their main role is to receive and issue orders. Their own strength is limited, and they need strong bloodthirsty people to accompany and protect them. Speaking of accompanying protection, Jisoo remembered that Lu Chengyuan was indeed missing two strong bloodthirsty people. According to Do Shinrong, the two bloodthirsty people were Lu Chengyuan's confidants. One was called Tan Yuqing, and the other was Yi Ling. Tan Yuqing's bloodthirsty ability is Black Rain, which has the ability to corrode and accelerate deformation. Black Rain also has the ability to restrict. It is difficult to escape from the Black Rain if you are trapped in it. If Do Shinrong was not a perfect deformity, he would have died in Tan Yuqing's hands. Yi Ling, a female bloodthirsty person, has the ability of charm. There were many men who had a love affair with her in Hope City. She was very charming. Because of this, no one would doubt her. In fact, her real ability is Nightmare. It can make so many people enter a nightmare at the same time, which shows how strong she is. Tan Yuqing and Yi Ling did not die in Hope City. They are missing. It is difficult for Jisoo not to think about these two bloodthirsty people. Maybe these two followed secretly and made trouble all the way. During a break, Jisoo personally went out with the fallen beast to look for bloodthirsty people following him. Unfortunately, he did not find any. There were crazy corpses and deformed monsters everywhere. It was too difficult to find a few bloodthirsty people. A few days later, it rained heavily, and the road conditions were not visible 2 meters in front of the car. Jisoo had to move forward slowly to find a high ground to camp. The outside of the car had become a vast expanse of water, and it was completely unclear where the high ground was. The little fallen beast ignored Jisoo's obstruction and insisted on flying out to explore the road. It disappeared after it went away. It took a full 10 minutes for the little fallen beast to fly back. Jisoo hurriedly lowered the car window and let the little fallen beast in. The car window was opened and closed, and a lot of rain had already filled the car. Jisoo hurriedly closed the window, and his clothes and pants were soaked. The little fallen beast screamed as soon as it entered the car, and its little paws kept gesturing, pointing forward from time to time. Very anxious, Jisoo didn't know what was in front of him, so he could only stop the car and honk to signal so that the car behind would not hit it. The little fallen beast was dripping with water all over its body, jumping on Jisoo's legs, and was so anxious that it wanted to drive itself. It didn't let Jisoo stop, and asked him to continue driving. Not forward, but in a vertical direction. This was impossible. Except for this road. There were farmlands on both sides. Once the medium truck got stuck, there was no way to climb out. Soon Jisoo didn't have to hesitate, because he saw a huge black shadow appear in the heavy rain in front of him, coming towards this side. Without saying a word, Jisoo directly pressed the horn for a long time to remind the vehicles behind that there was danger ahead. Back up. Hearing the sound of the car behind him moving away, Jisoo also reversed immediately. He had already seen the outline of the behemoth. The 3 medium trucks quickly backed up along the road they came from, retreated to a position where they could turn, and rushed in another direction without hesitation. They deviated from the road several times, fell into the mud, and forced themselves to climb up and continue running. After running for dozens of kilometers, they found a place with a wide view and not too deep water. They put down a hexahedral protective wall, and the 3 cars barely hid inside to avoid the rain. The water inside the protective wall did not reach their calves, and it was deeper outside. The rain was too heavy to travel, so they had to stay in their cars and wait for the rain to stop. They waited for several days. The heavy rain stopped after 2 days, and it was light rain afterwards. But the water outside was too deep to go on the road. The 3 cars continued to travel until the water became shallow. The convoy drove in the direction they wanted to go again. It was drizzling outside, and the view was still wide. The little fallen beast slapped the steering wheel and asked Jisoo to turn and not go there. But this was the correct direction. If they went vertically, the direction would be completely wrong. When would they reach Jingling? Besides, they had already left the dangerous area for dozens of kilometers, and the behemoth could not chase them here to block them. It turns out that what blocked them was not a monster, but an insurmountable abyss crack. Jisoo and the 4 people who were traveling with him were all dumbfounded. They stood on the edge of the cliff with umbrellas, looking at the rolling black fog under the abyss. The roar of the monster came from the bottomless black fog from time to time, which made people tremble. The little fallen beast standing on Jisoo's shoulder howled, urging Jisoo to leave quickly and not stay here. Jisoo turned around immediately. Get in the car. Go back first. There must be many terrifying monsters in the abyss. The huge black shadow in the heavy rain that day should have climbed up from this abyss. So the little fallen beast urged him to leave so eagerly. Before the abyss monster climbed up, the 3 cars left quickly, not daring to get close to the abyss crack. Jisoo was in a heavy mood. He expected the difficulties along the way, but he didn't expect that the biggest danger did not come from unpredictable monsters, but from such an abyss crack that stretched to an unknown place. The crack completely separated the east and west directions. If the human giant city was really in the direction of Jingling, it was not that they were unwilling to come here to rescue the survivors, but that they simply could not come here. Is this the real reason why Lu Chengyuan said they couldn't reach the giant human city? Lu Chengyuan also mentioned the invasion land. Jisoo has not encountered a real invasion land yet. I wonder if this abyss crack counts. Besides such cracks, what kind of disasters are there in other places? The mood of the group was very heavy. Jisoo didn't want to think for the time being. He followed the guidance of the little fallen beast and drove in the direction parallel to the abyss crack. They didn't know if they would drive directly into the sea if they kept going forward. But if they were asked to go back like this, everyone was very unwilling. They had worked hard to get here, but were blocked by a deep crack. How could they be willing to give up? After a few days of depression, several people cheered up again because they found that the troubles that had been with them all the way had disappeared. They didn't know whether they were lost or eaten by other monsters. It was actually quite smooth all the way, but they didn't know where they would go. On this day, the fallen beast came back from exploring the road and howled again, with a pair of eyes that were particularly bright. Jisoo could feel that the little guy was in a good mood. Following the guidance of the little fallen beast, he kept going forward. Jisoo soon found out why the little fallen beast was in a good mood. Because it found the end of the abyss crack. 3 medium trucks parked side by side in the wilderness, looking at the scarlet light column that went straight to the sky in front of them. Their faces blank. The abyss crack was indeed gone. But what connected to the end of the abyss was such a scarlet light curtain, extending forward. And this time, it was unknown where it would spread to. A city in front was completely shrouded in scarlet. The only thing Jisoo could think of was 4 words: Invasion Land. Such a strange scene. Except for the full invasion. No monster would have such ability. Just like the abyss crack. It could not be created by some monster. Chung Mo was terrified. Will people die if they enter the red light curtain? Chi Ying's eyes were dull. It should be. Otherwise, why can't we see a single living person? Meng Bi's face was blank. I wonder if the medium truck can defend it. Xiao Zhenwen's face was exhausted. We can only go through here. Otherwise we will really drive into the sea. They really can only go through here. The medium truck can't fly over the cracks in the abyss. Nor can it swim through the sea. They can only force their way through the scarlet light curtain. For greater safety, before entering the scarlet light curtain, Jisoo reinforced the 3 medium trucks several times and carefully told the 4 people not to open the windows or get off the car. If something happens, use the small horn or the car loudspeaker directly. No matter what happens inside, it is safer to have the protection of the medium truck than to expose the real body outside. Food should also be prepared in advance. They may not be able to get off the car. Before leaving the scarlet coverage area, they must stay in the closed car. Fortunately, the 3 medium trucks have been modified and can be used as simple RVs. Jisoo took out his chest bag, put the little fallen beast in it, zipped it up, and closed the car window. He must not let the little guy run out. No one knew what kind of danger the scarlet light curtain would bring. Facing the unknown, no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Everything was ready, and the few people chose a sunny morning to set off. If everything went well, they could pass through the city and set off on the road to Jingling again that day. Jisoo's medium truck was still leading the way, slowly entering the coverage of the scarlet light curtain. Jisoo watched a thin layer of scarlet light curtain sweep across the windshield, as if he had entered an unknown enchantment. Everything within the scarlet light curtain was covered with a layer of red, and the light was obviously dimmed. There were 2 worlds inside and outside the scarlet light curtain. Jisoo kept looking at the rearview mirror and observing the vehicles behind him. He didn't know whether it was an illusion of the scarlet light or the medium truck was really affected. The color of the brand new car seemed to have darkened and become old. The buildings and abandoned vehicles in the city were intact, except that they looked like they had been there for decades. The whole city was very complete. None of the buildings collapsed, and the vehicles were parked on the roadside. The roads were clean and tidy, as if they had never experienced the chaos and fighting at the beginning of the apocalypse. 3 medium trucks drove slowly and carefully on the road. The whole city was empty and silent, with only the sound of cars and the creaking of wheels rolling on the ground. There was no crazy corpse or deformed monster, as if this was originally an empty city with no life. Not to mention the 4 people behind. Even Jisoo felt creepy. He had seen many monsters, but never such a strange place. Jisoo was nervous, and even his heartbeat was particularly clear and fast. The little fallen beast noticed Jisoo's emotions, pressed his little paw on Jisoo's heart, and gently comforted him. Jisoo took a deep breath to calm himself down, and the medium truck began to accelerate. Since there was nothing on the road, Why not go through it quickly? As Jisoo continued to accelerate, the medium truck following behind suddenly honked. And the sound was short, as if it was frightened and accidentally touched the horn. The shrill honking sound echoed in the dead city, and the medium truck twisted and staggered. At this time, Chung Yamo, who was driving, was so scared that he was almost crazy. He screamed and moved like a snake, trying to get rid of the things on the car. But the things on the windshield did not move at all. As if they grew on the car, only 2 black holes were left, staring at Chung Yamo, who was driving. Ah! What the hell? What the hell is this? Brother G, help me. Shi Ying, who was sitting on the passenger seat, rushed over and grabbed the steering wheel tightly to prevent Chung Yamo from really turning the car over. If it turned over, there would be no hope of getting it up. Hold on. Hold on. The monster can't get in. Jisoo stared at the rearview mirror and finally saw that there seemed to be a person lying on the windshield of the turned medium truck, blocking the driver's seat directly in front of him, blocking his vision. Jisoo looked again and again, and when he raised his eyes, he met the 2 black holes on the windshield. No matter how brave Jisoo was, he was frightened by this, and his hands trembled. The medium truck also took an S-shaped curve, but it quickly stabilized. With a whistle to remind him, Jisoo stopped the medium truck. Not only his car, but also the 2 medium trucks behind were blocked from view. Jisoo carefully observed the thing lying on the windshield. No matter how you look at it, it is a person, but its eyes are 2 black holes, and its skin is pale without any black spots. Its cheeks, neck and hands were all inflated like they were inflated. It was clearly a human, but it looked like an inflatable dummy. What was even more strange was that such a big thing suddenly appeared while the vehicle was driving. But there was no sound of impact at all, and Jisoo didn't even notice where it came from, as if it appeared out of thin air. Jisoo turned down the external loudspeaker. How are you guys? Chung Mo's voice came. I was almost scared to death. What the hell is this thing? How can it be more terrifying than a crazy corpse? Ming Bi's was also frightened, but he was still able to keep calm. It's okay. It's just that this thing blocks the view, and I can't drive. It was also difficult to get rid of, as if it was deliberately forcing them to get out of the car. Jisoo thought about it, but didn't get out of the car after all. Keep driving forward and control the speed. Driving in an empty city, you don't have to worry about hitting people. Even if you hit something, it can't be a person. These things want to block their vision and force them to get out of the car. But it doesn't go as they wish. Jisoo started the medium truck again, slowed down and drove forward, deliberately shaking the car's head and tail, trying to shake the ghost thing off the windshield. But it can't be shaken off. The mass of this thing should be very light, and it won't fall off easily if it grabs the windshield. Jisoo suddenly thought of a way. Even if the mass is light, can it still withstand the impact? Jisoo turned on the external loudspeaker. The car behind hits the car in front. Get this ghost thing off. Their medium truck has too many layers of reinforcement, so they are not afraid of collisions at all. It depends on whether these things are afraid. Chung Mo's eyes lit up, and he accelerated and rushed up, hitting the back of Jisoo's car, and then heard Chung Mo's screams, which scared Jisoo, thinking that he had hit himself. There was another bang, and the last medium truck also hit Chung Mo's car. Ming Bi's inhalation sound came from the loudspeaker. It was obvious that he was forcing himself to endure and didn't shout directly. Jisoo couldn't see what happened. What's wrong? Chung Mo shouted. Insects. Damn. All insects. Jisoo? ? Before Jisoo could ask again, he saw a few people staggering out of the roadside shop. They were still wearing summer clothes, which were relatively clean except for the dark color. Every step they took was very soft, like an inflatable doll without bones, learning to walk like a human. Several people stood side by side on the road, blocking the way of the medium truck, with only black holes staring at the medium truck. This is not a human at all. Jisoo stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. The humanoid thing blocking the road slapped on the front of the car, and countless flying insects suddenly sprayed out of its eyes, nostrils and mouth, hitting the windshield like a torrent. Jisoo subconsciously raised his arms to protect his head and face. The medium truck crashed into the bus stop on the side of the road. The humanoid thing clinging to the windshield was like a balloon that had been crushed. Its entire head exploded, and countless flying insects rushed out and hit the windshield with a crackling sound. Several shrunken human skins fell to the ground. The scene was extremely horrifying. Seeing such a scene suddenly without any preparation can really scare people crazy. Jisoo guessed that these humanoid things were strange. But he didn't expect that these flying insects would move with human skin on their backs. To be precise, they should be blood-colored moths. Each one is as long as a finger. Blood red all over. And the mouth parts that pop out are like octopuses, covered with sharp teeth. And they are retracting and biting Junko. The wings seem to have a circle of fluff on the outside. And those fluffs are squirming wildly. Obviously alive. Junko has been completely covered with blood-colored moths. Jisoo reversed and hit the platform again, crushing or scaring the blood-colored moths covering the car. Jisoo shouted into the loudspeaker, "Go!" The 3 cars started again and sped through the empty city. When they encountered flying human skins, they were directly knocked away, and a black mass of blood-colored moths rushed out. There were limp human skins coming out of the house continuously, walking on the road, blocking the way. The empty city became extremely crowded. At a glance, there were people everywhere. They were all blocking the road and not allowing outsiders to leave. Jisoo drove at the fastest speed, looking at the dark crowd. His head was about to explode. He didn't dare to think about the circumstances under which the people in this city would turn into intact human skin. It was too cruel and too scary. No wonder there was no crazy corpse or deformed monster in the whole city. If there were no living people, where would the crazy corpse and deformed monster come from? Jisoo was chased and intercepted. He kept changing directions and went through small roads and alleys. There would be fewer people there, and the density of blood-colored moths that collided would be smaller. Jisoo could hardly see the road clearly. The car body hit the vehicles or walls on the roadside several times. Jisoo didn't care about that. They had to leave the city as soon as possible. He was very worried that the middle card would be eaten through, and then they would be turned into human skin. There was really no way to go. So they had to go back to the main road and face the crowded crowd with their eyes closed and rush forward. There were so many blood-colored moths that the medium truck was stuck. The car body was so heavy that it could hardly move. Jisoo could only deliberately crash into the vehicles or buildings on both sides of the road to reduce the weight covering the car. The medium truck behind followed Jisoo's example and rushed forward with difficulty, following the footsteps of the car in front. Jisoo really didn't want to release more blood-colored moths. He would rather crash through the wall and cross through the building. He did so and scraped off a thick layer of moths from the car body. When he got out of the building, he heard the crackling sound again, which was obviously much crisper. Jisoo was shocked and said hurriedly, "Car to car. The defense has become thinner. I need to reinforce it again. Quick!" The 3 cars collided with each other. Jisoo couldn't get off the car, so he could only pass his spiritual energy through the car. After flushing more than 10 times in a row, he heard the sound become dull and heavy again. Jisoo was relieved and set off again. These ghosts are too scary. One bite can drain his spiritual energy. Unable to continue on the main road, he had to go around to the side road. Jisoo's medium truck almost rushed all the way, knocking through all the walls and buildings that blocked the road. Fortunately, these buildings only looked intact, but in fact only empty shells were left, so they were very easy to crash. The 3 cars picked buildings to drill through and rushed all the way to the opposite side of the city. Jisoo said, "Hurry! We've seen the border." Chungyamo suddenly shouted, "Brother G, look to the sky on the right." Jisoo lowered his body to take a look, and was almost scared to the point of flipping over. A huge blood-colored moth appeared in the sky above the city center. As the monster rose into the air, red scales fluttered down like blood mist, spreading towards them. "Speed up. Hurry. Hurry. Hurry." Jisoo drove the car to the fastest speed, not daring to hit the wall or the building again. At such a fast speed, the car would flip over if he was not careful, and he could only continue to crush the crowd. The scarlet light curtain is just ahead. As long as you rush out, you will be safe. The scale powder blood mist has already enveloped us, and the 3 medium trucks are still speeding. The border is just ahead. Jisoo shouted, "Follow me carefully. You can't take these moths out?" Chungyamo understood. Mingbi's got it. The blood color in front of him suddenly disappeared. The light was bright. Jisoo's medium truck rushed out first, followed by Chungmo's car, and finally Mingbi's medium truck. The speed of the medium trucks rushing out was too fast, and they could not stop for a while, so they could only slow down and slow down again. The three medium trucks almost collided side by side. Jisoo wanted to immediately put down the protective wall to cover the three medium trucks, and then find a way to eliminate the blood-colored moths that followed the cars. In the end, there was nothing. The car was clean, and not a single moth followed. Jisoo, Chung Imo and Chi Ying, Ming Bi's and Chio Junwon, The five people realized it later. The blood-colored moths in the scarlet light curtain could not come out at all. Otherwise, there would be no such things outside. The scarlet light curtain seemed to have the function of isolation and blocking. Several people were still in shock, as if they were running too fast and lost their souls. The body had already rushed out, and the soul was still chasing behind. They had to slow down and wait for the soul to return. It was too thrilling. Several people stared at the scarlet light curtain that had escaped. Their expressions were dazed, and after a moment, they realized that several cars were chasing them. Wait. When they rushed out of the scarlet light curtain just now, were they sure there was a car outside? They were so focused on how to park safely and kill the blood-red moths that they didn't pay any attention to anything else. They just whizzed by, and didn't expect there would be a car chasing them. Looking at the type of car, it looks like an armored vehicle. Chapter 100. Armored vehicles are not rare. Rong's base can also manufacture them. Moreover, they have higher defense and larger space. Jisoo has bought and driven them before, so he was not surprised to see a similar armored vehicle. What surprised him was why there was such a convoy outside the scarlet light curtain. Jisoo and his companions all became alert, and each of them quietly held the air gun. Jisoo also glanced at the gun in the backpack and touched the homemade crystal ring with his thumb, ready to throw it out at any time. The armored convoy that was chasing them honked and did not drive directly over. Instead, it stopped a few dozen meters away, and several people got off the leading car. Chung Imo was immediately excited when he saw their clothes. It's camouflage uniforms. Chi Ying clenched the air gun. Construction workers also wear camouflage uniforms. Very rare? Chung Imo, The excitement gradually cooled down. It was indeed not rare. Nowadays, even standard guns can be picked up casually, let alone a set of clothes. The people on the armored vehicle shouted loudly. The distance was far, and the medium truck had excellent sound insulation, so it was impossible to hear what they were shouting. The five people had no intention of getting off the car. The other party had weapons in their hands. Judging from the shape, they should be new guns that appeared after the end of the world, just like the air guns in their hands. I don't know how far the range is. If you show up rashly, it is possible that people will collapse directly. Jisoo took the lead in starting the medium truck and adjusted the position of the cars that collided with each other first, so that it would be more convenient to run away. Jisoo took the lead, and the other two medium trucks also adjusted the direction and were ready at all times. When the people on the armored vehicle saw that the medium truck on the opposite side moved, they all got off the car, raised their weapons in their hands, and aimed at the three medium trucks in front. Several people holding guns walked forward for a distance and shouted again. Who is in the car? Answer. Jisoo turned on the external loudspeaker. Who are you? Why are you chasing us? The man who shouted had a complicated expression. A strange vehicle came out from the invasion area. Can they not chase it? What if the monster inside ran out? Or the people in the car were not human, but bloodthirsty people disguised as humans or something else? Then they must not be allowed to leave this range, and must be killed on the spot. The man continued to shout. I am Dong Weizong, the captain of the Deformed Human Action Team of the Ape Institute. I am leading the team to carry out the mission here. Are you human? The five people in the car were a little disappointed, although they were not sure. They thought they had encountered people from the human giant city based on their clothes, weapons, and armored vehicles. This Ape Institute could not be a giant city at all. There was silence on the medium truck, which made the members of the Deformed Action Team more alert. They were 90% sure that the people on the truck might not be human if they could get out of the invasion area. They lost too many people in the invasion area, and no one has been able to pass through this Scarlet Land so far. The sudden appearance of these three vehicles was too weird. Dong Weizong tried. If you are human, get off the car and talk. Still silent. After a long time, the door of the leading medium truck was pushed open, and a thin boy in outdoor clothes jumped out of the car. The boy carried a backpack and held a black umbrella in his hand. After getting off the car, he held up the black umbrella that could cover his whole body, walked step by step to the back of the medium truck at the end, and watched them from a distance. The boy had no weapons in his hand, only a black umbrella, and looked completely harmless. But the more such people there were, the more vigilant the members of the action team were. If he was really such a harmless boy, he might not be alive until now. Jisoo was quite happy to meet the survivors after he broke out of the scarlet light curtain. This way, he didn't have to blindly look for the human giant city. He could ask the survivors. Now the east and the west are separated by the abyss cracks and the invasion land. It is difficult for people in the east to go to the west. People in the west have no idea that there is a human giant city. These survivors are in the east and should know more news. Jisoo touched his backpack with his backhand, and the people in the action team immediately became alert. Then, they saw the boy took out a small loudspeaker from the back and raised it to speak to them. Jisoo, I'm coming down. People in the action team, Zhong Weizong, Why did he shout at the top of his lungs? Isn't the loudspeaker good? It's good, but you can't use it casually. Be careful not to attract powerful deformed monsters. Every time there is a fight, there must be sacrifices. They have lost too many comrades. The less trouble, the less trouble. Zhong Weizong continued to shout with a loud voice. Kids, where are you from? How did you get through the Scarlet Land? Jisoo had a cold face and held up a small speaker. I'm not a child. I came from a long way away and drove through the Scarlet Land. Zhong Weizong said a few words to his teammates and shouted again. Can we go through? Whether the other party was a child or not was not the point. And whether they came from a long way away was not important either. What was important was how they drove through the Scarlet Land. Every time their people went in, they drove armored vehicles and wore protective clothing. But they were still eaten up without leaving any residue. How could these 3 medium trucks safely pass through the Scarlet Land? Are the other party human? Jisoo also felt that shouting like this was a waste of time. Okay, come over. The little fallen beast had already given a hint that the other side was indeed human. As long as they were human, the danger level could be reduced. After all, the deformed people were not real monsters. It was impossible for them to have incredible abilities that made people unable to defend themselves. Their deformed abilities had certain limitations, even if they had weapons. Jisoo was not afraid. He had a black umbrella, which was a defensive umbrella that could even block the energy impact of the Super 7 crystals. He also had a little fallen beast in his arms. It was unlikely that humans would want to hurt him. Zhong Weizong only brought 2 people forward, holding new weapons in his hands, and the muzzles were not aimed at Jisoo. This was the greatest friendliness they could do. Zhong Weizong stopped 10 meters away and looked at the boy holding a black umbrella. Don't use the trumpet. The sound is too loud. Be careful not to attract monsters. Jisoo casually hung the trumpet on the backpack. Zhong Weizong saw the beads on the boy's fingers, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Your ring is pretty. Jisoo looked at the homemade crystal ring on his finger and understood. So, are you sure I am a human now? Zhong Weizong's expression changed again and again. He wanted to believe that the person in front of him was a human. After all, bloodthirsty people and monsters could not use crystals. Even among deformed people, only a few could use crystals. Since the boy was wearing a crystal, it was very likely that this was his weapon. Now no one would be stupid enough to really face a group of strangers with weapons with bare hands. Zhong Weizong said frankly, I really want to believe that you are human. But you came out of the Scarlet Land, which makes me unable to believe you. Jisoo looked at the scarlet light curtain not far away and understood what he meant. You want to go in too? Zhong Weizong, not to go in, but to pass through. And if possible, to solve this invasion land. Jisoo felt that passing through was possible, but solving the invasion land was almost impossible. He couldn't do it anyway. Not to mention those terrifying blood-colored moths. Just this sky-high scarlet light curtain alone couldn't be solved. Chung Imo and his 4 companions who opened the window to eavesdrop on their conversation jumped out of the car, each holding an air gun in their hands. Zhong Weizong raised his eyebrows when he saw the weapons in their hands. They were homemade weapons. It seems that their background is not bad. In the 5-member team, Jisoo is the youngest. Even if he is the same age as Chung Imo, he is not as old as Chung Imo. Chung Imo said, You are so well equipped. Why do you have to fight this hellhole? Don't you have a plane? You can fly over the cracks in the abyss. Zhong Weizong, This sounded like a mockery. But Chung Imo was serious. They had no planes, so they had to take the risk of passing through this hellhole. In Chung Mo's opinion, if they have cars and weapons, then it shouldn't be far from having planes. There is a huge human city here, so isn't it natural to have airplanes? Chung Mo kindly reminded. There are terrible blood-colored moths everywhere, and there is also a moth king, which is super huge and very dangerous. It's best not to go in again. We almost died in it. Zhong Weizong was shocked. Did you see the blood-colored moth king? Chung Mo nodded. Yes. We ran fast. Otherwise we were almost drowned by the scale powder. Zhong Weizong, Is it a problem of running fast? Isn't it a problem of why the blood-colored moth king didn't attack them? Zhong Weizong didn't know what to say for a moment. They sacrificed so many comrades here, but they didn't expect that 5 young people would rush through. Zhong Weizong's eyes fell on the medium trucks behind them. Except for the darker color. The 3 cars were intact and without any damage. They saw the 3 medium trucks rushing out of the Scarlet Land with their own eyes. And they couldn't help but believe it. Of course, this does not mean that Zhong Weizong believes that they are human beings. Zhong Weizong was very interested in their car. He could tell at a glance that it was modified. What material is your car made of? Chung Mo waved his hand. It has nothing to do with the material. It has something to do with his brother Ji. Jisu's ability has never failed. This time, the car almost flipped over in the Scarlet Land. Fortunately, it was discovered in time and reinforced. Otherwise, they would have been eaten without leaving any bones. Jisu knew that they must have been in there many times. And the casualties would not be small. He reminded, general vehicles and modified materials are not good. Just think about how terrifying the number of blood-colored moths raised by the population of a city will be. You'd better let the deformed people with reinforcement ability use mental energy to reinforce the car body. Less than 20 times is very dangerous. Our car was reinforced with mental energy 27 times before it rushed out. This is not the direct confrontation with the Blood Moth King. If it is delayed any longer, it is estimated that you will not survive if it is less than 30 times. Everyone who heard this, not to mention Zhong Weizong and the other 3, even Chung Mo and the other 4 were shocked. Do they need to reinforce so many times? Zhong Weizong thought for a while. We can't find a deformed person with the ability to reinforce at the moment. If any of you can, we will apply to the higher-ups and ask you to help reinforce the armored vehicle. Okay? Jisu shook his head. Even if we reinforce you 30 times and let you pass, it will be difficult to come back. Unless there is a deformed person with this ability to follow you and reinforce your vehicle anytime and anywhere. Otherwise, once you are trapped in it, you will be wiped out. Zhong Weizong insisted. We have reasons to go. Jisu, go and save people? Even if we go through all the hardships, we can't bring back many survivors. And we will only sacrifice in vain. Zhong Weizong stared at Jisu's eyes. There is a mission that must be completed. We have already sacrificed many comrades for this. Even if we are included, as long as we can complete the mission, we will do whatever it takes. Jisu, Jisu looked at the scarlet light curtain again. How long has this invasion area appeared? Does your mission have a deadline? Zhong Weizong, the global invasion appeared on the night. The mission has no deadline, but it must be completed. Jisu looked at him. How long have you been stopped here? Zhong Weizong, 3 months after the end of the world. I have been trying to get through it until now. I really tried every possible way, but I just couldn't get through. As soon as I set foot in the Scarlet Land, countless blood-colored moths would immediately attack me. Those blood-colored moths eat everything and can bite everything to pieces. It's very scary. Almost everyone who went in died. Only a few people who were close to the border managed to escape and bring back the news from inside. They were also seriously injured, and their flesh and blood were almost eaten up. It was very scary. Jisu didn't know what their mission was. He wanted to help them, but he was hesitant, because even he didn't know whether the ability to survive the Scarlet Land this time was related to the fallen beast. That one, the Bloody Moth King, had clearly appeared, but he did not attack their vehicles. If the Bloody Moth King really launched an attack, they would not be able to come out alive. He could reinforce their armored vehicles, but he could not give them a fallen beast. If there was really a threat of fallen beasts in here, letting them go in like this would undoubtedly be sending them to their deaths. Jisu said, I can help you reinforce your armored vehicles, but this does not mean that you can safely pass through the Scarlet Land. We were just lucky to come out alive. We had already seen the border, and the Bloody Moth King appeared. It did not actively attack us, but just spread its scales. You should understand that once the Bloody Moth King launches an attack, it is basically impossible to survive. It is easy to reinforce armored vehicles, but it is difficult to survive. Zhong Weizong looked determined. With reinforced armored vehicles facing the Bloody Moth King, the chance of survival is always greater than when facing the Bloody Moth King without anything. Jisoo. That's true. Since it is a mission that must be completed, it must be done no matter how dangerous it is. Either there is a 100% chance of death, or with reinforced armored vehicles, the mortality rate becomes 70%. Reinforcement is always more hopeful than no reinforcement. Jisoo, not today. My mental energy consumption is too great. Without considering the attack of the Bloody Moth King, if they want to complete the mission and return safely, they must reinforce the armored vehicles with at least 60 layers. Jisoo felt a headache just thinking about it. One vehicle requires so much mental energy. If several vehicles go over, the consumption will be several times. Jisoo suddenly had another idea. Instead of spending so much mental energy on reinforcing the vehicle, it is still unknown whether it can pass safely. It is better to think of a faster and safer way to pass. Seeing that he agreed, Zhong Weizong let out a long breath and his expression relaxed a little. No matter whether it can be done or not, as long as there is a way, we have to try it. Jisoo looked at him strangely. Do you believe we are human beings? Zhong Weizong smiled and said, not completely. So I want to invite you to go to the Ape Institute. It is not far from here. There are detection equipment there to confirm whether you are human beings. You can rest there tonight. Jisoo and his companions had long wanted to ask what this Xingsuo was. Their first impression was that it was a base or a gathering place. In short, it was a shelter for survivors. And it was definitely not a giant human city. Zhong Weizong explained to them. Xingsuo is a sentry post in the Scarlet Land, guarded by deformed soldiers. They patrol here every day, paying attention to the changes in the Scarlet Land and trying to solve the problems here. Jisoo and his companions all looked at Zhong Weizong, who was inexplicably stared by them. What's wrong? Chung Yamo asked anxiously. Are you from the giant human city? We have come all the way here just to find the giant city of humans. Do you know where the giant city is? Zhong Weizong was very surprised. Aren't you people from the west of the Scarlet Land? How do you know the existence of the giant city? Chung Yamo said proudly, my brother Ji captured a bloodthirsty leader. That monster knows a lot of things. He said that our human giant city cannot compare to their bloodthirsty giant city. We also heard that there is a human giant city here. So we took the risk to find it. Zhong Weizong's face changed drastically. You mean, the bloodthirsty people built a giant city? Seeing his big reaction, Chung Yamo looked at Jisoo uncertainly. Brother Ji, they don't seem to know this news. Zhong Weizong's expression was solemn. There is speculation that the bloodthirsty people may have built their own city, but they have not been able to confirm this matter. Jisoo understood. The bloodthirsty people did build a giant city. The bloodthirsty people have the ability to receive and transmit messages. When the energy tube was cut off, the energy dissipated, and a picture appeared. It was a very huge city with countless figures walking inside. It was confirmed by the bloodthirsty man that it was the bloodthirsty man's giant city. Zhong Weizong said seriously, this information is very important to us. Is the bloodthirsty man still there? Jisoo shook his head. No. I originally wanted to take it to the human giant city. But the bloodthirsty monster was very cunning and passed the message all the way, causing us to be chased by the monsters led by the bloodthirsty man. And then I killed him. Although Zhong Weizong felt regretful, he could understand that when life is threatened, a safer and more reliable solution must be chosen. It's just a pity that the leader bloodthirsty man was caught with great difficulty. We have also encountered this kind of bloodthirsty man. It is indeed very difficult to deal with, and it is difficult to catch him alive. Other deformed teams almost caught one in a siege, but the bloodthirsty man's energy exploded. Zhong Weizong turned and left. This news is very important. I want to report it immediately. I'm going back to the Xing Institute now. You all come together. Jisoo and his party did not refuse. Everyone got on the car, with the armored vehicle leading the way and 3 medium trucks following behind. They were already sure that the outpost here should be built by the giant human city. They could find out the specific location of the giant city by asking Captain Zhong. Before that, they had to prove that they were human beings to ensure their safety. Otherwise these soldiers would not let them go. Chapter 101. The Xingsuo is still an hour's drive from the Scarlet Land. The patrol figures on the sentry tower can be seen from afar. There are soldiers patrolling with guns at the entrance and on the walls of the Xingzhua. The Xingzhua covers a small area, but the guards are very strict. Even Zhong Weizong, the captain, has to get off the car to be inspected if he wants to enter the Xingzhua. Jisoo and his companions finally saw the detection equipment. Just like the security check in peacetime. If you want to enter the Xingzhua, everyone has to pass through the detection gate. That gate is the instrument to detect whether it is human. It is black, and I don't know what it is made of. It looks very inconspicuous. Zhong Weizong and his companions passed through the detection gate. Every time a person passed, the detection gate would change color. They were all red, with different shades. The armored vehicles entering the Xingzhua will also be inspected, from inside to outside, first manually, and then checked again with instruments. After confirming safety, the armored vehicles can enter the sentry post. Jisoo and his companions looked at such a formal inspection and thought of the security check at their base. It is not easy to be stable until now. Zhong Weizong's men had finished the inspection and drove into the outpost. Only Jisoo and his 3 medium trucks were left. Everyone in the Xingzhua was watching them, waiting for their test results. They knew they were human and were not afraid of the inspection. Chung Yimou walked over first, and the inspection gate really changed color. Zhong Weizong and others who brought them back breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they put the words "I am human" on their foreheads, the people in the outpost would still be skeptical before the inspection. After Chung Yimou, it was Qi Ying, Ming Biais and Qiu Junwen. The inspection gates all changed color. Jisoo walked at the end. When he passed the inspection gate, the bright red gate suddenly turned black. Everyone, the soldiers on duty immediately alerted, and all weapons were aimed at Jisoo. The 4 people who successfully passed the inspection gate were shocked. Chung Yimou was about to rush over, but was stopped by Qi Ying. Don't conflict at this time. Otherwise Jisoo might really be shot into a honeycomb. It's not a joke. These people are not the makeshift groups they met who can yell and shout with just a weapon. These are regular soldiers. Masters who can knock them down with bare hands without weapons. Chung Yimou shouted, "Don't do it. We are all human beings. We are all family members." Jisoo glanced at the dark door frame, carefully retreated, and walked again. But the detection door still did not respond. Chung Yimou was anxious. "Captain Zhong, is your door broken?" Zhong Weizong almost believed that they were human beings, and he didn't expect that someone would have a problem. This door is made of distorted tissue, which is sensitive to human fear emotions. It will only change color when it senses fear emotions. The door cannot break suddenly. You put down your backpack and try. Jisoo, This may have nothing to do with his backpack, but with the little fallen beast sleeping in his arms. Jisoo glanced at the soldiers surrounding him. "Don't be nervous. I go put down my backpack in the car." Jisoo took a few steps back, then turned around and got into the car, leaving his backpack and the little fallen beast in his arms in the car. The sleeping little fallen beast suddenly lost its heat source and opened its eyes blankly. Jisoo made a silent gesture to it and whispered to it to stay in the car for a while and not let anyone see it. The little fallen beast didn't know whether it understood or not, and watched Jisoo leave, leaving it alone in the car. Jisoo came back alone, and under the gaze of everyone, he passed through the detection gate. The detection gate that had been pretending to be dead finally responded and turned into a very light red. Jisoo's sense fear was very low. Just this little color can make everyone feel relieved. No matter how much fear there is, as long as there is, it can prove that he is a human. Everyone put away their weapons, and their tense bodies also relaxed. Jisoo looked back at the car and saw a golden eye secretly looking at this side. Seeing that he had discovered it, it shrunk back again, feeling helpless and amused. "Our car will not enter the sentry post, and we will not rest in the sentry post at night. There is a bedroom in the car, and we will rest in the car." Jisoo dared not leave the little fallen beast alone in the car. If it suddenly rebelled, it would be fatal. If the car does not enter the sentry post, it does not need to be inspected by the sentry post. There are many things in their car, both good and bad, and they really cannot be inspected like this. There is also a corpse of a fallen creature in a sealed box, which is not something that ordinary deformed people can kill. Zhong Weizong then looked at the 3 medium trucks, and intuitively there should be something in the car that cannot be inspected. The aid station is not far from the cracks in the abyss. Monsters may be attracted by fear at night. It will be very dangerous for you to stay outside. The houses in our sentry post are all coated with mucus that can isolate emotions. As long as the doors and windows are closed, the fear will not leak out. It is very safe. Your cars can be left outside. And it's best for you to live in the outpost. Jisoo and his companions felt like they were just unsophisticated people. And they didn't know a lot of things, such as the color-changing detection door, the slime coating that can isolate emotions, and the instruments used by the soldiers on duty to check vehicles. They were all very new, and they had never seen or heard of them. They had seen so many good things before they even arrived at the human giant city. When they go back, their 3 cars may not be able to fit them all. Before they left, several people began to worry. There were so many new things. Jisoo said, "Our car can also isolate emotions. And it's very safe. If it weren't for the cars and protective walls, the bloodthirsty people who have the ability to create nightmares would have probably attacked them long ago." When people are asleep, their emotions are out of control and their awareness of defense is the weakest, which is the best time to attack. But they got here safely and were never dragged into a nightmare, which shows the safety of the protective walls and medium trucks. Zhong Weizong looked at the 3 medium trucks again. No wonder. If they didn't have the ability to isolate their emotions, they wouldn't be able to get here safely. Jisoo originally wanted to ask about the human giant city, but when he saw a peeping golden eye again, he had to say, "Captain Zhong, go and do your work first, and come over to eat hot pot together in the evening." After saying that, he hurried back to the car, not giving Zhong Weizong any chance to refuse. Chung Yimo and the other 4 did not stay at the sentry post, but returned to their cars. According to Jisoo's request, they arranged the 3 cars side by side so that the protective wall could be deployed at night. While there was still time, the idle people opened the car, took down the big pot and stove, moved out the folding tables and chairs, and started to make beef bone soup, then washed and cut vegetables, and steamed 2 large pots of rice to eat hot pot together in the evening. 3 medium trucks were parked outside the sentry post, and their movements were completely seen by the soldiers on duty. The most exciting time was when the aroma of the bone soup and the sweet aroma of the rice wafted out. It smelled so good. The sights of the people on duty could not help but drift over. Since the end of the world, they had not smelled such a delicious smell. Everything they ate was tasteless. They only filled their stomachs and maintained their lives. Eating was no longer a pleasant thing. Zhong Weizong, who was busy at the outpost, was also tempted by such a delicious smell. Deputy Captain Jiang Yin stretched his neck to look out. "Captain Zhong, do you smell it? Am I hallucinating because I miss normal rice? Where does such a delicious rice smell come from?" Zhong Weizong had already called the higher-ups to report the encounter with the survivors west of the Abyss Rift, and emphasized the news that the bloodthirsty people had built a giant city. The higher-ups were concerned about this. He attached great importance to it, and immediately asked the Xinghua to escort the people to the giant city. Zhong Weizong also reported that they were asked to reinforce the armored vehicles. They could not go there for the time being. These people needed to help them cross the Scarlet Land. After finishing the important work, Zhong Weizong took the deputy captain Jiang Yin to Jisoo's place to see what kind of rice it was, and why it smelled so good. "Is there such a good food now?" Dinner. Jisoo did not intervene, and it was all handed over to Chung Yimo and the other 4. They were idle anyway, so they made some delicious food to reward themselves. In the bedroom on the roof, the little fallen beast was severely condemning Jisoo's behavior of abandoning one of its beasts. The little claws clapped loudly and severely warned Jisoo, "Don't do it again, or I show him how mad I am." Jisoo looked at the angry little beast and had a hard time holding back his laughter. He couldn't laugh. If he did laugh, the little beast would get angry and throw a tantrum again. Jisoo could only pinch his leg flesh, sit on the carpet with a serious face, and listen to the lecture obediently. "Ah?" The little beast tilted its head and looked at him, with condemnation in its big golden eyes. "I have deeply reflected on my mistakes and promise not to make them again next time. Don't be angry. Okay?" Jisoo stretched out his hand and wanted to hug the little beast. The little guy dodged flexibly. "Ah?" Jisoo almost raised his hand and swore, "I really know I was wrong." The little beast, "Ah?" Jisoo nodded repeatedly. "I promise. I will never make the same mistake again." After repeated confirmation, the little fallen beast decided to trust Jisoo this time. He walked over angrily, stood up, and raised his little paws for Jisoo to hold. Jisoo quickly took the little fallen beast into his arms. Since he returned to the car, the little fallen beast would not let him hold it. The little beast turned his head and went back to the bedroom, sulking alone, ignoring people. Finally, the little fallen beast was coaxed. It was not easy. Jisoo wiped the non-existent sweat, hearing the sound of knocking on the carriage. He knew that Captain Jong had come, so he had to put the little fallen beast in his chest bag again and take it with him wherever he went. Jisoo got off the car and saw Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin were there. He waved to Chung Yimou and Chi Ying and asked them to move 2 baskets of vegetables and 2 bags of pure rice from the car to send them to the outpost. They had limited pots and bowls and could not prepare meals for so many people. They could only let the canteen of the outpost cook by themselves. Zhong Weizong quickly stopped him and stopped Jisoo from sending these. The outpost had enough food. Jisoo opened a basket and showed it to Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin. Do you have pure vegetables here? Looking at the basket full of tomatoes, radishes, green peppers, green vegetables, etc. Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin were so shocked that they couldn't speak. These vegetables were so beautiful. They hadn't seen such normal colors and shapes for a long time. 1 year after the end of the world, they almost forgot the normal colors and shapes of these vegetables. The outpost was the frontline guard. Their supplies came from Jucheng. Even if there was a shortage of food, they would not starve. In the cold winter, they could occasionally eat vegetables, which were all grown in Jucheng's own greenhouse. Because the soil and seeds were eroded by dark matter, the vegetables grown were highly invasive. They were very unpalatable, but they were not inedible. They would not starve to death. They knew that researchers in Jucheng were working hard to reduce the dark matter in crops, and it was said that they had achieved results. The researchers were cultivating invasive seeds. As long as they were extracted and purified layer by layer, they could always get the closest to pure seeds. This process takes time, and it is also a big problem to solve the dark matter in the soil. Everyone is working hard. They never expected that the vegetables that so many researchers were working hard on would appear in front of them. Zhong Weizong pointed at the vegetables in the basket and spoke after a while. Pure vegetables? Jisoo nodded. Yes, pure vegetables without dark matter. Where are the seeds? Do you have seeds? Zhong Weizong was really afraid that they would eat up such rare pure vegetables and forget to save the seeds. Then it would be over. The researchers worked overtime to extract pure seeds. Seeds are too important. Don't get excited if you have seeds. Jisoo understood Zhong Weizong's feelings. He remembered to save the seeds of the vegetables in the greenhouse, and would not eat the roots. Only with seeds can there be a future. Zhong Weizong had to be excited. In his opinion, these pure vegetables were probably lucky enough to be preserved in a specific environment. The number would not be too large. It would be a waste if they were picked and eaten directly. How could he not be excited, hearing that there are seeds? Zhong Weizong finally put his heart back into his stomach. Jiang Yin was also sweating, really afraid that these young people would not know the seriousness of the matter and eat up such precious pure vegetables. Jiang Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh my God! I was almost scared to death by you. You don't know that those people in the research institute are working hard every day. Some time ago, I heard that a deformed plant was discovered that can absorb dark matter in the soil. Those people want to transplant the deformed plants to the crop fields to absorb the dark matter in the soil and reduce the degree of soil erosion. Many people were sent to find this plant, and I don't know if it is really useful. Jisoo had never heard of this plant and did not comment. It's okay. I have seeds. These vegetables and rice will be taken back to the outpost to add food to everyone. There will be many outposts, not just this one, and there will not be too many people in each outpost. There are only dozens of people stationed here. These rice and vegetables are enough for a good meal. Zhong Weizong did not refuse again. The Xingsuo would not take his food for nothing, and would definitely make up for it with other things. Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin stayed outside the outpost and ate hot pot with Jisoo and others. The aroma of the hot pot was very overbearing. In order to satisfy the soldiers' cravings, he sent the outpost 10 packets of hot pot base. If they wanted to eat, they could cook it themselves, eating the fragrant hot pot. Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin had the illusion of returning to peacetime, thinking of how many people died in this apocalypse. They couldn't help but feel sad. There were too many cities that were completely annihilated, and there was not a single survivor who escaped. Some of those places were invaded, and some were occupied by terrifying monsters, completely reduced to restricted areas. A restricted area that humans cannot set foot in, being able to live and eat normal food. Both of them couldn't suppress their emotions. so they could only eat and hide their composure. Jisoo said nothing and pretended not to see their red eyes. Chung Mo held the bowl and looked at the two people opposite him. The steam was steaming, blurring their expressions, but not blurring their red eyes. Chung Mo looked at Jisoo. Among the people present, only his parents were still alive, and he had not experienced the pain of the death of his relatives. How lucky he was to have the life he has now. Jisoo gave them time to adjust their emotions, and then calmly said, "Can a tunnel be dug under the Scarlet Land?" Zhong Weizong's emotions had stabilized, and he was still as reliable as ever. "Don't even mention digging a tunnel. The nest of the Bloody Moth King is underground. None of the people who dug the tunnel before came back alive. And the Scarlet Light Curtain has been penetrating underground. I don't know what the principle is. It's outrageous." Jisoo thought for a while. "Can we fly over the abyss crack? There should be quite a few deformed people with the ability to fly. They have some in Chijiang City. And there is no way there is none in the human giant city." Jiangyin said quickly, "Don't even think about flying over there. That abyss crack is very strange. Black tentacles will be ejected from it. Anything that wants to fly over there will be dragged into the abyss. It's a bloody lesson." Jisoo nodded. "It seems that some flying deformed people have tried it and found it doesn't work. So they are determined to fight against the Scarlet Land." Jisoo said, "I have an idea. Instead of giving you layers of reinforced armored vehicles, it is better to build a passage through the Scarlet Land directly, so that vehicles can pass quickly without interference, and the danger can be minimized." Zhong Weizong, it has been built. The safe passage lasted for nearly 3 minutes under the attack of countless blood-colored moths, and was completely turned into waste. They said that they had thought of every possible way. It was not an exaggeration. Tunnels had been dug, safe passages had been built, and flying. There was no need to try flying. The blood-colored moth's air control ability was not fake. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and forceful attack were all useless. Many people died, and they were still stopped here. Jisoo was silent for a moment, and then asked, "If we build a safe passage on the main road of the Scarlet City and go straight through it, how long will it normally take?" Zhong Weizong and Jiangyin had already thoroughly studied the city roads covered by the Scarlet Light Curtain. Zhong Weizong, it should normally take about half an hour. But it is impossible to go straight through. The nest of the Bloody Moth King is in the center of the city, just below the main road. The coverage area of the Scarlet Land is fixed. If you don't go through the main road of the city, you pass through somewhere else. There is no flat road, and the speed will only be slower. If you can solve it with a 3-sided channel, you can save mental energy, and you can further thicken the 3-sided channel and maintain it for a longer time. But there is another problem. If you only build 3 sides, the ground is likely to be lost. It is impossible that there is only the Bloody Moth King underground. There must be other bloody moths. Once they rush out, it's over. You can't take risks to save mental energy. Even if you reduce the thickness of the wall, you have to be a tetrahedron. If you want to save mental energy, you must have a ready-made flat road. If you open a new channel, you will definitely consume more mental energy. Jisoo said, "Let's try again tomorrow and see how long the passage I built can last." Zhong Weizong and Jiangyin both stopped eating. They didn't expect that Jisoo was also a builder. After dinner, Zhong Weizong and Jiangyin wanted to ask Jisoo about the pure seeds. But Jisoo had something to do and went back to the car first, so they could only ask next time. Jisoo did not go back to the room, but went to the car and turned on the energy light. And the car was bright. He weathered a small sealed box, which contained a small part of the corpse of the fallen creature. The little fallen beast immediately came out vigilantly, asking Jisoo what he wanted to do. Jisoo wanted to deepen the degree of distortion and increase the time of tracing back. He only had 20 minutes now, which was far from enough. If he wanted to ensure that everything was safe, the tracing back time would be at least half an hour. In this way, even if he tried to pass through, he could go back and start again if something went wrong, so that those soldiers would not die in the Scarlet Land. Jisoo explained this matter to the little fallen beast seriously and solemnly. "Escape can't solve any problem. My secondary invasion ability, as long as it doesn't reach perfect abnormality, there is a risk of being robbed of self-consciousness. Instead of passively waiting and fighting for self-consciousness and danger, I would rather take the initiative to attack and deepen myself. I want to control the speed of distortion in my own hands." Jisoo stared at the golden eyes of the little fallen beast. "I give myself to you. You can interrupt me at any time. Okay. The little fallen beast stared at Jisoo for a long time, not knowing whether he understood what he said. In the end, he took the initiative to retreat, did not stop, and squatted on the side to guard him. Jisoo prepared himself and reached out to grab a spindle-shaped crystal stone growing on the corpse of the fallen creature. As Jisoo thought, the black mist climbed up, invading his flesh and blood, and directly hitting the sea of consciousness. The familiar severe pain instantly made him sweat like pulp, and his face turned pale. In his consciousness, there was only the sharp pain that pierced his brain. He could no longer perceive anything outside. The pain was so severe that he didn't even notice that his nails were cracked. After being cut off by a strong force, Jisoo fell directly into the carriage. The little fallen beast was anxious and turned around. Its little claws touched his cheek from time to time, and its little head came over to kiss his cheek and lips non-stop. Last time when Jisoo was uncomfortable, it said that it would be fine if it kissed him. The little fallen beast remembered it and gave him many kisses when Jisoo was uncomfortable. Jisoo woke up from his trance and felt a cold face. There was a little thing kissing him. Jisoo smiled and wanted to hug the little fallen beast, but his arms were sore and weak and couldn't move. It's okay. I'm fine. The little fallen beast looked up and put its little head on Jisoo's cheek and didn't move. Jisoo closed his eyes and looked at the retrospective clock. He had to become more deformed after suffering so much this time. Otherwise it would be in vain, as it would consume his body and consciousness. The hour and minute hands on the retrospective clock were very different this time. The hour hand pointed to 1 and the minute hand pointed to 12. Jisoo laughed out loud and hugged the little fallen beast with all his strength. It was worth it. He would have more time to use in the future, and would no longer have to check the time frequently. He now had an hour of tolerance, and could do more things. After a long pause, Jisoo was able to sit up from the carriage, reseal the body of the fallen creature, staggered up, and went to take a shower and change clothes. He had no strength to help the little fallen beast take a shower, so he could only let it wash itself. When the little fallen beast flew back to the room, Jisoo had already fallen asleep on the bed. The little fallen beast grabbed the quilt and covered the person carefully. It stood beside Jisoo's pillow for a while, then flew back to the carriage and began to chew on the spindle-shaped crystal, eating all the fear of death condensed inside. The crunching sound continued all night, and the little fallen beast's mind was full of Jisoo's appearance. Painful, powerless, lost, tired. When it watched Jisoo being invaded and in great pain, an extremely clear cognition appeared in its mind. It wanted to become what Jisoo wanted it to become. It wanted to become a human and give Jisoo support. Chapter 102. Listen. Jisoo suddenly woke up from his deep sleep, sat up abruptly, looked around the empty bedroom, and didn't see the person he was thinking about. He pressed his forehead, and the headache continued. He pressed his fingertips and felt pain. Then he found his cracked nails. He looked a little dazed. He seemed to have heard Qin Yinen's voice just now. He thought about this person during the day and dreamed about him at night. He missed this person too much, so he dreamed that he was calling his name. Several months have passed. When will Qin Yinen be able to recover as an adult? And how can he recover? Jisoo could actually think that external forces might be useless for recovering as an adult, just like the invasion and the full deformity. If you want to live and get out of the full deformity, you have to rely on yourself. If you can't even tell the direction, how can outsiders help? Even if you go to the human giant city, there may not be an answer. It is difficult for humans to come into contact with degenerate objects and degenerate beasts. How can you know how to turn degenerate beasts into humans? From Lu Chengyuan's reaction, whether it is a degenerate beast turning into a human or a human turning into a degenerate beast, it is impossible. But the fact is that it really happened. Qin Yinen is a human, and he did become a degenerate beast. Jisoo didn't dare to let the human giant city know about Qin Yinen's situation. He could only carefully observe and test the attitude of the human giant city towards deformed people, and infer their possible attitude towards Qin Yinen. If he could find out the way, it would be better. If not, he would not let the little degenerate beast become a tool for some people. Even if the little degenerate beast could never recover as an adult, he would accept it. He would take the little fallen beast back to Baiwan town. No matter what happened in the outside world, they could still survive by guarding Baiwan town and being self-sufficient. Jisoo lifted the quilt, but did not find the little fallen beast. The little guy always slept with him. But not today. Jisoo thought about what happened last night. Suspected that the little fallen beast was in a bad mood again. And got out of bed to look for it. There was no little fallen beast in the nest. The little quilt was lifted up and shaken. But the little fallen beast hiding in it was not found. Jisoo walked from the bedroom to the outside in slippers. Looked in every corner. And found the carriage. And was shocked by the situation in the carriage. There was a whole carriage of black spindle-shaped crystals. None of which were intact. They were all bitten to pieces. And the fear of death stored in them disappeared. Only the transparent fragments of spindle-shaped crystals were left. Filling the carriage. Jisoo's heart was pounding. And his headache became more severe. He knew that the little fallen beast only ate a few per meal. So many spindle-shaped crystals were gone. Could it be that they were all eaten by the little fallen beast? Jisoo hurried down the ladder, and stepped on the transparent fragments and slipped. He felt no pain at all. And climbed up on the fragments to find the little fallen beast. After pushing down the fragments that were almost piled up to the roof of the car, he found the little fallen beast in a small nest near the side of the carriage. Jisoo saw that it had its eyes closed and lay motionless. And his heart almost stopped beating. Stepping on the rustling fragments and rushing over. Jisoo held his breath and carefully touched the little fallen beast. The touch was cold. And the scales that were originally cold were even colder at this time. Chin Yenin. How are you? Jisoo picked up the little fallen beast and scratched its chin. But there was no response. He then touched its little bat wings from the wing tip to the wing root. But the little fallen beast still did not respond. Jisoo's brain was buzzing and his voice was trembling. Brother. Wake up. It's dawn. The little fallen beast slumped in Jisoo's hands. Jisoo was so scared that he lost his voice. He held the little fallen beast in his arms and kept it warm. He subconsciously wanted to go back in time, thinking that he was still sleeping an hour ago. Even if he went back in time, he would still be in a dream. And a carload of spindle-shaped crystals could not be eaten in an hour. The little fallen beast might have eaten all night. Jisoo sat on the debris and forced himself to calm down. This was a fallen beast. It was impossible for it to die easily. There must be something wrong. The biggest problem was these spindle-shaped crystals. Jisoo couldn't understand why the little fallen beast ate all the spindle-shaped crystals in a carload at once. Jisoo held the little fallen beast and thought for a long time. But couldn't figure out the reason. He simply used the most direct way to wake it up. Releasing the fear. If the little fallen beast didn't react to his fear, then something serious would happen. The little fallen beast, which had been motionless, trembled, kicked its little paws, and opened its tightly closed eyes a little. It didn't find any danger. Jisoo was beside it intact. As if its good dream was disturbed. The little fallen beast hummed twice in dissatisfaction. Wrapped its tail around Jisoo's wrist. Closed its eyes again. And didn't move. Jisoo, Jisoo let out a long breath. Now he not only had a headache, but also felt dizzy. It was probably because his blood pressure was a little high, and he was angry. Jisoo gritted his teeth and almost turned into an angry parent to beat up the naughty child. This guy must have eaten too much to become like this. Jisoo tried to calm down the little fallen beast, who was in a deep sleep for a long time. But he could only stare blankly. What else could he do? He had eaten it, and couldn't let it vomit it out. He could only wait for it to digest it, and wake up. It was bright outside, and the others had already gotten up, and were preparing breakfast outside the car. Jisoo carried the little fallen beast back to the bedroom to change clothes. He was almost scared to death early in the morning. The little fallen beast in this state could not leave his side, even if it was placed in the chest bag. The zipper had to be zipped up to prevent the little guy from accidentally falling off. After a simple breakfast, Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin had circled the protective wall for many times, and they would reach out and touch it from time to time. They were very interested in Jisoo's construction ability. After several people packed up, Jisoo weathered the protective wall, which made Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin's eyes go straight. Such a solid little house disappeared without leaving any trace. As if it had never appeared. The group set off for the Scarlet Land. Jisoo asked Chung Imo to drive. He wanted to build a passage in the car. I didn't have time to build it last night. After the second invasion, I lost half my life. I fell asleep in a daze, and fell asleep on the bed. I can rush to work on the road. Now it is just a test channel. First, he needs to determine how long the channel he built can last. If it can last until the convoy passes, he can start to build a formal channel. Everyone stood outside the scarlet light curtain. The buildings inside were shadowy and unclear. The streets were empty. From the outside, it was an empty city. Since it was to test the solidity of the channel, it was necessary to enter the Scarlet Land. It was impossible to accurately judge the situation outside the border. Even with a telescope, it was necessary to go inside. Everyone in the Xing Institute knew how dangerous this decision was. When Jisoo proposed to go in personally, they all refused. It was their mission to guard the Scarlet Land, and they could not let irrelevant people take risks. Zhong Weizong said in a deep voice, "You build the passage outside. It doesn't matter if it's close to the border. We will go in and lure the blood-colored moths over. They can't pass through the scarlet light curtain. So we can stand outside the border and observe the solidity of the passage." Jisoo didn't expect them to come up with such a method. "Did you get the same result in the 3 minutes of your previous experiment?" Jiangyin smiled helplessly. "Yes. The deformed people with the ability to build are very precious. It's already very difficult for us to get one to help. And we can't lose them here." Jisoo, The deformed people with the ability to build are precious and can't die. Can other deformed people die casually? Jisoo, realizing a problem. "How far have you walked at most?" Zhong Weizong sighed. "No more than 5 kilometers. Before Jisoo could speak, Chung Imo couldn't help it. "There is no effect at all. It's not even 5 kilometers. And it's still a long way from the city. You don't know how horrible the density of blood moths is in the city. Our medium-sized trucks are trapped by blood moths and can't be driven. How many blood moths can you attract to the border? This is a problem that even Chung Imo can see. It's impossible for them not to see it. But there's nothing they can do. The construction-type deformed people can't be lost here. Even if they know that the test is inaccurate, they can only do this." Jisoo asked a question off topic. What else is precious about the deformed people with construction ability besides construction? This question made all the deformed warriors in the Xing Institute speechless. Isn't it enough to just build? This is the most precious thing. Zhong Weizong said, "The giant city needs to rely on them." Jisoo was confused. "The giant city has not been built yet?" Zhong Weizong shook his head. "The number of deformed people with construction ability is limited. And we have to build a civilized giant city that can accommodate the whole country and even more survivors. How can it be built so quickly? We can only build a circle of outer walls first, and then increase the height and thickness layer by layer. This is a long-term project that requires the joint efforts of many builders. If we want to build a real civilized giant wall and completely isolate all kinds of monsters outside the giant wall, it will not be truly completed in 10 years or more." Jisoo and the other 5 were all shocked. 10 years? Jisoo remembered what Lu Chengyuan said. The human giant city is not as strong as you think. Jisoo's heart tightened. Has the wall of the human giant city been attacked? Zhong Weizong was surprised. It was indeed attacked. A huge deformed monster collapsed a section of it. And then it was repaired. How did you know? Jisoo felt ironic. The bloodthirsty people knew something that humans didn't know. This is the news I got from the bloodthirsty people. It said very confidently at the time that the human giant city would lose if it faced the bloodthirsty giant city. And it also said that the human giant city was not as strong as we imagined. Everyone at the scene changed their expressions. The news that the human giant city is not strong enough has probably spread to every bloodthirsty person. After all, they have their own information sharing channels, which are much more convenient than humans. Looking at their expressions, Jisoo couldn't help but worry. Could it be that no one has ever thought about the strength of the giant city wall? Or are they too confident, thinking that as long as they build a giant wall of civilization, they will be able to prevent all kinds of monsters? Is this possible? It has been destroyed while it was still under construction. If it is not changed, what will happen if it is built higher? Will it still be destroyed? There is no relationship between being strong and being tall. The faces of the people in the Xing Institute became extremely ugly, and silence spread for a while, and no one spoke again. This made Jisoo and his group nervous. In their eyes, the human giant city is the hope of mankind. It gathers the strongest power of mankind and must be the safest place. But just the problem of the wall made them look like this, which made several outsiders feel hesitant. The human giant city may not be as beautiful and powerful as they imagined. The civilized giant city is the hope of mankind. Zhong Weizong did not want them to be disappointed in the giant city so early. So he explained, the problem of the solidity of the giant wall has been discovered, and we are trying to find a solution. Whether it can resist the attack of powerful monsters is still unknown. This is why we must go to the west of the abyss crack. Jisoo was puzzled. Is it possible that the solution is in the west? Zhong Weizong paused before speaking. Some deformed people predicted that the vitality of mankind is west of the abyss crack. Before, we were not sure whether these people were human beings, and the mission could not be revealed. Now we need their help. So it is not impossible to reveal some. Zhong Weizong continued, I asked you where you came from yesterday, and you were vague. If possible, we would like to understand the situation there first, so that we can prepare in advance, avoid the deadly area, and strive to complete the mission as soon as possible. Where are you going? Jisoo still did not give a direct answer, before he was sure of their purpose. It was not good to expose the news of Haiban City to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhong Weizong felt helpless about Jisoo's defense. We are going to Qijiang City. Have you heard of it? 5 people born and raised in Qijiang City. Zhong Weizong saw that they looked different. His eyes narrowed slightly. Have you heard of it? Chung Yamo coughed. You? What are you doing in Qijiang City? Zhong Weizong paid attention to their expressions. Looking for human life. Chung Yamo, Chung Yamo secretly looked at Jisoo and saw that his brother Ji looked calm, as if the other party was talking about a place he had never heard of. Brother Ji is awesome. He is so stable. Jisoo was only calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. What is life? Zhong Weizong stared at them. Among the 5 people, only Jisoo dared to look at him, and the other 4 looked at the sky and the earth but not at him. Zhong Weizong pretended not to notice their flaws. I don't know. It could be a person, an object, or something else. We can only know when we get there. The peculiarity will definitely be discovered. The 5 people from Qijiang City, Chung Yamo wanted to secretly visit his brother Ji, but he forced himself to hold back. He didn't know what others were thinking. All he could think about now was, it's over. Brother Qin is so awesome that he's going to be taken away as a mascot. In Chung Mo's opinion, Qin Yinan is the most peculiar one. And since they are in Qijiang City, they must be looking for Qin Yinan. Qi Ying and Chung Mo's ideas coincided. He was also worried that Jucheng was targeting Qin Yinan. If we talk about peculiarity, he is the only one. Meng Biais and Xiao Junwen had different ideas. They thought that the human vitality that Captain Zhong was talking about should be the purification liquid in Jisoo's hand. It just happened to appear in Qijiang City. It is also a treasure that can purify the soil and grow pure crops. Isn't it the vitality of human beings? Jisoo thought it was both. He was talking about Qin Yinan and the purification flower tree. He had decided to sell the purification flower tree to the human giant city. It didn't matter, but he would not hand over the little fallen beast no matter what. The silence at the scene was almost weird for a while. Chung Yamo said dryly. That? Yes. How about we try it another day? What else to try? Run quickly. It's too late. Brother Qin will be captured. Zhong Weizong, Everyone in the Xing Institute looked puzzled. Didn't they agree to help them? Why did they suddenly have to do it another day? This other day means there is no day. Jisoo said, no need to wait until another day. Today is fine. But there is a problem. I can't freely change the already formed channel. If I follow your method, I will build a channel with both ends open. And when you attract the blood-colored moths to hide in it, I won't be able to seal it from the outside. In this way, there is no need for the blood-colored moths to attack the channel. They can get in from both ends of the channel and eat your armored vehicles. Everyone in the Xingsu. Chapter 103. Ability difference. There is nothing we can do about it. Just like the bloodthirsty man in Aishaoyu. As long as there are materials to decompose it, it can be reorganized into any shape it will. Whether the entrance or exit is open or closed, it can change at will. Jisoo can't do that. He has to build a model in the consciousness world in advance, and then put it into reality. If it is a channel open at both ends, then the model built is this model. And it is not easy to change it after it is put out. Unless he builds another wall to seal the entrance and exit. It is also a more troublesome thing. It is better for Jisoo to follow directly. Attract the blood-colored moths. And directly put in a fully enclosed fortress to see how long it will take to be breached. It is convenient and labor-saving. Jisoo saw that they were still hesitating. Have you forgotten that we are people who have crossed the Scarlet Land? Just to test it. How dangerous it can be. Of course they didn't forget. In the eyes of the people in the Ape Institute, they also escaped from the Scarlet Land with a narrow escape. And they should not want to go in a second time. But Jisoo said it so easily, as if there was really no big danger. Zhong Weizong no longer hesitated. I will take Jisoo in. Jiang Yin will take people to record the data. We will try to lead them to the direction close to the border, so that you can observe and record. Zhong Weizong did not take anyone else with him. One more person would increase the danger. 2 people were enough. The armored vehicle was not reinforced. Jisoo asked Zhong Weizong to drive their medium truck in. Not his own. His car was full of waste slag, which could easily arouse suspicion. He asked Zhong Weizong to drive Cheng Imo and Qi Ying's medium truck, and the others stayed outside the Scarlet Light Curtain, whether they were going to Qijiang City or somewhere else. This passage must be built. Otherwise the East and the West would be divided, and the survivors in the East would have a place to go. But what about the survivors in the West who were waiting for rescue? Jisoo would never forget the hardships of waiting for rescue for 3 years. As time passed, he gradually became uncertain from the hopeful beginning, and began to doubt whether they were abandoned, and thus became more and more disappointed, until the final despair. He had experienced that process. He could not rescue all the survivors, but Jichen could. The foundation and strength they possessed were completely incomparable to that of a small base leader like him. He was willing to contribute in the rescue process. Before getting in the car, both of them put on Jucheng's special protective suits, covering them from head to toe. It was no big deal if they were bitten by the blood-colored moss a few times. If they were surrounded and bitten, even the armored vehicles could not resist, let alone the protective suits. Jisoo routinely reminded Zhong Weizong not to open the window, as long as the car was closed enough. The blood-colored moss would not be able to do anything to them. The medium truck set off and drove smoothly into the Scarlet Land. The people standing outside the Scarlet Light Curtain all stared at the car nervously. The road was still as clean as when they first came in, while the blood-colored moss had not yet rushed out to stop the car with their human skins. The medium truck began to accelerate and rush forward along the main road. Those blood-colored moss would never let the vehicle rush into the city center. Bubbling human skins began to appear in the air, completely suspended in the air, flying quickly towards the medium truck. The number of them increased. There was no longer the intimidation and temptation when they first entered. They just used their big moves. Neither of the 2 people in the car made a sound, nor did they mean to return. They continued to rush forward. At first, Zhong Weizong could dodge a little and not smash the flying human skins. Soon, there were too many of them, and there was no way to avoid them. He could only hit them head-on, exploding a bunch of blood-colored moss. Zhong Weizong paid attention to Jisoo's expression. He was very calm. Whether he was looking at the swollen and squirming human skins, or facing such dense blood-colored moss, he had no fear at all. His heart was seriously inconsistent with his age. Fear and terror are the most primitive instincts of human beings, but Jisoo did not have them. I really don't know how high his emotional threshold can be. More and more human skins were smashed, and the density of blood-colored moss was so thick that it blocked his vision. Zhong Weizong finally experienced what it meant to be trapped. The car body was very heavy, and the speed was obviously slowed down. The car was covered with blood-colored moss, and the shell of the medium truck had not been eaten through until now, which showed its sturdiness. Jisoo said, "Turn around and crash through the building." Zhong Weizong looked at him fiercely. "Are you sure? Would it really not cause the car to be destroyed and people to die if they crashed through it like this? If there was no car, they would be completely finished." Jisoo, "Sure. Keep the direction steady, and don't flip the car." He needed to reduce the density of blood-colored moss to prepare for opening the window to release the closed passage. Otherwise, as long as the window was opened, the cab would be immediately filled with blood-colored moss, which was too dangerous. Zhong Weizong immediately turned around and crashed into a building on the side of the road, crashed through the walls of the first floor, rushed onto a small road, and returned smoothly. The car body, which was originally covered tightly, became light again. The medium truck was speeding in front, and the blood-colored moss followed closely behind, black and dense, like a black cloud covering it. Bump through the building and get on the main road. There are more and more human skins on the small road, and Jisoo will put the passage on the main road. Zhong Weizong obeyed Jisoo's command and drove wherever he was told to go, and asked to get on the main road immediately. Seeing the blood-colored moss getting closer and closer, human skins appeared in the road ahead again, and they couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to put the passage. Pay attention to slow down. The car window was lowered 2 fingers wide, and Jisoo tried to put the closed passage as far as possible. As soon as the car window opened a crack, the blood-colored moth lying on the car body squeezed in immediately. After the release was completed, Jisoo quickly closed the car window, waved the dagger, and chopped the blood-colored moth that flew in. Enter the transparent passage. Drive steadily, Jisoo reminded. Jeong Weizong was shocked by the scene in front of him. A transparent passage appeared out of thin air in front of the main road, and it became more and more solid. But the entrance of the transparent passage was sealed. There is no door. Just as Jeong Weizong was about to step on the brake, he heard Jisoo say, "Go in." Jeong Weizong barely stopped his foot from stepping on the brake, and went straight into the transparent entrance wall. The transparent wall quickly solidified, and the vision became darker and darker. The swarming blood-colored moths followed and crashed in. Most of them were blocked outside by the formed wall, and a small part was stuck in the solid wall. Jisoo lowered the car window again, and threw a wall backwards, to block the blood-colored moths that followed in sections until the middle truck stopped. Jisoo closed the car window again, and dealt with the blood-colored moths that flew into the cab together with Jeong Weizong. Compared with the black mass of blood-colored moths outside, the number that flew into the car was almost negligible. The headlights of the mid-sized truck were turned on. Jeong Weizong looked at the smooth walls in front and on both sides inside. "Your construction ability is quite special. This is the first time I have seen it. If I drive the car diagonally, will the car be embedded in the wall when the wall appears?" "Yes. There should be a lot of blood-colored moths embedded in the wall at this moment." Jisoo put on gloves, piled up the bodies of the blood-colored moths, and threw them out of the window. Jeong Weizong felt it was quite dangerous. Will the embedded blood-colored moths die? Jisoo wiped off the disgusting mucus in the car. "I don't know. I haven't tried it. But as long as the channel exists, the embedded blood-colored moths cannot move." The channel that Jisoo put in was as close to the border as possible, but it was still too far for people outside the scarlet light curtain to see clearly. They could only observe with a telescope and pay attention to the collapse time of the channel. Jisoo leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. Jeong Weizong looked at him several times, wanting to talk to him about the pure seeds, or the situation west of the Abyss Rift, and it would be best to ask about the situation in Xinjiang City. Their reactions told Jeong Weizong that they knew Xinjiang City, and maybe they came from there. But he didn't understand why these people would deliberately conceal it if they really knew Xinjiang City. What are they hiding? Seeing Jisoo frowning slightly, he seemed very uncomfortable and tired. Jeong Weizong couldn't ask any more questions for the time being. He wanted Jisoo to rest. Jisoo was not resting. He was building a real channel model in the consciousness world. The headache continued. His backtracking time was indeed improved. The consciousness world became wider and more vast, and the spiritual energy was also thicker and more massive. The opposite was the headache, which was higher than the previous pain level. This might be the sequelae of deepening the degree of deformation of the second invasion, which he had to bear, unless his second invasion could also achieve perfect deformation. The sudden vibration awakened Jisoo, who was immersed in the world of consciousness. He opened his eyes suddenly. "How long has it been?" Jeong Weizong tightly grasped the unique mobile phone, trying to keep the voice steady. 1 hour and 23 minutes. Enough. As long as the channel is built, there will be enough time for the vehicle to cross the Scarlet Land. Another vibration. The channel with the medium truck was trembling, and the back was dark, and no one knew what happened. They didn't know in the car, but the people who stayed outside the scarlet light curtain could see it clearly, and their nervous hearts were about to stop beating. They saw the huge blood-colored moth king through the telescope, and it was attacking the channel. The attack method was unprecedented. The blood-colored fluff under the huge wings stretched wildly, twisted in the air, and twisted out a huge blood-colored spike. It was using the strange and huge spike to attack the channel again and again. The force seemed to be heard through the scarlet light curtain. The people outside the scarlet light curtain started counting the time since they saw the passage appear. They were all waiting nervously, praying that the passage could last longer, since it lasted for half an hour. Every extra minute made them extremely excited. Until now, Chung Mo and the other 4 were getting anxious. "Don't you have a cell phone? Contact Captain Zhong and ask him to come out quickly." They just saw Jiang Yin answering the phone and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that Jucheng even had mobile phones. Out of curiosity, they asked about the price of mobile phones and whether they could be bought in Jucheng. Jiang Yin told them that these mobile phones are specially made, with complicated processes and a lot of distorted materials. They are not available on the market. And not everyone has one. Mobile phones will lose signal when they leave the coverage of distorted base stations. So it is impossible for Chung Yimou and others to buy mobile phones to take back. Jiang Yin was also very anxious. It's useless. There is no signal in the invaded area. Chung Yimou was so anxious that he jumped up and down. What on earth is Brother Ji doing? Did he fall asleep? At this time, the passage was covered with bright red by the falling scales, and the attack of the Blood Moth King became more fierce. Every time it was chiseled down, it was at the same position, with the gnawing of countless blood moths, the corruption of the scales, and the full-strength attack of the Blood Moth King. A big hole was actually chiseled out in the rear passage. There was a cry of surprise outside the scarlet light curtain. Chung Yimou and his 4 men turned around and rushed to the truck to save people, but were stopped by Jiang Yin's men. In front of the Blood Moth King, no matter how many people went in, they would be sent to die. Jiang Yin could not watch them die. There was a constant rumbling sound at the back of the passage. The sound just now was wrong. The passage should have been pierced. The rumbling sound continued and was coming towards the front. Jisoo lowered the car window, reached out, and touched the wall. Only the exit was weathered, and the other passages were still there. Go! Jisoo quickly closed the car window. Zhong Weizong stepped on the accelerator, and the middle card had already rushed out. Only after leaving the passage could he see the scene behind. The terrible blood-colored Moth King was hovering above the passage, and there was a huge blood-colored spike below, which was chiseling the passage below. Seeing the middle card appear, the blood-colored Moth King chased after it, with huge wings covering the sky, and red scales and powder covered it like blood mist. The blood-colored tentacles twisted into huge spikes bloomed in the air, and entangled with the speeding middle card like a waterfall. The middle card was dragged and could not move forward at all. Zhong Weizong's face was extremely ugly. He had already prepared to sacrifice himself. But Jisoo could not die. His ability was very useful, and he could not die here with him. Zhong Weizong unbuckled his seat belt without hesitation. I attract it. You drive away. Sit tight. Jisoo scolded coldly, quickly opened his backpack, and said quickly, if you get off the car, you will only be eaten by the blood-colored moths. And you won't attract any attention from the blood-colored Moth King. Drive your car well. Jisoo took out a fist-sized crystal ball, lowered the car window, and half of his body was out of the car window. At this time, in the air, a blood-colored spike that was 2 sizes smaller had been twisted and formed, and the direction was exactly the cab of the medium truck. If this cone chiseled down, they would be gone. After all, the shell of the medium truck was just reinforced, and it was completely different from the channel constructed entirely by spiritual energy. The degree of solidity was not on the same level. At the moment when the blood-colored spike chiseled down, Jisoo also threw the crystal ball fiercely into the sky and quickly retracted into the car. Let's go! The energy of the crystal ball exploded in the air, and the power that entangled Junka suddenly disappeared. He was rushed forward by the terrifying force, and was thrown out of the Scarlet Land. Before the car stopped, Jisoo had already pushed the door open and jumped down, rolling on the grass on both sides of the road. He had no time to get up, and hurriedly took off his protective clothing and threw away his helmet. At this time, the protective clothing had been corroded and had holes. Once it touched the skin, Jisoo believed that the scale powder of the Bloody Moth King was very confident that it would be polite to leave him a pool of blood. As soon as the car stopped, Zhong Weizong rushed over and helped Jisoo take the protective clothing off his legs and kicked it aside. In a short time, a set of special protective clothing disappeared completely, without even a trace of ashes left. The newly grown lawn also suffered an unexpected disaster, with a bald patch, revealing the blackened land. Before the two could think about it, they saw the people waiting outside the scarlet light curtain turn around and run. And they didn't even have time to drive the car parked on the roadside. A huge black shadow pounced on the scarlet light curtain, hitting the scarlet light curtain like water waves. Everyone saw the hideousness of the Bloody Moth King. What people care about most is that one of the huge wings of the Bloody Moth King is missing a piece. And there is a hole in the huge belly, revealing the densely packed red moth eggs inside, which makes everyone scalp numb and terrified. This time the hatred is considered to be big. The Bloody Moth King stared at the outside with his bloody eyes for a long time before flying away from the scarlet light curtain. Everyone dared to breathe normally. They were almost scared to death by the bloody Moth King at such a close distance. If he rushed out, not to mention the sentry post, even the huge city behind would be in danger. Jiang Yin and his men rushed over. "Are you all okay?" Zhong Weizong's expression was extremely interesting. He had never seen such a fearless and reckless child. The situation was so critical at the time, and Jisoo did not hesitate at all. He opened the window and threw the crystal ball directly, not afraid even if the scale powder spread over. Fortunately, he really succeeded and successfully injured the Blood Moth King. Jisoo sat on the grass, looking at the scarlet light curtain, and fell into deep thought. This Bloody Moth King was also restricted by the scarlet light curtain. He had suspected before that the Bloody Moth King should be a super powerful deformed creature. And now it seems to be true. The crystal ball he threw at that time was not big, and the distance was far. The main purpose was to destroy the red tentacles and spikes, so that Zhongka could leave smoothly. Unexpectedly, blind throwing could hurt the Bloody Moth King. It seems that this thing is not invincible. As long as the crystal ball is big enough and the distance is well controlled, it can still be set away. It's just that the scale powder of the Bloody Moth King is very troublesome and dangerous. If you want to kill the Bloody Moth King, it's best to do it quietly and kill it directly when it is not paying attention, so that it doesn't even have the opportunity to release the scale powder. Thinking of the corrupted protective suit, Jisoo felt a chill in his heart. He was too careless. He trusted the strength of the giant city too much and forgot to reinforce the protective suit in advance. Otherwise, it would not be almost corrupted directly. It was too dangerous. Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin would never have thought that when they were still in shock. Jisoo was thinking about how to kill this big guy. Jisoo suddenly said, "Do you know where there is a jewelry store or crystal store in that city?" Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin, who were talking in a low voice, looked at him at the same time. "What's wrong?" "Jisoo, find a way to kill the Bloody Moth King." Everyone, shock. Jisoo looked at the shocked faces and said calmly, "As long as the Bloody Moth King is eliminated, this place can become a passage that runs through the east and west. Otherwise the passage, even if it is built, it will be destroyed." Everyone stared at Jisoo, and Zhong Weizong asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" "Jisoo, do you think I'm joking?" Zhong Weizong wiped his face. He also wanted to kill the monster. He really dreamed about it. Can it be done? You can only know if it succeeds after trying. This Bloody Moth King is just a deformed creature. It is impossible to be unsolvable. You have also seen that the crystal energy can hurt it. Jisoo stood up and walked back. He wanted to go back to the car to change clothes. A group of people followed him back. If it was a degenerate creature, Jisoo would just walk around it. If he knew he couldn't deal with it, he would still provoke it. That would be courting death. But deformed creatures are different. Although they are also terrifying, their strength is far less than that of degenerate creatures. They can be dealt with in a way. Jisoo said, "There should be someone in Jucheng who can use crystals. Right? We can find more people to deal with the Blood Moth King together. It would be best if we could know the specific locations of the jewelry stores and crystal stores in the city, and directly activate the crystals to kill as many as we can. As long as the Blood Moth King disappears, these ghosts will not be so rampant." Jisoo climbed onto his middle card and went back to the room to tidy up. The little fallen beast in his chest bag was still sleeping soundly, and he rolled on the ground with him without any consciousness. Jisoo was helpless. The decision to eliminate the Blood Moth King was very tempting, but it was not something that Zhong Weizong could decide alone. It depended on the intentions of the higher-ups. After all, the danger was there, and there would definitely be sacrifices during the mission. There were not many deformed people who could use crystal energy, and each of them was a powerful fighting force. Zhong Weizong was not sure whether the higher-ups would let them take risks. This was not something Jisoo needed to ask about. He proposed a solution. If Jucheng wanted to organize people to eliminate the Blood Moth King, he could contribute. If Jucheng had no such plan, Jisoo would not have cared too much. And he could not have cared too much. He could not let him go into the Scarlet Land alone to duel with the Bloody Moth King. That would be courting death. There was still a large part of the passage built by Jisoo left, so he could continue to observe and see how long it would take for the Bloody Moth swarm to completely decompose it. Jisoo started the middle card and planned to go back to the ape to rest first. He did not plan to stay here any longer. He wanted to go to Jucheng to see if the ape had made a decision. He could go to Jucheng to find him again. As soon as the middle card turned around and was about to return, it was blocked by the oncoming convoy. The car was an armored vehicle, But the people getting off the car were not all in camouflage uniforms. The man in the lead had a handsome appearance and was well dressed. He could still dress so decently in the end times. And he was not an ordinary person at first glance. The man smiled and walked over quickly. I heard there is a new builder. So I can't wait to come and pick him up. Jucheng is in great need of builders now. Where is he? Zhong Weizong and Jiang Yin looked at each other. Their expressions were a little stiff. They did report the news of the builder, and their superiors had agreed to let Jisoo stay to solve the troubles in the Scarlet Land. Tao Yao came here at this time. Obviously the news leaked, and General Chang sent his troops to kidnap him. The two were full of bitterness. If this person was taken away by them, it would probably be impossible to ask Jisoo for help in the future. Thinking about the passage built by Jisoo, which has persisted until now, and has not been disintegrated by the blood-colored moth, Zhong Weizong was a little unwilling. Zhong Weizong smiled with a fake smile. General Tao is well informed. You got the news right after I reported it. Tao Yao smiled. The superiors are considerate, and know that the section of the wall led by the Tao family is the most important. They asked me to come and pick him up as soon as they got the news. Please let Captain Zhong give up. Zhong Weizong's face twitched. General Manager Tao. You are joking. Mr. Ji is just passing by here. It's not my turn to give up. So don't take everything for yourself. Leave some for others. Jisoo waited in the car for a long time, only to see that the car on the opposite side didn't move, and the people were still honking. So he had to honk to remind them. The medium-sized truck suddenly honked, scaring everyone. Zhong Weizong already had a little understanding of Jisoo's character. He was strong and reckless, and he knew at a glance that he was not someone who could be manipulated by others. Zhong Weizong walked over and knocked on the car door. Jisoo lowered the car window. What's the matter? Zhong Weizong obviously heard his impatience, and introduced to Jisoo with a stiff smile. This is Tao Yao, the general manager, who is also a builder. He is in charge of building the important part of the giant city wall from the west to the northwest. He wants to invite you to join them. Tao Yao's unchanging smile froze slightly. He didn't expect Zhong Weizong to be so direct. When the other party was not familiar with him, he said directly whether he would join or not. It was obvious that he was leaving it for rejection. This was not Tao Yao's style of doing things. He always liked to cook slowly with warm water. If he didn't make it clear, he wouldn't give the other party a chance to refuse. He just let the other party accept his care, so that he couldn't refuse, and finally had to choose him. Zhong Weizong knew his usual tactics, so he made it clear directly. Jisoo also gave a direct answer. No, I'm not interested in building a wall like this. Tao Yao smiled, looking at Zhong Weizong with a cold look in his eyes. Joining or not is secondary. I came here specifically to pick you up and bring you into the city, so that I can take you to understand the giant city. No. Jisoo still refused. Tao Yao's smile did not change. Mr. Ji, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. Jisoo pointed forward. No misunderstanding. No need to pick up. We are just ordinary survivors, not big shots. Can you please move the car? I have never seen people park like this. Parking the car directly in the middle of the road. This is not picking up people. This is blocking people. Chapter 104. Jisoo didn't know who they were or what their identities were, whether they wanted to recruit or win over. Jisoo didn't accept them. It wasn't for anything else. Just the way they parked made him very unhappy. After Jisoo said this, he rolled up the car window and refused to communicate. The smile on Tao Yao's face faded a little. He had seen such deformed people who didn't give face before. They suddenly gained abilities beyond ordinary people. They all thought they were awesome. What happened in the end? Whether it was before or after the end of the world, the right to speak was in the hands of a few people. Reality would always teach them how to be human. Tao Yao sneered in his heart and waved to people to move the car. He didn't get entangled. He wanted to see how long these people could be tough. As soon as the road was cleared, 3 medium trucks drove past without stopping. In Tao Yao's eyes, this was a slap in the face. The smile on his face disappeared completely. Zhong Weizong looked at Zhongkao leaving with mixed feelings. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to do so. If Jisoo really joined the Chang faction, he should be able to be reused. Right? Now that he has embarrassed the Tao family who support the Chang faction, he doesn't know if they will hate these guys. Where there are people, there are disputes. It is the same at any time and in any place. The general direction of the human giant city is very unified. That is, to face the outside world together, expand the living space of humans, and resist all non-human monsters. But there are also many internal disputes. Everyone wants to be the highest authority in the giant city. There are 5 military commanders in the giant city. The power behind each of them is not weak. And there are many soldiers in their hands. Now there are 5 military commanders ruling together. And the 5 check and balance each other. How long this situation can last, no one knows. A deformed person like Zhong Weizong, who has little influence, can't influence the upper class. He only hopes that the big figures above will be less turbulent when they compete. The environment is bad, and there are strong enemies on the side. Humans can no longer withstand internal consumption. Zhong Weizong left a few people here to continue guarding the passage. And he took the others back first. Of course, inviting Tao Yao to return with him. No matter what he thought in his heart, the surface work still had to be passable. These builders are all great contributors to mankind, and they cannot be neglected. Zhong Weizong secretly felt lucky that he only reported the news of the bloodthirsty giant city that Jisoo had obtained, and the news that he himself was a builder and was willing to help them. The news of the pure seeds had not been reported in time, and the maintenance time of the passage built by Jisoo in the Scarlet Land had not been reported. He might need to go back to the city, and could not continue to contact the top leaders remotely by phone. When the group returned to the Xinxua, they saw 3 medium trucks parked outside the sentry post. The 5 people in the trucks were sitting outside the trucks. The familiar folding tables and folding chairs appeared again, which made Zhong Weizong's eyebrows jump. He was really afraid that these people would put out the pure vegetables again. Wouldn't Tao Yao and others see it? Zhong Weizong got off the car and walked over quickly. He saw that they were cooking instant noodles in the pot. The taste was very fragrant. Fortunately, there was no green at all. Instead, a lot of braised meat was cut and put in the pot. Zhong Weizong was relieved. He pulled a folding chair and sat next to Jisoo. He whispered, "Juqing doesn't have pure seeds and pure vegetables yet. The best medium invasion seeds are still in the cultivation stage. You should keep these things well." Jisoo nodded. He naturally understood the principle of not showing off wealth. With more experience, he has a better eye for people. He knows when to show and when to hide. Jisoo looked at the people who got off the bus one after another and were led into the ape station by Jiangyin. Who are they? Zhong Weizong also looked back. Have you heard of the Tao family in Yujing? Jisoo had not heard of it. He had never been to Yujing since he was a child. Before the apocalypse, the Tao family was a legitimate wealthy family in Yujing. After the apocalypse, they followed the army to move here. Not many people died in the Tao family, and they quickly started business again. They were involved in communications, car manufacturing, and pharmaceutical industries. They also let their children join the army and politics. They were very ambitious. The Tao family is the most favorable supporter of General Chang's faction. It is precisely because of this relationship that the Tao family has many conveniences in Juqing, and can take over the construction of 1/8 of the outer wall of Juqing. Tao Yao, who came here this time, is the eldest son of Tao Hingji, the 3rd branch of the Tao family. The 3rd son of the Tao family is a playboy. Before the official marriage, his girlfriend gave birth to children for him. After the marriage, these children became illegitimate children. Tao Yao was not recognized by the Tao family before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the Tao family recognized him as the eldest son of the 3rd branch. As for why they recognized him after the apocalypse, in addition to the decrease in the population of the Tao family, it was more because of his ability as a builder, which could bring more benefits to the Tao family. Zhong Weizong didn't need to elaborate. Jisoo could guess it. Zhong Weizong glanced at Jisoo and saw that he looked indifferent, as if he had no interest in these powers. He was worried that the child would reveal his personal preferences too much and really be hated by Tao Yao. No one who grew up in such an environment was simple. You can refuse to be wooed, but don't break up with him directly. The Tao family still has some influence in Juqing, and Tao Yao also has his own network of contacts. It's best not to offend him if you can avoid it. Jisoo, he just refused to be wooed. So he offended me? Perhaps for some people with dark and sensitive minds, this may really be an offense. Jisoo didn't want to make enemies for no reason, and he wouldn't stay in Juqing for too long. Forget about trying to win over others. He wouldn't join any side, and he was tired of this kind of power struggle. He went to deliver a letter, buy some things, and ask some questions by the way. Jisoo's eyes were fixed on Zhong Weizong. Is there any way in Juching to increase the success rate of entering the perfect abnormal state? If there is such a way, will it help the fallen beasts to become humans? Zhong Weizong's hands were also stuffed with bowls and chopsticks. And everyone ate noodles together. There is a very controversial private pharmaceutical that is said to suppress the monster nature during the full abnormal state and make the weak human consciousness more rational. Chung Yamo and the other four who were snoring noodles stopped eating their chopsticks and looked at Zhong Weizong. They were all people who could enter the full abnormal state at any time. And they needed such drugs very much. But the controversy made them wary. Zhong Weizong said, later. There was news that some people who had just entered the full state of abnormality, while their human consciousness was still there, completely ignored people after taking the medicine, went crazy, and were very aggressive. The drug manufacturer did not admit that it was a problem with the drug, and also said that some people became perfect abnormalities after taking the drug. Becoming a perfect abnormality peacefully and calmly may not be the effect of the drug, but it is most likely the attribute of the abnormal ability itself. Just like Jisoo. His abnormal ability is fortress. The full abnormality is in the form of a castle. No matter where it is placed, it is stable and peaceful. It will not suddenly jump up and bite people. And whether it can be restored to human depends entirely on itself. If he lost his human consciousness at that time, he would eventually become a castle abnormality. What does such an abnormal attribute have to do with the drug? He was fanciful. The four people who were eagerly waiting for the answer continued to eat silently. If the monster's nature could really be suppressed, then what was the need for abnormal people? Weapons and crystals? Directly releasing this drug could eliminate the abnormal monster. It is really unreliable to rely on drugs to survive. Let's go back and let Jisoo seal them up to survive the full abnormality. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. Jisoo, what about other drugs? Like drugs that inhibit black spots and reduce the content of dark matter in the body. Are there any? These drugs used to come from the Medicine City. Since the Medicine City cannot be found, the human giant city may also have the drugs he needs. This time Zhong Weizong nodded directly. Yes. But whether it is inhibitory drugs or clearing drugs, they are only control drugs, not treatment drugs. Inhibitory drugs can only slow down the growth of black spots, not stop them from growing. Clearing drugs can only neutralize and dissolve a small part of the dark matter. The effect is calculated by percentage. Now the highest clearing effect can only reach 8%. The main ingredients of these drugs are all from abnormal substances. The quantity is limited, and the price is expensive. Most people can't afford it. The price is expensive for sure. In addition to the research investment, the extraction of ingredients alone is a big problem. If you want to get these abnormal substances, the manpower and material resources invested are unimaginable. The things Jisoo brought out are to exchange for what he needs. Zhong Weizong added. These two drugs come from the research institute and are indeed effective. But the effect is limited. Jisoo said that he understood. As long as it is effective, he will definitely buy a batch of them. Not everyone can use the drugs, but having drugs is a hope. And you can survive. Jisoo said, are these two drugs easy to buy? I want to buy some. Where can I buy them? Zhong Weizong finished a big bowl of noodles and put down his bowl and chopsticks. How much do you want to buy? How much can I buy? It's not easy for them to come here. So the more the better. Buy as much as you can. The current efficacy is only temporary. If there is a breakthrough in research in the future, the efficacy will definitely be better. I don't recommend you to buy too much. Just enough is enough. Zhong Weizong sincerely considers Jisoo and others. That's true. Jisoo agreed. Then let's each get 5,000 copies first. Zhong Weizong's folding chair tilted, and he almost fell to the ground. You? Why do you need so many medicines? You are deformed people. You don't need this kind of medicine. Jisoo said casually. Oh, I'm going to take it back. The survivors of my base need these medicines. Zhong Weizong, Zhong Weizong, shock. Zhong Weizong couldn't believe it. You don't stay in the giant city? These people came here after thousands of miles, and through so many difficulties and dangers. But they are here to purchase goods? Aren't they here to find the human giant city, and then stay? Jisoo looked at him strangely. We never said we wanted to stay. Zhong Weizong, What are they arguing about? They didn't plan to stay in the human giant city at all. They will go back after purchasing goods. Zhong Weizong felt a headache. You should know how dangerous it is outside now. When the east-west passage is built, Juqing will send people to rescue. And all survivors will be brought to Juqing. The survivors in your base must also want to come here. In the future, only the human Juqing will be the safest and most suitable place for humans to live. Why do you bother to take the risk to go back? No one knows better than Jisoo what will happen in the future. He doesn't want to listen to Zhong Weizong's persuasion. It's useless to say it. He won't stay. You don't need to persuade us. Our relatives and friends are all in the base. So we must go back. As for the other survivors in the base, it is their freedom to leave or stay. If they want to come to Juqing, I will not stop them. Now I just want to know how to buy these medicines. And the detection doors and detection equipment. I also want to buy some back. Where can I purchase them? Zhong Weizong didn't know what expression to put on for a moment. These things you want are not easy to buy in large quantities. Jisoo thought about it. These are the latest research in Juqing. It may be really difficult for individuals to buy them in large quantities. In this case, he can only find someone to ask for help. It just so happens that he also needs to sell the goods in his hands. He can't sell them on the street. It's too cheap. I want to ask you about someone. I wonder if you know a person named Do Shenhan. Zhong Weizong was a little surprised. He really knew Do Shenhan. Not because he knew him, but because he was the strongest guard around Commander Xing. He couldn't help but know him. Zhong Weizong was in a delicate mood. I know him, but I don't know him. If you want to find him, I can try to contact him. I wonder who you are to him. Jisoo was relieved. At least Do Shenhan was still alive. That was good. Thank you. I don't know him. I know his brother Do Shenrong. It was his brother who asked us to come and find him. Zhong Weizong, I help you contact him. In the pure white intensive care unit, a thin girl was lying on the bed. She was wearing an oxygen mask on her face. The hospital gown had changed from long sleeves to short sleeves. And the thick quilt had changed to a thin quilt. The temperature rose and gradually became hot. The pale and thin girl's long eyelashes kept shaking. And her fingers trembled from occasional to the whole arm. She was struggling, as if she was possessed by a nightmare. Breathing hard, trying to wake up from the nightmare. The medical staff in the observation room immediately became busy when they saw the girl's reaction. Contact Commander Pu immediately. Pu Jixia has regained consciousness. The medical staff rushed into the intensive care unit first and guarded the girl to prevent any accidents. A group of people surrounded a gray-haired old man and rushed to the ward. The girl closed her eyes and was struggling. Medical staff stood on both sides of the bed, holding the girl on the bed to prevent her from falling off the bed. The old man walked quickly to the bedside and held his granddaughter's hand. Xia Xia. Grandpa is here. What do you want to tell Grandpa? The girl still didn't wake up. Her eyelashes trembled quickly, and her eyeballs under her eyelids kept moving. She was conscious, but she couldn't open her eyes, and couldn't really wake up. She grabbed her grandfather's hand hard. Her voice was vague. Here. Outsiders. Stay. Bloodthirsty people. Danger. The old man listened carefully, and the girl fell asleep again after saying these words. And she was completely quiet. The old man carefully put his granddaughter's hand into the thin quilt, carefully sorted out her struggling long hair, looked at his granddaughter's pale and thin face for a long time, straightened his back, turned around and walked out of the ward quickly. Take good care of her. The prophecy given by Pu Jixia helped the human giant city avoid several major crises. Each time, she only regained consciousness for a short time. And after giving the prophecy, she would fall into a deep sleep again. Every time her prophecy came true, which made the people in power pay special attention to it. So far, only one prophecy has not been realized. It was a prophecy 3 months after the end of the world, saying that the vitality of mankind is west of the abyss crack. A few months later, she gave a more accurate prophecy that the vitality of mankind is in Xinjiang City. Because of the barrier of the abyss crack and the invasion area, they have not been able to go to that place until now. Now the old man is organizing a meeting to check the recent outsiders, find out what to leave behind, and be vigilant against the bloodthirsty people. Since Pu Jixia said it was dangerous, it must be that the bloodthirsty people are preparing to make trouble again. Chapter 105. After many twists and turns, Zhong Weizong finally contacted Do Shenhan. Due to his special position, he could not leave the side of Commander Xing, so he could only let Jisoo go to the giant city. He would send someone to wait at the main gate to take them to see Do Shenhan. Jisoo and his party had long wanted to see the rumored human giant city, and they set off immediately after receiving the news to go to the human giant city. The damaged passage in the Scarlet Land is still under observation, and it will take some time to see how long it can last. Zhong Weizong temporarily handed over the ape station to Jiangyin, and he personally took Jisoo and others to the human giant city. Tao Yao and others, who were embarrassed, saw that they were going to the giant city, and did not stay in the ape station for long, and followed them back. The human giant city is located in Jingling, and its location has not changed. For the last retreat of humans deployed in advance, it is not something that can be changed at will. As long as they can retreat, they will not leave Jingling Giant City. It can be seen that the higher-ups were not completely unaware of this disaster, and they must have predicted it. It was just that such a disaster could not be intercepted or stopped, which led to the current situation. It was just unknown how much of the Jingling Giant City could be preserved under the global invasion. If it was in Xijiang City, the weather would have been completely hot now. This place is in the northeast, and the temperature rises slowly, so it is not yet unbearably hot. Even so, Jisoo and his party changed into short-sleeved shirts. In order to cover the small fallen beast in the chest bag, Jisoo put on a loose sun-proof suit over the short-sleeved shirt, followed Zhong Weizong's armored vehicle, and headed all the way to the Jingling Giant City. The Xing Institute was still several hours away from the Jingling Giant City. When they vaguely saw the outline of the giant city, it was almost dark. In the end times, no one would be stupid enough to spend the night in the wild. The group drove at full speed and rushed to the human giant city. Before it was completely dark, they finally arrived at the city. There was a long convoy outside the city, and they were tested to enter the city. This time, we can't leave the 3 medium trucks outside the city. If we want to drive the car into the giant city, we have to accept the inspection of the giant city. In order to prevent the inspection gate from pretending to be dead again, Jisoo can only put down the little fallen beast in advance, and secretly seal it in a small box while the little guy is not awake, and release it after entering the city. While waiting in line for inspection, Chung Mo in the next lane lowered the window. Brother Ji, is there something wrong? Isn't this city wall not high? The area of Jingling Giant City is really large. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a giant city. It's just that this giant wall is not tall at all, and it is not as high as the inner wall of their planting base. The height of the inner wall of the planting base is 20 stories high, about 60 meters. The outer wall of the giant city in front of us may not be even 60 meters high. I don't know if it is because the giant city is too big, so the wall seems not high, or it is really not that high. Jisoo put one arm on the car window. His hair was messy in the evening breeze, and he squinted at the tall city wall in front of him, not looking at Chung Mo. Shut up. Be careful of getting hit. Jisoo's distortion ability made him sensitive to size. The outer wall of Jingling Giant City is indeed not 60 meters. It should be around 50 meters. And now it is not the final height. It needs to be raised further. It is not easy to have such a high outer wall for such a huge city. This is not the dozens of acres of land in their inner base. They can build any high wall they want. For such a large area of the city wall, it really takes time to build it high. The convoy slowly moved forward, and the person checking identity in front came to the outside of the medium-sized truck and asked to check the ID card. Jisoo? Chung Mo? Can the old ID card still be used? When they were fleeing in the swarm of zombies, who would have thought of taking an ID card? The uniformed staff looked up at them. It's not the old ID card. It's the ID card of Jingling Juching. This is something that can prove that you are citizens of Jingling Juching. You can use it everywhere after entering the city. If you don't have it, you have to apply for a replacement. Jisoo, how long will it take to get the replacement? Staff, 1 month. If you need it, you can apply for a temporary ID card first. Jisoo, This procedure is so familiar. Jisoo looked at the tall city wall. It shouldn't affect our shopping without the Juching ID card. Right? The staff looked up at the young people in the car again. It really doesn't affect us. But if you encounter a patrol team spot check and can't produce your identity certificate, it will be more troublesome. It may take up your time to cooperate with the investigation. That's really troublesome. If you have time, it's more convenient to apply for an ID card. They can't just come this time. They have to use it next time they come to shop. The staff who verified their identities asked about their personal information, focusing on whether they were deformed people, what their deformed abilities were, where they came from, what they were going to do in the city, whether they were going to live there permanently, etc. Before Jisoo could answer one by one, several people who looked like they were from the military came over. The leader asked, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Jisoo?" "I am." Jisoo spoke. Several people looked at Jisoo, and then looked at 3 medium trucks of the same model and color. "Hello. We are the people sent by Colonel Do Shahan to pick you up. Are there only 3 cars?" Jisoo, "Yes." Several people, "Follow us." The staff did not stop them, and watched them leave the 3 medium trucks to the fast lane for priority inspection. People have to go through the inspection gate. The car must also be inspected, and the materials on the car will also be checked. This is the rule, and no one has privileges, even if there are military personnel to pick up. The carriages of the 3 medium trucks were opened, and several people in protective clothing took the detectors to the carriages. Before they walked in, the piercing alarm sounded, and the people checking the cars all became nervous. Jisoo and others were also a little nervous. They didn't know what their detectors were checking at all. It was obviously not good to hear the sound. The 4 of them looked at Jisoo together, worried that the little fallen beast had been detected. Jisoo also didn't know the function of these instruments, and he didn't think he would detect the little fallen beast. A man took out a piece of transparent debris from Jisoo's carriage and asked Jisoo, "What is this?" "This is a black spindle-shaped crystal. The waste left after the fear emotion was eaten." Jisoo didn't know what it was. Of course, even if it is waste, it is the waste from the degenerate creature. It is difficult to catch the degenerate creature with human strength alone. This is why Jisoo didn't throw away these transparent wastes. In case it is useful, it would be a waste to throw it away. "Jisoo, I don't know this thing. Is there any problem?" "Detector, the dark matter content is seriously exceeded. If it is exposed to the outside, the concentration of dark matter in the environment will increase. It is harmful to ordinary people and deformed people. Special treatment is required." Jisoo, Should I be thankful that the little degenerate beast ate up all the rations overnight? If this is still a black spindle-shaped crystal, wouldn't these detectors scream and explode?" In Jisoo's carriage, in addition to piles of transparent debris, there are also some square sealed boxes. The inspector circled around the box and couldn't find a place to open it, so he had to ask again, "What's in here?" "Jisoo, some materials we hunted." The inspector casually pointed to a medium-sized sealed box. "Open it. This is a random inspection." The medium-sized sealed box contains fragments of the fallen creatures. It must not be opened, otherwise the detector will definitely be scrapped. Jisoo casually pulled over a small sealed box. "Open this one. The things in those boxes are more dangerous. They may not be able to be handled after opening. This one is relatively safe. Now is the end of the world, and any dangerous things may appear." Since Jisoo said that the things in the box are dangerous and cannot be handled after opening, the inspectors will not insist. They just want to know what is in the box. Opening it big or small can prove it. Jisoo threw the small sealed box on the ground, pointed his finger, and the sealed box with unknown materials disappeared, and a human head rolled out. They can accept monsters of various shapes, and suddenly seeing a complete human head in the middle of the night is a big shock, and all the people around here retreated in fear. At this moment, something strange happened. A barrier suddenly appeared on the ground, blocking Jisoo in the head. The originally flat ground suddenly sank, and the ground materials were decomposed and reorganized into a barrier. The scene was in chaos. An Ai Xiaoyu's roar came from behind the barrier. "You deserve to die. You killed one of our leaders, and the bloodthirsty people will settle this account with you carefully." An Ai Xiaoyu's head screamed and rolled quickly, approaching the city wall. The purpose was very clear: to destroy the city wall. Jisoo opened the black umbrella, and a small crystal on his fingertips had already bounced out. After the energy impact, a big hole was broken in the barrier in front. Jisoo closed the black umbrella and walked over, and a small crystal popped out towards the head. The head rolling towards the city wall was rushed back by the energy, and the sharp tip of the umbrella pierced his cheek and nailed to the ground. Unable to roll or shout anymore, the chaos started and ended just as suddenly. Many people didn't realize what was going on, but it was over. They only saw a young man coming back with a black umbrella, with a human head on the tip of the umbrella. Everyone, who the hell is this guy? He was too cruel. Wasn't he? The inspectors were obviously scared. They were not scared by the head, but by the picture on the tip of the umbrella. Everyone felt their tongues stiff and their cheeks hurt. Zhong Weizong, who had just finished the inspection, came over and saw the scene. He paused and then hurried over. Zhong Weizong, what happened? Jisoo raised the head on the umbrella tip to show him. It's okay. The bloodthirsty head we caught before wanted to challenge the strength of the city wall, but was stopped in time and didn't touch the city wall. Everyone, bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty head? Look at the head with only one head left and still howling. And then look at the wall barrier with a big hole inexplicably. It's a bloodthirsty head. And it's a bloodthirsty head with the ability to build. Zhong Weizong's expression is very wonderful. Why did you suddenly let it out? Jisoo, to be inspected. When these words came out, one person's wonderfulness became a group of people's wonderfulness. Jisoo grabbed the head and pulled it off the umbrella tip and handed it to the inspector. Do you want to check it again? The inspector, who was hit by a head, retreated repeatedly. The spot check is over. Jisoo looked indifferent. What about the transparent waste residue? Inspector, it needs to be isolated and cannot be exposed to the outside to affect others. Jisoo, got it. Jisoo climbed onto the carriage, sealed the head again, threw it inside, locked the carriage door again, and prepared to enter the city. Looking at the chaotic scene and the sunken ground, Jisoo hesitated. What should I do? Inspector, someone will restore the road surface. The few people sent by Do Shinhan have been observing Jisoo's every move, and they have never taken action from beginning to end. The city gate is heavily guarded, and it is impossible for a human head to really cause trouble. They don't need to take action, but it is the best time to observe Jisoo's reaction. Then, they saw a young man who was not in a hurry to string heads. He was quite strong, and had no idea what fear was. His reaction to such a special bloodthirsty human head made several people very concerned. Chapter 106. It is well known that bloodthirsty people are difficult to deal with. Jisoo's attitude towards bloodthirsty heads makes people wonder how many bloodthirsty people he has met. How can he be so calm among the 3 medium trucks? Except for Jisoo's car, which has a lot of dangerous items. The other 2 cars have the most daily necessities, and the testing equipment is silent throughout the whole process. The testers deliberately looked at the small warehouse separated from the carriage, and their eyes were stimulated by the fresh vegetables and fruits inside. Even if they didn't eat them, just a glance could recall the taste of normal vegetables and fruits. The testers tried to move their eyes away from so many vegetables and fruits. Where did you get these things? Chung Imo and the other 4 did not speak privately, but looked at Jisoo together. Most of these things came from Jisoo's greenhouse, and some fruits from the Zhong family were brought out to sell together. If you want to purchase the items you want in Jingling Giant City, you must be able to get equivalent supplies. Crystals and energy crystals are hard currency, and are needed at any time. Jisoo himself also needs them, so naturally, he will not use them to buy. In addition, the most valuable things in his hands are the core of the pure flower mother, the purification liquid, and the pure seeds. Although pure vegetables and fruits are rare, they are far less precious than the former. As long as he has the purification liquid and pure seeds, how many pure crops can he want? These things of his can be known to certain senior officials, but they cannot be exposed to everyone openly. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Jisoo does not want to waste time on unnecessary things. Jisoo, if you want to enter the city, do you have to report the source of the materials one by one? Jisoo asked Zhong Weizong, who was the only one present who was most familiar with Zhong Weizong. Zhong Weizong looked at the inspector. No. As long as you confirm that it is a human being and the things you bring into the city will not cause harm to public safety, it's fine. Where your things come from and how you get them, others have no right to ask. This is also the most annoying thing for Zhong Weizong. It's just an inspection into the city, and almost all factions have taken it. The inspector said embarrassedly, "This is not a rule. I'm just curious. Asking at this time is abusing power for personal gain." Jisoo looked at the cars waiting not far from the entrance. It was Tao Yao from the Tao family. They were also paying attention to the inspection here. They were probably curious about the goods in their cars. Before entering the city, the competition between the various forces had already begun to take shape. Jisoo just felt very annoyed. Fortunately, he did not intend to get involved, and would not stay in the human giant city for a long time. As long as they bought the materials they wanted, they would leave. Jisoo almost wrote his impatience on his face. Then can I refuse to answer? The inspector was stunned. Yes, you can. Jisoo, lock the door and leave. Chung Imo and the other 4 quickly closed the door and locked it, and got in the car one after another, ready to enter the city. Jisoo and his party finally entered the city smoothly. As soon as they left, someone went to find the inspector to inquire about the news. Jisoo's medium truck followed the armored vehicle in front. The city was very lively. Vehicles of various shapes could be seen everywhere on the road. Some were energy-driven, and some were human-driven. People came and went, and it was lively, as if they had returned to peacetime. It was completely dark at this time. The shops on both sides of the road were brightly lit, selling all kinds of things. Jisoo and the other 5 had to look around and drive carefully. The further they drove, the taller and cleaner the buildings were. There was no trace of the ruins and dirt after the end of the world. Here, humans dared to go out alone even at night. No matter what the top leaders were like, they could not affect the ordinary people below. This city could give them a sense of security. The armored vehicle in front kept moving forward, not knowing where to take them. Jisoo could only follow all the way. Originally thought that they could stop and rest after entering the city. They did not expect that they had not finished entering the city yet. They drove forward for nearly 3 hours and encountered a city wall and a city inspection again. This city wall was obviously shorter than the outer city wall, with a height of only about 30 meters. Do Shinhan's people came to explain the situation. They were going to the central city now. Do Shinhan was protecting Commander Xing and lived in the central city. The hurdle in front of them was just entering the inner city for inspection. After arriving in the inner city, there was still nearly 2 hours of driving to reach the central city. As the name suggests, not everyone can enter the central city. Those who can live in the central city are either military and political leaders, or people who are important enough to contribute to humanity and the giant city. The people who picked up the people this time played a role. They only checked the identity of the people and asked if there were any dangerous items in the car. They let them pass without opening the boxes to check one by one. When they really arrived at the central city, it was already very late. The central city, like the inner city, has a 30-meter-high wall, which made Jisoo see something different again. At least, he didn't completely disappoint the human giant city. Although the people living in the central city are important, they didn't do their best to build the central city wall first. It seems that they are fighting for power, but they are very clear-headed and know what the situation is facing humanity. The inspection to enter the central city mainly checks the identity. Jisoo and his friends don't even have the identity card of Jingling Giant City. They can only rely on Do Shinhan's people and Zhong Weizong to guarantee them to enter the city. Even if they entered the central city, they could not move freely. It was too late, and it was inconvenient to meet anyone in the middle of the night. Jisoo refused the accommodation arranged by Do Shinhan's people. They didn't need it. As long as there was a parking lot where they could park, it would be fine. Living in the car would make them feel more at ease than staying in a hotel. People have been taken to the central city. Do Shinhan's people did not force them, and went back to report first. Zhong Weizong followed Jisoo and his party here. In addition to leading the way, he also had his own ideas. He wanted to introduce Jisoo to his superiors. He and Do Shinhan belonged to different military commanders. Strictly speaking, he should not contact Do Shinhan for Jisoo. But his starting point was not to fight for power, but to make the human giant city better. Jisoo had pure seeds at his hands. He was also a builder and could use crystals. His construction ability was definitely one of the top few people, which could be seen from the passage in the Scarlet Land. There was also Jisoo's proposal to kill the Bloody Moth King. If he wanted to achieve it, he would definitely need the affirmation of his superiors. Only with the support of the people above, everything could operate normally. So Zhong Weizong had to come this time. Zhong Weizong did not hide it from Jisoo, and said frankly that he wanted to introduce him to his superiors. Jisoo likes people who speak their mind. Compared with Do Shinhan, who is completely unfamiliar, he must trust Zhong Weizong more. After all, he has had some contact with him, and knows what kind of person he is. Jisoo did not refuse, and also proposed to Zhong Weizong that if it is convenient, he could also buy supplies from his leader. Jisoo said, "I will not hide it from you. I have good things in my hands. I can only give them to leaders who really consider humanity and the giant city. Who do you think I should find more suitable?" Zhong Weizong knew from Jisoo's expression that the good things he said were not pure seeds. If even pure seeds are not good things, what kind of things are they? Zhong Weizong thought for a long time before saying, "I am a soldier under General Shi Huaquan. He is the youngest of the 5 generals. His military rank before the end of the world was not as good as the other four, and he was promoted later. General Shi can have the status he has today entirely by his own strength. He is the youngest and the strongest among the generals. Commander Pu Kuan, the oldest, is more conservative and values stability, which may not be suitable for the development of mankind in the end times. Commander Peng Hu, who is also very strong, has a hot temper and is a decent person. As long as it is for the good of mankind and Juqing, he will support it. Commander Xing Gonghe. His proposals are often supported by Commander Shi and Commander Peng. Commander Chang Zichuan. When introducing this commander, Zhong Weizong carefully considered his words. He is the one who pays the most attention to the development of Juqing, and he is also the one who has the deepest connection with the wealthy businessmen. Jisoo remembered this Commander Chang, and the Tao family, who was with them, was behind this commander. Zhong Weizong finally concluded, as long as it is truly good for mankind and Juqing, no one will really refuse it. If it is too much, the other commanders will not agree. It is said to be decentralization, but it is also a check and balance, which may not be a bad thing. It is better than letting an unchecked ambitious person monopolize power. Zhong Weizong only said what he knew. He did not make decisions for Jisoo, nor did he canvass for votes for his own army commander. How to make the decision depends on Jisoo himself. Jisoo did not think that he could meet a leader of the army commander's level. As long as he met someone with some authority who could help him solve the problem, it would be fine. If the things were in their hands, they would definitely not embezzle them, but would always hand them over. Jisoo did not give a clear answer. He went back to the car to rest first. Zhong Weizong also went to knock on Shangfeng's door. The little fallen beast was still sleeping soundly, and had no idea that he had been locked in a small box. Jisoo looked at the unconscious little thing, and couldn't help sighing. When can you recover to be an adult? Do you really want me to consult an expert? I'm afraid that the expert doesn't know either. This is a real fallen beast. If people know that he has a fallen beast, I don't know what the consequences will be. Jisoo and his party had just finished breakfast when an armored vehicle came. The first time Jisoo saw them, he knew that they were all from the army. When they stood there, they were all tall and majestic. One of them looked about 70% similar to Do Shinrong. Jisoo easily recognized that this was Do Shinrong's younger brother Do Shinhan. The two brothers looked alike. Do Shinhan stared at Jisoo at a glance. He thought that his appearance had been reported, so he walked straight towards him. Do Shinhan was colder and more aggressive than his brother Do Shinrong. He looked at people as if he could see through everything and had a strong sense of oppression. Do Shinhan stood in front of Jisoo and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello. I'm Do Shinhan. Are you from Haiban City? Jisoo shook hands with him. Jisoo. We did come from there. Jisoo turned back to the car and took the letter that Do Shinrong asked him to pass on. The envelope was intact. He had never opened it and didn't know what was inside. Do Shinhan thanked him, opened the letter on the spot, and went to the side to read the letter. There were 2 letters in the envelope, one for Do Shinhan, and the other just in case. If Do Shinhan couldn't be found, Jisoo would take this letter to find Do Shinrong's former leader. But now it seems that it is not necessary. When Do Shinhan read the first page, he was very calm. When he saw the second page, he was obviously very excited. He couldn't help but look at Jisoo several times, and the speed of reading the letter was also speeding up. After reading it quickly, he put the letter away. Do Shinhan came back quickly, and the eagerness in his eyes was not concealed. Can you talk for a moment? Jisoo understood that Do Shinrong should have mentioned the purification liquid and pure seeds in the letter. Otherwise Do Shinhan would not have reacted like this. If the seaside base did not need someone to garrison, Do Shinrong would have wanted to bring these 2 things to the human giant city himself. How could he not mention it in the letter to his brother? Jisoo followed Do Shinhan to a place far away from the crowd and whispered, Is the matter about the purification liquid and pure seeds true? Jisoo did not beat around the bush. It's true. I came here this time just to sell the things at a good price, and buy some necessary supplies to take back. Do Shinhan looked at Jisoo with a complicated and elusive look. Others might not know how many meetings he had held with Commander Xing yesterday. No one knew better than him. The reason was naturally that Commander Pu's granddaughter gave another prophecy. For this prophecy, people inside and outside the city were investigating the outsiders, who had recently joined the giant city. The human giant city was built in Jingling, which does not mean that all survivors have joined the giant city. There will always be people who have not been rescued in time for various reasons, and survive by chance. The giant city accepts many outsiders every day, as well as survivors who have fled from abroad to seek refuge. So if you want to investigate, the workload will not be small. When Do Shinhan received Zhong Weizong's call, the meeting had already begun. Zhong Weizong did not say much, only saying that his eldest brother's friend came to see him. Do Shinrong's friend was blocked by the abyss crack, so it was impossible for him to come from the west of the abyss crack. He could only come from the east of the abyss crack. This time was very coincidental. Although he was not sure, he immediately arranged for someone to pick him up. At that time, he did not know that someone had passed through the Scarlet Land. It was after the meeting that Commander Shi and Commander Xing mentioned this matter, and Do Shinhan contacted Jisoo and his party, guessing whether they were from Haiban City. After reading Do Shinrong's letter, Do Shinhan was sure that they were the real outsiders. They were outsiders coming from the west of the abyss crack. They were outsiders with purification fluid and pure seeds. Pu Jisha's prophecy was almost about to report their ID numbers. But, go back? Where are they going back? With Pu Jisha's prophecy in front of them, they should not be able to go back. Chapter 107. Pu Jisha's prophecy mentioned outsiders, staying, bloodthirsty people, and danger. As for whether to leave the outsiders or the things they brought, so far, for safety, it is definitely the best choice to leave both people and things. However, they obviously don't want to stay. Do Shinhan asked, the survivors who are stranded outside will eventually come to Jingling Giant City. Since you have already arrived here, why do you want to go back? The survivors all want to live in the giant city, which will be the last place for human survival. Do Shinhan doesn't understand why they don't want to stay. Even if there are external factors, it is not impossible to solve them. This is not the first time that Jisoo has faced this problem. Zhong Weizong has also asked it. When he heard that he was going back, Zhong Weizong was also surprised. Jisoo did not deny that the survivors must want to enter the giant city. He was the same before, full of hope, waiting for rescue. If official rescue came at that time, he would follow without hesitation. But not now. He didn't have much obsession with living in the giant human city. Compared with that, he wanted to live in his own castle with Qin Yanan. Since you want to go back, there must be a reason to go back. Jisoo asked casually. Jingling Giant City should not be a place where you can only enter but not leave. Right? Do Shinhan did not answer immediately, which made Jisoo's heart sink. There was no need to hesitate on such a question. Just like a large base, it must be based on voluntary principles. If others don't want to join, should they be forced to join? Do Shinhan stared at Jisoo for a few seconds. For ordinary people, it must be based on voluntary principles. But for special talents, we definitely hope that you can stay in the giant city and help mankind. Jisoo's expression became cold. Jingling Giant City is full of talents, and it should not lack a few of us. I can only build walls, and I can't even be called a builder. I think there must be many builders in Jingling Giant City, and I am not missing one. If you think the number is not enough, I still have a bloodthirsty head with construction ability in my hand, which I can sell to you. Those companions were also worried. Their family and friends were still staying in the base, so they would definitely go back with me. The main purpose of our coming here was to buy some things that the base didn't have, and we had to get back as soon as possible. Do Shinhan, if you are worried about your family and friends, we can send someone to go back with you and pick them up with the people in the base. There are dangers everywhere outside, and the deformed monsters will become stronger and stronger. It must be safer to live in the giant city. Jisoo was thoughtful. At this point, it was a direct refusal. Do Shinhan shouldn't persuade them anymore. Judging from his attitude, he really wanted to keep them. But why? Is there anything special about them? Jisoo would not be naive to think that it was Do Shinhan's personal behavior. If it was, he should be most worried about his brother Do Shinrong, and should think about taking his brother and sister-in-law over. But he hasn't mentioned his brother and sister-in-law until now, and he has been focusing on them. The lobbying. The familiar armored vehicle drove over. Zhong Weizong got off the car and saw the people waiting here. Not too surprised. Do Shinhan's people came to pick him up last night, and he will definitely come to see Jisoo today. Zhong Weizong did not approach rashly, but stood by the car and waited. Jisoo did not want to argue with Do Shinhan about whether to stay or not, so he walked towards Zhong Weizong. How is the situation? Zhong Weizong looked at Do Shinhan, who was walking back slowly, and he did not know what they talked about. Do Shinhan's expression was very solemn, and it was obvious that they did not reach an agreement. Zhong Weizong, we can help you get some of what you want. The exchange reward is not pure seeds. The seeds in your hand will only be sold to the giant city in the end, so we will not get involved. Our exchange condition is that you help build a channel in the Scarlet Land. When we deal with the Bloody Moth King, we also hope that you can help. Jisoo, how is the channel? Zhong Weizong smiled. It is still intact. As long as there is no damage from the Bloody Moth King, the Scarlet environment and those bloody moths cannot destroy the channel you built. As long as you agree, we can be ready to kill the Bloody Moth King at any time. Jisoo nodded. Did you get the map of the city covered by Scarlet? Zhong Weizong, I asked people who have been to that city to draw it overnight, and the specific location of the jewelry store has been determined. Jisoo, how many people can activate the crystal? Zhong Weizong sighed. There are only 3 people who can be mobilized at present. Although 3 people are few, it is not impossible to share the firepower. At least it is less stressful than being alone. If one person can activate a crystal ball, the destructive power will be enough to kill the Blood Moth King. And even the blood moths that are everywhere can be greatly reduced. It's worth a try. Zhong Weizong, in addition to you, we will also send people in to use energy blasting to kill as many blood moths as possible. And try to protect your safety. Jisoo, okay. Call me anytime when you're ready. After getting Jisoo's approval, Zhong Weizong was able to deploy. He turned around and was about to prepare, but was stopped by Jisoo. Jisoo lowered his voice and asked, what happened in Jingling Giant City? How did you think of forcing outsiders to stay in Giant City? Zhong Weizong's heart skipped a beat. He got some news from his superiors. After all, Jisoo and his party were too special. They came from the west of the Abyss Crack. They were outsiders among outsiders. The prophecy of that person had never failed. He had the same idea as his superiors. The outsiders in the prophecy should be Jisoo and his party. If necessary, they might really be forced to stay. This was what Zhong Weizong was most worried about. From the 2 days he had been in contact with Jisoo, Jisoo seemed gentle and harmless. But in fact, he was decisive and ruthless. He had strength and courage, which could be seen from the fact that he dared to lean out of the window and throw crystals at the Blood Moth King. If someone else were to change, not to mention being scared to death, they would definitely not dare to open the window and fight back at the risk of being bitten by countless blood-colored moths. But Jisoo dared to do so, and he successfully injured the blood-colored Moth King. This alone was enough to make Zhong Weizong worried. If the higher-ups really dared to force him to stay, he had no doubt that Jisoo would definitely dare to force him to leave. And once he was asked to leave, he would never come back in the future. Last night, he analyzed Jisoo's temper with his superiors, hoping to report the situation to them. Don't let it go to that step. Forcing someone to stay is the stupidest thing to do. It will only make the relationship worse. And there is no benefit. If Jisoo needs help, as long as enough benefits are given, I believe Jisoo will not refuse. But you must not force him to stay. Zhong Weizong tried to restore the image of Juqing in Jisoo's mind. There is no coercion. It's all voluntary. Your construction ability and ability to use crystals are very useful. Juqing definitely hopes that you can stay and help Juqing become better and safer. Zhong Weizong observed Jisoo's reaction, and seeing that he looked indifferent, he had to say again, if you really don't want to stay, see if you can help Juqing build a section of the city wall or reinforce it. The price can be negotiated. Jisoo looked thoughtful. Is this what you mean? Or what the higher-ups mean? Zhong Weizong, if you are willing to do this, I will help you talk to the higher-ups. Jisoo did not agree directly. Let's see first. Jisoo still had a lot to see. He declined Do Shinhan's invitation, gave him the purification liquid and pure seed samples, and asked him to take them back first, either for research or to explain to the higher-ups, and then talk to him about the transaction after the value of these 2 things was determined. Zhong Weizong didn't know about the existence of the purification liquid until this time, and was shocked. But when he thought of the higher-ups' meaning, he was relieved. Neither the purification liquid nor the pure seeds can be left in the hands of a certain military commander. They will only belong to the entire Jingling Giant City. Once the value of these 2 things is determined, someone will definitely be sent to talk to Jisoo. Jisoo wanted to stroll around the inner and outer cities, but they could not do it alone. Do Shinhan sent them a guide, which could save a lot of trouble. This time Jisoo did not refuse. In order to facilitate contact, Zhong Weizong gave him a temporary mobile phone, which was an old phone that could only make calls and send messages. The 3 medium trucks did not stay in the central city for a long time and immediately went to the inner city. The people sent by Dou Shenhan drove behind the medium trucks, accompanied them throughout the journey and answered questions. The inner city is more lively than the outer city. There are many shops that Jisoo is interested in. It is not easy for them to park casually with the medium truck. In the end, they simply chose a paid parking lot and asked someone to help watch the car. The giant city of Jingling has its own currency. People in the city use civilized coins. There are not many people who directly barter. Jisoo and his party don't even know what civilized coins look like. They can't really take out 1 yuan of civilized coins. The guide to Tong sent by Jisoo wanted to help them pay for it, but was rejected by Jisoo. Jisoo took out a small bag of rice from the carriage. This was the eroded rice that was deliberately left for normal transactions. Can this be used to pay for the car viewing fee? The people who watch the parking lot in the end of the world are not uncles and aunts. People without connections and strength can't do this business. When the car owner parks the car in the paid parking lot, they must ensure the safety of the car and the goods. If something goes wrong, they must pay for it. If they can't pay, they may lose their lives. There are deformed people in this paid parking lot. Ordinary people dare not mess around in the parking lot. The car viewer took a look and found that it was a sealed bag of 10 kilograms of rice. Food is the most precious after the end of the world. Such a bag of rice is enough to pay for the car viewing fee. Jisoo gave the rice, and several people took some things from the car. 1 backpack each, locked the car and left. The first place they went to was a nearby store that specialized in buying deformed tissues. If they wanted to make large purchases in the giant city, they still needed civilization coins. They could sell some things and get some money, which would be convenient to use. Jisoo now only hated that when dealing with deformed monsters, he always used crystals directly, and it was difficult to obtain deformed monster tissues. He did have the bloodthirsty man's power source in his hand, which was also a good thing. When he was in Shijiang City, people from outside would be willing to take it. It would be more popular in Jingling Giant City. But he didn't have much bloodthirsty man's power source in his hand. He only had the heart of confusion he got from Feng Qingfu and Nai Xiaoyu's head. These 2 things were in the car, and he didn't take them out. Jisoo brought a few pieces of transparent waste residues left by the little fallen beast. The dark matter content contained in them was very high, which was only higher than that of ordinary distorted tissues. Since they accepted distorted tissues, there was no reason not to accept distorted tissues. Jisoo took a piece of transparent waste residue and put it on the counter. "Boss, do you accept this thing?" The boss was a middle-aged man who was sorting out various strange things. He was wearing protective clothing and gloves on both hands. He took the transparent waste residue and looked at it, but didn't recognize what it was. The boss had seen many strange things in this business, but this transparent thing was the first time he had seen it. The boss looked at Jisoo and the others. "This thing looks like ore. Are you sure it's from a deformed creature?" "It's indeed from a monster." "It's a monster, but not a deformed monster, but a fallen monster." The boss looked at the irregular transparent object as big as an egg again. "Do you mind if I test the dark matter content?" Jisoo and the others didn't mind at all. "Just test it." The testing equipment in the store is relatively large, placed in the corner behind the counter, so that customers can watch the test. The boss put the transparent object in place, and as soon as the testing equipment was started, a piercing alarm sounded, and the dark matter value jumped wildly, and finally stopped at the highest value that the machine could measure, which was not the final value of the transparent object at all. The boss was also frightened by this change, and quickly took out a black box from under the counter, covered the transparent object, and carefully sealed it, and then heaved a sigh of relief. The boss was still in shock. He looked at the black box in his hand, and pushed it to Jisoo helplessly. "The dark matter content of this thing is too high. My store can't accept it. There is no container that can effectively isolate the concentration. You can go to the military purchasing station to ask. They can eat anything there. There should be a good price." Jisoo thanked the boss, took the transparent waste with his bare hands, and left the store. The Tong took them to the nearest military purchasing station. After testing, it was indeed accepted. Jisoo didn't know what the prices were in Jingling Giant City. Such a small piece of transparent waste sold for 8,000 civilization coins. Considering the parking fee of 1 yuan, 8,000 should be a lot. Jisoo didn't know that there were really people who bought this thing. He only took a few pieces out and sold them all to the purchasing station. He got tens of thousands of civilization coins at once. Think about the transparent waste in the car. It's all money. Jisoo didn't have an ID card or a memory card. The civilization coins couldn't be transferred directly to the memory card. He asked for cash. Each person put a bundle of 10,000 yuan bills in the backpack, and he could go out for a large purchase. While shopping, Datong explained to them the consumption level of Jingling Giant City. Nowadays, the monthly salary of ordinary people ranges from 100 to 300 civilized coins. And this is the salary of formal employees. There is no upper limit to the income of deformed people. You may become rich by hunting a deformed creature. High income comes with high risks. Deformed people make money quickly, but their heads are hanging on their waists, and they may die at any time. The tens of thousands of civilized coins in Jisoo's hand are already a huge sum of money. Several people took the money to the pharmacy to buy inhibitors and clearing drugs. Only after buying them did they know how expensive these two drugs are. The inhibitor is 300 yuan per stick, and the clearing drug is 500 yuan per stick. These two drugs are not just one stick. You need to use the drugs all the time to maintain them, so as not to go crazy and become a crazy corpse because of the excessive dark matter in the body. But at this price, ordinary people can't afford it. Several people bought 2 sticks each and continued to go out for shopping. They couldn't spend all their money on drugs. Later, when they talked to the higher-ups, they could ask for more inhibitors and clearing drugs. They had to buy other things themselves. There were too many things to buy along the way, so we hired a car to send the things back to the parking lot. A few people got in the car and went to other places. Jisoo wanted to see the outer city wall, so a few people drove a medium truck to the outer city and saw with their own eyes how the builder built the city wall. It was very similar to the method of Jiang hanging in Yuhai City. He relied on the ability of distortion to build sections of walls and continuously raise the top of the original city wall. Jisoo looked at several places. Everyone had different distortion abilities and different construction methods. So far, he had never seen a distorted person with the same ability as him. After driving for a day, Jisoo and his party stayed overnight in the outer city at night and did not return to the central city. Jisoo received a call from Zhong Weizong. He was ready and could go to solve the problem of the Scarlet Land. Chapter 108. Before officially entering the Scarlet Land, Jisoo also had to reinforce the vehicles that were going in. In addition to the vehicles, the protective suits also had to be reinforced. Last time, he trusted the protective suits too much, and was almost corrupted by the scale powder of the Bloody Moth King. The defensive ability of the protective suits could not defend against the scale powder very well, and it had to be reinforced several times with mental energy before it could be at ease. Only Jisoo could do these jobs. Their mid-card was in the outer city, and they did not go back on purpose. It was a waste of time and energy to go back and forth. Jisoo asked Zhong Weizong to bring the vehicles and protective suits to find him. When Zhong Weizong found Jisoo, it was already very late. In the past, Jisoo would have gone to bed at this time. In order to be able to act normally tomorrow, Jisoo had to wait until the vehicles and protective suits were reinforced before resting. In this way, after a night, his mental energy could be restored to full value and would not affect tomorrow's actions. When Jisoo was working hard to reinforce, he did not know that the 5 commanders were arguing about him. The news of pure seeds and purification liquid has spread among the top leaders. The Research Institute has confirmed that the seeds are really pure without any signs of erosion. And the purification liquid can indeed purify the dark matter in the soil and turn it into clean land again. Both things are very important. Because of their importance, they want to know the origin of the things and want to get more. Jisoo and his party obviously have more pure seeds and purification liquid in their hands. The top leaders have confirmed that Jisoo and his party are the outsiders mentioned by Pu Jixia. Such important people, Shi Huachuan's faction actually let them go to the Scarlet Land to perform tasks, which is difficult for the 2 commanders Chang Xianshun and Pu Kun to understand. Shouldn't such important people stay in Jucheng and be protected? Let them leave Jucheng and go to the Scarlet Land to take risks. The 2 commanders have no idea what Shi Huachuan is thinking. Shi Huachuan's idea is very simple. That is to solve the problem of the Scarlet Land. The Bloody Moth King must be solved, and the East-West Passage must be opened. If it is delayed for 1 day, more survivors waiting for rescue will die. Jisoo can use crystal energy to hurt the Bloody Moth King once, and then he can hurt it a second time, or even kill it. If successful, It is equivalent to completely solving the problem of the Scarlet Land. Shi Huaquan believes that the advantage is so great that it is worth taking the risk. Commander Xing Gonghe agrees with Shi Huaquan's decision. The most important thing is that Jisoo himself is willing. Since he dares to follow in, he must have a certain degree of confidence. If it really doesn't work, they can send more people to follow and try to protect Jisoo's safety. Even if it is risky, the problem of the Scarlet Land must be solved. The two are in opposition, and the dispute is unresolved. Commander Peng Hu can no longer remain neutral. The Scarlet Land must be opened and the Bloody Moth King must be solved. So he chooses to support Shi Huaquan and Xing Gonghe. However, before that, we should first ask about the origin of the purification liquid and pure seeds. It is best to exchange everything in their hands. In this way, even if Jisoo is lost in the Scarlet Land, humans at least have pure land and pure seeds. This is hope. Even if Chong Xianchun and Pu Kun were unwilling, they could not stop it. With a 3-to-2 ratio, they could not stop it. Getting and asking about the origin of the purification liquid and pure seeds was their last bottom line. The next morning, Jisoo and Zhong Weizong's people packed up and prepared to set off for the Scarlet Land, but were stopped when they left the city. The military representative came overnight and waited at the city gate early, wanting to buy all the pure seeds and purification liquids in Jisoo's hands. The exchange list had been listed, but the quantity was still blank, waiting to be filled in after the two sides negotiated. Jisoo took the Qingdan and took a rough look. Some of the things on it were the materials he and Zhong Weizong had mentioned. In addition to these, Jisoo also wanted other things, such as energy weapons and deformed weapons. The giant city would not acquire the source of power of the deformed organization and the bloodthirsty people for no reason. It would only be acquired if it was useful. He had already asked Zhong Weizong about the purpose. In addition to making various testing instruments, it was to make deformed weapons. The complete source of power stripped from the bloodthirsty people could become a deformed weapon for humans. A deformed weapon, with sufficient dark matter energy, can exert power far beyond that of a deformed person or a bloodthirsty person. As long as there is energy, it can be used continuously. The value of a deformed weapon is undoubtedly very high. The number of sources of power determines the number of deformed weapons. At present, deformed weapons can only be seen in important military operations. They are not sold to the public, and it is almost impossible for Jisoo to buy them. But Jisoo still wants to fight for it, even if it is just one. I heard that as long as the dark matter energy is sufficient, it is not a problem to use deformed weapons to defend the city. The Baiwan town base needs such a large deformed weapon. Jisoo handed the list back to Representative Jean. Now is not a good time to talk about this. Let's talk about it when I come back. Representative Jean smiled gently. This matter is the most urgent, and needs to be determined before you go to the Scarlet Land. In addition, we also need to know the origin of the pure seeds and purification fluid. Jisoo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Representative Jin's formal smile remained unchanged. Are you so anxious because you are afraid that I will die in the Scarlet Land with the pure seeds and purification liquid? Representative Jin, just in case. We can only do this. I hope Mr. Ji understands. Zhong Weizong came back after the call with a very ugly face. Jisoo knew from his expression that this was a decision made by the military leaders and could not be changed. He was too lazy to argue with Representative Jin again. The exchange of materials could not be decided in a short time. It was outrageous to talk about this at the city gate. Jisoo, you can rest assured that not all of my people will enter the Scarlet Land. If I really can't come back, you can ask them. As for the purification liquid and pure seeds, I will not bring them into the Scarlet Land, nor will I exchange them so hastily. I will stay in the Ape Station, so that both of us can rest assured. Representative Jean contacted the higher-ups and conveyed Jisoo's intention. Zhong Weizong also made a phone call again to fight for Jisoo. After some negotiations, the higher-ups agreed to Jisoo's proposal and asked Representative Jean to follow up on the matter. Jisoo had no objection. They could follow if they wanted to. The stopped convoy finally set off again and headed for the Xing Institute. Jisoo, as agreed, took out several bags of pure seeds and several barrels of purification liquid from the carriage, and put them in a warehouse of the Xing Institute in front of Representative Jean and his party. Jisoo also sealed these things in a sealed box in front of them. Representative Jean and his party looked at each other. Mr. Ji, what does this mean? Jisoo said in a light tone. Just in case. You are worried. I am worried too. So everyone will be relieved. Unless someone can break his fortress defense. These things can only be placed in the sealed box. And no one can get them except Jisoo himself. At this time, Representative Jean and his party did not know Jisoo's intention. They just felt that the things were in front of them, and were very safe. Zhong Weizong, who was watching this scene, knew that Jisoo was already dissatisfied with the above practices. Even if the things were left, not everyone could easily get them. Unfortunately, Representative Jean and his party did not know this. After dealing with this matter, Zhong Weizong immediately convened a combat meeting. The 3 deformed people who used crystals to support had already arrived. Together with Jisoo, there were 4 people. The entire combat deployment was carried out around the 4 of them. The crystals needed for the mission were provided by the military. Each person had a bag of crystals and a fist-sized crystal ball, in case the crystals in the jewelry store could not be activated in time. And they could also protect themselves. 8 vehicles were to go in this time. 2 vehicles in a group. And 6 deformed people would protect 1 crystal user. Captain Zhong Weizong and Deputy Captain Jiang Yin would each lead a group. And the remaining 2 groups would also be led by powerful deformed people. Qian Ning, a female deformed person, who was one of the 3 foreign aides, raised her hand. Captain Zhong, whose team are you leading? Zhong Weizong had cooperated with Jisoo before, and with the special instructions from above, he must protect Jisoo well. So he would definitely be in the same team with Jisoo. Zhong Weizong, Mr. Ji and I are on the same team. Qian Ning chuckled, admiring her neatly trimmed nails, and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Zhong Weizong. Is Captain Zhong too partial? I am the only woman in the team. Shouldn't you choose to protect me first? Zhong Weizong, Mr. Ji and I will go through the main road. And the chance of encountering the Blood Moth King directly is the highest. And the danger is the highest. Miss Qian Ning's route is mainly to stimulate the crystals in the jewelry store and disperse the Blood Moth group, which is relatively safe. Qian Ning sneered. Do you think the Scarlet Land is safe? One of the foreign aides, a middle-aged man, Wen Nong, also said, it takes a lot of spiritual energy to activate the crystal. Why not sort them according to the strength of spiritual energy? Those with less spiritual energy should be in a group with Captain Zhong. How about that? Qian Ning sighed. I have just been able to activate the crystal for a month. How much spiritual energy do you think I have? Jisoo does not have to go with Zhong Weizong. This time, he will drive his own medium truck in and bring Xiao Luobians with him. If there is a danger that is difficult to solve, he will wake up Xiao Luobians, and it will be inconvenient to go with Zhong Weizong. Jisoo said, I will bring one of my own people as a driver. You can do whatever you want. Jisoo turned around and asked, who of you is willing to go in with me? Chang Yimou, me. Qiying, I will go with you. Ming Biais and Qiu Junwen spoke a step slower, and saw Chang Yimou and Qiying glaring at each other. Jisoo picked people. Qiying, come with me. Chang Yimou couldn't believe it. He was an old driver, but he chose Qiying. Chang Yimou was dissatisfied. I need a reason. Jisoo glanced at him. You are prone to overturning on flat ground. Everyone, Qiying couldn't help laughing. Chang Yimou's face flushed, and he defended himself. It was just an accident. Jisoo was ruthless. If such an accident happened in the Scarlet Land, we would be finished. Zhong Weizong had never seen Jisoo's companions use their abilities, so he didn't know how strong they were. And he was not at ease handing Jisoo over like this. Before he could persuade them, Jisoo said, no need to say more. Let's do it this way. In the end, Zhong Weizong could only be in a group with Qian Ning. Jisoo brought his own people, drove his own car, and rode in an armored vehicle with the others in their group. Before departure, energy bombs were distributed in each car. Energy guns don't have much effect on the Blood Moth swarm, so they can only use source bombs to attack in groups. Of course, the power is naturally not as strong as crystal energy. Before departure, Qiying borrowed the ability of a leader's deformed person, not to mention being able to kill the blood moths, at least to be able to protect himself. As soon as the 8 cars entered the Scarlet Land, they left in 4 directions, leaving only 2 cars on the main road to drive straight, with the medium truck in front and the armored car in the back. The passage built by Jisoo is still there, and its appearance is almost the same as when he left. As long as there is no attack from the Blood Moth King, the passage can be preserved for a long time. So the Blood Moth King must die. The vehicles that entered quickly alarmed the blood-red moths in the Scarlet Land. The black blood-red moths kept flying out of the buildings. The vehicles sped towards their destinations, trying to kill as many blood-red moths as possible. Jisoo's medium truck was also besieged by the blood-red moths. The body of the truck was soon covered with a thick layer of blood-red moths. The medium truck was getting heavier and heavier, and the driving speed was decreasing. Just like when it came, it hit the building to disperse the blood-red moths and let the medium truck escape. The armored vehicles following behind were stunned by the operation of the medium truck and could only follow suit. It was about to reach the city center. In addition to the increasingly dense blood-red moths, the blood-red moth king was nowhere to be seen. There was a jewelry store with a large area in the city center. People who had been there clearly stated that there were crystals inside. If the blood-red moth king appeared, it could be led there to activate the crystals in the store. This is the most ideal approach. The bloody moth king may not do what they wish. As long as the bloody moth king appears, everyone must take killing the bloody moth king as the main goal, and the task of clearing the bloody moth swarm can be put aside. Chi-Ying followed the map all the way to the door of the jewelry store, but did not see the bloody moth king. Instead, the bloody moth swarm covered the sky and sun, and was dense and impenetrable. These bloody moths cannot be left alone. Otherwise they will consume the spiritual energy on the carriage and chew through the body of the car, which is very dangerous. After all, reinforcement is not a real deployment, and the defense is limited. The medium truck stopped at the door of the jewelry store. Jisoo lowered the window a little, and immediately bloody moths came in from the gap. Both of them wore thick protective clothing and hoods, which could temporarily prevent the bloody moths from biting. Jisoo successfully threw out a few crystals, and the spiritual energy extended from the window slit, activating the crystals on the ground. The car body shook, and the dark bloody moth swarm was instantly cleared to one side. Chi-Ying turned the car around and went to the other side. Jisoo activated the crystal on the ground again, and the blood-colored moth swarm on the other side of the car body was also cleared. The medium truck moved to the side, and let the armored vehicle behind it move forward and stop at the place where the crystal was thrown. Jisoo helped activate the crystal to clean up the blood-colored moth swarm. They made such a big noise here, just to attract the blood-colored moth king to come. But unfortunately a lot of blood-colored moth swarms were destroyed. But the huge blood-colored moth king was nowhere to be seen. Jisoo hesitated for a moment, and decided to go to the blood-colored moth king's nest to take a look. As soon as the medium truck started, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook. Everyone in the car looked out the window, and saw the huge blood-colored moth king slowly rising. The blood-colored fluff under its wings had been twisted into blood-colored spikes, stabbing down fiercely from high altitude. And there was another bang. The blood-colored moth king appeared, but the location was not in the city center, but in another direction. The group over there was Zhong Weizong and Qianning. Chapter 109. The south of the city, covered by the scarlet light curtain, was originally the safest place. It was far from the city center. The bloody moth king was least likely to appear in this location. But the most unlikely result happened. Having cooperated with Jisoo, Zhong Weizong also learned to use buildings to consume the direction of the bloody moth group. But the impact of the armored vehicle was far less than that of the medium truck, and it could barely drive normally. I don't know whether it was because the impact of the building was too loud, or the restlessness of the bloody moth group attracted the bloody moth king. Before the two armored vehicles reached their destination, the bloody moth king appeared first. The way it appeared was very simple and rough. It directly lifted the ground and rushed up from the ground. The first vibration was caused by the bloody moth king's bloody spike piercing the ground, and the soil lifted almost buried the armored vehicle. Zhong Weizong braked quickly, and the armored vehicle slid forward rapidly across the road. Everyone in the car was thrown to the side. It was the first time for them to be so close to the bloody moth king. So close that they could clearly see the hair on the bloody moth king's abdomen. Even Zhong Weizong and others, who had seen the bloody moth king many times, still looked pale. Not to mention Qianning, who saw such a huge deformed creature for the first time. The overwhelming fear pressed her to the seat, and her whole body was stiff and unable to move. Prepare to activate the crystal ball. Zhong Weizong firmly controlled the vehicle. The distance was so close that as long as the crystal ball was thrown, it would definitely cause damage to the bloody moth king. After Zhong Weizong finished speaking, he saw that the co-pilot had not moved for a long time. He quickly glanced and saw Qianning's eyes wide open, frozen in the seat, motionless, as if her whole soul was taken away. Qianning, prepare for battle. Zhong Weizong reminded loudly. Qian Ning was shocked, and she regained consciousness. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. No. No. We will die here. Leave quickly. Leave here quickly. The distance is too close. We must stay away. But before we stay away, how can we miss the opportunity to seriously injure the Blood Moth King? The opportunity was fleeting. After Zhong Weizong controlled the armored vehicle, he immediately rushed in another direction. The Blood Moth King was left behind. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was missed by them in vain. Zhong Weizong was annoyed. But there was nothing he could do. If he missed it, he missed it. It was impossible to come back. Now he had to survive before the support arrived, and then join forces to kill the Blood Moth King. The plan was beautiful. But unfortunately, the Blood Moth King would not give them a chance to escape. The giant blood-colored spike fell from the sky. It was thought that it would destroy the armored vehicle with one blow. The reinforced vehicle barely withstood the blow. The car lost control under the attack, flipped out, and hit the armored vehicle in front hard. Before the Bloody Moth King could strike again, both armored vehicles overturned on the roadside. A huge black shadow enveloped them, and the ferocious body of the Bloody Moth King covered them. The bloody hair as dense as hair quickly submerged the two armored vehicles. Time goes back. After the second shock, the Bloody Moth King swooped down, and Jisoo knew it was too late. In such a short time, they could not get support at all, so they could only go back in time. Jisoo became more and more proficient in the grasp of time reversal, and he would not waste a single second. Time went back to before they arrived at the jewelry store, and the medium truck just passed a north-south main road. Jisoo made a prompt decision. Turn. Speed up to the south? Qian turned in a hurry, turned a big corner at the intersection, and drove smoothly to the north-south main road, speeding towards the south. The armored vehicles behind also turned urgently and followed closely. Jisoo was ready to attack. He looked at the crystal ball in the bag. There was only one crystal ball, which was the largest one, and it might not be enough. If the 4 crystal balls can cooperate perfectly, it is not a problem to take away the Bloody Moth King in one wave. The fear is that there is no tacit understanding at all, and they don't know how to cooperate. They attack randomly in one wave. Not only can they not hurt the Bloody Moth King, but they may also affect their own people, which will be fun. The vibration appeared again. The ground was lifted up, and the huge Bloody Moth King appeared from the ground, and the soil fragments flew everywhere. Qian burst out a swear word, and the moment he stepped on the brake, he heard Jisoo say, "Turn left, slide sideways, hit the horn to warn." Qian did it immediately. He knew that Jisoo was going to take action. The distance was so close that Jisoo could not miss this opportunity. As for honking the horn to warn, who to warn? Except Zhong Weizong and his group coming this way. There was no one else. If they could not assist from the side, at least they should not be affected by the attack of their own people. When the middle cart slid sideways towards the Bloody Moth King, Zhong Weizong, who came from the east and west, quickly approached the Bloody Moth King with the same sideways slide, and vehicles came from both directions. Zhong Weizong was just shouting at Qian Ning to prepare for battle when he heard a shrill whistle, and then saw a familiar medium truck sliding sideways towards the Bloody Moth King. At this moment, even Zhong Weizong was shocked. He didn't understand why Jisoo, who was going to the city center, suddenly appeared here. Zhong Weizong was shocked, but also very fortunate, because he knew that facing this situation, Jisoo would never be as frightened as Qian Ning, and he would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Blood Moth King if he missed such a good opportunity. Jisoo's voice came from the external loudspeaker of the middle cart. "Get out of the way!" The vehicle sliding in from 2 directions almost stopped sliding and immediately rushed in the other direction. Just as the middle cart changed direction, Jisoo lowered the window, ignored the blood moths swarming in, and threw the crystal ball hard, still in the position of the Blood Moth King's abdomen. Activate! The powerful energy impact not only lifted the Blood Moth King in the air, but also affected the vehicle speeding away. The 2 armored vehicles behind were almost rolled and lifted into the distance, and the rear wheels of the middle cart left the ground and almost flipped out. Fortunately, the armored vehicles that came in this time were reinforced, and they rolled a few times and fell to the ground, and they could still drive normally. The 4 vehicles did not leave too far. They stopped after the impact disappeared, looking back at the blood-colored Moth King that was blown away by the energy of the crystal ball. It flew up again from a collapsed building. This time, More than half of the blood-colored Moth King's huge belly disappeared directly, and the blood-colored moth eggs fell like rain. The same broken wings flapped and rushed towards the vehicle. The red scale powder spread rapidly towards the vehicle like blood mist. All vehicles had to close the windows quickly, not daring to let the scale powder get on their bodies. The 4 vehicles rushed in another direction to meet up with the other 2 teams and escape from the scale powder covered area at the same time. The blood-colored Moth King chased closely in the air, and the blood-colored spike formed in the air. Judging from the blood-colored Moth King's attack to destroy the channel, it could accurately hit the same point every time, and it was effortless to hit the speeding vehicle. If the blood-colored cone cannot be allowed to fall, then it can only be broken up. To break it up, crystals are needed. Small crystals are useless. At least the size of an egg is needed. If it is a Super 7 crystal, it is better. While destroying the blood-colored cone, it can also cause secondary damage to the blood-colored Moth King. Jisoo rummaged through the crystal bag and found the large Super 7 crystal he needed. He opened the car window, at the risk of corruption, and threw an egg-sized Super 7 crystal into the air. At the moment of activation, countless energy cones flew in all directions, attacking indiscriminately. The blood-colored cone that was about to fall was broken up in time. But the vehicles escaping on the ground were also affected by the energy cones, and cones were nailed on the body of the car. Fortunately, the distance was far, and no penetration was made. Fortunately, it could also block the spreading scale powder blood mist. Jisoo's protective suit was stained with scale powder, and even some floated into the cab. The corruption ability of scale powder was rapidly consuming the spiritual energy on the protective suit. Jisoo closed the car window, while slashing the blood-colored moss in the cab. He reinforced his protective suit to resist the corruption of the scale powder. A lot of blood-colored moss got into the cab, and Jisoo and Chi-Ying's protective suits were almost covered. Chi-Ying had to concentrate on driving, and he couldn't do anything with the blood-colored moss all over his body. He could only keep honking the horn in anger. He wanted to ask the armored vehicle in front, "Is this a collective action? What about the people using crystals in front? What does it mean to take benefits without working? We can't expect them to take it all, right?" Zhong Weizong was also very anxious, and kept urging Qian Ning to seize the opportunity to make a move. Qian Ning stared at the rearview mirror again and again. The distance is too far. I can't throw it over. Even if she threw the crystal ball, it might not be activated smoothly. In fact, she had never activated the crystal ball. She saw that the military was recruiting people who use crystals, and the rewards were very generous. So she signed up. She usually used crystal beads. She threw 10, and only 7 or 8 were successfully activated. She really didn't have a guarantee of the crystal ball. Zhong Weizong looked at Qian Ning again and again, his face gloomy, and ordered, "Energy bombs ready." The 2 soldiers in the car immediately responded. "Yes," Qian Ning said anxiously. "Can't open the window now. Scale powder and blood moss will come in." Zhong Weizong's facial muscles clenched, and after the blood-colored cone was formed again, he immediately ordered to throw energy bombs. The windows of the 2 armored vehicles were all lowered, and energy bombs were thrown into the air one by one, hitting the blood-colored cones with constant rumbling sounds. The blood-colored cones in the air were still there, and the destroyed positions were quickly filled by new blood-colored tentacles, chiseled from the air. Among the 4 vehicles, the middle card was the largest target, and had the highest hatred value. The attack of the blood-colored Moth King was aimed at the middle card. At the critical moment, Jisoo threw out an egg-sized crystal again. This time it was not a Super 7 crystal, but an ordinary crystal. The purpose was to stop the falling blood-colored cones. The crystal energy destroyed the blood-red cone, and the medium-duty truck was also blown off the main road and crashed into a building on the side of the road. The medium-duty truck did not stop, but stepped on the accelerator and crashed out of the building, onto another road, and separated from the 3 armored vehicles. The bloody Moth King gave up chasing the armored vehicle and rushed towards the medium truck again. Jisoo opened the bloody moth that was in the way and quickly unfolded the map. There was a location circled in red in front of the road. It was a jewelry store with crystals in the store. "Go here." Jisoo clicked on the map. The circled location was very close to the city center. If the bloody Moth King could not be solved here, he could continue forward and go to the jewelry store he was supposed to go to. I don't believe that he couldn't solve a bloody Moth King twice. Chi-Ying looked at the map in front of him and compared it with the buildings on the roadside to find the circled jewelry store. The other 3 scattered armored vehicles did not leave, but chased the medium truck from another path. On the armored vehicle, Zhong Weizong was also checking the map. The store circled in red in front was very conspicuous. The direction of the medium truck made him realize Jisu's purpose. The people in the carriage and Qianning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, were all killing the blood-colored moths that flew in. With the protection of the protective suits, the blood-colored moths and scale powder did not hurt anyone for the time being. But they were scary enough. Knowing Jisu's plan, Zhong Weizong immediately ordered, "Get ready to capture the deformed weapons." The soldiers in the carriage responded, and quickly assembled the deformed weapons they brought out. This was a deformed weapon specially approved for this operation. The jewelry store was located at a street corner. In order to lead the blood-colored Moth King to the vicinity of the jewelry store, Zhongka had to choose to crash through the jewelry store, and then rush to the opposite road. According to the principle of proximity, if the blood-colored Moth King wanted to hunt them, he would definitely get close to the jewelry store. At that time, he would immediately activate the crystal in the store, and would definitely be able to kill the blood-colored Moth King with one blow. However, the plan was far from changing fast. The bloody Moth King did not fly past the jewelry store, but flew to the top of the jewelry store building. There were multiple buildings above the jewelry store. Even if Jisu activated the jewelry store on the first floor, it would only cause the building to collapse, and the crystal energy might not be able to affect the bloody Moth King in the air. The truck slowed down and waited for the bloody Moth King to come over. Seeing this, the two of them felt cold in their hearts. Knowing that the plan had failed, they could not kill the bloody Moth King this time, and they needed to move to the next jewelry store. At this moment, with a rumble, an armored vehicle crashed out of a roadside shop, and the deformed weapons mounted on the window were activated, and the space seemed to be distorted for a moment. Something like a black vine suddenly grew near the bloody Moth King flying above the building, tightly entangled the bloody Moth King, and tied his wings. The bloody Moth King fell from the air, hit the building, and then rolled down from the edge of the building and hit the ground. After a successful attack, the armored vehicle immediately moved away to prevent Jisu from affecting them when activating the jewelry store. Jisu was about to give up on this jewelry store, but he didn't expect such a surprise. However, the bloody Moth King couldn't be captured easily. He broke free from his bonds while falling, spread his wings, and wanted to take off again. Jisu seized the opportunity and activated a crystal sculpture in the jewelry store at the moment when the bloody Moth King fell to the lowest point. This was more powerful than the energy of the crystal ball. The building where the jewelry store was located was instantly annihilated, and the energy impact swept countless debris and dust to the periphery. With the jewelry store as the center, all the nearby buildings disappeared, and the vehicles that escaped on the ground were also blown away and covered under thick dust. When everything returned to calm, there was movement under the thick ruins. The overturned car door was pushed open, and someone climbed out of the car door, looking at the ruins in front of him, and looked around vigilantly. Not to mention the bloody Moth King. Not even a single bloody moth was seen. All of them were wiped out. Jisu and Qiying also climbed out of the overturned truck, stood on the dusty body, looked around, and saw that the bloody Moth King was nowhere to be found. They jumped off the body. Not far away, a man wearing protective clothing dragged out a broken wing from the ruins, which was the wing of the bloody Moth King. As they searched, more and more of the bloody Moth King's body tissues disappeared, leaving only a few scattered tissues, proving that the bloody Moth King was really destroyed. Jisu looked at the bloody Moth King's wings and broken legs piled on the ground, and always felt that something was wrong. Zhong Weizong came over and looked Jisu up and down. "You are not injured?" Jisu shook his head. He carefully recalled the process of seeing the bloody Moth King, and made sure that he did not see any wounds on the bloody Moth King. He asked Zhong Weizong, "How is the self-healing ability of the bloody Moth King?" Zhong Weizong frowned. "I don't know. We have never hurt the bloody Moth King before." Zhong Weizong suddenly thought of something and looked at Jisu. The bloody Moth King was injured by Jisu, and its wings and abdomen were damaged. But the one they met seemed to have no wounds on its body. If it doesn't have the ability to heal itself, then there is another bloody Moth King. Just thinking about this possibility is creepy. The ground suddenly shook, and this time the shaking was more violent than before. Everyone shook with it, and the huge bloody Moth King appeared again not far away. This bloody Moth King had obvious wounds on its wings and abdomen. It was the one injured by Jisu. With the appearance of the bloody Moth King, the bloody moth swarm that covered the sky and the sun covered this side. Get in the car! Get in the car quickly! After Zhong Weizong shouted, he turned around and ran to the armored vehicle. Even if the armored vehicle rolled over, it could withstand such a dense group of blood-colored moths. Jisoo and Qiying also ran to their own medium trucks. The ground shook more and more violently, as if something was coming from underground. Qiying climbed onto the medium truck first and turned to pull Jisoo. The ground suddenly collapsed, and the two of them sank together with the medium truck. The huge blood-colored moth pupa overturned the ground and twisted its huge body to emerge from the ground. The sleeping little fallen beast suddenly woke up, flew out of the protective suit, and quickly grew in the air, grabbing the falling Jisoo and flying high into the sky. Chapter 110. The fallen beast that woke up this time was a circle larger than before. One of its front paws gently grasped Jisoo, and its huge bat wings spread out, completely covering the area in shadow. The fallen beast roared at the swarm of blood-colored moths that were swarming in. The blood-colored moths that were sweeping in suddenly froze in the air, and then began to flutter down, forming a spectacular rain of blood-colored moths. Zhong Weizong and others who hid in the armored vehicle were all dizzy and dazed by the sudden roar of the beast. Their vision was blurred. The ground continued to shake, and the armored vehicle kept bumping along with it. Everyone was miserable. There was no other way except to hide in the armored vehicle. Once exposed, they would be eaten up by the blood-colored moths in minutes. Not far away, where the blood-colored moth king appeared, there was a crystal energy sweeping out. It should be the other two groups that activated the crystal ball. Unfortunately, the energy exploded at a distance and failed to seriously injure the blood-colored moth king. It just knocked it out and soon flew into the air again. The fallen beast stared at the blood-colored moth king in the air for a few seconds, then moved its golden pupils away and looked at the huge moth pupa that was still twisting on the ground, as if it was choosing which side to bite first. The golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank into a thin slit, and the huge moth pupa that was still twisting and turning over the ground suddenly stiffened and did not move. Its fat body shrank rapidly, and its energy quickly dissipated. It soon became a dried pupa, trapped in the ruins and did not move. Compared with the blood-colored moth king in the air, the fallen beast seemed to be more interested in the underground. After killing the huge moth pupa, the fallen beast shrank in size and fell rapidly, falling into the big pit that the huge moth pupa pushed out and entered the underground. Jisoo's eyes went dark, and he could not see anything. Losing his vision made him more sensitive to the surroundings. The air was full of dangerous restlessness, but nothing pounced on him. The fallen beast was flying underground, and he didn't know where it was going to take him. Jisoo could feel that the fallen beast was rising and falling, as if it was taking him to avoid something. Jisoo knew without looking how dangerous the underground would be. The ground was originally pitch black, but with a loud bang, the ground was penetrated and light leaked out. Jisoo only took a look and his hair stood on end. He felt terrible. There were huge blood-colored moth pupae all over the ground. If all of them were mature, how many blood-colored moth kings would there be? The fallen beast avoided the penetrated ground and continued to fly forward. Soon, another attack fell and penetrated the ground again. The blood-colored moth kings outside were chasing the fallen beast and Jisoo, trying to force the man and the beast out of the ground. The fallen beast handled it with ease and continued to move forward without any interference from the blood-colored moth king. The further they went, the bigger the blood-colored moth pupae underground became. At this time, Jisoo also realized that there must be something underground. Otherwise, there would not be so much energy to provide these blood-colored moth pupae. Just look at the size of these ghost things to know how much energy they need. Jisoo's guess was soon verified. When the blood-colored moth king outside attacked more and more frequently, Jisoo felt the pain of suffocation. The two seas of consciousness, pure white and pure black, were trembling violently and expanding rapidly. Jisoo's brain was swollen and painful, and his self-consciousness seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand. In the face of that terrifying power, his consciousness could be easily strangled. Jisoo's consciousness was trance. He was placed on the flat ground by the fallen beast. There were no more huge moth pupae around him. He saw the fallen beast moving away from him and flying towards the darkness ahead. He wanted to shout, to stop, to tell the fallen beast not to go over. There was danger ahead, but he couldn't make a sound. The overwhelming pain was tearing at his consciousness. In the face of the powerful unknown, his strength was too weak, except struggling to survive. He could not do anything. The fallen beast didn't know what triggered it. A hazy halo was suspended in the darkness. A ball of liquid black mist was circling around the halo. The dotted light sources were like stars in the vast universe. Mysterious and dangerous. Jisoo's consciousness stayed at the moment when the fallen beast swallowed the liquid black mist and halo in one gulp. Like a giant beast, swallowing the entire universe in one gulp, the halo completely disappeared. And Jisoo's consciousness also fell into darkness. I don't know how long it took. When Jisoo woke up again, he realized that he was being held by a pair of strong arms. His heart sank, raised his hand to push away, but pressed on a strong and warm chest. Jisoo, Jisoo. Jisoo quickly retracted his hand as if he was burned, struggling to leave the embrace. Listen. A low and hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Jisoo froze, trying to open his eyes wide, wanting to see clearly whether the person holding him was the one he had been thinking about. In front of him, there was nothing but darkness, until a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened. Jisoo's heart was beating wildly, and his eardrums were buzzing and bulging. He had too many things to say, but his throat seemed to be locked suddenly, and he couldn't make a sound for a while, so he could only stretch out his arms and hug the person tightly. The man hugged the person more tightly and whispered softly, "I'm back, Ting Ting." It's only been a few months since he turned into a fallen beast, but Jisoo felt like he hadn't seen the man for many years, and he missed him like crazy. In the darkness, Jisoo's hand groped and covered the man's face, which was a familiar outline. The golden vertical pupil pressed down, and Jisoo's breath was taken away. The soft and warm lips were ground and kissed. Every time he went deeper, he missed her endlessly. Even if they had never really separated, he still couldn't resist the deep longing. The ground shook again, and the soil fell down. The two people's breaths were intertwined underground, and their foreheads touched. The man's voice became deeper. "Ting Ting, my current human form is not stable. Don't be afraid. I should be able to stabilize it after I absorb the source energy I swallowed. Don't be afraid." Before the man finished speaking, Jisoo felt that the strong arm holding him suddenly disappeared, and a small fallen beast fell to the ground, howling and crawling on Jisoo. Jisoo, Jisoo laughed. As long as Qin Yenin could turn into a human, he could wait as long as he wanted. With a loud bang, the darkness in front was pierced, and scarlet light fell. The stars in the universe that seemed like a miniature version had disappeared and were swallowed by the fallen beast. Now there was only an empty space over there. Jisoo looked back and saw the huge shrunken moth pupae on the ground through the light cast from the big pits. All of them were like the one on the ground, and died after being drained of energy. The blood-colored spike fell on his head, and the little fallen beast grew bigger again. It grabbed Jisoo and rushed out of the gap in the ground, flew high into the sky, and quickly grew bigger. This time, its size was several times larger than before it came in. The already huge blood-colored Moth King also became small in front of the fallen beast. The blood-colored Moth King sensed the disappearance of the energy source and the vitality of the moth pupae underground, so he attacked the ground frantically, trying to force the enemy hidden underground out. Now the fallen beast appeared with Jisoo, but the blood-colored Moth King hesitated. The different levels of suppression made the Blood Moth King have no courage to compete with the fallen beast. He instinctively wanted to escape. How could the fallen beast let him escape? With a flap of its giant wings, it had already pounced on it, its long tail covered with thorns chopped down in the air. The Blood Moth King who wanted to escape was instantly split into two. The huge body quickly shrank, and the energy was lost rapidly. When it fell to the ground, only two halves of the shrunken corpse were left. All the giant moth pupae in the ground turned into dry pupae, and the two Blood Moth Kings were also destroyed. Even the source of energy in the ground was taken away by the fallen beast. From now on, there should be no second Blood Moth King. The fallen beast roared to the sky, and Jisoo seemed to be wrapped in a ball of energy, isolating the impact of the roar. Even so, he still felt his eardrums bulging and his brain buzzing. The fallen beast flew to the medium truck that had sunk into the ground with Jisoo, and put Jisoo on a flat ground. The fallen beast grabbed the medium truck, dragged the car out of the sunken ground, and then turned over the overturned armored vehicles one by one. After finishing the work, the fallen beast quickly shrank and rushed to Jisoo. Jisoo hugged the little guy, and the little fallen beast kept rubbing excitedly. Looking very excited, Jisoo was also very happy, knowing that Qin Yenin could be restored to an adult. There was no better news than this. The little fallen beast was as happy as a dog. And the personality of the beast's form and the human form was very different. When he was not a human, he completely lost his humanity and acted completely according to his own preferences. He just liked to kiss and cuddle with Jisoo. Jisoo hugged the little fallen beast and kissed him, and finally calmed down the excited little guy and successfully put it into his chest bag. Jisoo went to the medium truck first, and looked inside through the car window, and saw Chiying curled up in the seat, unconscious. Jisoo went to see the armored vehicle again. Zhong Weizong and others who were hiding inside had all lost consciousness. Jisoo realized the purpose of the fallen beast's roar. It was to knock everyone unconscious, so that no one could see its heroic appearance. Jisoo slapped the armored vehicle, trying to wake up the people inside. Zhong Weizong was the first to wake up. He was still a little confused, and didn't know where he was. It took him a few seconds to remember that they were deep in the Scarlet Land. He turned his head, and saw Jisoo outside the car window. Zhong Weizong was shocked, and hurriedly lowered the window. "How are you? Are you injured?" Jisoo's expression was particularly relaxed. "I'm fine. The blood-colored Moth King has been dealt with, and the giant moth pupae underground have also been destroyed. Just in case, the task of post-processing and cleaning up the blood-colored moth swarm is left to you. I go see where to build a passage to be faster and safer." Jisoo turned away in the shock of Zhong Weizong's face, climbed onto the medium truck, woke up the unconscious Chiying, and continued to kill the blood-colored moths trapped in the cab. There were quite a few of them, and Jisoo was tired of killing them. So he caught the little fallen beast and put it on the driving platform. "Come on. Roar and scare all these ghosts to death. Little fallen beast, awoo." Although the little guy is not big, the deterrent power is really not small. The blood-colored moths wandering in the cab all scrambled to escape from the lowered windows on both sides. And the cab was finally quiet. After closing the car window again, Jisoo caught the little fallen beast and put it in his chest bag. Chiying was still dizzy. "Is Lao Qin awake?" "Jisoo just woke up. Drive. Go to the main road to have a look." Chiying drove, as he was told. The awakened little fallen beast couldn't wait any longer. So it crawled out of the chest bag, squatted on Jisoo's shoulder for a while, and saw the entrance to the car behind the cab. So it flapped its little bat wings and flew in. Jisoo took a look and didn't care. The car, including the bedroom on the roof, was a fully enclosed space. The little fallen beast wouldn't run out, so he let it play by itself. Jisoo asked Chiying to drive along the main road. The ground in the city center was severely damaged. If they wanted to build a passage, they had to fill the ground first, or build an elevated bridge directly. He knew the underground situation too well. Almost all of it was eaten away by giant moth pupae. If the passage was built on the ground, it would collapse sooner or later. Jisoo and Chiying ran around the Scarlet Land. The blood-colored Moth King and the giant moth pupa were destroyed. But it didn't mean that this place was safe. There were still countless blood-colored moths waiting for them. Zhongka seemed to be stuck several times and had difficulty moving. Every time this happened, Jisoo had to throw crystals at Zhongka to clean the blood-colored moths covering the body of the car. "I haven't seen the little fallen beast for a while." The little guy flew into the car, and there was no movement. The little fallen beast pendant was missing. Jisoo was a little uncomfortable, so he had to get into the car to look for it. And then he picked up a sleeping little fallen beast outside the bedroom on the roof. Jisoo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to put the little guy who fell asleep at some point back into his chest bag.